The Jianghu has never been merely about bloodshed, it is about making money, and making money again. Reborn has crossed over into a Hong Kong crime film world, growing stronger simply by spectating scandals. Thus, when Hong Xing's handsome Nan and Dong Ying's Bin Leihu clash in a fierce battle, he squeezes into the front row of the crowd to watch. When the war god Crown Prince dead drunk is surrounded and beaten by a group of punks, he hides in the dark, secretly recording it. Most astonishing of all, every time he indulges in such gossip, the rewards grant him strange attributes: endurance 3, prediction 4, mixed martial arts 3, armed combat 6. Astute and deranged, sinister yet warm. These mutually contradictory words have all become labels of his personality. Many years later, during a radio interview, he uttered a line that would reverberate through the ages: "I know many big bosses, but they all call me boss. Didn't you call me out in such a hurry just to have me make a cream cake with you?" The pretty girl wearing purple stockings and thin red high heels immediately pouted her chest, trembling slightly with her anger. "Didn't I tell you? When you spray the cream, you have to keep it even. If you do it like this, it won't hold its shape." The man, whose side profile faintly resembles Takashi Kaneshiro, shook his head helplessly. "I already switched to a smaller nozzle, but the cream still leaks out. If I'd known it was just to make a cake, I wouldn't have come. I spent a whole hour just on makeup and changed several dresses. Jessen, come sit over here with your G. Arun can only drag you along to make cakes. Unlike him, I only know how to dote on you and send you to heaven." In a parallel world on Hong Kong Island at the new Peacock Club in Causeway Bay, the time has just passed 7 o'clock. It is not yet the hour when the crowds arrive, and several low-level enforcers watching the place have already started bragging again. The young man and woman behind the bar, focused on crafting a handmade cake, naturally became their favorite targets of mockery. "Arun, you wear a suit and bow tie every day. You shouldn't be some low-rank thug. Being a bartender or going to night school would suit you better. Ha ha, have you all heard? After Tachibana Masahito killed Dong Ying's, She-Devil Shui Ling, Now Qin Longhu, and Bin Leihu have posted bounties everywhere looking for him. 1 million dead, 3 million alive. Get out of here. The man's the only double-flower red pole in all of Hong Kong. Back then, he single-handedly knocked down the top 10 red poles of every major society in the city. Even Bin Leihu himself suffered a setback. Brother Izhong from Waki is considered pretty formidable, right? Didn't Tachibana Masahito still send him flying with a single kick? Yeah, I heard that back then. One hand chop from Brother Tachibana almost cost his fellow brother his life. But speaking of which, Izhong's younger sister Ishan. Now that's what you call top tier. Those long legs of hers. Damn it, I could go all night with her, believe it or not. A bald thug with a face full of fierce lines, swallowed unconsciously. Lao Dao, you can dream all night instead. Have you heard? One of my boys in Yuan Long saw Big Head's girlfriend Xin getting very close with Dong Ying's Yao Yang. Oh, that Xin. Makes sense. Look at the way she dresses all day. It screams trouble. If she didn't stir things up, trains wouldn't even know how to derail. I really don't know what Big Head sees in her." Several sighs rose from the crowd. "She's hot, obviously. Like you said, not everyone gets to have a body like that at night. Should keep it down if you don't want to die. Aren't you afraid of Big Head's fists? Is this something you're even qualified to discuss?" A burly man clapped a hand over his companion's mouth and at the same time pressed a finger to his own lips in a shushing gesture. Yet barely 2 seconds later, after a quick glance around, he ducked his head and whispered, "Talk softer and tell me everything." Amid this crowd of rough men with dragon and phoenix tattoos, Reborn, standing behind the bar in a bow tie, his side profile reminiscent of Takashi Kaneshiro, standing 183 meters tall and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, seemed like a crane standing among chickens. He merely smiled without joining their discussion, instead turning his gaze to a holographic window that only he could see. Interesting topic detected. Today's gossip: Shinshin's Onedi trajectory. Upload. Better wait a bit longer. It's still early, the crowd hasn't arrived yet. After 9 tonight, when the place is packed, there will definitely be something juicier. Unlike the others, Reborn is a transmigrant. He does not belong to this world. In his previous life, he was a pitifully overworked software architect who dropped dead during overtime and then arrived in this parallel world 1990s Triad Hong Kong. After days of observation, he realized this place seemed to align more with comic book logic. Monsters in human form everywhere, men both deadly and flamboyant. More wondrous still, he awakened a system called daily gossip. As a transmigrant, how could he not have some perks? One must have a cheat, right? Even someone as beautiful as Li Zi would not dare walk out the door stark naked. In the same way, this gossip system can be used only once a day. He may upload a single item, which will be automatically rated according to how explosive it is, granting corresponding rewards or unlocking new skills. As for the source, it may be hearsay from others or information gathered personally on the front lines. Naturally, the latter yields higher rated rewards. Reborn, 22 years old. Height 183 centimeters. Weight 81 kilograms. Size 18 centimeters. Arm span 197 centimeters. Speed 73,100. Endurance 69,100. Mixed martial arts 77100. Having been in this world for nearly 4 months, Liang Boren has relied on his easy access to the club and his good relations with various hostesses to obtain the information he wants. Especially in the latter half of the night when all kinds of small and large-time gangsters get drunk and spill explosive gossip, true or not, which has earned him substantial cash rewards and practical combat skills. Yet all this still falls far short of his ambitions. Reborn in a world teeming with powerhouses and swarming with villains, he intends to unleash human nature in its entirety. To drink the strongest liquor and ride the wildest horses. This is his sole maxim. Before that, he must first become a big brother. At first, he followed Brother Nan's top lieutenant Huatan, but Huatan was too reckless and was shot dead in the street. Since then, Liang Boren has been helping out at the new Peacock. To put it nicely, he is said to be watching the place. Less kindly, it means the other bosses look down on him. Damn it, you come out to mix, and you wear gold-rimmed glasses. Who do you think you are, Hong Xing's Defei? As time passes, the club slowly begins to fill up. Near 11 o'clock, the roar of a sports car suddenly echoes outside. Amid the curses of the doorman at the entrance, a man in a perfectly tailored suit strides inside. A triad in a suit. Liang Boren's mind rapidly flipped through familiar scenes from comics and films. At a glance, that elegant, refined bearing really does match a certain someone. A man who adores the sport of free fall. One as clever as you in front of the screen should already know who it is. Dong Ying's Ben, Leihu Yao Yang. Yao Yang, are you out of your mind? This is Hong Xing turf. Hey, stay away from me. Once you step through the door, you're a guest. I just came in for a drink and to look for someone. What's wrong with that? Don't touch me. I came alone. You Hong Xing boys aren't scared, are you? While Yao Yang and the doorman shove at one another, someone has already slipped away to make a frantic call for backup. Nah, non-age, it's a she. Damn it, Yao. Yao Yang has come into our place. You better get over here. Fast. We won't be able to hold much longer. Liang Boren quickly squeezed into a prime spot, leisurely watching the show with half a slice of cake in hand. Oh, what's going on? The moment he looks up, everything suddenly goes dark. So that was it. A stunning beauty in a green body-hugging dress was descending the spiral staircase. Yao Yang, you want to cause trouble. The beauty hurried down the stairs, grabbed an empty wine bottle from a table, shoved aside the underling in front of her, and smashed it straight toward Yao Yang's forehead. Having roamed the Jianghu for many years, Yao Yang was naturally no ordinary man. Even with his back turned, he instinctively sensed a chill of wind rushing at the back of his head. His elbow snapped up to block, and with the same smooth motion, he locked his hand around the attacker in a grappling hold. Borrowing the force of the oncoming momentum, he stepped forward. The woman in the tight skirt toppled back into his arms, lying there face up, the curves of her chest suddenly exposed, drawing a chorus of shocked cries from the crowd. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Yao Yang, let go of her. If you have a problem, come at me. In the blink of an eye, the balance between attack and defense had reversed. A glint of cold light flashed through Yao Yang's eyes before his gaze quickly returned to calm. Without leaving any obvious trace, he pushed the newcomer away and lightly patted his palms. A she I only held back for Liang Zai Nan and your godfather's sake, he said casually. If it had been anyone else just now, things would not have been so easy to talk about. Liang Boren, standing to the side, saw it all clearly. This guy really knew how to put on a show. He had obviously barged into someone else's territory alone, and yet somehow managed to make it look like he was granting them a favor for nothing. Yao Yang, since when do you get to call her a she? Call her sister she. A stern voice rang out from the entrance. Everyone turned to look and saw Chun Haonan, the boss of Causeway Bay, striding in with a cigar clamped between his fingers. Nengu. 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 Yao Yang. Chun Haonan raised a hand to stop the underling who wanted to step forward. He nodded at the two bodyguards behind him. The pair moved swiftly to clear the scene, dispersing the surrounding crowd. Yao Yang, if Dong Ying has a problem with us, you can lay your cards on the table and fight it out in the open. But coming here to stir up trouble with my woman while I'm away. Have you grown tired of living? What's the matter? Lost your way? Want me to call the police for you? Chun Haonan flipped his lighter in one hand as he strode straight toward him. Faced with Chun Haonan's towering rage, Yao Yang did not lose his temper. Instead, he picked up a lighter and set the liquor in his glass alight. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly lifted the flaming glass and held it out to Chun Haonan. Just as Chun was about to take it, Yao Yang suddenly let go. Oops, my hand slipped. Sorry about that, boss of Causeway Bay. He spread his hands with an insincere shrug, a shamelessly smug expression on his face that made everyone grit their teeth in rage. What the hell are you pulling? You looking to start something? Anan want me to beat this guy up for you, and then casually ask him for 180 grand in compensation for your wine glass. A man in a floral shirt, long hair flowing and glasses on his face, stepped out from the crowd. Laughing, he strode up to Yao Yang, leaned in close, and took a long sniff, then waved his hand in disgust. Damn, what a stink of bad luck. As he finished speaking, he took the chance, while slapping Yao Yang's shoulder, to smear a freshly picked wad of snot onto the back of his jacket. The newcomer was none other than the righteous old-school Red Pole enforcer, the boss of Hong Kong boys. Hong Xing's Defei Gu, who had never once known the word cowardice. So Hong Xing wants to use numbers to bully the few. If you're not afraid of the other societies laughing at you, then, by all means, come at me. Yao Yang sat back down on the high bar stool, that easy smile never leaving his face. Damn it, don't say we Hong Xing are bullying you. You can pick either me or Haonan. If you really can't manage even my underling Gugus, I can play a few rounds with you. Dare or not. Just seeing this group of Dongying boys made Defei's temper flare. At this moment, his exaggerated manner made him look like an inflated pufferfish, ridiculous enough to make people want to laugh. Not far away, Gugu's Defei's close underling was already cursing in his heart. He silently complained to himself, "Big brother, show off all you like, but don't drag me into it. That guy is one of the Dongying 5 tigers. How am I supposed to touch him? Then I pick him." Yao Yang's finger shot out unexpectedly, and everyone immediately followed its direction with their eyes. Liang Baran glanced around, then shoved the remaining half of his bread into his mouth and pointed hesitantly at his own nose. Only after receiving Yao Yang's confirming look did he finally step forward, gently placing his tray on the table. "Damn it, you can't stand too close when watching the show. This is a lesson written in blood. Oh, it's a run. Seriously, one of the mighty Dongying 5 tigers. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you? A Ren's just a useless bum. Can he even withstand a single punch from that guy? You bastard, if you've got guts, come and fight me onion-on." Defei yanked open the buttons of his shirt, revealing solid muscles as he flexed provocatively in front of them. But Yao Yang just played dumb and refused to respond, which only made Defei even more furious. "A Ren, I've heard all about him. When his big brother Huatan was hacked up, he was the first to run. The guy's not a bad person, but he's got no business in this life. Otherwise, why would he be stuck behind the bar making desserts?" The crowd that had just dispersed surged back again, boiling with excitement. In their eyes, the disappointment and contempt they had felt toward a Run were now tinged with a trace of sympathy. "Shen Haonan, don't stop him. I've had my eye on this kid ever since I walked in. When others see me, whether afraid or curious, they always turn sideways and squint at me, not daring to meet my gaze directly. Only this kid deliberately came closer and stared straight at me without flinching. Don't tell me he's just a bartender. If he is, I'll pay triple to poach him away." As clever as he was, Yao Yang had spoken first, neatly leaving the other side with no easy way out. Shen Haonan glanced at Defei, then stretched his hand toward Liang Baran. "If you don't want to fight, you can say so. But since you've stepped out tonight, no matter if you win or lose, no one will laugh at you. It's your choice." Shen Haonan, quit the nonsense. "I can even let this kid have one of my hands. As long as he lasts one round, just 2 minutes. Without falling, I'll count it as my loss, all right? Fine. Since everyone's so happy, let's raise the stakes. 300,000 it is. How about it?" Before Yao Yang could respond, Liang Baran suddenly stepped forward. "Then good, there's no need. I don't need him to handicap himself. But the odds have to double. If I win, I want 600,000. If he wins, we pay out 300,000. That's not too much to ask, is it? Ha, good, I like it. You've got guts. Kid, you can still choose. As long as you agree to come with me, I'll put up the 300,000, and you won't even have to fight me. How about it?" Defei, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't stand it. "Fuck your mother, Yao Yang, are you crazy? You're poaching our man in our own territory out in the open. If we let you walk off with him, how the hell are we supposed to keep our standing?" He strode quickly up to Liang Baran and clapped his shoulder hard. "Listen, kid, don't be afraid, just get up there. Defei Gu will throw in another 200,000 on the side. Remember, guard your head with everything you've got. He said he'd let you have one hand. Are you stupid enough not to take it? Remember, protect your head, bend your waist as low as possible, and watch out for his flying knees, got it?" Defei even struck 2 exaggerated fighting poses on the spot, demonstrating for him in front of everyone. On the first floor of New Peacock, Qianxi quickly cleared an open space. Once the microphone and speakers were moved aside, it became a ready-made arena. Amid the rowdy jeers of the crowd, the 2 men stepped into the makeshift ring one after the other. A notification flashed before your eyes. Today's big scoop: one of the Dongying 5 tigers, the Thunder Tiger, has issued a challenge to you. Upload. Yes, no, please press the corresponding button. You quickly pressed yes. Another line appeared. Purple card drop. Detected match now. Card name: Bao Dao. Giant Tianshou experience card. 3 rounds. Giant Tianshou, the fighting titan of Treasure Island, was a legend of the underground circuit, once killing a cow with a single punch and later beating a Colombian professional boxing champion to death in 3 blows. Before he made a name for himself around the Mediterranean, he had been the undisputed #1 figure of Treasure Island's underworld. While the crowd hooted and hollered, Aaron clearly felt a warm current flood through his body. He calmly slipped off his jacket, folded it neatly, unbuttoned his shirt collar, rubbed his palms together, and gave his neck 2 firm shakes. Remember, lower your center of gravity. Keep both hands guarding your head. 2 minutes. All you have to do is endure these 2 minutes without taking his full force punch. Defei squeezed into the front row, crouching down as he cheered for him with all his strength. The younger brothers on site had already set up a private betting pool, slamming stacks of cash onto the tabletop and pinning them down with wine glasses. Of course, there were also those Dongying boys who had rushed over upon hearing the news, but they weren't allowed inside. They could only stand across the street, stretching on tiptoe to peer in from afar. "Who's a rent? No idea. Screw it, just bet on our big brother. Hurry before it starts. I've got to get the money in. One of the guys on duty tonight is my cousin. They'll open the betting inside in a bit. Move it at 7 tune right now? If the odds go up again, to 10 tune or 11 tune, how the hell are we supposed to make anything? And that's just for lasting a single round. As long as the other guy doesn't go down, he wins. If it were a real fight, the odds would probably be 50 tune. The problem is nobody even knows who this Arun is. Man, these guys nowadays, to make a name for themselves, they don't even care about their lives. That's Yao Yang we're talking about. Hongxing's big head is tough as hell, but didn't our big brother still knock him flat? Even the Dongying underlings couldn't help letting out a sigh. Damn, you're really smart, splitting your bets with your cousin. No matter who wins, your family doesn't lose a cent, huh? A Dongying younger brother chuckled as he handed his cash over. At the same time, inside New Peacock, Chun Haonan raised his right arm high, held it there for 2 seconds, then brought it down sharply. Yao Yang swayed forward with an easy straight punch. Arun slipped to the side, crouching low to evade it, and the two men naturally traded places in the ring. Hey, not bad. Again. A smile still hung on Yao Yang's face. In his eyes, this was less a boxing match than a game. He was the agile cat, and Arun was nothing more than a clumsy mouse. Who? Yao Yang swung another heavy punch across. Arun lifted his left arm to block it. Heaton. What the hell are you doing? You're supposed to. Ouch. Why would he run straight into it? The spectators at ringside couldn't bear to watch. Their backsides clenched in sympathy as they covered their eyes. This kid has zero real combat experience. Faced with a heavy punch, he didn't dodge or retreat at all. He just took it. Heaton. Bang. With a dull sound, DeFei's words had not yet finished when a loud thud echoed as something slammed against the floor behind him. Then there was a deathly silence. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Has he fallen? After a long while, someone finally spoke. No way, Guzzi, pinch my face, quickly pinch my face, see if it's real. Did Yao Yang fall? Arun only threw one punch and knocked down the Thunder Tiger from Dongying. I didn't see anything, just heard a dull sound. How did this guy even throw a punch? DeFei was the first to rush into the arena, lifting Liang Boren with all his might. Good kid, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Even if I went up, I would struggle. Compared to knocking down the Thunder Tiger with one punch, the size of the crowd were even more pronounced. Some shook their heads, constantly muttering, it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be. Someone slammed their fist down. Damn it, we're all from the same society, it's really infuriating. Why did I bet on Yao Yang? However, a few girls on the upper floor who were close to Arun showed relieved smiles. Usually those smelly men take advantage of us. This time we finally made a profit off them. Lily, you didn't say it all. We earned the money just by standing here. It feels so good. Arun is really amazing. I wish he would come at me with a punch. Stop messing around. Table 63 ordered drinks, hurry up and deliver them. The girls in revealing promotional skirts busily stuffed bundles of neatly tied money into their thigh straps or bras, hopping around to serve drinks to the customers. A wise man once said, throughout history, short mules and ladies are the best match. They can always make quick judgments and clearly grasp each other's points. This is a universally applicable truth. The flowers bloom in pairs, each representing one branch. For now, ignoring Yao Yang's embarrassment, Arun was surrounded by a crowd, and the ringing in his head kept going on and on. The holographic window opened once more in front of him. Today's melon-eating reward: Comprehensive Combat Ability 3. Resistance to hit 6. Gained favorability from the ladies' local area with 1. Huh. This golden finger is quite impressive, and it can even yield some odd rewards. What does with 1 mean? Oh, isn't this supposed to be measured in length? With. Just thinking about it is irresistible. The reward has been obtained, now it's time to find a place to test the effects. As Arun turned around, he felt a pair of scorching eyes fixed on him from not far away. This is really deadly. He wasn't this nervous even when throwing punches. What's going on? Why is my face so hot? Still watching. Still staring. Yes, you are not mistaken. Shishili, whose real name is Su Axi, known in the martial world as the Little Stutterer, is the beloved of Liang Zainan. The two went through a lot of trials and tribulations in the comics, and are currently in a cooling-off period. Due to Liang Zainan's ambiguous relationship with the poisonous snake gangs recently, Shishili hasn't allowed him into her bedroom for nearly 2 months. Yao Yang left with a smile amidst the mockery of DeFei and others. Before departing, he even turned back to find Arun and extended his hand. You fought well, you are stronger than I imagined. Be careful next time. Arun instinctively took a step back, knowing that he had cleverly won half the hand earlier. If it turned into a prolonged battle, he would definitely not fare well. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still shook hands with him. Strange, the villain Yao Yang from the comics now had eyes as clear as a lake. It was truly perplexing. Make sure to find me at the boxing gym when you have time. He fished out a business card from his suit pocket and handed it over. Are you out of your mind? We from Hongxing need to go to your Dongying boxing gym. Arun would go to get boxing lessons, or wouldn't he go directly to the Crown Prince? Wouldn't he go look for Tatu? Nonsense, get lost. Without waiting for Arun to reach out, DeFei rudely shoved him out the door. Hurry and take your big brother and get lost. If it were me, I'd just go home and find a deserted place to die. After so many years, I got knocked down by a newcomer with 1 punch. Following such a big brother is truly absurd. DeFei couldn't help but mock Yao Yang a few more words in front of the crowd. Hey kid, although you performed decently, just now you should stay away from Yao Yang and this group of Dongying guys. These guys are up to no good lately. Oh got it brother Defei. Defei wanted to say something else, but Arin had already turned around and slipped into a corner sofa grabbing a beer and tilting his head back to down it. Arin, don't leave so early tonight. Wait for me to treat you to a late night snack. Arin, I just changed the curtains, come over tonight to hang out. Arin, I recently bought a baking book. There are some things I don't understand, can you come over and guide me tonight? Constantly girls approached with various excuses to flirt with him. Arin merely lifted his beer bottle in response with a smile. From his position Arin could just see the office on the third floor. At that moment Nangu and Shishili pushed open the door under everyone's gaze. Just 5 minutes later Nangu pushed the door open. Huh, only 5 minutes. Nangu was a bit fast. He quickly walked down the spiral staircase, went straight to the bar, ordered a drink, and began smoking one after another. Arin's sister, Shishi wants you to go up. Yao Yao gently patted Arin's shoulder and leaned down to whisper in his ear. Me. Arin frowned, glancing at Liang Xinan not far away, and then at the serious-looking Yao Yao. After receiving her affirmative gaze, he reluctantly walked upstairs. The staircase wasn't long, but he nearly missed his step 3 times. Damn, Liang Xinan is still here. Knock knock knock. Come in. A sweet voice came from inside. Sister Shishi, you called me. Arin surveyed the room and found a sofa on the right side to sit down. Don't be nervous, I just want to understand the situation. Would you like one? Shishili took a cigarette from the pack and gestured towards Arin. Arin quickly stood up, grabbed the lighter on the table, and quickly lit it for her. In that moment of leaning down, he caught a glimpse of her subtly moving peaks and immediately averted his gaze, standing with his back to her. You seem very nervous, you don't even dare to look at me. Am I really that scary? Shishili lightly exhaled a smoke ring, suddenly stood up from her chair, climbed onto the table, and leaned towards him. Come here, sit down. I command you to look at me. Arin turned sideways and slowly sat down on the chair under her command, gripping the backrest tightly. You still haven't answered my question. What? At that moment Arin's mind went blank. Am I really that scary? No. Not. Then why don't you look at me? Shishili gently leaned closer, her right hand pressed lightly against his chest. Your heart is beating so fast. You're lying. Men love to lie the most. She leaned forward, sniffing at Arin, her long legs gently wrapping around half of his body, her right hand half clenching with her index finger resting naturally on his lips, a flirtatious atmosphere quickly rising in the room. Sister Shishi, please. Don't do this. Nangu. Nangu is still downstairs. Knock knock knock. The hurried knocking interrupted the hazy atmosphere inside the room. Come in. When Yao Yao pushed the door open, Shishili was leisurely leaning back in his chair, smoking a cigarette, while Arin stood respectfully beside him. No one noticed the undone buttons on his chest or the sheen of sweat on Shishili's face. Sister Shishi, Nangu and Defei go want Arin to go down for a bit. What do they want with him? Shishili pressed the remaining half of his cigarette into the ashtray with force. Not sure. Yao Yao could only smile and shrug her shoulders. Sister Shishi'll head down now. After receiving a confirming nod from the other, Arin let out a long sigh of relief and quickly left the office with Yao Yao. The two quickly arrived at the front of the stage. Kid, take a seat. Defei pointed forcefully at a high stool beside him and nodded towards Arin. Alright, tonight your Defei Gu made quite a bit. That loser Yao Yang already sent the money over without a single cent missing. Is Defei Gu looking for me for something? Arin took the bao cup from the bartender and downed the vodka inside in one go, a burning sensation shooting straight to the top of his head. Defei remained silent, instead ordering another drink to be pushed in front of Arin. Let Ninga talk to you about this matter. After all, it's not right for me to directly ask someone. Snap. Shun Haonan lit a cigarette and forcefully closed the lighter, handing it to Arin. So hey, race, the thing, the golden hair tiger from Bolin Street, has been causing trouble trying to overstep boundaries, but Sister 13 is currently tied up in Thailand and called us for support. Defei has already taken some people over there, but Sister 13 has several venues that she can't manage, so we'll have you Guang Zai and Yijian help out. In the future, just listen to Defei Gu if you have any issues. Oh, okay. Arin quickly scanned and reorganized the information about Sister 13 and the golden hair tiger in his mind. This golden hair tiger is a genuine brute, and he's not exactly stable-minded. He's extremely radical. Half an hour later, outside the new Peacock entrance, Arin come up. A spirited young man quickly waved at Defei and Arin, who were standing by the roadside smoking. Goo goo goat. Arin flicked the cigarette butt away and smiled broadly at him. Haha, you're not bad. Everyone else calls me Goo Goo Zai, but you call me Goo Goo Goo. You have a bright future. Goo Goo Zai, 23 years old, Defei's close aide, not much of a fighter, but quick-witted and knows how to get things done, loves to flaunt Defei's name while indulging in good food and drink, a typical clown. At 9 o'clock the next evening, Goo Goo Zai drove Defei and Arin to a club called Moon Bay, run by Sister 13 on Bolin Street. For the next few days, he followed Goo Goo Zai and them, familiarizing himself with the environment in Sister 13's venue. On the evening of September 17th, Defei and his group returned to Moon Bay, where Sister 13's headman Ji Lao Rong greeted them with several subordinates. DeFago, our business has gotten worse these past few days, all taken away by the golden hair tiger across the street. He even poached several of our girls. Damn it, if it weren't for sister letting us endure it over the phone saying to listen to DeFago, we would have rushed in and dealt with that guy already. Arin glanced at the fierce-looking Ji Lao Rong, realizing this guy was the type to ignite easily. Arin, what do you think? DeFei lounged back on a sofa, hands behind his head, looking in Arin's direction. DeFago, it's almost the new century now. We can't just be fighting every day. Making money is the top priority. Damn, do you need me to tell you this? Can't you see all the customers have run to that street across? Ji Lao Rong clearly didn't take the newcomer Arin seriously, immediately firing back. Aron. DeFei shot him a glare, and he immediately fell silent, though he still narrowed his eyes, watching Aron. So hey, race the thing these days. I've been following Gugugu around at sister's venues, and I noticed a problem. The welcoming girls at our entrance and the photos on the cards are too extravagant, all just the same types like Qing Xia and Man Yu, and there have been complaints from customers. This was said rather delicately, but ultimately it meant the girls were too ugly. Damn, isn't that just nonsense? It only cost a few bucks. Exactly, should we really just tie up Qing Xia and Man Yu? This bunch of trash wants to have the best without spending a dime. There's no such good deal in the world. Even Ji Lao Rong's several lackeys and the people DeFei brought from North Corner chimed in. DeFei, go look. Arin pulled out a magazine from his pocket and threw it forcefully on the coffee table. Wow, isn't this our magazine from North Corner? Why do you have it on you? Brother, if you really want it, I can send you in directly to the room. Gugu's eye, who had been silent, covered his mouth, trying hard not to laugh out loud. This is my own magazine. Oh, why would I look at it? DeFei was utterly confused. DeFei, you can't do this. It's worse than the previous Fatly. The quality of the women on the cover is not only poor, but they are all just legs and XXX. It's really tacky. No wonder the sales have been stagnant. There's nothing to be done about it. A Rindam golden hair tiger has brought in quite a bit of good stuff from the mainland. We're indeed lacking. Beside him, Gugu's eye quickly poked Arin's arm constantly, giving him warning looks, fearing that if Arin continued, DeFei's fists would come crashing down, and he didn't want his friend to bleed out on the spot. However, the latter showed no signs of stopping. Actually, it's not that difficult. We can make changes based on what we have. The curiosity of the customers is very important. Oh, we can't compete with them in strength. Speak. Don't hold back. I'll let him talk. DeFei's tone became tense, with no trace of the previous joking manner in his expression. The atmosphere in the venue immediately became oppressive, and everyone's breathing quickened, fearing DeFei might lose his temper and harm them. They all instinctively took a half step back, either holding onto the back of their chairs or facing the entrance, ready to make a swift exit. Arin stepped forward, pointing forcefully at the front. You come here. A plump girl in a purple spaghetti strap dress immediately rushed out upon hearing. Not you, the one behind. Me. A girl in a black dress leaned slightly forward, her voice trembling. Wow, she's of no use no matter how she's taught. She's incredibly stupid. Previously, one even had a conflict with a customer, and we ended up compensating quite a bit. Oh, we're still in debt to the venue now. A lackey shook his head repeatedly. It seems Arin isn't up to par either. Shouldn't we find someone seasoned to demonstrate? Yes, that's you. Gugugu, please move the sofa next to you over. Yes, the one with the foldable single soft couch. And that round lamp as well. The flowers should be placed on the right side of the greenery. Yes, just like that. After directing the props, Arin began to instruct the people. Don't worry, we're just taking a few sets of photos. I've talked to them about your situation. The debts aren't much, only about 100,000 or so. Just listen to me, and I guarantee you'll clear it in a maximum of 2 months. The girl, who was originally a bit shy and anxious, perked up immediately after hearing the latter half of the sentence. Now lie at an angle on the sofa and follow my instructions. Keep your legs closed and together. Don't let your heels show. Don't let your hands rest on your waist. Half clench your fists, keep them near your mouth, and your gaze must be on point. The look in your eyes is the soul. It must be captivating, revealing a thirst that can ensnare the soul. Good. Don't be shy. Be seductive. Arch your legs a bit more. Click, click. As the camera shutter clicked repeatedly, Arin let out a long breath, while the others looked on with curious expressions. Can this really work? Take it to the hidden compartment at the back and develop it. No more than 90 minutes. Damn it, if it doesn't work, I'll cut you down myself. Though DeFei cursed aloud, he tacitly accepted Arin's authority, evident from how he had earlier observed Arin directing the girls, and was now reflecting inwardly. Even the simple instruction to keep her legs together left him deeply puzzled. In past shoots for magazines or costume tests in North Point, he'd often stepped in personally to force them apart. This was fortunate. Intelligent cameras hadn't yet arrived, otherwise these fellows would have drooled onto the floor. Did they even grasp what true art meant? Did they understand the subtle beauty of restraint? Roughly an hour later, a junior member approached the sofa, holding freshly developed photographs. DeFei took them and frowned again. Is this really going to work? Whoa, brother DeFei, what on earth did your guy shoot? Will this lure those lust-driven fools? Brother, you've never gone fishing before, have you? Hell no. I'll slash someone for you any day, but ask me to fish. Better just kill me outright. Waiting hours for one bite wastes life itself. Why not find a quiet spot and fire off 2 rounds instead? Arin poured 2 glasses of liquor at the bar and strode toward the sofa. As he passed Gugu's eye, the latter raised a hand, but Arun didn't pause. He continued forward, handed 1 glass to Defei, and said, "Brother Defei, broaden your vision. To earn money, you must seize the patrons' minds. They're fish in a vast ocean, their palates jaded by repetition. Rehashing the same overt, cliched poses won't suffice. We must shift our perspective entirely." Well, the shorter enforcers nearby were utterly bewildered. Was this even something they could comprehend? Seize the mind. If they could think that deeply, they'd have already sat the HKU entrance exams. Why bother with street-level hustling? Yet Defei, long priding himself as an artist, was genuinely intrigued. He patted the sofa, gesturing for Arin to sit, and explained further. Arin retrieved several empty glasses from a shelf and arranged them in sequence. "Look, these glasses represent themes. We need multiple distinct themes. For instance, next door lies Manjia Street Amusement Park. This first glass stands for it. Our clientele typically arrives after 9 p.m., while the girls sleep through most daylight hours. So we'll send them out during sunny mornings to capture authentic moments at the park. Remember, authenticity is paramount. Follow precisely the standard I just demonstrated. It's already mid-September. Maple leaves are beginning to change hue in certain areas. Have Gugu and the others escort the girls to tunnel exits or mountain slopes for photos. Let the scenery compensate for any perceived shortcomings in the subjects. This is our maple theme." With that, Arin firmly placed the second glass before Defei. "Next comes the seaside theme, the holiday theme, and, come December, the Christmas theme. Our photo cards will dazzle every patron who lays eyes upon them." As Arin slid each glass forward and turned to, Faye nodded slowly, half comprehending, half dazed. "You have successfully persuaded him. Business acumen 1. Is it truly this simple? Distribution is equally vital. I've noticed flyers are usually handed out only along assigned streets, but this time we'll deploy them directly at traffic lights, overpasses, and even Villa Bay. Villa Bay too." This time it was Gay Lo Rong who voiced the question. After Arin's confident exposition, he found himself unexpectedly swayed. Though still unclear on the details, the man spoke with such conviction it might actually hoodwink people, and perhaps even eclipse the rival Dongying gang. "We're not limiting ourselves to local patrons alone. We'll extend our reach into office buildings, targeting those elite sons of heaven, those paragons among men. As long as they're male, they're fair game." A chorus of giggles rose as the girls peeked out from behind doors. Not that they disagreed with Arin, but in their eyes, high-class clients naturally possessed their own refined tastes, their own exclusive haunts. "I've inspected our 4th floor. It has a spacious lounge. Let's convert it into private chambers. Not many, just 12 will suffice. Name them elegantly Spring Peach Chamber, Summer Lotus Chamber, Autumn Fragrance Chamber, or perhaps Green Bamboo Chamber." "Wait." Defei slapped both cheeks hard. "What chamber?" Gugu's eye. "Come here, help brother take notes. Damn it. We won't even need our madam anymore. Just install Arin and he'll outperform any PR firm." Though still perplexed, Gay Lo Rong was already growing excited. Just then the middle-aged cleaning woman rushed over, pointing emphatically at her own nose. "Arin, what about me, Sister Yun? How do I measure up?" Arin turned and drew a long, slow breath. "Oh, Sister Yun, we're discussing serious business here. Your son's 17 years old. Please don't add to the chaos. I'll ask brother to raise your monthly stipend by $500 effective immediately." Gay Lo Rong stood awkwardly aside. "Well, one shouldn't say it quite like that. After all, her husband passed away. She's remained single ever since. What harm could there be? Look how beautifully Arin captured the others." Sister Yun nudged Gay Lo Rong playfully with her shoulder. He recoiled several steps, but kept teasing. "Sister Yun, the reason his photos look so good is because of the subjects. Now look at you." Gay Lo Rong gestured twice at his own abdomen. "No." Arin raised a hand to halt him. "Don't speak so harshly. Sister Yun's desire deserves encouragement. Everyone's needs differ, and where there's demand, there's always a market. In fact, many accomplished professionals, 27, 28, even 30 years old, develop emotional attachments to older women shaped by their childhood environments. Sister Yun has opened our minds. I'll request brother increase her pay starting this month. Now that you mention it, to each his own. Who knows? There may well be men who genuinely prefer Sister Yun's type." A junior member instantly chimed in, playing the self-proclaimed sage. "What type? What type is Sister Yun? You're mocking her." Pretending indignation, Sister Yun feigned throwing her rag at him, sparking another wave of laughter. "All right, Sister Yun, you've got this. Be confident." Arin gave her an emphatic thumbs up. "Really? Arin, you're so kind." Sister Yun just never had much chance to pose when she was young. Hearing you talk made it sound delightful. Truly will it work? She clearly still lacked confidence. "If you wish to be photographed, join us. Where there's demand, there's always a market. Quick, grab your notebook. First I'll tidy my hair. I'm completely unprepared." "No way. You're shooting right now, Sister Yun." "Enough. No more teasing. Fetch the mats from the side." "Sister Yun, leave your hair loose. Tying it up exposes your whole face, and we're certainly not 17 anymore. Bring Sister Zhang from the back too. Ask the girls to lend us some black outfits. And place hair ties, nail polish, and other small accessories in a little tray at the center. An hour later the photos emerged from development, and everyone gaped jaws slack. No way. This is pure alchemy turning decay into gold. Indeed, even women when properly groomed become striking. Sister Yun quit laundry duty, become head hostess instead. Or maybe I'll book your table one day myself. You know there's something to it after all. Her aura, her presence, has truly emerged. Oh dear, your tongue is sweeter than honey. Teasing your sister Yun now are you? 1 week later, a junior member burst in waving the nightly revenue sheet at Gay Lo Rong and DeFei Brothers. Tonight's earnings doubled. Patrons love our elegant chambers, and even suggested adding more tatami-style rooms. 2 weeks later, Brothers, the bar's beverage sales surged several-fold tonight, and nearly half the girls were taken out by clients. Brother, did you know? Last week's top earner was Sister Yun. The other girls were green with envy. She's become the hottest commodity. A fund manager named Mr. Yang visits exclusively for her, sits quietly, listens to her sing, never touches her, and falls asleep on her lap when tired. His generosity, unmatched. Whoa, DeFei dropped his cigarette. His mouth hung open, just singing it. Yes, perhaps she reminds him of his mother. Brother, could our Rin truly be a genius? He thought of this. Sister Yin now works with renewed vigor, powders her face daily, and her perfume. You can smell it blocks away. Damn right. Never speak ill of Sister Yin to her face again. And give our Rin an additional $3,000 in base salary this month. Gay Lo Rong grinned ear. Our Rin's themed campaigns really deliver. Regulars are flooding back. Ha ha ha. Golden Hair Tiger must be furious. 3 weeks later, Brother, the young master of Younghua Tower, is demanding Autumn Fragrance's return. He's booked the entire second-floor bar and sulking there alone. Please go see him at once. In barely 6 weeks, the once stagnant Moon Bay had not only earned renown along Pottinger Street, but drawn patrons across all of Mongkok, their hearts fluttering wildly at the mere thought of it. When reporting back to 13, Sister Gay Lo Rong even bestowed upon our Rin the title of genius. DeFei laughed without pause, not merely because of Moon Bay's revival on Pottinger Street, but also because under our Rin's guidance his North Point ventures, from magazine publishing to bars, had undergone sweeping reform, flourishing with unprecedented vitality and prosperity. DeFei generously gifted our Rin a brand new Samsung flip phone. Gugu's Eye rode the wave too, landing a Motorola Palm's Eyes treasure. Though bulkier than our Ren's flip phone, it still dwarfed the brick-like devices carried by other street enforcers, granting him undeniable prestige. Since 13 Sister and Han Bin had shifted their focus overseas, to the illicit fuel trade, DeFei had assumed significant managerial stakes in the Pottinger Street operations. Our Ren's reputation began spreading across Pottinger Street, and soon a new epithet followed him, the New Horse King. He was quietly rising to rival both Chaiwan's Horse King Jian of Hunghing and East Ocean's Big Dong. What did you say? I said, how the hell did that idiot DeFei suddenly get smart? Turns out he's got a mastermind whispering in his ear. Is this our Ren really that brilliant? A gaunt yellow-haired man, his face a roadmap of scars and wrinkles, slammed his glass onto the floor. 2 of their girls owe us Tian Bo loans. This came straight from their mouths. Some theme nonsense, photos apparently, but they're even distributing flyers in busy downtown districts, not just slipping scraps under hotel doors like us. No wonder our regulars vanished. Off they went straight across the street. Exactly, boss. The cash flow dropped nearly 40% this month. Should we smash their joint? Slap. Golden Hair Tiger struck Seven's eye across the face. Idiot. Smashing their shop solves nothing. Bring me the man, alive. My establishment needs customers too. Arun, is it? Send a few sharp ones to test his depth. Meanwhile, as Golden Hair Tiger plotted, Arun and Gugu's Eye sat with several girls at a roadside stall on Penglai Road, enjoying late-night snacks. Unbeknownst to them, a dozen pairs of eyes watched, silent, unblinking, from the shadows nearby. That evening, Liang Baran, having completed his routine gossip task check-in, set off for a late-night snack with Gugu Zi and several younger sisters. After feasting heartily, he saw the young women safely into their car. Then he and Gugu Zi ducked into a narrow alley to relieve themselves, whistling leisurely, when suddenly a chilling sensation swept up his nape. Watch out. He shoved Gugu Zi aside and dropped low, narrowly evading a lethal strike from across the alley. Melt them down now. In an instant, over a dozen burly men encircled them, sealing both ends of the alley. Damn it. Still fumbling with his zipper drenched in water, Gugu Zi froze at the sight, then sprang upright, snatched an empty wine bottle from a nearby trash bin, and raised it high. The alcohol had mostly burned off, a cold sweat now glistened on his brow. Recognizing Cheesy, the right-hand man of Jean Mao who, at the head of the mob, he summoned his courage and bellowed, Cheesy, you coward, sneaking up like this. If you've got guts, face me, Onion. Gugu Zi has tagging along with your idiot brother addled your brain too. Cheesy leveled his long blade. We've got numbers. What do you mean, Onion? Are you mad? Cut them down. You take left? I'll take right. With a single shout, cover left, I'll take right. Ren lunged forward. Ducking beneath the overhead slash of the lead thug, he surged upward and drove a crushing knee into the second man's chest, toppling him backward. You successfully evaded the overhead slash, agility 1. You successfully toppled your opponent, knee strike proficiency 3. As a crisp electric chime resonated repeatedly in his mind, Ren's movements grew ever more fluid, his footwork unpredictable, elusive. Damn it, he's slippery as an eel. Circle him first, don't rush in. The Dongying swordsman who'd hoped for a swift kill instantly adjusted tactics. They shifted focus entirely toward Guguzi, letting Ren move freely, but keeping him surrounded. Within half a minute, Guguzi was struck twice, on the back and forearm. Already outmatched, he crumpled to the ground, groaning weakly. Ren, save me. Don't kill him. He's useless alive, but worth more that way. We'll bargain with his elder brother later. Had they not held back deliberately, Guguzi would already be dead. Reading their intent, Ren spun inward, slammed into one assailant, and wrenched a steel blade from his grip. Guguzi, hold on. I'm coming. Spotting Cheesy amid the crowd, he charged straight toward him. Following the ancient principle, seize the leader first. Stop him now. Watching Ren's uncanny prowess, Cheesy regretted not bringing more men. Jin Mao, who had warned him before leaving, to recruit seasoned fighters from the martial arts hall, but Cheesy had planned to pocket the extra cash, dismissing Ren and Guguzi as no threat at all. In moments, the thugs blocking his path lay sprawled. With escape cut off, Cheesy raised his blade and roared, "You think you're fearless? I'll carve you apart." He leapt high, swinging his sword down with full momentum, aiming straight for Ren's skull. Ren dropped into a crouch and thrust his arm upward to block. Clang! Steel met steel. The impact numbed Ren's palms. You evaded the overhead strike again, melee combat skill 1. Simultaneously blocking, Ren pivoted sharply to his right, deflecting most of the force, then sensing movement behind him, lashed out instinctively with a tiger tail kick. A would-be attacker flew backward, 2 front teeth clattering onto the pavement. The sheer power of that kick silenced the other's restless murmurs. Ren pressed forward, using the recoil to launch a slashing counterattack. Cheesy barely raised his blade in time, yet the blow bore such weight that though blocked, it kept descending relentlessly. A sharp crack echoed. Under Ren's brute strength, Cheesy's own blade sank deep into his right forearm. Screaming in agony, he begged for mercy. "It was my elder brother Jin Mao who, not me. Not me. Pathetic. You dare swing blades with skills like these? Look at yourselves." Take this message back to Jin Mao, who tonight isn't over. In a few days I'll come for him myself, at Galaxy Bay. Tell him to wash his neck clean and wait. Ren hurled the bloodied blade to the ground, then turned, scanning the stunned circle. The remaining thugs abandoned the curled-up Guguzi and scrambled to lift Cheesy, stumbling over each other. "It hurts, lighten up. Don't pull it. Get me to the hospital." In the blink of an eye, Ren had subdued the entire gang. They bowed stiffly, heads bobbing like chickens, then limped away, supporting one another. "Brother Gugu, how are you? Can't lift my arm. And my butt, check if there's a broken blade lodged there." Too dark to see. Our mobile phones are still in Helen's bag. We forgot to grab them when we split up. Let's find a public phone booth on the roadside first. Half an hour later, inside room 301 at Moon Bay. DeFei smashed his glass against the table. "Jin Mao, who grows bolder by the day, daring to touch my men." The doctor said, if that slash had veered just slightly, Guguzi's right testicle would have been severed. Strangely, everyone present felt a sudden urge to laugh, until DeFei's ruthless glare forced them to clench their jaws and dredge up sorrowful thoughts, stifling every chuckle. "Exactly. We call ourselves Moon Bay, and he dares name his place Galaxy Bay? Isn't that a declaration of war, right? Lately our business has boomed. Customers flock here. So now he stirs trouble again." Several underlings chimed in eagerly. Such is the underworld, where profit is at stake. Even fathers draw knives, let alone rivals ambushed in the dead of night. "Call Jin Mao Hu. Tell him to meet me. If he doesn't give a proper explanation, Galaxy Bay won't stay open much longer." "Brother DeFei, do we really go to war?" Gay Lao Rong tentatively offered a cigarette and lit it for him. "What's wrong?" "Afraid. Weren't you the one shouting last week to drive those scum out?" "Not afraid, just cautious. That street's packed with Jin Mao, whose joints all tied to Changle and Hedgie syndicates. If it were just one triad, we'd have clashed long ago." DeFei seized the phone from Gay Lao Rong and dialed. "Hey Jin Mao Hu, it's DeFei. You've gotten awfully bold lately, touching my men." 3 seconds of stunned silence. Then a roar erupted down the line. "What the hell, DeFei? Why don't you stay in North Point and mind your own business?" "So what if I did? What are you going to do about it?" Jin Mao, who had been mid-act, aroused, energized, when DeFei's call jolted him into premature collapse. His temper flared instantly. DeFei crushed his cigarette into the ashtray and snapped, "So, that means negotiations off the table." "Negotiate? Name your place. Draw your line. I'll meet it." Jin Mao, who scoffed, rolled onto his side on the bed. A beauty beside him immediately handed him a fruit platter. "Brother Hu, calm down. Let me help you recharge. Then we'll go again." Fine. 3 days from now, at the vacant lot behind Hua Exine Tower. 50 men each agreed. Let me make one thing clear. I'm not scared of you. I'm just wary of drawing police attention and ruining business. What do you say? DeFei goaded him further. Fine, 50 it is. You think a sick cat like me scares you? 3 days, 130. Hua Exine Tower's vacant lot. Don't be late. Jean Mao, who slammed the phone down, then grabbed the woman before him and pounced with savage hunger. Brother, why did you schedule it for 3 days later? Wait 2 weeks. Let me recover and lead the squad to deal with that Jimmo myself. Guguzi lay propped at the head of the bed, peeling the pomelo. Everyone had brought his face full of grievance as he muttered a couple of sentences. Arin and Guangzi leaned against the bedside joking while Brother Dafei personally sliced a watermelon and set it within reach. The men in the neighboring bed, seeing a large crowd stream and wearing ostentatious Dragon and Phoenix emblems, immediately drew the curtain and shrank into a corner afraid to make a sound. Ha, Guguzi, with the way you look you better stay put and stop daydreaming about cutting people up. Help Brother Dafei run the place properly, as Arin says making money is the true way. Jimahu this time was just giving a warning, probably jealous because our venue is doing so well. Leave this to Brother. Fuck him once and for all, knock him flat, turn that tiger into a kitten. Hey, Brother Dafei, remember to cut him a few more times for me. They stabbed people in the thigh viciously before. I almost got crippled. At the mention of it, Guguzi shuddered and pulled the blanket aside to look. Still there, thank goodness. No problem, no problem. With a lighter mood, Dafei slapped the other man hard. Brother Dafei, easy. Your hand is too strong. Don't slap but don't split the seam again. It hurts, it really hurts. The ward phone began to ring with the familiar strains of Fur Elise. Dafei answered the phone with a shout. 3 seconds later, his anger flared again. What did you say? Jinmahu came and caused trouble at the venue again. Damn him, no code of honor, right? He agreed to wait 3 days, and it's only been 1. On the other end, Roan ground out his cigarette. It wasn't like that. He came alone and didn't look like someone there to make a scene. He asked for Lily by name, seemed very earnest, pulled her into a corner to talk. No drinks, no fighting. Brother Dafei, I feel like Jinmahu's not right. He was crying and even kneeling. Oh, and he tossed a wad of cash into the hand of the bouncer who blocked him. Everyone saw he was alone and unarmed, so they didn't stop him. What the hell? Jinmahu cried. Dafei on the line was dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open. Brother, was that really Jimmo? Did he send people to lay in wait, seeing we were at the hospital, to visit Guguzi and try to stir trouble while you're away? Some smartass stepped forward to analyze, but Dafei shook his head. He was alone, sober, not causing a ruckus. He just found Lily and said he wanted to talk. This was baffling. The mighty Dongying 5 Tigers sent someone to an enemy venue to talk. Lily, please forgive me, come back with me. I know you are angry, but you can't work at Hongxing's place. Come back with me. Jinmahu seized her hand and knelt again. Don't do this. If you don't stop, I'll call for help. They will throw you out, and I will never go with you. Get that out of your head. I swear I want to kill you. Then, perhaps pushed beyond endurance, Jinmahu's patient face finally contorted into something fierce. He rose slowly, clutched her arm, and snarled, Lily, 1 week. Just 1 week. If you don't come back, I'll burn this place down. Let go, you're hurting me. Lily tore her arm free in alarm. The dancer named Lily was the same woman who had posed in a black dress for Arin's first photo shoot. It was surprising to learn she was entangled with Jinmo. No wonder she'd been distant and often in conflicts. The men watching, afraid trouble would erupt, glanced at Jinmahu's small crew and suddenly nodded in realization. So that means Lily might really be Jinmahu's woman. No wonder she's been wrecking customers. Maybe. Look, he still has tears. If she wasn't his woman, why would he kneel? Pathetic. Quick, take pictures. Capture that disgusting groveling look. Paste his face all over Boland Street. No Wangjiao, on every pole. Let everyone see this is Dongying's Jinmahu. Jinmahu, speak plainly and stop the groping. A few of the venue's bouncers, sensing escalation, stepped forward to warn him so as not to frighten the customers. Fuck you, what business is it of yours if I seek my own woman? Jinmahu could no longer hold back. Looking for someone to vent his rage on, he strode forward with clenched fists as the bouncers advanced. Hey Jinmahu, you really came alone to make trouble. Dafei's teasing voice came from outside in, and the crowd steadied. Lily, don't be afraid. Brother Dafei and Brother Rome are here. No one will force you to do anything. Dafei flicked his cigarette away and placed himself between Jinmahu and Lily. Dafei, mind your own business. We'll settle accounts later. Jinmahu's swagger had deflated somewhat, but he still spat words without mercy. You must be out of your mind. Look whose territory this is. Even if we all spat on you, we could drown you. Who do you think you are to act tough? Now the whole underworld knows about our 3-day affair. If I fall or lose a hair in this, you can forget ever surviving here. Jinmahu laughed arrogantly, his body trembling with the force of it. Dafei, I want to see how long you can keep up that arrogance, damn you. He left a parting threat, glanced once at the cowering Lily behind Dafei, pounded the railing, and strode down the stairs. Under watchful eyes, he departed Moon Bay in large strides. Dafei, that guy is outrageous. He really came alone. Want me to bring some brothers and teach him a lesson? A junior immediately pushed forward, eager for credit. You idiot. He's right. Let him strut for 2 more days. Sooner or later we'll pull a tooth from him. They then finalized the list of fighters. Rong's side had 37 confirmed. Udafei only needed to field 13 more. But word had it that Jinma's camp not only mobilized their own men, he had also brought reinforcements from Chang'e and 10 masters from the Yaoyang boxing gym. Their combat strength was formidable. Everyone in the underworld knows two kinds of people you must not provoke: those trained in boxing gyms, like the crows of Dongying Hongxing's prince or Fatty, and the wandering warriors who come from outside seeking fame. Nowadays, fights over territory are about money. If you truly cannot win, neutral parties can be brought in to negotiate, compensation paid, territory conceded. But cross those two types, and it's not a matter of money or land. They want your life to cement their reputation with your blood. If it comes to a straight clash, there's an 80% chance you'll die. Who in their right mind would stir up people like that? Hearing that gym fighters had joined the other side made Dafei's head ache. While the others fretted over who to send to the showdown, Aaron was not idle. Business at the venue had been booming lately, and many of the girls' daytime routines had become healthier. No longer merely sleeping and gossiping, they were out doing shoots to find better angles and opportunities to climb higher. At that moment, someone knocked on his door. A beauty named Shirshir walked in wearing a black bodycon dress, a magazine clamped in her hand. Aaron, you're here, great. They said you were going to check the neighboring venue today. Is there something wrong? Aaron had been flipping through the paper, idly planning his gossip assignments for the day. It's like this. There's something I don't understand. Why are all the photos they gave me edited so dark? Is my dress the wrong choice? Why are my numbers so much worse than my roommates? Their private rooms pull in several times what mine do. Brother Rong and Brother Dafei even said they want to set up a few exclusive rooms for them. Shirshir handed him a few photos from the magazine. Aaron scanned the beauty before him. She had everything needed and a very pleasing face. Just as Shirshir leaned over to pour him water, Aaron felt a little dizzy from the motion. Well, I've seen people who get carsick, but never someone who gets dizzy from leaning over like that. The outdoor theme is fine, but change your background a little. That table works better than the tree. Don't lean on the tree, stand close to the table. Like this. Shirshir leaned back on the chair and gave him a captivating smile. Yes. Raise your right leg a little, lift it off the ground. Don't tie your hair up. Let it loose, drape it over your shoulders. That look appeals to certain clientele. Many big bosses and career elites go for it. Oh, Aaron, you really know your stuff. She leaned in naturally, and that damned scent of hers put his senses in a whirl. She had decided to study his techniques, and before Aaron could brace himself, she pounced. Few men can resist the simple intimacy of a woman tying her hair in front of them. An hour and 39 minutes later, Aaron exhaled a long breath of stale air and gently leaned against the headboard while lighting a cigarette. Shirshir, feeling satisfied, leaned against him, her right hand lightly drawing circles on his chest, as she said softly, Ringa. You are truly impressive, cough cough. Oh no, my leg is cramping. Shirshir, having maintained one position for too long, felt a bit numb, and her throat also felt a little itchy. Aaron suddenly inhaled deeply, gently exhaling smoke onto her lifted face, saying nothing. At that moment, the clear sound of an electric bell echoed in his mind again. Deeply engage in sparring with the opponent with one. Oh, this thing can increase too. That's frightening. If that's the case, wouldn't doing it a few more times turn me into the Hulk? Dafei Gunangu is currently at a standoff with Yao Yang and can't spare anyone. How about we contact Tai Zigo? Yes, Dafei Gu, my cousin from my aunt's side, is in Simsha Sui. Should I ask him to gather some intel? Dafei struck the head of the clever guy who suggested the idea with a chestnut. Damn it, what ridiculous ideas are these? If I really needed help, wouldn't I just call Tai Zi directly? It's nonsense. The younger brother who was hit scratched his head vigorously, not understanding why Dafei was scolding him when he was only trying to help with a reasonable suggestion. In fact, it wasn't really his fault, because if something happened at Dafei's venue in North Point, given his relationship with Tai Zi, he could easily ask for help. However, there was still the matter of Shirsan Mei in between. If he rashly opened his mouth, it might be out of good intentions, but if Shirsan Mei or Hanbin found out, they might think that Bolan Street needed more beating. The most important thing in this business is face. With face, one can have money. Losing face makes it impossible to hold one's head high, making it easier for those watchful eyes to take advantage of the situation. Dafei, being the elder brother, naturally thought a bit deeper. He stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. Gugu Zai is still hospitalized, and counting himself, Guang Zai and Liang Boren, they still lack 10. He was already short on manpower due to the frequent conflicts with the people from San Lian and Heji in North Point, so there was definitely no way to mobilize any elite members. Where could he find a solution? They needed someone who wasn't at the elder brother level, but could still take care of Shirsan Mei's face. After a while, he suddenly slapped the table. Got it. Guang Zai, you go to Jordan for me. Dafei gestured for the other to come closer and whispered a few words in Guang Zai's ear before waving him off. Dafei Gu, how about I return to North Point instead? Is that really okay? Dafei raised his arm, pretending to strike. What nonsense, you think Dafei guess words don't count? Just take my original words over there. Seeing Dafei's determined look, Guang Zai didn't dare to persuade him further. However, he still kept an eye out and found a public phone booth on his way out to call Chun Haonan, describing the situation in detail. After receiving Chun Haonan's positive affirmation, he set off for Jordan. Defei wanted Guangzai to find none other than the rapidly rising new generation of enforcers from Hunghing, Yijian. At this moment, Yijian was wreaking havoc in the Jordan area, smashing up Dong Ying and San Lian's Venus. Chun Haonan and Chun Yao both had intentions to approach him for support, and after hearing Guangzai's message, Yijian immediately stated that as long as Haonan Ge had no objections, he would definitely bring his elite subordinates to support Defei guest venue. At that moment, Aran was also busy leading people to negotiate with Ma Wangjian and Chai Wan. The reason being that the venues on Bolan Street were currently too booming, with clients' demands increasingly growing and becoming more refined, and the quality and quantity of the young ladies under their management were at a point where upgrades were necessary. Ma Wangjian, the boss of Hunghing and Chai Wan, true to his name, not only has elite soldiers, but also beautiful women. Why didn't Ge Laorong come? Just send a kid over. Located on a floor in a commercial building, as soon as the two met, the other gave Aran a show of strength. Who in the underworld doesn't know the great name of Ma Wangjian? It is said that you are not only formidable, but also humble. Our people are busy with other matters, and Defei Ge specifically instructed to ensure everything is in order and nothing should be lacking. Aran quickly pushed the bag he had behind him onto the coffee table. Aaron, right. I've heard of you. They say you are quite outstanding in business. Damn, Defei is really biased. Previously, when I called him to help because I was short-staffed, he ignored me. This time, when Shursan may has something going on, he hurried over. Ha ha, just kidding, your elder brother is popular in Chaiwan. Defei Ge knows you're joking, so he naturally didn't take it seriously. Who doesn't know that all the associations in Chaiwan avoid you? After such flattery, even if Ma Wangjian felt uncomfortable inside, he couldn't show it. One shouldn't strike at a smiling face. He even pretended to be a good person before parting. If Defei is short on manpower, just let me know. I'm Ma Wangjian, am always on standby. Truly considerate, I will definitely pass on the message. Half an hour later, Aran drove a van out of Ma Wangjian's building parking lot, accompanied by dozens of high-quality beauties. Damn, this Ma Wangjian really knows how to put on an act. He's been so close with the people from the branch lately, and now pretends to care about Bolan Street's matters. A backstabber. On the way back, a younger brother said angrily, "Shut up, mister. Jiang's family matters are not for you to comment on. We just need to do our jobs. Making decisions is for the higher-ups." Aran quickly interrupted the other person's words, always positioning himself correctly. Mind your own business, don't ask what you shouldn't. Half an hour later, Aran met with Ge Laorong. Rong Ge Ma Wangjian brought over 14 beauties. While the sky is still bright, let's have everyone bring props and clothes to the port and tunnel to take some photos. Our corridor's photos need updating. Haha, Aran is truly resourceful. Leave the photos to the younger brothers below. Today, everyone is waiting for you to show your skills. Skills? Yes, your teaching on the sidestepping technique can't be kept a secret. I've heard from the younger ones that you should give us a lesson. In 2 days, we are going to fight that trash Jean Mao, who so more techniques would be helpful. Liang Boren slapped his forehead, realizing that after he had repelled Dong Ying's group of enforcers, the brothers of Bolan Street had been pestering him to teach them a few moves. He had perhaps exaggerated a bit while drinking, even giving his technique a mysterious name, claiming it was derived from some tennis footwork. Just as Aran was pondering how to respond, several younger brothers walked out of the hall, stirring up excitement. Rin Ge, hurry in. Come to the hall and perform a few more moves for everyone. Smack. Ge Laorong struck the head of the younger brother. How can you speak to Rin Ge like that? What do you mean perform a few? That's called demonstrating. You guys just go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Aran arrived at the hall surrounded by several people. He took off his jacket, adjusted his posture, and said, in combat, it's all about breath control. When the opponent strikes down, don't meet them heated, instead sidestep and turn your elbow. Remember, your wrist must not be bent. Keep it open, using your waist to drive your wrist with the momentum of your forward motion, all in one motion. Pay attention when you initiate, you must add this little shuffle step. He poured out all his experiences from his past life and the footwork he learned from Bruce Lee's films. Wow, it really feels like that. The power has indeed increased a lot, and my wrist doesn't feel as tired now. Regardless of the truth of it, Guang Zai always had to show support. Just as they were reviewing, a younger brother rushed in a panic. Rong Ge, not good, Jean Mao, who is back. Damn, that Jean Mao, who is he never done? A cold look crossed Ge Laorong's face as he quickly led everyone out. Damn, golden hair tiger, why aren't you sleeping during the day? Aren't you bold enough to roam around alone on Bolan Street? At this moment, it was just past October. Who knows if the golden hair tiger wearing a brown coat feels hot? He brushed off his coat and shouted at the approaching Ge Rong, damn, can I not be bold? Which law says I can't be bold? I can't come to spend money. The hot spring private rooms here are quite nice, aren't they? Banned from being used. Isn't opening the door for business welcoming? Customers are like gods, you know. If I were you, I would honestly stay at home to save energy or go train at the gym. And it's a private hot spring, sorry, but our hot spring private rooms require reservations, and it just so happens that we are fully booked. Seeing that the two persistent ones were about to escalate their actions, someone had already gone inside to report and led Defei out. Arong, step aside and let that sick cat in. If he wants to play, just let him play. I'll accompany him to soak in the hot spring. Defei, wearing a floral shirt, and holding a cigarette swaggered out. I want to find Lily. Sorry, Lily is not on duty today. You should make a reservation first. We have many beauties here. What's wrong, golden hair tiger? Are you bored of your own place and looking for excitement here? DeFei's words were both sharp and hurtful. Originally, the golden hair tiger didn't want to tear their faces, but his anger instantly soared to the sky. It's a joke. Men can say anything, but they must never say not possible. That's a big taboo. Strangely, this golden hair tiger had been visiting the Moon Bay venue punctually for 3 days straight, and every time he came he would throw down a stack of money specifically asking for Lily's company. Although DeFei and Gay Rome were unhappy, they could do nothing about it. Time quickly came to 1227 a.m. on October 6th, and in 1 hour the fierce battle between Hong Xing and Dong Ying would begin. DeFei and Golden Hair Tiger each made harsh threats, and it was time to fulfill them. The Golden Hair Tigers group arrived first at the battlefield, and the intermediary for this war was Lan Jing from Sanlian Society, who was responsible for the security of the event. The purpose was to prevent the battle from being interrupted by outsiders, the police. Furthermore, there would be a strict check on the number of entrants and the regulation of weapons. Hua Xian building, located on the east side of the port, is an abandoned building, now a secret warehouse of Sanlian Society. Rarely do people come and go, and since it is surrounded by the sea, it is quite safe. Everyone needed to take a ferry to the island. The Golden Hair Tigers group that arrived first was arranged by Lan Jing to stay in the wooden house on the east side of the warehouse. At this moment, the Golden Hair Tiger distributed 4 pieces of stuff, and everyone scattered around with strange smiles on their faces. This was his consistent style, and he was strictly controlling the timing. Eating 4 pieces an hour before the battle could stimulate everyone's potential, keeping them in a state of sustained excitement, ready to charge into the fight ahead. Damn it, don't touch DeFei, that bastard, leave him for me. My steel pipe is already thirsty for action. I heard Hong Xing's fighter Wang Yijian is also here, leave him for me. There seems to be no movement from the prince's side, no one has come from the gym. This time we will definitely win. Right, those trash from Boland Street don't stand a chance against our tiger brother. What kind of powerful characters can women nurture? 13 May isn't scared, and just says she can't come back from abroad, right? Haha. The flower blooms in 2, each representing its own branch. DeFei's group was in a warehouse on Boland Street. Yijian lay flat on the sofa with a long knife wrapped in gauze while DeFei was joking with the younger brothers beside him. Arun, do you want a cigarette? Guangzai leaned back in his chair and slowly offered a cigarette. No thanks. At this moment, Liang Baran was sitting cross-legged in meditation. This was his first battle since crossing over, and he had to be well prepared. Gayron was playing arcade games not far away. On the eve of the great battle, everyone was either excited or nervous, and playing arcade games was Gayron's way of relaxing. I can't take it anymore, I need to go again. Guangzai pulled the spirited little sister in a leather miniskirt and ran back into the room. Damn, Guangzai, how many times have you gone in this short while? Don't get weak when the battle starts. Chill. Guangzai is a quick shooter, enough, more than enough. 5 minutes before leaving is enough. Ha ha ha. From everyone's teasing, it was clear that Guangzai's way of relieving stress was quite different. 3 minutes later, the sound of a van's engine came from outside. Everyone opened the rolling shutter door and walked out in turn. Oh, you guys are going like this. The younger brothers that Yijian brought looked at DeFei and the others, who were empty-handed, puzzled. The weapons are uniformly allocated by Sanlian Society. Of course, if you have something special you like, you can bring it, as long as it's not explosive. We don't mind. Oh. Although these few people had recently made a big splash, they had not been in the game long, and usually just followed Yijian around, never participating in such fights. 40 minutes later, DeFei's group also boarded the ferry and soon arrived at the open space behind Huaxia building. Lan Jing gathered everyone together. Now I'll say it again, split into 2 lines and go take your weapons. There are white towels in that box. Golden Hair Tiger, your people just need to wear the white towel on their heads for identification. DeFei, your people don't need to wear one. After choosing your weapons separate, wait for my command. The time limit is 30 minutes. Once the time is up, regardless of victory or defeat, all fighting must stop. During this time, there are no rules or restrictions for the fight. Prepare and watch for my signal. Lan Jing took out a coin from his pocket. Everyone step back, he'll count to 3. Until then, no one is allowed to move. When the coin lands, it means the battle begins. Although they couldn't move, the trash talk couldn't stop. DeFei forcefully flicked his cigarette out. Damn you, Golden Hair Tiger, you bastard. It was you who led people to chop my brother, right? Today you'll see how I'll deal with you. Golden Hair Tiger, with an indifferent expression, coldly said, Damn, why don't you stay in Beijiao? Do you think 13 May calling you over will help? Once I take Boland Street, he'll come to take your Beijiao territory, turning you into a stray dog. 1, 2, 3. When counting to 3, Lan Jing quickly threw the coin in his hand, and as the coin landed, a metallic resonance echoed. The clear sound of the echo continuously struck the tense nerves of everyone present. Both sides had long-standing grudges, and at this moment they transformed into irreconcilable hatred. In the world of Jianghu, where there is hatred, there must be a resolution. This calm night was destined to witness unrest as those squat, reedied figures eagerly gripped their iron pipes and steel knives. As the coin fell, both sides quickly surged apart, like a tide, each searching for their target to engage in battle. His target was very clear, heading straight towards the direction of the golden-furred tiger, joined by the main commander Defei and the Iagurto named Ijian. Just as he approached the golden-furred tiger, he was blocked by a burly man wrapped in chains. This man was none other than Wu Zhang, one of the tiger's close guards. "Kid, I recognize you. Come, let me play with you." Wu Zhang swung the iron chain in his hand, charging rapidly towards Ren. Bang! A seemingly simple clash sent Ren flying several meters, only stabilizing himself after crashing into one of his own subordinates. You withstood the opponent's impact, gaining 1 to your resistance ability. Ren gazed at the towering figure before him, contemplating. This person is strong, I can only fight, while retreating, waiting for the right moment to strike decisively. He dashed towards the wooden house to the east, with Wu Zhang, indeed, chasing after him. Perfect, this guy is already broken away from the crowd. With no other distractions, Ren could finally unleash his full potential against his opponent. He picked up a piece of railing from the ground with his steel knife and hurled it at Wu Zhang, taking advantage of the moment when Wu Zhang was blocking to stab directly at his chest. However, Wu Zhang, having gained fame for a long time, became a close guard of the golden-furred tiger for a reason. Though he was large, his reflexes were exceptionally quick. Seeing the steel knife coming towards his chest, he quickly whipped his chain up in defense, blocking the thrust, while simultaneously throwing a left punch at Ren's face. Ren was still charging forward, unable to dodge, and received a heavy blow to his face, but in the process he managed to leave a deep gash on Wu Zhang's abdomen with the reverse grip of his knife. The two quickly separated to catch their breath. That was close. Ren felt a buzzing in his ears. That hit had been truly powerful. The scene shifted to Defei and the golden-furred tiger, both wildly swinging their steel knives, evenly matched, each eager to take the other down, but unable to do so. However, small subordinates kept darting between them, preventing either from focusing on the fight. After all, taking down the leader in front of them would be their opportunity to make a name for themselves. It would be a significant achievement, allowing them to rise to the status of a minor ruler, something every lowly thug dreams of. Meanwhile, Ijian was like a god of death, wildly swinging his eastern blade, continuously taking the heads of East Ying's subordinates. Before long, he encountered another of the golden-furred tiger's close guards, Wu Duan. Wu Duan was the elder brother of Wu Zhang, standing at only 151 meters tall, yet he was extremely agile and not to be underestimated. However, within just a few exchanges, Ijian's right arm was injured. "Damn you, you little punk, you can actually fight, huh?" After initially underestimating his opponent, Ijian was starting to feel the heat. He quickly swung his long knife again, charging towards Wu Duan. At that moment, Wu Zhang was locked in a fierce battle with Ren, and while dodging the continuous slashes, he suddenly slipped, losing his balance and getting slashed across the abdomen, blood gushing out. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he quickly braced himself to avoid another charge from Ren. "Damn it, today, I must take you down, otherwise you might really think East Ying has no one left." Wu Zhang wiped the blood from his abdomen, his eyes turning red as he charged forward with brute force. With his body bound in chains, if he were truly hit, his internal organs would surely be harmed. He swiftly dodged to the side, simultaneously pulling his steel knife horizontally. Sizzle! The moment the steel knife met the iron chain, a shower of sparks flew. As they both charged in opposite directions, they unexpectedly collided, each landing an elbow strike on the other. At that moment, Wu Zhang finally believed that the young man before him had the strength to rival his own. Previously, he had thought that his subordinates had exaggerated the situation to enhance his reputation. "Ha ha ha, good. Then let's do this." Wu Zhang, a natural fighter hardened by the struggles of the martial world, ignored his own pain and charged again, the iron chain striking fiercely at Ren's face. Meanwhile, the men brought by the traitor Rong were gradually overwhelmed by East Ying's many experts, all falling back. Rong himself was also injured in multiple places, and seeing this, Ijian had no choice but to abandon Wu Duan and rush towards Rong. "Defei, can you hold on? I'm going to support Rong. Go ahead, I'm fine here." Two of East Ying's thugs noticed someone trying to rescue Rong and quickly turned to chase after Ijian. One of them leaped into the air wielding a large hammer towards Ijian, but his luck was terrible. At that moment, Ijian was like a god of death, and as he danced with his long knife, the thug's legs became his fatal weakness. Ijian swept his knife horizontally, sending him flying. "What happened? Am I cold? Why can't I feel any pain?" Until he breathed his last, the thug never understood where he went wrong or how his opponent had struck. The cost of failing to make a name for oneself is death. But on the battlefield, if there's a pursuit, there will always be a chase. While Ijian continued to reap East Ying's subordinates, Wu Duan was also thriving amidst the Hongxing crowd. His short stature and extremely agile movements allowed Defei's men to fall under his blade. Ren caught a glimpse of the short Wu Duan desperately trying to break through the crowd towards Ijian. He executed a high kick, feinting a thrust before turning to run. "Damn you, if you have the guts, don't run. Come back." Wu Zhang wiped his numb arm and took off after him. At this moment, the battlefield was divided into two parts. One was the unknown fight between Defei and the golden-furred tiger. The rest surged towards Rome. Run rushed to Rong's side, blocking a lethal strike aimed at him with one hand, pulling him up. Rong, go catch your breath behind the wooden frame. I'll leave this to me and Yi Jian. How can we do that? There are too many of them. No worries. After Rin chopped down a thug attempting to sneak attack, he fiercely swung his steel knife and shouted towards Yi Jian, you take the left, I'll take the right. Okay. The two then moved apart again. This time, it was Rin facing the agile Wu Duan, while Yi Jian intercepted the strong Wu Zhang. Facing the nimble Wu Duan, Rin leaped into the air, delivering a heavy downward strike. Wu Duan crossed his knife to block the attack, and using the momentum of the turn pulled out a Febane Sykes combat spike from his waist, thrusting it towards Rin's lower back. Watch out. Yi Jian, who was watching closely from a distance, shouted a warning, but was struck by Wu Zhang's punch and sent flying. Wu Duan's strike was extremely fast. The spike glimmered with a cold light under the moon as it aimed for Rin's lower back. At that moment, Rin, due to his diving momentum, had opened himself up, completely exposing everything to Wu Duan's line of sight. Not far away, Rong and the injured soldiers could do nothing to help and had to turn their faces away, unable to bear to watch. With a piercing sound, blood erupted violently. Rin has fallen. That 3-inch spike is still advancing. Someone hurry and save Rin. Wait, what happened? In just a moment of misstep, Rin had already collapsed while the short man still held the sharp spike, stepping forward. In just 2 seconds, the faces of the previously dejected crowd immediately brightened with smiles. This was because Reborn had already risen, spitting a mouthful of phlegm on the ground in anger. What a piece of trash, playing sneak attacks, huh? As the short man stepped forward, the spike fell to the ground. He suddenly clutched his neck tightly, blood seeping continuously from his fingertips, confusion and terror filling his eyes, and he knelt down unwillingly until he collapsed, his body twitching gradually, coming to a stop over time. Huh? Is Rin fine? Was it the short man who fell? Is that true? A member of Hongxing immediately removed his hand from his eyes, leaned forward, and after a moment his mouth formed an O shape. Did Rin take down the head horse of the golden fur tiger in one strike? Isn't the short man supposed to be invincible in close combat? Just like that. Gone. The short man is dead. The short man is dead. Although these guys were already squatting aside, it didn't stop them from disrupting the morale of the opponents. Amidst their loud shouts, 2 more Dongying members dropped their steel knives, hanging their heads and squatting to the side, waiting for the battle to end. You eliminated the enemy general in 1 blow. Agility 2, speed 3, knife technique, pure speed 5. Big brother. Not far away, Wu Zhang immediately dropped Yi Jian and charged towards Rin, shouting, I will kill you, I will kill you. Puff. When the heart is chaotic, it causes change. Worried about his older brother, Wu Zhang's abdomen was struck by Yi Jian's full-force blow, and after running a few steps, he collapsed straight down. With the 2 major close-range fighters of the golden fur tiger falling one after another, the situation on the field instantly reversed, and the Hongxing members who had been suppressed began to gain the upper hand. The golden fur tiger also received an invincible knee strike from Defei, a huge gash appearing on his jaw as he leaned back, covered in blood. Bang! A loud noise erupted when his back hit the ground. Just as Defei stepped forward, intending to deliver a finishing blow, the blue whale signaled, time's up, both sides step aside and prepare to leave. It turned out that 30 minutes were up. Defei stepped forward, cursing, damn golden fur tiger, you really have a charmed life. If I can't kill you this time, let's schedule another time for a duel. In such multi-person fights, there is usually a time limit of 30 or 120 minutes, primarily for safety reasons. However, individual duels generally have no time limit, and they end when one side is dead or surrenders. Not losing face despite being down, the golden fur tiger wiped the blood off his face and pushed himself up with one hand, saying, all right, this time you got lucky. This guy was still so cocky despite his condition. Under the arrangements of the Somnian blue whale, everyone dispersed. The post-battle statistics quickly came out. On the Hongxing side, the death toll was extremely high, reaching 16, with a total of 23 lightly and severely injured. Even Defei received 3 knife wounds on his back, though fortunately with the reinforcements from Jordan and Yi Jian joining in, otherwise Hongxing would likely have faced total annihilation. On the Dongying side, 9 were dead with a total of 18 lightly and severely injured, which was slightly better than Hongxing. With the battle over, the upcoming settlement fees and medical expenses became a significant issue. The expenses for Hongxing were all covered by Shursan Mei, while Golden Fur Tiger was left with a headache. His venues were numerous, but profits were minimal, and he was already running at a loss. Adding to that, with 1 close fighter dead and another severely injured, it was even more of a blow to him. This battle spread rapidly through the underworld, and the story of Reborn killing the Dongying short man with 1 strike was spread in a fantastical manner. Many brothers present expressed that they hadn't seen how the opponent made a move at all, and some even wondered if some kind of illusion was used. In short, it was all about how fast it happened. In the following days, Reborn and the discharged Guguzai brought people to stomp through the Golden Fur Tiger's venue on Dengdashur Street, smashing things randomly and leaving behind harsh words before leaving. Despite that, the golden fur tiger remained silent, insisting that his subordinates endure. The issue on Bolin Street seemed to have come to a temporary conclusion, and one day Liang Boren's phone rang again. Is this Arun? Come to the Fuchuan building in the east immediately. What is it? Just as Arun wanted to ask more, to Fei on the other end had already hung up. What could be so urgent? When Liang Boren's red Civic pulled into the underground parking lot, both sides were already surrounded by Hong Xing's little brothers, led by Guang Zai and Gugu Zai. Rin Gu, wow, what are you doing? Filming a movie. I'm not a big brother. Rin, feeling goosebumps all over, threw a punch at Gugu Zai, who dodged and hugged him. Be gentle, don't mess up his lines again. Although you're not a big brother, after today you will be. Guang Zai also came over, putting his arm around Rin's shoulder as everyone excitedly ushered Liang Boren into the elevator. When the elevator opened, as everyone crowded in behind Rin through the door, the surroundings were already filled with Underworld bosses. What is this? A ceremony for the Xiong Tang. You only got half of it right. It is a ceremony to re-establish the 49 positions of the Jiaji. Rin, look to your right. Standing there is Wang Jinwei, who has always hosted the Hongxing Xiong Tang, and sitting at the top are Chun Yao and Nan Ge. Damn, you guys knew about this long ago. Why didn't you tell me to prepare? Liang Boren was thus pushed to the front by Guang Zai and others. Yao Ge, Nan Ge. Liang Boren stepped forward respectfully to pay his respects while the two seated waved their hands. The ceremony began, and Mr. Wang stepped forward to offer incense and pay respects to Guan Er Gu, a step that symbolizes the hope that Guan Er Yi can bless him and witness this Jiaji ceremony. After paying respects to Guan Er Yi, Mr. Wang proceeded to read the association's guidelines and purposes for joining. The three below knelt. Liang Boren, Guang Zai, and a young man named Ting Zai immediately knelt and bowed to show loyalty. Open the altar. On the left, the dragon and tiger turtle snake gather. On the right, the carved beasts unite. The second board at the bridgehead passes 10,000 troops. On the left, copper and right iron without distinction. The Zhu family builds bridges, and the Hong family passes over, but this bridge is for outsiders. Next, Mr. Wang placed the ruler on the three of them in turn. Do you love your brothers or gold? Love brothers. Do you love your brothers or gold? Love brothers. Bring the chicken. Quickly dismembering the chicken in front of everyone. In the future, if anyone does something to betray the association or the brothers, this will be the punishment. Cut off the chicken's head. Drop the chicken blood. Bring 3 bowls. Next, the bowls containing the chicken blood wine were placed on the incense table, and then the people below would stand out 3 by 3, representing the Hongmen's 3 degrees of achievement: grass shoes, paper fans, and red sticks. Then Mr. Wang handed each of the 3 a yellow paper. Your names and the date of your positions are written on it. Now you shall burn the yellow paper before me to show that the oath just made is not in vain. This is the segment familiar to everyone involving cutting the chicken's head and burning yellow paper. Next, the paper, ashes, water, wine, and chicken blood are to be consumed together, symbolizing the unity of the brothers. Then Mr. Wang took out 3 red envelopes and distributed them one by one. At this point, the entire set of rituals was considered complete. 3 gifts were completed, 3 more to go, and so on. Ren Hounen has been telling me about you. You need to work hard now. It's a big position now. Make some achievements for Mr. Jiang to see so we can continue to promote you. Chun Yao smiled at him, and Liang Boren quickly stepped aside, clasping his hands, his face remaining calm. After finishing the job, it was natural to go out and have some fun. Everyone surrounded Ren as Guang Zai quickly led them to a club to sit down. Come on, bring the microphone over, let our brother Ren show his skills. How about letting Guang Zai sing instead? I'm not really up for chopping people, you know. No way, brother Ren, it must be that the little sister hasn't arrived yet. Damn, I wouldn't be happy even if all the men were here. Where's Mama? Hurry and bring the little sister in. Before long, Mama led in several beautiful girls. After a quick round of selection, 5 stunning and charming ones were chosen, while the others were all sent away. After downing 2 drinks, Ren forcefully tore open the buttons of his shirt, accepting the microphone handed over by Gugu Zai. Wanshai, I've always been out there having fun, and Hongxing rules the area. I've seen all the famous places. It's the peak of the underground world. The glimmer of blades and shadows allows me to showcase my skills for the gang. With my heart set on restoring my family's honor, I won't be shaken even if I die. Let my blood flow. Down. Come. Good, good, good. Oh my, not only is the handsome guy good looking, but he also sings so well. You shouldn't be mixing in this world, you definitely outshine any star. The girl in the strapless dress quickly handed over a glass of wine, and in a good mood Ren took the cup and pulled her in for a deep drink. Haha, come on everyone, let's drink. Soon we'll play the drunken chicken game. Guangzai, just give it up. Xiao Hong told the brothers before that she wants to be with you long term, but you're not growing up as you should, don't brag, ha. Guangzai being humiliated in public today has really bruised his ego. Who said that? Don't talk nonsense. He pulled a girl toward the bathroom saying, you're coming in with me. Handsome, this is just the beginning. The girl hesitated, but upon seeing Gugu Zai stuff a thick wad of cash into her bra, she immediately beamed. I'll listen to the big brothers. Let me just tie my hair up first. In this world, people and things are just afraid of being serious. Just 5 minutes later, the girl tugged at her clothes and came out. Wow, no way, Guangzai came out so quickly. Someone teased her. The girl glanced at the laughing crowd on the sofa, quickly sat down, raised her glass, and downed it in one gulp. I still waited 2 minutes before coming out like this. Ha ha ha. Arun on the right side of the sofa raised his eyelids. Isn't tonight's drama already apparent? Guangzai, don't blame your brother for this. What topic is worth discussing more than a man's face? Today's big news, Guangzai, is a typical quick gun. Submit. Yes. Tip: after this event, the melon-eating system rewards will automatically upgrade to LV2. Dropped reward: Spring Mountain Diagram 32 style. Arun sang 3 songs in a row and downed a few more drinks. With the coaxing of the girl beside him, he found it hard to control himself and pulled her along, swaying toward the bathroom. He leaned against the sink, beckoning her with his finger, and she understood immediately. Ooh. Half an hour later, when she got up, she even stumbled and fell directly into his arms, which was not just for show, but because her calves had gone numb. What she didn't expect was that this was just the beginning. After what felt like an eternity, a low sigh came from behind her. She finally struggled to close her legs and sat on the platform, wiping the sweat that had dripped down. Arun had finished his cigarette, but she was still smoking. People really can be infuriating. In this world, comparisons are truly daunting. Handsome. Handsome. Remember to treat me next time. I'll buy you a late-night snack. No charge. My name is A1. Arun turned back to take a look, gently opened the door, and thought to himself, you can't deny it, this Spring Mountain Diagram 32 style is quite effective. I've only used 2 moves, and she's already unable to resist. What would happen if I learned them all? He couldn't remember how or when he went back that day. However, after the description from that girl, when the girls at the club all became interested in Liang Bo-rin, privately claiming they wanted to have him beneath them. After Arun took over 2 venues from Golden Hair Tiger, he officially planted his flag at Dengdashi Street and Bolan Street. The higher-ups of Dongying, upon hearing the news, reprimanded Golden Hair Tiger while continuing to stir up trouble, attempting to uproot Hong Xing's influence from Bolan Street. One day after Arun had just finished inspecting the venues with Guangzai, he received a call from Hao Nan and Defei. The message was simple: Mr. Jiang wants to see you. Mr. Jiang has returned to Hong Kong. Half an hour later, Liang Bo-rin, led by Hao Nan and Defei, arrived at Mr. Jiang's villa. Have a seat, truly a young talent. Sit down, don't just stand there. This isn't the office, we're just chatting. Ahua, bring some more fruit over. Mr. Jiang Tiansheng had some gray at his temples, yet he was very spirited. He welcomed everyone in his backyard while wearing a loose bathrobe. Liang Bo-rin consciously chose a chair near the sink, gently rubbing his hands on the pant legs. After all, this was his first meeting with the leader, and he needed to leave a good impression. I've been in New York all along and have heard some rumors from the underworld. I haven't taken those sickly cats from Dongying seriously, but now that there's an issue with our home turf, it needs to be addressed. Oh, what happened, Mr. Jiang? Defei immediately perked up, sitting on the edge of his chair. Mr. Jiang Tiansheng picked up the cigar cutter and clipped it hard. Chun Haonan quickly stepped forward to light it for him. All right, you guys light up too. Mr. Jiang Tiansheng gestured to pass the cigar box around. Here's the thing, recently the horse King Jian from Chai One has been getting close to my brother over at the West Ring. Have you heard? Is it that guy Ma Wang Jian again? Previously, when he was flirting with East Ying's Dadong and Yao Yang, we turned a blind eye, thinking he was just a money grubber wanting to hook up with those high-quality mainland girls. I didn't expect him to have ties with the branch over there and with Jiang Tianyang. Defei coughed a couple of times. We can't directly call him Jiang Tianyang anymore. They've already set up a branch in the mainland, and apparently nearly 100 of our guys have been sent over there. That shouldn't be, Mr. Jiang. Are you asking us to do something? But over 100. It was still Chun Haonan who quickly grasped Mr. Jiang Tiansheng's intentions. We're all family, and we're all in the same boat. I'll give my dead brother a call first to see if we can have a chat. If not, then we'll talk later. Have you all seen Animal World? The baboons on the savannah love to cause trouble, but there's no need to kill all the baboons. You just take out a couple of the leaders. Come on, have some watermelon, it's very sweet. 50. How do we fight this? After a few people exited Jiang Tiansheng's mansion, Chun Haonan called out to Arun. Do you know why I called you here today? Arun kicked at the turf beside his feet and shook his head. I recommended you to Mr. Jiang to be the spokesperson of Chai Wan within 2 years. This time Mr. Jiang brought you along clearly to test you. Do you understand? Chun Haonan firmly pressed down on Liang Bo-rin's shoulder. Recommended me. Liang Bo-rin quickly sorted through the relationships in his mind. Logically speaking, both Yi Jian and Hui Go were making waves at this time, but would it be too conspicuous for Chun Haonan to recommend him? In the underworld, rising too quickly is not a good thing. Hey Defei, don't flick your cigarette, but around. What if you set Mr. Jiang's lawn on fire? Can you afford that? Come on, I can't afford it, but you can. The previously slightly tense atmosphere lightened with the banter between Defei and Haonan. Arun, get in our car. We're taking you somewhere to sit for a while. Oh, what about my car? Just call Guangzi later to come pick it up. Oh, half an hour later, seeing that they had passed through the tunnel, and the car showed no signs of stopping. Liang Boren couldn't help but lean forward from the back seat and ask, "Brother Nan, where are we going?" "To a warehouse in Jintian." "Jintian." Liang Boren immediately shrank back his neck. "Is it just the three of us? Are you scared?" "I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you'd get nervous." DeFei, sitting in the passenger seat, relaxedly leaned back with his hands behind his head, looking carefree. Only then did Liang Boren understand Mr. Zhang's earlier metaphor of the baboon. He just didn't expect it to come so soon. With his right hand on the steering wheel and his left hand holding a cigar out the window, Haonan glanced at a run in the rearview mirror, seemingly reading his thoughts. "Actually, after receiving Mr. Zhang's call, I arranged to meet Ma Wangjian and Wu Liang. The reason I didn't tell you earlier was to avoid putting pressure on you." This. Arun could only smile bitterly. Can one not feel psychological pressure? This isn't a movie, it's the real deal, especially in enemy territory. Not bringing anyone else along, counting himself, there were only 3 of them. Even if the opponent was careless, there must be dozens on the other side, right? Just as Arun was still contemplating how to deal with things later, the car had already stopped in the middle of an open area. "Brother Nan, brother DeFei, my brother Ma Wangjian is already inside." A few sharp-eyed younger brothers quickly stepped forward to open the car door. Haonan had one hand on his hip and the other holding his cigar, exuding an air of dominance. "Lead the way." Clearly, Rin was the one being ignored, as he hadn't heard anyone call him Brother Rin the entire time. Even when he recognized the younger brother who had escorted him out during his dealings with Ma Wangjian, that person merely turned his head away. This detail further confirmed his concerns. These guys must have heard something beforehand. Rin took the opportunity to light a cigarette. While glancing around, there should be nearly 100 people present. Inside the warehouse, Ma Wangjian and Wu Liang were sitting in the center enjoying hot pot. "Yo, brother Nan, brother DeFei, come, let's add a few more pairs of chopsticks and sit down together. Look, it's all freshly sliced beef, and these meatballs are very tender, made with fish raised in our eastern village." Ma Wangjian greeted them warmly, while a younger brother quickly leaned close to whisper something in his ear. He exhaled discreetly and subtly gestured towards the roller shutter door. The roller shutter door was quickly pulled down, leaving about 50 younger brothers inside the room, while the rest stood guard outside. DeFei and Chun Haonan entered empty-handed, while their side was armed with steel knives and grappling hooks. Showing no fear, Ma Wangjian and Wu Liang instantly gained confidence. Still, the 2 older brothers are in the mood to eat at this time. Haonan took the bowl and chopsticks and said to a younger brother next to him, "Could you please add half a bowl of vinegar for me?" He forcefully broke a pair of chopsticks and pointed at the table. "Just came from Mr. Zhang's place and ate too much fruit, but since the 2 older brothers are so interested, shall we eat a bit more?" Upon hearing this, a trace of coldness flickered across Wu Liang's face as he gently set down his wine glass. "Anan, to be honest, we came out a few years before you. The big brother you were with DB has a good relationship with us. Back in 87, we even worked together in Yuan Long against those guys from Sanlian and Chang'e. We know what Mr. Zhang wants from you. Please convey a message to him. Until the end, it's hard to say." Smack. Before Chen Haonan could speak, DeFei immediately pushed away the bowl and plate in front of him. "Damn it, Wu Liang, you're eating and drinking Mr. Zhang's stuff, having been a big brother for years, and now you don't know your place. You actually want to switch sides and become a traitor." Wu Liang was, after all, a big brother of his own faction, and naturally, he didn't want to see DeFei's displeasure. He made a move to stand up, but was pressed down hard by Ma Wangjian. His younger brothers also tightened their grips on their steel pipes, ready to act. Rin could only stay alert by DeFei's side, prepared to strike at any moment, cursing inwardly. What era is this, still playing with heartbeats? Had he known it was a negotiation, he should have called more people. Just as the situation was about to escalate, Ma Wangjian quickly intervened between the two. Hey, Wu Liang, what are you doing? We're all in the same business, don't make this too tense." "Anan, look, Mr. Zhang's last name is Jiang, right? Then is Jiang Tianyang also surnamed Jiang. They're both sons of Jiang Zhen. Not to mention, we haven't completely settled things, yet even if it's really over, isn't it still working for Mr. Jiang? You can't write 2 Jiang characters with one brush, can you?" Ma Wangjian had already started playing with words, but DeFei was not one to let it slide. He immediately retorted, "Ma Wangjian, if you're so good at talking, why don't you become a teacher? It's really a waste of talent to be out here. You're truly shameless." DeFei stood on one leg atop the stool, waving his hand in front of him, with saliva splattering onto his face and into his bowl. "If you 2 trash want to leave, then leave. Damn it, you even encouraged the other big brothers to go over together. Do you really think Mr. Jiang doesn't know?" Even with Ma Wangjian's ability to endure and his desire not to escalate matters, he couldn't control his temper, especially with dozens of younger brothers watching. If this got out, people would think he was afraid of DeFei. In the underworld, you can lose anything, but you must never lose face. "Damn it, DeFei, your voice is the loudest, huh? I've tolerated you for a long time." After saying this, he suddenly picked up a wine bottle in front of him and slammed it down. The younger brothers in the room immediately surrounded the 3, and the situation was about to explode. Chun Haonan, used to the storms of life, lowered his head to eat the fishball he had just picked up with his chopsticks and slowly stood up. Can we understand this as we can't talk anymore? Handsome, Nan, it's too late. I spoke nicely with you earlier. If you could relay the message, we could still be cordial, but now it's just right to use your heads as a token to Mr. Jiang Tianyang. Wu Liang slowly stood up, drawing a sharp knife from his waist. That's right, one is the spokesperson of North Point, and the other is the spokesperson of Causeway Bay, both big brothers making waves these days. This token cannot be said to be insignificant. Once we get over there, we can have more bargaining chips. If we can't come to terms, then let's not talk. DeFei suddenly overturned the table in front of him, officially starting this fierce battle. 3 versus 50. Still empty-handed. How do we fight this? Adhering to the principle of taking action instead of making noise, DeFei was the first to rush out, landing a knee strike on Ma Wangjian. Though DeFei and Hao Nan were brave, they were outnumbered. 2 fists could not compete against 4 hands, and in the confines of the warehouse their movements were restricted. As they charged, their backs and forearms were scratched by the hooks of their opponents, revealing streaks of blood with flesh torn and exposed, which was truly horrifying. DeFei took off his shirt and wrapped it hastily around his right arm while standing back to back with Hao Nan. Kid, well, hold off the minions here, you hurry up, be quick. The latter half of DeFei's sentence went unspoken, but those who had taken lives understood that when their side was at an absolute disadvantage, they needed to swiftly eliminate the opposing leader to instill fear, otherwise no matter how skilled one was, they would end up overwhelmed. After all, human strength has its limits. Arin turned around and kicked one person aside, while dodging another's charge, effortlessly snatching a steel knife and knocking down 2 others, successfully avoiding the charge and Slash's agility 1. As the electric ringing in his mind continued, Arin's movements became increasingly swift, and adhering to the principle of capturing the leader before the followers, he quickly dashed towards Wu Liang and thrust out with great force. In a flurry of panic, Wu Liang instinctively used his left hand to block while bending and retreating, but the steel knife pierced through his palm and continued its momentum, stabbing deep into his lower abdomen until the blade was fully embedded. Without waiting for Wu Liang to react, Arin swiftly withdrew the knife and thrust it several more times. The once arrogant Wu Liang was now lying on the ground, lifeless and gasping for air. Don't move, you bastards. Wu Liang, Ma Wangjian, and Jiang Tianyang have been colluding with the Hongxing faction. Mr. Jiang has instructed us to take action. Those who are sensible stay back, and those who are unaware will face consequences. The minions holding steel knives and hooks exchanged glances as they saw their leader had fallen, and many of them truly dropped their weapons. Damn, people get into this business for money, not to die. Besides, if Wu Liang really crossed over, wouldn't he just become a traitor to Hongxing? After some consideration, these guys not only put down their weapons, but also voluntarily stood in front of the rolling door to prevent those outside from barging in. Behind Ma Wangjian, there were still about 20 younger brothers who exchanged glances, hesitating. Damn it, get in there. There are only 3 of them. If you take them down, I will give each of you 200,000 as a reward. You missed someone. Arun kicked a sharpened iron rod on the ground, stabbing it directly into the abdomen of the minion standing at the front. He forcefully brandished the steel knife forward. Ma Wangjian, you missed someone. Money really is a person's courage. Upon hearing the enormous bounty offered by their boss, several hot-headed minions charged out again, swinging their steel knives wildly at Arun. At this moment, DeFei and Hao Nan guarded one side, preventing any movements from the rolling door behind them, providing Arun with ample opportunity to claim this monumental achievement alone. Arun, these traitors are dead set on turning against us. There's no need to hold back, they're a bunch of trash. Hao Nan's voice came from behind, and Arun's steel knife swung even faster. With each slash, blood gushed forth, and as Arun raised and lowered his steel knife, minions kept falling around him. After he took down 7 or 8 people in succession, the remaining minions looked at Arun, who was drenched in blood, and all dropped their steel knives, quickly retreating to the sides, opening up the center. Damn, you bunch of worthless scum, is this how you protect your boss? But no matter how Ma Wangjian shouted, no one dared to step forward to intercept. 1 million, 1 million, 150,000. To this moment, Ma Wangjian still believed that no one was coming forward to shield him because the price wasn't high enough, and his voice grew increasingly desperate. What a joke. In this line of work, life is the most important. Without life, what's the point of having money? No one responded. Not to mention the ferocious Hao Nan and DeFei behind him. Just because of Arun alone, he couldn't even get past this obstacle. A Nan? No. Brother, Nan DeFei. In the end, we are all in the same gang. Take me to see Mr. Jiang. I can talk to him myself. Seeing that his minions would not come to help, Ma Wangjian's eyes began to turn again. Damn, screw your mother, you really have no shame. You didn't say anything when we were eating, but now that no one is helping you, you look like this. Weren't you just very arrogant? DeFei showed no mercy. Ma Wangjian had always looked down on him due to his connections in the literary publishing industry. How could he not be angry? Arun, what are you waiting for? Under DeFei's urging, Arun quickly thrust forward with his knife, and Ma Wangjian had no choice but to charge forward to meet it. Clang. As the 2 knives clashed, Ma Wangjian's steel knife was knocked away. He stomped his foot in frustration and immediately grabbed a nearby wooden box to throw at Ren. Ren sidestepped and bent down to avoid it, then took a step forward to charge. The cold glint flashed, and Ma Wangjian felt a chill at his neck. He clutched the gushing wound on his right hand and staggered 2 steps forward before collapsing to the ground, eyes wide open, silent. Bah, is this what it means to be a boss? The domineering Arun raised his knife and surveyed the surroundings. Who else? Following Hao Nan's instructions, everyone dispersed, and the rolling door was opened. Ma Wangjian and Wu Liang have been colluding with the Hongxing faction. Mr. Zhang has already found out and sent us to take action. Anyone who is displeased can step forward now. Hongxing will accompany you to the end. Now everyone understands this is the result. De Fei pointed inside again. Brother Nan, we are just little brothers. Wherever the boss points, we will strike. We really didn't know about Ma Wangjian's business. Yes. The West Ring has always been decided by Wu Liang. Oh, spit that scum, Wu Liang. We were deceived. Otherwise, why do they say what kind of person leads what kind of troops? The blood of Ma Wangjian and Wu Liang had not yet cooled, and the minions began to hurriedly distance themselves and shift the blame. Hao Nan said nothing, but stepped forward to pat the shoulder of the frontmost minion. We only capture the big fish. Oh, everyone go back and watch your territories. Don't let other gangs find an opening. Mr. Zhang will naturally make arrangements for the rest. Everyone disperse. Really? Thank you, Brother Nan. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Just as everyone was relieved and dispersing, suddenly a figure emerged from around the corner wielding a gleaming machete, aiming to strike Chun Hao Nan's nape. Brother Nan. Clearly premeditated, the knife-wielding assailant lunged forward. Upon hearing the voice, Hao Nan turned, too late to evade. Arun launched himself and threw his body over Hao Nan. Shink. A flash of cold steel carved a long, bloody gash across his back. You endured a full-force strike, endurance 3. An ambush, if it fails on the first strike, loses all chance of success. Realizing what had happened to Fei and the others, instantly pinned the attacker to the ground. Let me go. Let me go. When they flipped him over, they realized he was barely more than a boy, still wearing his school uniform. Slap. Slap. De Fei tossed the knife aside and struck him twice across the face. Why aren't you studying? Why are you out here running the streets? Running the streets? Stop. Check on Ren first. Only then did the group remember, yanking Ren off Hao Nan's back. Hao Nan sprang upright and immediately inspected the wound. Damn it. This brat went for the kill. This gash is deep. Get him to the hospital for stitches now. Brother Nan, what do we do with this kid, eh? Damn right. He dared harm my brother. Break his hands and dump him. Brother Nan. He's Nzai, adopted son of Ma Wangjian. He's still a student, not a street rat. Ma Wangjian may be scum, but he treated the boy like his own. Every Friday he'd come by for his allowance. He probably heard the rumors that Ma Wangjian had been taken down and rushed to avenge him. Just a fevered, reckless mind. Strangely, while all of Ma Wangjian's other underlings kept their distance, only one stepped forward, wrenching the boy from De Fei's grip and shielding him with his own body. What the hell? Skipping school just to learn how to slash people with a blade? Hao Nan shot Nzai a venomous glare. Forget it, Brother Nan. Let me take him. Hiss. Let me handle him. Ren, supported by 2 men, limped toward the car door. He glanced back at the terrified boy, then looked once more toward De Fei and Hao Nan. These kids, you can't tame them. Are you sure about this? I spotted him the moment I walked in, but seeing his school uniform made me hesitate. Still, look how viciously he struck. He just lost his adoptive father. Forget it, Brother Nan. Just forget it. It's not such a big deal. What a, not a big deal. If you hadn't thrown yourself in front of me, that blade would have split my skull open. Hao Nan shuddered, instinctively touching the back of his head. In the underworld, hardened thugs pose no real surprise, but nothing unsettles you more than an ordinary civilian suddenly bursting from the crowd. You simply never see them coming. Ren didn't answer Hao Nan directly. Instead, he called out to the underling shielding Nzai, "What's your name?" Azu. Azu, is it? From now on, you're with me. After taking 2 steps, he paused and added, "Bring Nzai too. He's yours now." Thank you, Brother Ren. But Nzai refused to accept it. His eyes still burning with fury toward Chun Hao Nan. Azu pressed hard on his neck, then hurried him away. Brother Ren, the past 20-odd days have sent shockwaves through the underworld. You struck Ma Wangjian down in a single blow. Now they call you the Brother Slayer. Other Triad leaders won't even bathe without 20 bodyguards. Brother Nen even brought in Brother Go for backup. Thank goodness, he kept East Ing and Changle's gangs from spiraling out of control. Brother Ren, Brother Go is terrifyingly fierce. We used to only intimidate those who crossed us, but he'll fly into a rage if someone so much as glances at him twice. Last night after midnight snacks, he nearly started a brawl with 7 burly men, all because one man looked at him a second too long. Guangzi painted the scene with animated flair, then offered a peeled rambutan to Liang Bo Ren's lips. Rumors say you'll soon succeed, Brother Yao, and that you're already masterful in the 4 modernizations. The 4 modernizations? Liang Bo Ren covered his mouth and coughed softly. Internationalization. What was it again, Azu? Come over and explain. Enterprisization, groupization, standardization, internationalization, the core pillars of Brother Rin and Mr. Zhang's 10-year vision for the Triad. Liang Bo-rin could only offer a wry, embarrassed smile. Yes, he'd mentioned it, but only casually to Hao Nan, not in any formal discussion with Mr. Jiang. At last he began to grasp Hao Nan's intent. You proposed the Triad's 10-year vision. The 4 pillars, enterprisization, groupization, standardization, internationalization. You have earned the honored title Brother Slayer. Gugu Zai has recently recruited many new members. Chai Wan and Sai Wan are now under Brother Nan's command. He personally oversees Chai Wan while Sai Wan falls under Defei's jurisdiction, who in turn delegated it to Gugu Zai. Gugu Zai now carries himself like a true leader, recruiting steadily, nearly rivaling our own ranks. What did Gugu Zai have to do with any of this? That warehouse wasn't even his base at all. Within moments he understood, it was Hao Nan deliberately elevating both him and Gugu Zai. Bringing Gugu Zai along was merely a courtesy to Defei. As Guangzi chattered incessantly beside the bed, Liang Bo-rin gestured for him to raise the headrest. Guangzi fetched an extra pillow from the adjacent bed and propped it beneath Liang Bo-rin's lower back. Thus reclined, Ren listened, half amused, as the tales of the underworld unfurled. These days he'd relied precisely on such conversations to gather intelligence and log daily check-ins. Hasn't Zai calmed down at all these past few days? The boy's still obsessed with revenge. 2 nights ago he carried a petrol can to the new Peacock, but didn't set it alight. Was he caught? No, he wasn't. Brother Nin had warned everyone in advance. The moment Zai left home we tailed him. He simply sat clutching the can outside for half the night, then returned. Perhaps he feared harming innocents. Guangzi shook his head as he spoke of Zai. He skips class constantly, barely attends school anymore. Brother Rin, why keep this live bomb so close? One day when our guard slips, even for a moment, he could ignite chaos. It's fine, Azu's watching him. No worries. By the way, what happened to Ma Wang Jian's former men? Some received severance and opened small businesses, others were quietly dismissed. 2 loyal brothers took the fall for the warehouse explosion, one sentenced to 9 years, another to 11, both convicted of excessive homicide. The Triad paid generous compensation to their families. Brother Nin secured it personally from Mr. Jiang. Your case has been fully settled. Oh, and Brother Yao Yang led a crew to our premises while you were gone. Yao Yang. Liang Bo-rin shot upright in bed, his face tightening with lethal intent. 2 days later Liang Bo-rin finally got discharged from the hospital. Damn it, lying on my side for so long, I'm about to develop bed sores. Azu, where are you driving? This isn't the way home. Ringu, today is your discharge. Guangzi Go asked me to take over and go to his house for dinner. Azu forcefully rolled down the window and flicked the ash from his cigarette outside. Guangzi Go has moved into a new house and insists on treating Ringu to a meal. Why didn't you say so earlier? I don't have any red envelopes on me. Everything's prepared. There's a fruit basket and drinks in the trunk. They'll drop you off first, then go pick up Xiaoan from school. Azu was indeed efficient and thoughtful, and Rin appreciated this young man even more. During my hospitalization, did you adapt to being with Guangzi and Huego? Did you encounter any issues? Ringu, are you asking about Yao Yang from Dongying? This guy is indeed a bit abnormal. He keeps encroaching on other people's territories. He's taken over most of Jean Malhus' territory, and I heard that he's also managing Crow's boxing gym now. Ringu, you should be careful of this Ben Leihu. Alright, once we get to Guangzi's house, don't mention this, okay? Got it. After all, Finjia, Guangzi's mom, is also here. I won't say anything out of line. I've been to Guangzi Guest's new house before and even gave a red envelope of 2,000. 2,000 isn't enough. Next time give 20,000. Azu, they'll help you prepare it. After saying this, Rin tilted his head and squinted. Azu glanced at him through the rearview mirror before silently rolling the window back up. The car quickly arrived at Fukang Garden Community on Penglai Road. 602, right? Yes. Azu, can you help me check if this outfit fits? Does the collar sag? Ringu, we're just going for a meal, not to a job interview at an office. No need to be so formal. Bang. Rin hit Azu on the forehead with a chestnut. Guangzi and his mom live together, so we need to pay more attention to our appearance and leave a good impression. Be careful, the mangoes are about to spill out. Move them to the right, don't block the elevator door. Ding ding ding. After a few rings the door opened a crack. Excuse me. Is Zhao Xiaowang home? Ren's neck turned red as the person who opened the door was a young girl in pajamas with a long face, tall stature, and a well-proportioned figure. She even wore her slippers backward. You must be Ringu, I've heard my brother talk about you. Please come in. The girl in pajamas quickly stepped aside to fully open the door, welcoming the two inside. Make yourself comfortable. My mom hasn't finished her work yet, and my brother went out to buy drinks, and will be back shortly. The girl quickly tidied up the sofa, and just as she walked to the fridge, she seemed to hear something, and turned back to bring out an ashtray from her room, saying, Please feel free. Thank you. Rin extended his right hand slightly. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Xiao Min, I forgot to introduce myself. Rin pointed down at her slippers, and she immediately blushed and ran back into the house. Shouldn't she have changed her slippers first? The young girl seemed shy, and after going inside, she fell silent. Liang Baran and Azu helped themselves to water from the table. Azu, help me take out the fruit. Don't leave the basket in the hallway, it's blocking the entrance. Oh, okay. Liang Baran stood up and walked around the room. It was a two-bedroom apartment, and beside the living room sofa, there was a pull-out sofa with pillows and a blanket on it. On the walls hung characters from Slam Dunk and Young and Dangerous. It was clear that Guangxi was fond of the character Ryo Sakuragi, as the wall was filled with various photos of that handsome white-haired man. Half an hour later, the door lock clicked. Mom, this is Ringu, whom I've often mentioned to you. We could buy a house here all thanks to him. Liang Baran and Azu immediately stood up and looked in the direction Guangxi pointed as a plump woman with a kind face, wearing an apron, squeezed through the door carrying bags. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Auntie. Azu stepped forward to help carry the bags. Oh, just call me Finjia. You are all Xiao Guang's friends. You should come over more often. Come sit down. How can we let guests do the work? Where's that lazy girl Xiao Min? Didn't I tell her to watch the house? Oh, the fruit is right on the table, but hasn't been cut. I'm so sorry, Auntie. I'm dirty, and see, I haven't even had time to take off my apron. Please wait a moment while I go take a shower and change. Xiao Min, come out and help your mom entertain the guests. Xiao Guang, why don't you chat with Ren and the others or play some video games? As Finjia went inside, Azu immediately hugged Guangxi's neck and asked, Guangxi go, why did Finjia close up so early? Weren't you supposed to come back to cook around 6? I don't know. I bumped into her downstairs and helped her carry things up. My mom doesn't have a phone, so maybe she closed up early because she heard Ringu was coming. By the way, Ringu, you absolutely have to try the soup my mom makes. Her bone soup is delicious, just that white radish can go down with 2 big bowls of rice. As they were joking around, Xiao Min came out. Why are you dressed so formally at home? Seeing that his sister had changed clothes and even put on light makeup, Guangxi scratched his head in confusion. Oh, that's why some people are like wooden blocks, natural insulators. He didn't understand the thoughts of a young girl at all. Xiao Min hardly spoke, quietly sitting on the other side of the sofa. When she saw the fruit platter was empty, she went to cut fruit, and when she saw the drinks were finished, she went to fetch more. The rest of the time, she just rested her chin in thought. An hour later, Gu Guzi arrived with Xiao and carrying bags of things which made the room even livelier. Soon it was 6:30 in the evening and dinner was served on time. Funjie raised her glass of beer and said, since we moved, we haven't informed other friends and family. You are the first guests. I know what kind of person our Guangxi is. Everything that needs to be said is in the drinks. With that, she drank the beer in one go. Funjie, please sit. We really feel bad about this. Guangxi and I are brothers. Good friends, it's natural to help each other, and Guangxi is very capable. Liang Baran and Azu quickly stood up and also drank their beers in one gulp. Yes, Finjie, you are the elder, please sit and talk. Otherwise it would be so troublesome for us to stand for a while. Gu Guzi was not meeting Finjie for the first time, and he was the most carefree among the group. Finjie blushed slightly, set down her cup, and served Ren a bowl of soup, saying, try this, it's made with fresh pig feet, which Guangxi brought back from the village. All fresh kills. Come on, everyone, dig in. Don't be shy, my mom has been simmering this for a long time. Guangxi picked up a spoon and served everyone in turn. Funjie took another drink and said, blushing, I know what you all do for a living and you are all good kids. But I still have to say this, no matter what you do outside, you must have one big premise. Always protect yourselves. You can't be greedy. Once a person has a little wealth, they want more. When they become an emperor, they want to live forever. There's no way to have it all in this world. Oh dear mom. Why are you saying all this? They are here to celebrate our housewarming. Right. Funjie drank too much and is talking nonsense. Here, drink another bowl of soup. I don't have grand wishes anymore. Just waiting for Xiao Min to graduate, watching the siblings build their own little family, and holding 2 plump grandsons in my arms. Then I'll spend my days dancing and sipping tea with my girlfriends at the community center. Haha. Back then our whole family crammed into a shanty. Every time it rained, water leaked through the roof, leaving no room to even turn around. And Xiao Min, being a young woman, faced countless inconveniences. Now everything's better. Guangxi has flourished thanks to friends like you supporting him. Funjie poured herself another beer and drank it down in one go, her face flushed crimson, yet beaming with unrestrained joy. Oh dear mom, why are you drinking again? Eat. Put the glass down. Guangxi ladled a steaming bowl of soup, blew gently across its surface, and carefully handed it to her. Oh mom. Xiao Min, ever the modest young woman, blushed deeply. Unlike Guangxi, whose unflappable heart led him to immediately raise his glass and shout, absolutely. Mission accepted. Rest assured, mom. Hey Guangxi. Is that really doable? Are you crazy? Mom's right here. Laughter erupted again, and this time Guangxi truly turned scarlet. Here, another bowl of soup. You've got to keep up your strength. Mom will brew pigtail soup for you later. It's nourishing. Oh mom. The meal stretched 3.5 hours. When it ended, they carried their beers onto the balcony and chatted idly. Xiao Min and Funjie headed to the kitchen to clean up. Brother Ren, look. Penglai Street lies just over there. Our Fuchin garden sells for over 3,000 per square foot, yet across the road, Jinhao garden fetches 21,000. How can the gap between people be so vast? Ha ha ha. Guangzi, what you're seeing might just be their housemates, not the mistresses themselves. Get lost. Hey, Xiaomin, why are you piling fruit on a brother Ren's plate? Is he the only one who counts? Can't you see us? Shall we go? Go away. My sister's still in school. You're all teasing him again. Joyful moments always slip away too soon. As midnight approached, everyone dispersed, yet our Ren did not return home. He stood alone atop the clock tower, smoking with Shir beside him, dressed in a short skirt, breathing heavily, clearly summoned in urgent haste. She gently patted her chest. Brother Ren, it's nearly 1 o'clock. The wind's biting out here. Let's go inside, if at least there are lounge chairs. How much did you drink? I had guests over. I rushed here the moment your call came through. Shir had dashed out, still wearing her club uniform, rabbit ear hair clips askew, a testament to how urgently she'd been summoned. Look east from here, then southward. Lights blaze without end. Who would imagine this was once but a humble fishing village a century ago? And those villa dwellers, the ones who think they own the world, are they truly born superior? I don't understand, Brother Ren. You shouldn't be in the underworld. You belong in a classroom. You speak in flawless philosophies. I don't dwell on such abstractions. I only know earn more, open more factories, and buy mom a spacious new home. No gambling father. No younger brother still in school, eh? What? Shir crossed her arms and shivered, less from reluctance to discuss ideals, more from sheer bone-deep cold. Follow me. A gust swept across Liang Bo Ren's profile, carving an unparalleled arc beneath the moonlight, so arresting that Shir, gazing upon him, felt her breath catch and her senses sway. They slipped quietly through the side gate of the school into the clock tower. Inside stood roughly 20 long benches, and at the center rose a small stage where the choir practiced. To the left loomed a towering pipe organ, chimney-like in stature. Shir's short skirt tonight was tangerine, arranged her thighs bare. Moonlight streamed through the massive lateral stained glass windows, spilling across her lithe, curvaceous form with haunting elegance. Ren's large hand brushed lightly over her cheek. Her earlobes flared hot. She instinctively tilted her head sideways, trapping his palm between her cheek and shoulder. Her face burned fiercely. They stood side by side, gazing silently downward. Gugu, brother, mention on the phone you dined at Guangzi's place tonight. Ren seemed distant, distracted. He gave her shoulder a gentle pat. Time blurred. Only after an indeterminate stretch did he finally open his eyes. Truth be told, the night air held a distinct chill. Before his crossing, Liang Bo Ren had wandered countless lands, strolled endless streets, met myriad souls, and absorbed countless customs, each as vivid as the last. As previously noted, they were children of the Jianghu, summoned late at night for reasons far deeper than mere scenery. When it came to romance or passion, the clock tower held a singular cherished allure. For a fleeting moment, a vision flickered across Ren's mind, a 1990s Hong Kong film. De Hua Ge as the lead, gripping Chu Hong's arm, just so. Shir's emotional resonance surging rapidly, your masculine charisma won. Before arriving, Shir had imagined countless possible locales: a tunnel mouth, a hillside, a windswept beach, even the enclosed capsule of a Ferris wheel at an amusement park. This man had given her too many surprises. Brother Ren, you're truly extraordinary. Shir was drenched in sweat, her bangs plastered flat against her forehead. That night, moonlight trembled for hours. The organ sang resonant and lyrical, birds answered in echoing chorus, so much so that nearby residents grumbled, "Damn priest, drunk again, pulling those pipes at midnight. Can't anyone sleep tonight?" From this vantage atop the clock tower, the entire southern peninsula unfolded below, panoramic and serene. To the west lay Victoria Harbor, bathed in silver moonlight. Beyond it, the newly built Bauhinia Square shimmered, breathtakingly beautiful. After watching the landscape all night, Ren braced himself with one hand and shifted backward, letting his spine rest against the cool copper pipes. Beside him, the beauty slept soundly, her soft rhythmic breathing illuminated by the moon. He studied her face, lingering, deliberate. She slept with perfect serenity. This was the purest, most tranquil state. Perhaps sensing movement, she nestled closer, arms tightening around him, murmuring sleepily, eyes still closed, "Brother Ren, you still have energy left. Then I'll just doze off first. Got cigarettes?" Ren reached blindly beside him, fumbling, searching, until at last he found one. FSSSD. Damn it. The lighter mocked him, refusing to spark no matter how he struck it. He shook his slightly numb wrist, steadied his breath, and tried once more, finally igniting the flame. He inhaled deeply, rich, smoky, calming, and slowly the weariness began to lift. After a night of passion, as noon approached, Liang Baran's phone rang. The voice on the other end was Gu Guzi, who hung up before Liang Baran could respond. This guy was always so full of energy. Liang Baran put on his clothes and quickly washed up before heading out. He stumbled slightly down the stairs, almost falling. As he entered the tea restaurant, he encountered Gu Guzi arguing with a neighboring table. Opposite him sat none other than Dongying's Thunder Tiger Yaoyang, who had been stirring up trouble with other factions recently. Beside him was his low-cut dress companion, who was none other than Datu girlfriend Xian. Hey you stinky BTCH, we've been giving to face by calling you sister-in-law, but showing off like this in broad daylight with that scoundrel Yao Yang is just slapping to in the face, isn't it? Shao will call someone. If that scoundrel Yao Yang can walk out of Chaiwan today, then I've wasted my time. Yao Yang's bodyguard immediately stood up and shot back. Hey Guguzi, it's not about who has the louder voice when you're out here. If you want to challenge me, let's do it right now. They'll let you use one hand. Don't think you can cause trouble just because your brother is Defei. Chaiwan isn't your family's territory. There are plenty of factions here. If you have the guts, take them all down. Don't be so clueless. My brother is magnanimous and won't hold this against you. Just get lost to wherever you're comfortable. The bodyguard suddenly flexed his bicep, which made Guguzi's voice drop significantly. You. Don't get too cocky. Hey, what's wrong with being cocky? Where's the law that says you can't be cocky? The bodyguard said as he casually slapped the opponent's cheek twice. Guguzi was about to retaliate when a large hand pressed down on him. Brother Ren, you're here. Damn it, Yao Yang is too arrogant coming to our turf with just one person. Oh no, it's two, and there's that shameless harlot. Guguzi's last bit of respect for Xian vanished. At that moment, he hoped Datu would rush to the scene to see the true face of this disgusting woman. Until now, Yao Yang, who had been bowing his head and eating noodles, finally looked up and said, Zombie, we're here to talk business today, sit down. Yao Yang then turned around, took a bottle of cola from the basket behind him, opened it, and pushed it in front of Liang Baran. I've heard you're quite impressive lately. The whole underworld is saying Hongxing has produced another fighter king, and you've already surpassed the previous Aegean of Jordan. Brother Yao Yang didn't come all the way to Chaiwan just to praise me, did he? Actually, that's not it. I went to Palan Street first, and those guys said you've been around Chaiwan lately. I came specifically to find you to discuss business. Yao Yang, stop playing around. You're from Dongying, I'm from Hongxing, and if you want to talk business, you should go find my brother Haonan. What do you want with me? Before Liang Baran could finish, Yao Yang wrapped an arm around Xian and gently waved with his other hand. You can't say that. I have business dealings with Ma Wangjian. Since he's been taken out by you, that means his debts to me have become void. Your brother Chen Haonan is all muddled up. Ooh, I thought I should come find you first since you're talented. Before I used my girls for Ma Wangjian's venues, and we split the earnings 50-50. Now that Chen Haonan has handed those venues over to you and to phase people to manage, I can give you 1% and make it a 60-40 split. What do you think? It can't be as simple as just a few girls, right? If you Yao Yang speak up, other factions would be willing to cooperate. Why are you fixated on Ma Wangjian's clubs? Liang Baran pushed the soda bottle back in front of him and looked at him plainly. Yao Yang immediately burst into laughter. See, you're smarter than that deadbeat boyfriend of yours, quite perceptive. You understand right away, that's the difference. His large hand grabbed Xian Zin's behind and pressed against the table. There are 2 spots right at the street corner. We have some goods to distribute over there. You just act like you don't know anything. If anything happens, we'll handle it from Dongying. Handle it? How will you handle it? Come on, you're not from the same faction. How can you handle it? Are you the leader? With Brother Ren around, Guguzi's voice became louder. Liang Baran stopped the eager Guguzi and lit a cigarette while slowly saying, Mr. Jiang and Brother Nen have already made arrangements. We absolutely won't touch Cizai. Yao Yang, you'd better look for someone else. Don't even think about Hongxing's turf. As for the matters between you and Ma Wangjian, Mr. Jiang turned a blind eye before. Now that Ma Wangjian is no longer around, that all becomes void. You really should reconsider. Partnering with someone like him won't lead to success. Liang Baran lightly tapped the table with his index and middle fingers. Cough, Brother Ren, is there a possibility that this guy was bad luck and caused Ma Wangjian's downfall? Yao Yang was not angry at being pointed at. Instead, he casually sat down in a chair with a nonchalant expression, leaving Guguzi completely bewildered. We have no interest in your internal strife in Hongxing. There are just a few rotten fish and shrimps. But you are different. You are not like them. Are you interested in cooperating? Hey, let me make it clear, I'm not trying to poach you. Just then a bald man flashed in from outside. It was Yang Tian, the notorious Hongxing fighter, who had just won several crucial boxing matches. Xian, are you really with this loser? Dressed in a light green baseball jacket, Datu clenched his fists, incredulous that his carefully protected girlfriend would be with his arch-rival. This guy is not normal. Why would you do this? Datu's eyes were almost ablaze, his tone heavier by 3 points. Are you blaming me? You practice boxing every day at the prince's gym, and when I call you, you don't even reply. I've had enough of being alone. I'm a woman too. Look at this, all this tea water smell. Especially the latter half of the sentence. I'm a woman too. Good. You need to be XXX, right? Datu, you also saw it. Oh, it's not my problem. You can't keep your woman under control. If I help you out a bit, just consider it helping you out. Ill F your mother. Datu's fist like a sandbag flew past the small table and aimed directly at Yao Yang's face. But Yao Yang merely raised his left arm to casually block the attack, while simultaneously striking a punch that slammed into Datu's chest. Brother Datu. Damn you, Yao Yang. Datu suddenly took a punch, and seeing Xian's anxious concern for the other man, his rage flared. He raised his fist to strike again. At that moment, Niu Xiong of the O Division strode in. What's going on here? A meeting. It's only noon, and you lot of runts are already causing trouble. Do you think we're powerless? Don't move. We received a report that someone at Zhao's restaurant was wielding a weapon and assaulting others. Stand still. Produce your identity cards immediately. Don't move. I'm talking to you. Put that Coke bottle down. Come on, officer. I'm just passing by. I was thirsty and came in to buy a drink. What's wrong with that? The moment the officers entered, the entire crowd fell silent. Some gazed blankly at the ceiling, others lowered their heads, all feigning utter indifference. Why would the police arrive now? Liang Boren stared at Yao Yang's smug grin, his brows snapping together in sharp dismay. Damn it, this wretch actually called the cops himself. After dispersing the crowd, Niu Xiong departed, but Yao Yang lingered. Without a backward glance, he walked out of the Cha-Chan Tung and lit a cigarette with his back, turned to Datu. Xin remained rooted where she stood. Datu pressed forward, seizing her wrist. Xin, tell me it isn't true. Yao Yang must have forced you. He had to have forced you. You wouldn't do this willingly. Xin, say it. Say you didn't choose this. The mighty Datu of Hung Hing, the very embodiment of fearless bravado, stood trembling, tears welling in his eyes as he shook his girlfriend's arm. But under the weight of everyone's gaze, she gently pulled away. Datu, you're hurting me. Let's just end it. I chose this. Yao Yang treats me well. He's brilliant. He teaches me philosophy, spends time walking with me, plays piano for me. Philosophy? Piano? Why don't you go teach at a seminary instead? One of his underlings muttered bitterly. Damn. Reading finality in her gaze, Datu's heart shattered. In that instant, it felt as though his soul had been torn from his body. He glanced once at Yao Yang, leaning against the railing, back turned. Then at Xin, weeping helplessly, before whirling around and launching a furious uppercut straight at Yao Yang. Clang. Yao Yang crumpled forward, struck full force. Cough, cough. Officers, you saw that. He assaulted me in broad daylight. Hold on, Datu. Out of respect for Prince Tai and Mr. Jiang, I've held back, but don't force us into an impossible position. Have you forgotten what you promised me when you walked out? Step aside. I'll kill this scum. Damn it. All this chaos is his doing. Every single incident lately traces back to him. Datu, a legendary champion boxer famed for raw strength, overwhelmed Niu Xiong alone. Run rushed forward to block him. Brother Datu, calm down. He's provoking you, don't fall for it. Get out of my way. With brute force, Datu sent both men sprawling. Then as Niu Xiong hit the ground, Datu's hand brushed the officer's holstered sidearm and almost instinctively snatched the gun. Oh dear, snatching a firearm in public. Datu, not even heaven can save you now. Yao Yang hopped about, inciting the crowd, while flicking a sly glance toward Zombie, who instantly understood, darting into the throng. Neighbors, come see. Datu of Hung Hing has seized a police officer's weapon. As law-abiding citizens, we must assist the authorities in apprehending this violent criminal. Resist violence, resolutely. The phrase sounded absurd issuing from Zombie's lips. Even he nearly believed his own lie. Enough. Come with us now. With the weapon in his hands, the situation had escalated beyond measure. Niu Xiong lunged forward, gripping Datu's crimson-faced arm. Two underlings rushed in, tackling him, piling atop one another like a human stack until Datu lay pinned beneath them. Yet Datu seemed impervious to pain, pounding the pavement wildly with his fists. Don't arrest me, arrest Yao Yang. He's holding Xin hostage. Go after him. Don't touch me. Brother Datu, stop this nonsense. You stole a gun. A sharp, stinging slap cracked across Datu's face. All eyes turned. The hand belonged to none other than Liang Boren, whose star was currently ascending. Snap out of it. Can't you see her heart's already left you? This may be exactly what Yao Yang wanted, to lure you out through her. Even that emergency call might have been prearranged between them. His words made sense, but reason rarely penetrates obsession. Datu kept struggling violently, desperate to rise and confront Yao Yang. With no choice, Niu Xiong sighed and ordered his men, take him in. As Datu was dragged away, Yao Yang turned boldly and shouted at Zombie nearby, Hey, Zombie. Isn't gun snatching a serious offense? 3 to 5 years minimum, right? With a subtle nod from his boss, Zombie bellowed toward Datu, brother. Far worse. If the officers press charges, 10 years or more is likely. A firearm is an officer's lifeline. Stealing it constitutes grave endangerment of his life and safety. Any court will treat it as a top-tier felony. Oh dear, Hung Hing's Datu has truly overplayed his hand. Can't hold on to his girl or stay out of prison. If I were him, I'd drive somewhere desolate and crash the car. What kind of undefeated boxing legend is this? Garbage. Just before being shoved into the patrol car, Datu's temples throbbed with bulging veins. He shot Zombie a searing glare, prompting Zombie to instantly duck behind his boss. Don't fear him, Zombie. If Datu had any spine at all, he'd melt you right here in front of the officers. But he hasn't got the guts. Damn it. What kind of man stands idle while his woman is taken? Yao Yang burst into raucous laughter, his whole frame jolting rhythmically beneath the sun. Yao Yang, please stop. You promised you wouldn't harm Datu. You swore it. Xin hastily grabbed his arm, desperate only to vanish from prying eyes and escape this vortex of shame and scandal. Slap. A crisp, stinging blow landed. Damn you, filthy hag. Keep your nose out of men's affairs. A vivid five-fingered imprint bloomed across Xion's right cheek. For several seconds her mind went utterly blank, then slowly realization dawned. She clutched her burning cheek and began to sob. Yaoyang, you struck me. How could this man, the gentle attentive scholar who'd always cherished her, strike her so publicly? Where had vanished the man who listened to her deepest confessions, eased her loneliness, spoke of global cuisines and cultures, and played piano just for her? She stared transfixed at this bewildering alien man before her, so lost in thought that she failed to notice the two pounding desperately against the car window, his heart breaking behind the glass. Big Head rushed to Chaewon, driven by anger, to seize the police gun for the green tea. Big Head is truly foolish. It's not worth it for such a woman. Now he's stealing a gun. This will escalate, and if it comes to light, no one will come out unscathed. Inside the prince's boxing gym, everyone was gathered discussing their strategy. Right now they are not allowing visits. If we just beat that fool Yaoyang, it would be one thing, and we could bail him out, but I don't know what the lawyer is saying. Prince, we've called. Lawyer Liu is negotiating. The problem is, even if they relent, it's going to be tough. 3 years is unavoidable, but if we can change it to an outside execution, it will cost a bit more. How much? It will be over 3 million. Lawyer Liu means to smooth things over and have Big Head admit guilt, claiming it was an impulsive mistake. A 2-year sentence could be changed to outside execution, so he won't have to suffer in prison. He just has to report regularly, and since Big Head isn't going abroad, it won't have much impact. Over 3 million. Yaoyang used just one woman to cause Prince and Big Head to lose over 3 million. That's why it's said that in this world money is paramount. Everything requires money. Big Head is really something. Even the best lock will break if turned by different keys too many times. Doesn't he understand such a simple truth? A boxer who often received guidance from Big Head slammed the rope twice in frustration, voicing his displeasure for this mentor and friend. Big Head's situation had taken nearly 2 months to unfold, but during this time the prince's influence in Sim Sha Sui had suffered significantly. Yaoyang was exceptionally cunning, never confronting the prince heated. Before every sweep, he would release news to draw the prince out, diverting the opponent's attention before striking elsewhere. By the time the deceived prince arrived, the Dongying gang had long since wreaked havoc and fled, repeating this cycle over several days, leaving the prince greatly troubled. Without Big Head, the prince felt as if he had lost an arm, and he also had to divide his attention with his junior sister's gym. Thus, in confrontations with Yaoyang, his victories were few and losses many. In terms of unknown combat, the prince of Hongxing was naturally unafraid of anyone, but in terms of strategy, he seemed to lag behind Yaoyang by several levels. Even he himself would lament after a drink, "Damn it, this Yaoyang has some skills. Is it just that those with Yao in their names are all cunning soldiers?" At such times, a younger brother beside him would hold the elder's arm, making a shushing gesture. "Bro, it's fine to vent, but don't drag our strategist into this." Coincidentally, at that moment, Shun Yaoyang, the strategist of Hongxing, enjoying a sumptuous dinner at his villa, suddenly sneezed. "Is someone talking about me?" Chaiwan had been much quieter these days. Although Liang Baran and Gu Guzi constantly reminded everyone to keep one eye open while sleeping, it was truly calm compared to the large-scale brawls in other territories. There were only minor conflicts among those from Sanlian and Heji, and the Dongying gang, which had been under close watch, had not made any major moves in Chaiwan. Previously, when someone reported a timed bomb in Liang Baran's territory, it turned out to be a false alarm, likely a prank, due to jealousy over their business. "Guangzai, in the past few days you should take more people when going out with the gray dog. I have a bad feeling in my chest," Liang Baran said, lighting a cigarette and patting his pockets, finding no lighter. Guangzai immediately stepped forward to light it for him. "Brother Rin, there's been a ruckus in Sim Sha Sui and Kuntong. Look, there hasn't been any movement on our side. The Dongying gang must be afraid of us. Your reputation is now too loud, and with Dog Brother backing you, the Dongying gang isn't stupid. If I were Yaoyang, I would definitely concentrate fire on Sim Sha Sui while Big Head is absent and the prince is distracted with the gym. Our top priority now is to make money. I have to go. I have a meeting with Wei Chong from Chang'an. I'm leaving. Hey Guangzai, take a few more people." Boom. Liang Baran's words were cut off as Guangzai had already stepped on the gas and sped away. 2 hours later, Liang Baran's phone rang, and the voice of Shirshir came through, soft and slightly sweet. "Brother Rin, I brought beer and am waiting for you at the clock tower." Liang Baran glanced at the wall clock. 1237. Clock tower. It's drizzling outside, and Guangzai went to meet someone from Chang'an and hasn't come back yet. "I can't leave now." "Oh, come on, just come, I miss you." Liang Baran shivered slightly, thinking to himself, Wei Chong from Chang'an is a senior in the Underworld, so there shouldn't be any problems. If he's not answering according to Guangzai's character, he's probably already finished negotiating and is now enjoying a bath and sauna with a few people. "Alright, I'll be there soon. Remember to bring an umbrella. Bring an umbrella. For this light rain." 20 minutes later, Liang Baran's red Honda Civic stopped at the roadside parking spot beneath the clock tower. He pulled up his collar and hurried up the steps. As soon as he reached the top, he saw Shirshir sitting in a chair. "Brother Ren." Liang Baran felt a chill in his heart as a tall figure emerged from behind the corridor column. "Wu Zhang." Indeed, it was Wu Zhang who had been hospitalized for nearly 2 months due to serious injuries. Shir was tied to a chair, her face filled with terror. Liang Baran quickly scanned the room, and another familiar figure emerged from the darkness. Yao Yang. Behind him stood a close-range zombie. This was a long-planned conspiracy, and the one who opened that valve was the unassuming Shir. Arin stopped about 30 steps away from Wu Zhang, and the few of them stood in a stalemate, none of them speaking. At that moment, Yao Yang lightly clapped his hands, and the zombie brought out a bloodied person who was thrown heavily to the ground. Guangzai. Guangzai was bare-chested, his hands bound, and he lay bloodied on the ground, trying to crawl a few steps closer to his brother like a worm, but was pulled back by the zombie. None of those who mix in this world have any loyalty. Yao Yang lit a cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and forcefully pressed the cigarette, but onto Guangzai's face. But your brother is an exception. He is willing to be beaten to death rather than call you. In the end, he still laid hands on this woman. Guess what? Your life is worth 50,000 in her eyes. Ha ha ha. In the dim light, Yao Yang laughed heartily, covering his face with one hand. Arin, your life is only worth 50,000. This whore didn't even think twice before selling you out. Ha ha. Everyone has a base price, especially a whore. By the way, you must have had something with her, right? Yao Yang circled around the chair a couple of times. Doesn't seem that great though. Don't think too much. I'm not interested in such goods, but my underlings welcome anyone. Ha. Zombie, tell Big Brother, how does it taste? Damn, Big Brother, don't mention it. It was like a dead fish. It left people feeling utterly lifeless. Ha. Yao Yang continued to provoke Liang Baran. I heard that the prince spent quite a bit of money to bail Big Head out. How much do you think Guangzai's life is worth? Yao Yang's left hand unexpectedly held a sharp knife, suddenly pressing it against Guangzai's back. Yao Yang, don't. Yao Yang, don't. Just as Arin surged forward to stop the opponent, the usually silent Wu Zhang suddenly sprang into action. A fierce knee strike came flying in, and Arin could only raise his hands to passively block it. The tremendous force of the rebound sent him crashing against the column behind him. Shaking his numbed arm, Arin focused his gaze and saw that the tip of Yao Yang's knife had not pierced Guangzai's body, but had instead cut through the ropes binding him. With his restraints gone, Guangzai attempted to rise, but wobbled and fell to the side. Guangzai, don't move around, crouch there and wait for me. Why didn't Yao Yang just kill him? Could it be that he was keeping Guangzai around to distract himself and prevent him from concentrating? That doesn't make sense. With his current skills, Arin wouldn't dare claim he could leave unscathed just dealing with one Wu Zhang, let alone adding a notorious Thunder Tiger like Yao Yang into the mix. It was completely illogical. The greatest taboo in battle is distraction. Just as Liang Baran felt puzzled, he took another elbow strike from Wu Zhang. His brow split open and blood gushed forth quickly. He could only turn sideways to deliver a counterpunch to fend off the opponent's attack before retreating several steps to lean against the column to catch his breath. Shit, the blood won't stop. I can't see clearly. This is really bad. Am I really going to die here today? Watching the frenzied Yao Yang and the readied Wu Zhang, the fear within Liang Baran once again surged. Yao Yang remained standing to the side, showing no intention of helping. Perhaps in his eyes it was more than enough for Wu Zhang to battle Liang Baran alone, or was he being influenced by some unspoken rules of the martial world? Before Liang Baran could recover, Wu Zhang's massive fist once again roared towards him like a cannonball. You bastard, return my brother's life. You successfully endured several heavy punches from the opponent, damage resistance 3, while defending your mobility 2. Seizing the opportunity while defending, you counter with an elbow strike against the opponent, elbow strike damage 3. Boom boom boom. Having endured several heavy punches from the opponent, Liang Baran forcefully shook his numbed arm and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, is that all you've got? Not much, huh? The rain fell harder, blood streamed down his face, and in the dim light, Arin let out a cold laugh. Suddenly reminded of the childhood memories with his brother Wu Duan from the taunts on Wu Zhang's face, he erupted in anger and threw a punch again. Arin raised his elbow to block and then lifted his knee to strike, while Wu Zhang, undeterred, absorbed the knee strike and retaliated with a powerful blow to Arin's chest. Both men staggered back wounded. Cough cough. Arin's chest felt as if a tank had run over it, unbearable pain coursing through him. Damn it, maybe 1 or 2 ribs are broken. Just don't puncture along. After wiping the blood from his face, Wu Zhang launched another attack. Arin silently cursed. Damn, that last knee strike landed squarely on his chin. Even an Iron Man should have to retaliate, right? Is this guy really that tough? Just then Yao Yang, who had been standing in the back, quickly advanced with a sharp knife. Oh no. Arin kicked out several times to create distance between himself and the two, lowering his center of gravity as much as possible. He thought to himself blood was seeping from the corner of his eye, his vision already obstructed. Handling one Wu Zhang was exhausting enough, and now another Yao Yang was coming. Oh, was he really going to die here today? Yao Yang, you to the left, I'll go to the right. Let's take down this punk together. Sure. Yao Yang lightly tossed the knife in his hand into the air, catching it with a sly smile, his gaze never leaving Arin. Damn, last time you ambushed me, I'll see where you run this time. Wu Zhang once again launched a heavy punch. At the same time, Yao Yang also quickly moved, coordinating with Wu Zhang to rush in from another direction, the knife in his hand glinting with cold light. Bang! Arun raised his right hand to block the heavy punch from Wu Zhang, quickly striking towards the opponent's face with his left hand, but the opponent suddenly switched tactics, grabbing both of Arun's hands tightly with a sinister expression. In desperation, Arun was unable to break free from the opponent's brute strength. Seeing Yao Yang's knife swooping in, he could only close his eyes in despair. This is bad. The strong smell of blood quickly rose in the air. Yao Yang, you. Arun opened his eyes and glanced down. I didn't get stabbed. I didn't get stabbed. What was that last strike by Yao Yang? In an instant, Wu Zhang's large hands suddenly fell as Yao Yang's knife had already pierced into the right side of Wu Zhang's waist, continuing to push forward until the blade was fully embedded. Yao Yang, you. Wu Zhang instinctively tried to press down on the opponent's hands, but Yao Yang's left hand pried apart Wu Zhang's entanglement, while his right hand twisted the knife handle to widen the wound. In pain, Wu Zhang could only scream and flail his fists. The knife was pulled out, and Yao Yang kept advancing. Blood sprayed out continuously, and the fallen Wu Zhang's pupils gradually dilated until he breathed his last, not understanding why the opponent would do this. Leaning against the column, Arun was equally bewildered, yet he still assumed a fighting stance, lowering his center of gravity and focusing intently, waiting for the opponent to advance. Yao Yang stood up, reversed the knife handle, and handed it over. Remember, you killed him. Why? Arun, receiving the sharp knife, finally let out a slight sigh of relief. What do you mean, why? Why did you save me? Damn, who said I was going to save you? This guy is the head horse of the Golden Mane Tiger. That punk is so arrogant because he has these two brothers backing him. If I kill him, won't all his territory belong to me? You're plotting against someone from a gang. Arun took the knife and stepped towards Guangzai while keeping a safe distance. No one can know what Yao Yang is thinking, so the safest approach is to maintain distance. You don't need to be so wary of me. If I wanted to attack, even if you weren't injured, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. You can take the person away, but you can't let him die yet. What's your aim with all this? What do you want from me? Arun quickly approached Guangzai and gently patted his cheek, while a nearby zombie at Yao Yang's silent cue slipped behind a chair. You've been drawing too much attention lately, even overshadowing Chun Hao Nan. Killing you doesn't require my intervention. Keeping you alive lets you deal with those punks from the Hongxing branch. Killing you brings me no benefit. The more chaos you stir up among the Hongxing, the better it is for me. In this line of work, it's all about money and using your brain. You need to remember the greatest threat never comes from outside. The only person you can trust is yourself. Yao Yang untied the ropes binding Shur on the chair, and as she stood up and was about to rush towards Rin, she suddenly stopped in her tracks as a steel knife pierced through her chest. Run. Brother Rin. I didn't. Everything happened too quickly. Rin, crouching on the ground, had no time to react. He immediately shielded Guangzai behind him. Yao Yang, what the hell are you doing? Why did you kill her after untying her? Damn, she could sell you out as she just witnessed me kill Wu Zhang in full. How could I let her live? Don't be nervous. Before I came up, I already instructed someone to make a call. Time it. In about 15 minutes, Guguzai will come to pick you up. Don't move or wait for me and the zombie to leave, then you can go down. Arun looked at Shur on the ground, a myriad of emotions swirling within him, and for a long time, he couldn't say anything. After a while, he finally struggled to light a cigarette and slowly sat down against the column, murmuring to Yao Yang's back, Yao Yang, I owe you a life. Having taken several steps, Yao Yang suddenly turned around. The moonlight illuminated his side profile, and with that sinister smile, it sent chills down one's spine. Coughing, Guangzai forced himself against a corridor pillar, watching Yao Yang's receding silhouette and muttering, a run that last moment. I truly thought you were gone. Yao Yang kept me alive to wait for you, didn't he? Why would he want to kill our comrade Wu Zhang? Are you all right? I can't lift my right calf and my back aches. Liang Boren used the lamplight to run a quick inspection. Guangzai's wounds were mostly superficial, but his lower leg was likely broken. When I came up, did Yao Yang really call someone? Liang Boren finally voiced the doubt that had been gnawing at him. My mouth was covered then. The corpse did call. Guguzai, came the answer. Arun, why don't you ask why I was here? Does that matter now? Liang Boren snorted towards Shishi's lifeless body on the ground. Christ, that was close. Almost wiped out. Sure, that rotten. Guangzai, don't dwell on it. She's dead, don't talk. When Guguzai comes up, well, tell him that you killed Wu Zhang while trying to save me. You stabbed Wu Zhang to rescue me. Why not just expose that Yao Yang killed Wu Zhang? Because no one would believe it. Everyone in the underworld already thinks I did it. If you tell the truth, they'd think we're slandering Yao Yang, deliberately sowing discord within Dongying. Ouch. Guangzai pushed himself with both hands, trying to move his numb leg, and grinned through the pain. Damn, is Yao Yang some sort of clairvoyant? Have we been played by him again? Not exactly. He didn't want only Hongxing and Dongying. If I had collapsed under Wu Zhang's barrage at the start, he probably wouldn't have intervened. Why? Guangzai's face registered a particular foolishness. Don't ask. Oh. As Guangzai rubbed his calf and prepared another question, several dark silhouettes moved into view ahead. Guangzai. Here. Gugugu, we're over here. Found them. Gugugu here. Isn't this sure? Why is she here? One of the juniors crouched before Shishi's corpse flashlight, trembling as he confirmed it several times. Orin, you're here too. No wonder your phone never answered. Damn, you're hurt as well. Easy, mind the leg, watch the calf. Ow, gently. Several men clambered up and amid much fumbling hoisted the two of them and began to carry them out. Christ, you scared me to death. When we came in and saw Wu Zhang's corpse, I thought you two were done for. It was someone from Chang'e who called us saying they saw Wu Zhang tie up Guangzai. Wu Zhang is the one you killed. On the ride back, Guguzai fired questions at Liang Boren like a machine gun. I also got a notice that Guangzai had been taken to Zhongluo by Wu Zhang's men. I didn't have time to think, so I came. Was that notification also from Chang'e? They didn't say. It was urgent, and I happened to be nearby, so I came to check. I see. That bastard Wu Zhang probably used Shir to lure Guangzai, then intended to use them both to drag you into a trap, only to be turned on and killed by you. It seems the call came from the same faction, all Wu Zhang's people. That rotten bastard had already been spreading word in the underworld that he meant to find you and take revenge. Didn't expect them to move so quickly. Guguzai promptly morphed into armchair strategist and analyzed the situation in the car. First, take Guangzai to the hospital. His lower leg is broken and needs a splint. All right, Renge. That private hospital's at the next junction. Well, head straight there. They quickly delivered Guangzai to the hospital. X-rays confirmed a fracture in his right lower leg. His back bore several wounds of varying depth, but nothing life-threatening. Liang Boren's right eyebrow bone had a fracture that required 11 stitches. The thenar muscle of his left hand was torn and fitted with a brace. No strenuous activity for a while. Avoid prolonged gripping of barbells or gym apparatus. The Zhongluo incident was for the moment concluded. The next day, Liang Boren authorized a transfer of 200,000 to Shishi's mother's account under Shishi's name and informed her that he would be studying briefly at a technical school in Nanyang and would not return soon. Huego fought Yao Yang across Chaiwan and Bolinjie 3 times without gaining the upper hand. Yao Yang's Seizai operation had already expanded into Chaiwan, and both Chang'e and Sanlian were unhappy, repeatedly seeking negotiations with Dongying's upper echelons. Because Yao Yang kept stirring trouble, the police checked their activities several times a day and tightened surveillance, cutting off everyone's revenue streams. In the end, reluctantly, Chang'e and Sanlian conceded the territories Yao Yang had taken over, each ceding 2 prime stretches of street to the other before the matter was dropped. To save face for both societies, Yao Yang grandly proclaimed that for 3 months, he would supply both syndicates' Chaiwan venues with Seizai at half price, personally overseeing distribution of loose goods and refusing any handling fee. Strangely, both Changles Siwen and Sanlian's Longjing flatly refused such magnanimity. They'd spent years on the road, they weren't afraid of exorbitant prices, but nothing in this world is free. Years of underworld instinct told them Yao Yang was up to something. There's no such thing as a genuine gift. Otherwise, why the endless fighting every day? What for? Volunteer work. Don't give me that. Playing piano twice a week at a senior center doesn't make you a philanthropist. As for Jin Mao, who rumors had swirled that he and Dafei were at each other's throats, but then the chatter abruptly died down. Some said he had gone to hide in Xinjiang, others said Yao Yang had laid a trap for him. In any case, Dongying's reputation for the Benlei, who had only grown fiercer than before. While Dongying kept testing the major societies on the island with bold offensives, Hongxing conversely took an oddly measured pace. Jiang Tianxing's younger brother Jiang Tianyang had started recruiting everywhere and set up a Hongxing branch. Jiang Tianyang's vanguard commander, the once omnipresent second marshal, the legendary Shen Xian of the 80s, was spotted that day in a Chachan Tung having tea with a young woman. That woman was none other than Hongxing's primary wife, Rongrong. Watching the scene unfold was of all people Dafei's top, Lieutenant Guguzai. Surrounded by his crew Guguzai's men jabbed their jaws toward the opposite table. Guguzai had to put on a show. Look at that shaggy mug. What decent man keeps that haircut? And tattoos on his head like some fool. Guguzai shoved his cup aside and strode toward the other table. Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Who is that man? Sister-in-law, are you being coerced? If someone is threatening you, call out. Don't be afraid, we're here. As he spoke, one hand rested on the man's shoulder. Hey, who are you? Why are you with our sister-in-law? The middle-aged man with a mohawk rose at once. A single glance from him made the other side tremble. Guguzai's heart instantly sank. Holy, why does this bastard look so huge? You, who are you? Don't touch me, I am with Hongxing's Dafei. You can't touch me. Guguzi, don't be afraid. Big brother's got your back. As Guguzi stammered, Dafei strode in confidently, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Shinxian Ku, are you lost? This place isn't for the likes of you. Dafei, watch your tone with me. I'm Si Sanba of Honghing, a second road marshal. I was already deep in the underworld while you were still wearing diapers. Dafei scratched his ear vigorously and flashed an exaggerated expression at his underlings, spreading his hands wide. Whoa, seriously. Shinxian Ku, it's a new era. Why cling to ancient grudges like stale rice? So should I go sweep another dock for you as your indentured laborer? Ha ha ha. Oh geez, big brother. This Si Sanba must be something else. Should we carve him a plaque and hang it up? With Defei standing beside him, Guguzi's voice swelled in confidence. Shinxianku's fists cracked audibly, but he held his temper. Instead, he jabbed a finger toward Defei's nose. Defei, if you've got the guts, pick a time. We settle this face. Coward's the one who backs out. Defei wore a look of utter indifference. Grow up already. Go retire inland. Hong Kong's no place for you. Who's scared of you anyway? Ignoring Defei's mockery, Shinxianku turned to Rong and said calmly, Sister-in-law, please consider carefully what I just told you. My elder brother Jiang Tianyang awaits your decision, and when you're ready, call me. I'm leaving now. What utter nonsense. Defei spat a thick globule of phlegm at Shinxianku's retreating figure. Big brother, that's not right. You've soiled the floor. Hey, Guguzi, are you lecturing me now? No, big brother. I think you should have spat it right in his face. After Shinxianku vanished into the distance, First Lady Rong approached Defei with an awkward smile. I truly was just passing by. I had no idea I'd run into him. I swear I haven't contacted Tianyang privately. Please don't tell Mr. Jiang about today. Ah, sister-in-law, this is family business. We juniors dare not interfere, but rest assured Mr. Jiang will be informed. How he chooses to act is beyond our authority. Though Defei kept a genial smile plastered across his face inwardly, he scoffed. Who buys that? Shinxianku's the kind of man pedestrians instinctively sidestep on the street. What are the odds he'd just happen to bump into you at a cha-cha-tung? That same evening inside the Jinjian nightclub in Chaiwan, when the men vividly recounted the incident to Liang Bo-run, he doubled over with laughter. Guguzi really has no fear of death. Taunting Si Sanba, a genuine second road marshal, is no trivial matter. Back then those titles weren't bought. They were forged in blood and battle. Guguzi really does crack jokes with everyone. Hope he doesn't burn down our own boss someday. Enough. You lot keep this among yourselves. Don't let it spread. After all, she is our senior brother's wife. No need to stir trouble for the boss. Oh, okay. Understood, Brother Ren. Guguzi's audacious tiger-riding fox-like mockery of Shinxianku had become the talk of the town. Pity no one witnessed it live. A reward would have been fitting. A better yet a signature Defei move. The invincible 484 knee strike would have sealed its legend. How's business been lately? Brother Ren, no impact at all. In fact, sales have surged. Many of our staff were retained from Ma Wang Jian's old crew, and with your 30% wage increase, morale's never been higher. Yes, Brother Ren. We're even partitioning the upper floor now. In just a few days, offerings will diversify significantly. Our business won't lag behind Galaxy Bay on Pottinger Street. Brother Ren truly thinks ahead. These days the girls compete fiercely for daytime location shoots, even handing out flyers themselves on footbridges and office buildings. Demand for drinks surges daily, and more courtesans venture out than ever before. Good, keep close watch. Don't let rival triads infiltrate or poach customers here. As Liang Bo-run inquired about operations, a junior rushed into the office. Brother Ren, bad news. That Mohawk guy's back, and he brought 2 others. Shinxianku. Yes, and his men are already clashing with ours. Several guests have fled in fright. Let's go downstairs and see. Liang Bo-run and his men hurried to the bar downstairs. There sat a burly man in a brown leather jacket sporting a mohawk and facial tattoos, calmly sipping liquor. Beside him stood another hulking figure, veins bulging across his temples, yet grotesquely ugly. How to describe him? Unlike Shinxianku, the second road marshal radiating innate authority and lethal aura, this roaring giant seemed nothing more than a reckless brute. What's going on? You're the one in charge here. The brute released the junior he'd been gripping and stomped toward Rin, slamming a glossy card onto the bar with a thunderous crack. Look for yourself. Your flyers, and this photo, don't match the real girl at all. Could there be a misunderstanding? Perhaps she's wearing heavier makeup, or maybe she's simply off duty tonight. Liang Bo-ren calmly lit a cigarette, then ordered a drink from the bar and extended it toward the man. Yet his gaze remained fixed, unwavering on Shinxianku seated nearby, and on the young man beside him. Clang. The brute swept the glass from Ren's hand, shattering it on the floor. I don't care. Your club's dishonest, deceiving customers like this. How are we supposed to enjoy ourselves? At the crash of glass, several patrons at distant booths ducked low and scurried out. So this is clearly a provocation. Ren quietly unbuttoned his shirt and shot a swift, piercing glance at his opponent. Courtesy first, then force. But if courtesy is spurned, the rules change entirely. Just then a junior recognized the brute and whispered urgently into Ren's ear. So you're E.T. I'd love to see how tough you really are. Come, let's not frighten other patrons. Into Qianqi. So that's E.T. Rumor says his crews locked horns with San Lian, and even Blue Whale took a beating from him. Can Brother Ren withstand his punches? Don't worry, we've already called Dog Brother. He's on his way. Even if they all come down together, we've got numbers on our side. True, that's our turf. I'll bet on Brother Ren winning. Juniors swiftly hauled away the sound system and cleared the Qianqi arena. E.T. lunged forward without hesitation, fists flying straight at Ren. Whoa, this mountain of muscle moves like lightning. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged several furious punches. E.T.'s fists were lightning fast and packed formidable force. Yet Rin, his left hand still encased in a protective glove, dared not unleash his full strength. Within a few exchanges, he was already on the defensive. Hold on. Just as E.T. raised his fist to strike Rin's skull from behind, the young man seated deepest inside, the one with neat braids, suddenly spoke. You're Rin, the rising star of Hongxing these days, aren't you? The young man bore no trace of brutality. Instead, every gesture exuded regal authority. Rin swiftly scanned his memory, recalling characters from comics and films alike. E.T.'s deference and Shinxian Ku's reverence, combined with their standing within the Hongxing branch, made it unmistakable the young man before him was Che Baoshan, the divine man of the early arc. We merely came to relax. My brother drank a bit too much, my sincerest apologies. Che Baoshan's timing was deliberate. He intervened neither too early nor too late, neither halting the fight prematurely nor stepping in after irreparable damage was done. He waited until after witnessing Rin's combat prowess, a calculated move clearly intended to gauge the truth behind the rumors surrounding this enigmatic figure. You're welcome to drink here, but should you seek trouble, we'll meet you heat in any time. Rin raised his right arm high, hovering it midair in a sharp, throat-slitting gesture, raw charisma surging forth instantly, drawing thunderous approval from the Hongxing brothers present. Don't misunderstand. I ask only that you relay a message. East Ing has been colluding with San Lian while Changle sweeps your venues across the board. Should Mr. Jiang prove unable to respond, we stand ready to assist, lest East Ying's brash underlings mistake Hongxing for weak prey. Che Baoshan flicked his cigarette, but it landed precisely at Rin's feet. Rin said nothing. With effortless grace, he vaulted over the pool in a single-handed leap, strode straight to the bar, poured himself a glass of liquor, tossed it back in one swallow, then raised the empty glass in a silent, distant salute, before letting it drop shattering upon the floor. Excellent. Bold spirit indeed. I hope we'll have the chance to speak properly someday. Brother Ku-Et, we're leaving. What already? You call that skill? You think waving flags like that makes you tough? Seriously. Braided boy, if I ever see you on the street again, I'll beat you senseless. Once. Every time. As Che Baoshan glanced sideways, the instigating underling instinctively recoiled, step after trembling step, then stammered, Don't look at me. 15 minutes later, Grey Dog arrived with over 30 men. Damn it. Who's causing trouble here? They're gone. Rin gently slid his half-empty glass toward Grey Dog. Gone. Didn't Shinxian Ku come too? Has he swallowed bear gall and leopard heart, daring to touch our turf? Grey Dog slammed his fist onto the bar, rage erupting like wildfire. Grey Dog, real name, Li Zhijio. Position Hongxing's north corner leader in the original narrative. Height 154 meters, nicknamed 3-inch nail. Skills, fiercely ruthless master of dual blades, forged his reputation through relentless, tenacious close-quarters combat. Notable feats: slew Changsan, the third-ranked warrior among Xue Ling's 10 heroes. At Hua Shizhou, decapitated Yao Yang moments after lightning struck him. Fate fell at Fu Tian, split cleanly in two by a bald opponent's counterstroke. One of the 8 valiant warriors. Half an hour later, both men's phones rang in rapid succession. Our eastern venues have been raided. All 3 southern venues hit simultaneously. Did anyone recognize the leader? A guy named Siyuan Bao, and another with a nose ring. Damn it, he's like Ox Demon King. Alright, hold on, I'm coming right now. Grey Dog raised his phone to hurl it down, but Rin caught his wrist. Brother Dog, too late. By the time you arrive, you won't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. This was premeditated. Shinxian Ku and Che Baoshan staged this disturbance solely to draw you out. Their true objective was to strike your venues the moment you left. Too late. I've heard of Shinxian Ku. He fought alongside Mr. Jiang Tianyang from the beginning. But who is Che Baoshan? Grey Dog turned to glance at Rin. He's 28. Previously held a gambling license in Las Vegas, managing casinos there. Mr. Jiang's most trusted lieutenant. Equally adept in combat and strategy. Rin tapped his temple lightly, subtly hinting at intellect. Grey Dog, blunt and straightforward, missed the implication entirely, shrugging helplessly. Stronger than Brother Nan. Rin smiled faintly, not evading the question, but acknowledging an unspoken truth. Brother Nan, Grey Dog's idol, simply couldn't match Che Baoshan in raw ability. Che Baoshan stood alone among early arc figures as the sole one honored with the epithet Divine Man. Even Rika Masahito, Hong Kong's only double-flower red pole, had never earned such distinction. Damn it. I'll chop Shinxian Ku into pieces sooner or later. Grey Dog's mind was consumed by vengeance against the rival faction's second marshal, convinced only by defeating him could he ascend further. Brother Dog, let's proceed carefully. We cannot wage war simultaneously against both the Hongxing branch and Easting. The police would lock onto us instantly. Business would collapse and rival triads would seize the opportunity to carve up our territory, waiting patiently for their chance. So what? My twin steel blades will carve my way back in. I'm heading to Causeway Bay now, to see Brother Nan. When he says fight, we fight. Wait, Brother Dog. Broth. Before Aren could utter 2 words, Grey Dog was already storming out the door. Aren stopped one of Grey Dog's lieutenants. Are our men still tracking them? Yes, we stationed several Sharpied brothers near Brother Dog. Right now the raiders are moving towards San Lian's territory. Let's gather everyone. Out we go. Where to? Chenji snack stall. Oh right. Half an hour later they arrived. Aren ordered the metal shutter pulled down forcefully. He entered with only 6 or 7 men, leaving nearly 20 outside as sentinels. Chenji snack stall appeared outwardly to be an ordinary eatery, but upstairs concealed illegal gambling dens mahjong and pai gao operated by Hong Xing's rhinoceros. Liang Bo Ren had surveilled it for days. On the ground floor, over a dozen burly men sat at scattered tables. Seeing only 6 or 7 opponents, they dismissed the intrusion. Such raids were routine. Sometimes they fended off multiple waves in a single night. Who's rhinoceros? Liang Bo Ren yanked a long blade from beneath his newspaper and pointed it squarely at one man. Damn it, still not done, eh? What's wrong with you, Longlo? Haven't we beaten you enough? How many times is this? Coming back to Dai, before either side could exchange more than 2 sentences, or even ascertain each other's affiliations, the brawl erupted. At first, the opposing side, confident in their numbers, paid little heed. But soon confusion set in. One of Aren's men seized an enemy and hacked relentlessly at his back, shouting wildly, "You're Longlo. You're Longlo. Your whole damn family's Longlo." What a... Not Longlo. Go, call the boss. I am from Hongxing, you idiot. Damn, it's Hongxing, hurry up and call the big brother. Let's hold on for now. The advantage of the secret venue is that the iron door is heavy, it has good soundproofing, and the noise inside is so loud that no one pays attention to what happens downstairs, especially those gamblers blinded by their losses. Even if the King of Heaven comes, they would still want to finish this first. Big brother, another group of Hongxing guys are causing trouble. After the younger brother reported the situation downstairs, Xinyo rubbed his shoulders and said, "Humph, it looks like those guys from Hongxing won't stop tonight. Let's go down and stretch our legs." Just when I came back, Xinyo, who hadn't finished a bowl of fish noodles, followed the younger brother downstairs wearing a tank top. Everyone stop. Which bastard is leading? I am Xinyo. Aren pushed the younger brother in front of him aside and dragged the steel knife across the railing, producing a harsh sound as he slowly walked out. My name is Liang Baran, and tonight I am here to clean up your venue. Damn, you've got guts, Liang Baran, huh? I've never heard of you. Xinyo quickly walked down the steps. Everyone step aside, I want to deal with this guy. You come to my venue with just a few people, you've got guts, don't scare away my customers. Let's have a onion on. This is why people say Xinyo is brainless. It's cute in a stupid way. Even when he has the numerical advantage, he boldly proposes a onion on. If it were his brother Ed, they would definitely gang up and stab the opponent to death. Aren threw the steel knife aside without saying much and launched a flying knee strike. It's DeFay's invincible technique, the 484. It's already locked, damn it, but this big guy broke free. No matter who you are, as long as you get caught in this move, there's no way out. Aren's knee strike was powerful. After locking the opponent's neck, he charged forward quickly. However, Xinyo was very strong and broke free. While slicing through the opponent's knee strike, he also threw an elbow straight towards Aren's chest. Aren, losing his balance in midair, quickly raised his arms to block. With a loud bang, the two separated. Aren rolled on the ground a couple of times, then pushed himself up with his right hand and smirked, "Big guy, you've got some strength. Stop talking nonsense." Xinyo charged out with a punch. Aren took the opportunity to perform a sweeping kick, while Xinyo leaped on one leg to evade the sweep and dove down, aiming to grab Zinnia's neck. Aren pushed himself off the ground again, executing a skillful hook kick that sent Xinyo flying, who staggered back several steps until he crashed into the table. You successfully kicked Xinyo away. Mixed Martial Arts Ability 1. You successfully executed DeFay's ultimate technique, the 484 Flying Knee Ability 3. As the sound of bells rang in his head, Aren's steps became increasingly agile. Just as Xinyo threw another heavy punch, Aren sidestepped and slammed both hands down onto Zinnia's forearm. Then he closed in and delivered a powerful upward thrust that sent Xinyo flying. This time Xinyo couldn't get up again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled a few times before collapsing again. "Big brother Xinyo, get up and fight this bastard again." Several younger brothers hurriedly surrounded Xinyo and gently patted his cheeks. "No way, just an elbow." Aren's elbow just sent Xinyo flying. "What is this? It's called inch power, do you understand?" "You don't understand a thing. Our brother Aren used the killing move of Bajiquan. It's called single goat thrust, said to be able to directly break someone's ribs and even shatter their heart." "Really? Oh, is it that exaggerated?" "Previously I followed two masters, and they specifically used this move to counter Thai boxing elbow strikes and high kick sweeps. Prince also knows this move." The little brothers from Hongxing were all extremely excited, while the people from the opposing faction were left dumbfounded. Their own brother Xinyo was knocked down like this. Where's the fierce strength that could compete with deities? "Big brother, get up, let's deal with this bastard again." "Brother Xinyo." Xinyo only felt a burning sensation in his chest. The room was spinning, and his instinct told him that he had at least 4 broken ribs, and some of the fractures might have pierced into his lungs. His throat started to heat up, and the blood that had been hard to suppress gushed out. Cough. Go upstairs and open the door, smash it for me. Anyone involved in smashing our venue should be chopped down. With Arin's command, the people outside rushed in to create chaos. The younger brothers left outside didn't expect things to be settled so quickly, as their task was to block reinforcements. The iron door upstairs was pried open, and everyone obeyed the order to crouch in the corner. Brother Rin, this guy's backpack is full of cash. What should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? Take it all. Do I need to teach you? Brother Rin, there are still quite a few necklaces and rings here. Wrap them all up and take them with us. In the secret venue, there are always rings and jade items, as some gamblers, when desperate, would directly take them out, and the people managing the venue would directly appraise them and offer cash. Xinyo, please convey a message to Jiang Tianyang. There is only one Hongxing. If he knows what's good for him, he should call Mr. Jiang directly to negotiate, or else we'll sweep you every day. Arin quickly approached Xinyo and patted his cheeks, causing the younger brothers who had been surrounding him to quickly scatter. You bastards can come at us anytime. Hongxing will always oblige. Don't think we are afraid of you. Remember to bring your second route marshal along. Arin slapped his cheeks hard. Xinyo felt unbearable pain in his chest and wanted to struggle to get up and curse back, but his throat heated up and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Those who have killed know if the lung is in trouble, it's the worst, because air will leak in traveling up the trachea. With the change in pressure, the injured may choke on their own blood, making it extremely uncomfortable. They must rush to the hospital for treatment. When Che Baoshan and E.T. received the news and arrived at the hospital, Xinyo was still undergoing surgery. 3.5 hours later, as the surgery doors opened slowly, the doctor gently removed his mask. Although the patient's situation is dangerous, fortunately he is strong. He has 6 broken ribs, and our 3 departments collaborated to start by sawing open his sternum, then performing a blood transfusion outside the heart, and finally our thoracic surgeons examined and sutured him. One of the fractures was precisely lodged in his right upper lung, causing emphysema and significant bleeding. If he had been sent any slower, the patient might have suffocated. Oh, by the way, was the patient hit by a truck? Or was it something like a steel ring? The doctor's next question made Shen Xian and Che Baoshan exchange a glance before nodding helplessly. Yes, he was indeed hit by a truck on the construction site. Che Baoshan called over the brothers who were present at the time, listened carefully to their recounting several times, and then nodded in disbelief. Brother Ku, it seems that Hongxing is not just about Chun Haonan and De Fei being able to fight. You should pay more attention to this guy named Arin. Someone who can break Zinnia's 6 ribs with an elbow definitely has some skill. By the way, where's E.T.? Why haven't I seen him? He was making a fuss, so I was afraid he would disrupt the doctor's work, so I had to restrain him. I found a few brothers to watch over him. It's fine and nothing will go wrong. Che Baoshan nodded thoughtfully. A few days later, around 9 o'clock in the morning, Rin received a call from De Fei. Get ready, a Greyhound will pick you up shortly, Mr. Jiang wants to see both of you. Really? Mr. Jiang wants to see us alone. Rin pushed aside the beauty in his arms who was studying the angle for a photo and sat up straight. What are you thinking? Alone? I and Anan will be going too. Alright, let's talk about it in the car later. Before Rin could respond, the other party had already hung up the phone. Rin glanced back at the beautiful woman with a resentful look and shook his head helplessly. Well, time to get dressed. Rin, go, we're leaving. The beauty beside him wrapped her leg around Rin's waist. He pinched her thigh firmly. I'll deal with you when I get back. You're annoying. She pretended to be angry and turned away, revealing a large expanse of smooth back, igniting the imagination. A quarter of an hour later, Rin grumbled as he boarded the Greyhound. Silence filled the journey. Soon they arrived at Mr. Jiang's villa, and as soon as they entered, Greyhound began to look around. In his impression, Ninggue's office was already quite grand, but he never expected Mr. Jiang's villa to resemble a maze, splendid and magnificent. Rin, do you think if I lived here I would get lost? Rin thought to himself, I don't know if I would get lost, but finding you might be a bit difficult due to the tall and grand corridor pillars. Brother dog, what are you talking about? I'd get lost here too. Right, I said so. Greyhound tugged at his collar and continued to look around like a thief. I heard Mr. Jiang's villa was mostly lived in by Yao Gu when he was abroad. It's truly impressive. How much money must this cost? Greyhound couldn't fathom why, despite being of similar stature, Mr. Jiang could accumulate such a large enterprise. What kind of business could be so lucrative? Wasn't it said that film companies were no longer profitable? Was Mr. Jiang, like Hanbin, also involved in the private oil business? The two were led by the housekeeper into Jiang Tiansheng's office, where Hao Nan and De Fei had already arrived. The second-in-command Chun Yao received a call and leaned down to whisper something in Jiang Tiansheng's ear. The latter's expression remained unchanged, only nodding repeatedly in agreement. In the office were not only Hao Nan and De Fei, but also Sister 13 and Hanbin, with the prince from Tsim Sha Sui casually sitting beside Jiang Tiansheng, smoking a cigar. Wasn't the prince just trying to quit for Zai? How did he come out so quickly? Greyhound and Rin stood respectfully on Hao Nan's side. Being the youngest, they naturally had no chance to sit. Jiang Tiansheng glanced around and tapped the table. I haven't informed Ling Ma, and Sheng Fan at Tian Air is going to the hospital to accompany his wife for a checkup. Let's begin. His words sounded official, but everyone could see that those present were all Jiang Tiansheng's confidants. Previously, the incident with the two and Yao Yang caused quite a stir. Now my dead brother has started openly pulling our foundation to create two Hongxings. Let's discuss our views. Jiang Tiansheng pushed away from the table, reclining against the back of his chair, carefully observing the reactions of everyone present. Prince Mr. Jiang, there's nothing much to say. Just as the matter with the two is nearing completion, we should go to war directly, otherwise people outside will think we Hongxing are afraid of them. De Fei, we can ignore the rest, but recently Shen Xian has been pulling people everywhere inciting our foundation to split Hongxing. Now anyone can go up and punch him a couple of times. Sister 13. The influence of Jin Mao Hu and Mong Kok has almost been taken over by Yao Yang, but recently a new group called Shui Ling Shijia has come to dig up our spots. Now we've lost quite a bit of business. Greyhound, who was behind, was about to speak, but was pulled back by Hao Nan. Under the continuous signaling from the other party, Greyhound could only keep his mouth shut. This scene naturally did not escape the eyes of Jiang Tiansheng and Qin Yao. Hao Nan, what do you think? Previously you assured everyone in front of the crowd that guy Sen Mao Crow had already learned well that he had turned over a new leaf, but now someone has seen him following Yao Yang and others sweeping our spots. What do you say about this? Upon hearing this, Han Bin's expression darkened. Among those who spoke for Hongxing, he had the deepest grudge against Crow, as his brother Qin was killed by Crow. At that time it was Chun Haonan who stopped him from seeking revenge, but now that Crow had reverted, how could anyone trust this? Chun Haonan immediately said sternly, Mr. Jiang, we cannot engage in a war with both Dong Ying and that group from the branch at the same time. If we do, we won't come out well regardless of winning or losing. Once our vitality is severely damaged, others will take the opportunity to share the spoils. Moreover, the cost of war is too high. The cops have been keeping a close watch. If we don't start anything, we can only watch our resources dwindle. His words skillfully downplayed the issue with Crow, and everyone nodded in agreement. After all, in this business, there are three things: seeking wealth, and seeking wealth again. Then let's fight. I brought back a lot of cash from New York this time. The company's losses will be fully covered. Go all out. Don't spare any effort against the Hongxing branch and those scraps from Dong Ying. It's not just Dong Ying. There's someone from the branch called E.T. Right. Break his legs and throw him into the sea. Chen Yao was taken aback. This was different from the analysis before the meeting. Mr. Jiang, this. It seemed Mr. Jiang had singled out E.T. He must have done something to provoke him. He didn't even mention Shen Xian, indicating that E.T. had definitely crossed a line. Yao, don't say anymore. I understand the reasoning. It's all about spending money, effort, and time. I just want people outside to know that Jiang Tianxing can afford the cost. If you're bold enough to play with me, I can endure not making a profit for a month. I can endure not making a profit for 2 months. But if they don't make a profit for a month, they might as well wait to eat dirt. With the authoritative words of the boss, the speakers present had no choice but to keep quiet and express their full support for the boss plan. After the discussion, the scene shifted to Jiang Tiansheng's bedroom. At this moment, Rong Rong had just finished showering and was lying on the big bed. Jiang Tiansheng picked up his belt with a cold smile and stepped forward. He can take what I give him, but he absolutely cannot reach out to snatch what I don't give him. Crack! 2 bloody marks appeared on Rong Rong's right shoulder. She dared not scream and could only bite her lips, softly choking back her sobs. Jiang Tiansheng swung the belt more wildly, his expression gradually becoming grotesque. You still dare to look? Don't stare at me with those eyes, I'll make you look. I told you to eat from the bowl while looking at the pot. You're so sentimental. Still thinking about your old lover, huh? Come here, clean it up. New bloody marks were added to Rong Rong's shoulders and back, and she could only curl up at the foot of the bed, trembling. Nango, Mr. Jiang's expression just now was truly severe. Is it because of the rumors outside? Shut up. Hao Nan immediately silenced the gray dog. A woman represents a man's face, especially when that woman is the one at the helm. In truth, Hao Nan did not really understand Mr. Jiang. He could not articulate his views about him, at least not by common sense. Perhaps he did not truly love Rong Rong. He merely enjoyed the sense of accomplishment that came from seizing her. Now that his brother had come out, shouldn't Rong Rong be returned? No one could say for sure. Dog Ia Ring, go back and gather people. Each of you bring 30 and wait for my call. All right, Nan, go. All right, Nan, go. De Fei leisurely lit a cigarette, hands clasped behind his head, and said, where should we start first? Damn, isn't Big Head about to come out? Shouldn't we call the prince? Causeway Bay and Sim Sha Sui should proceed simultaneously. I want to see if Yao Yang can really manage to split himself apart. De Fei, you keep an eye on the immortal with Gugu. Let those people handle it. We must be prepared for both sides and not let anyone take advantage of us. Understood. De Fei, with a cigarette in his mouth, stood at the alley's entrance, discreetly patted Anan's shoulder and rubbed it vigorously. In the days that followed, the flames of war erupted fully. Causeway Bay, Western District, Sim Sha Sui, Chaiwan. On the night of October 21st, Grey Dog and Arun had just finished sweeping an eastern British venue. Grey Dog forcefully swung the bloodied steel knife, twice leaned against the railing, lit 2 cigarettes. One for himself and one offered to Arun. Arin, you said that Lu Bu never killed a famous general, so why is he universally acknowledged as the best? No way, doggo, were you thinking about this while you were just chopping people? Arin took a deep puff of his cigarette and tightened the scarf on his arm. Nengu said I should read more. I may not know much else, but I love listening to the Three Kingdoms. Is that so? Let me think about it. Arun dragged over a chair and leaned back. You see, although Lu Bu never killed a famous general, the strong point is that everyone thought surrounding him was a fair thing. What do you mean? Grey Dog scratched his head awkwardly. Isn't Guan Er Yi impressive? Of course the Green Dragon Crescent Blade is formidable. Yin Liang and Wen Shou were both slain in one strike. When it comes to Guan Er Yi, Grey Dog naturally understands. Even someone as proud as Guan Er Yi, when he saw Lu Bu, his first reaction was to rush in and surround him. If you put it that way, it does sound right. Grey Dog blinked innocently. Damn, that's not the key issue. The key is that Lu Fengxian himself acknowledged this point when he was surrounded by the Lu Guanzhong brothers. He did not say it was shameless to bully the few with the many, but lamented that he was harmed by wine and lust, how he had become so haggard. Look at that, what a heroic spirit. Grey Dog nodded vigorously. So do you think those Eastern British guys will come? They've been waiting for almost 20 minutes. Let's wait another quarter of an hour. If they don't come, we will withdraw and move on to the next venue. Don't call me for this kind of support in the future. I get fatigued when it stops. Grey Dog forcefully tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, and stomped on it with disdain. On the other side, the trouble-free Big Head and the Prince were busy sweeping Yao Yang's venues every day. Anything related to Yao Yang was swept through regardless of its authenticity, making quite a ruckus. They fought all the way from Nathan Road to the southern Tianqing Ferry Terminal, uprooting the power of Sanlian along the way. Big Head, with his full firepower, was truly terrifying. He faced several of the Eastern British men, without fear, directly sending them fleeing in disarray. Damn it, Yao Yang, you stirred up trouble with Big Head and made us take the blame. This business is impossible to do. In fact, the Eastern British guys could only curse behind Yao Yang's back, too angry to say anything directly. After nearly a month of continuous sweeping, the upper echelons of Eastern British could no longer sit still. Luotawa called Yao Yang and Crow to face him and scolded them a bit, telling them to hide in their villa and not show their faces again. He wanted to personally call Jiang Tianxing. When you come out to mix, you have to make money. I still have business to discuss with Macau. Damn it, how can I explain this to my partners when you're causing such a ruckus? They don't believe I have this strength. If I can't get sponsorship, are you guys going to make up for it? Yao Yang originally wanted to retort a few words, but seeing that the old boss was truly angry, he could only swallow his pride. My venue has also been swept. My losses are the greatest. Even the underground boxing business has been affected. Big Head has been watching me every day. Sooner or later this will turn into a mess. You handle your issues with Big Head yourself. The company won't support you, and we cannot let your issues with Big Head affect the company's major plans. Luochuo's tone hardened further, on the verge of losing control. At this moment, the Eastern British's Gu Hualun stood up. Old boss, we cannot say it this way. Yao Yang has earned quite a lot of money for our company over the years. Moreover, he also promised Chao Si to show our Eastern British strength. His intentions are good, just a bit too hasty. There are so many gangs in Hong Kong Island, how difficult it is to unify the world. With Gu Hualun mediating, the two finally sat down in resentment, turning their heads away and stopping the conversation. Why can't we see Kun Long, who at every meeting? Gu Hualun quickly changed the subject. He's been taking people out to sweep and force the other side's old boss to hand over people. The now old Jean Mao, who mumbled softly. Is he still looking for Tachibana Masanori? With so many issues in the company right now, let's put Tachibana Masanori aside for now and deal with Hongxing first. Mentioning Kun Long, who made Luo even angrier, as he was even more uncontrollable than Yao Yang. Compared to Yao Yang, Kun Long, who was more like a ticking time bomb. Although Yao Yang is domineering, he can truly make money for the company, and he is particularly clever. The amount he submits each month is also the highest among the 5 tigers, significantly surpassing the second place, so even when he is angry, he can endure. Kun Long, who is different. Ever since Xue Ling died, his business has gone awry, and he's been causing trouble everywhere. Whenever he creates a mess, the company has to spend money to clean it up, which makes Luotawa furious. Here someone might ask, why is Yao Yang the highest earner, but not the head of the 5 tigers, while the leadership was given to Kun Long, who? This is Yao Yang's wisdom. It's not that he lacks strength, but rather that he doesn't want it. What's that saying? Be low-key in life, but high-profile in work. The truth of the saying that the bird that sticks its head out gets shot applies to every era. At this moment, Yao Yang, who was lowering his head to smoke, had a glint in his eyes, and a cunning plan began to form. The world of the Jianghu is about to change. Yao Yang did not obediently stay in the Villa of the Camel. Instead, he stealthily slipped back home. There, a young woman dressed in a red silk-trimmed nightgown was waiting for him. Yao Yang walked to the Uship bar in the living room, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and added a piece of crushed ice with a stirring stick. No, let me do it. The woman in the nightgown was none other than Xian, the girlfriend of Datu. She gently held a piece of ice in her mouth, swallowing it before her delicate fingers caressed Yao Yang's cheek, and then she squatted down. 2 days later at the Prince Boxing Gym. Datu, you have a package in the mail. Mine. Two removed his boxing gloves, wiped the sweat off his face, and took a box cutter to open it. The box was quite exquisite. Inside the velvet lining were 2 discs with a note on the back for Yang Tian. "Prince, can I use your office?" "Oh sure, the door is unlocked, go ahead." Two went to the prince's office, stretched his head out the door to look around, and then locked it firmly. Bang, bang. After half an hour, loud banging noises came from the prince's office. As Prince and Assam were about to rush in, Prince stopped him with a hand, saying, "Don't go in and let him come out by himself. Do whatever you need to do." "What are you all staring at? Don't you have anything to do? Has today's training been completed?" The scene cut back to Two, who clenched his fists tightly as he watched a man and woman engaged in indescribable acts on the computer screen. The woman was none other than his girlfriend, Xin. The male lead's face was not visible, only his lower body. Yet, that was enough. What angered Two the most was that she seemed to be enjoying it, constantly blowing kisses toward the screen. This was not a hidden camera, it was a genuine practical operation. Two's psychological defenses crumbled in that moment. While Two was seething with rage, Yao Yang was not idle either. He used a large sum of money and shares in the CZI market to continuously woo the higher-ups of other factions to unite against Hongxing. As if that weren't enough, while Two was indiscriminately sweeping through the Dong Ing venues, Yao Yang sent a new gift, a little finger and 2 bloodstained bras. On the bottom of the box was a note to Two Zai: "If he has the guts, let's meet at West Bay Pier at 1:30 a.m. He'll return your woman to you." That night, filled with anger, Two arrived at the designated location on time. It was an abandoned pier flanked by containers, making it impossible to see inside from the outside, perfect for an ambush. "Yao Yang, I'm here, get the hell out here." Two leaned against a container, carefully observing the terrain, his front knees slightly protruding in a defensive posture. Under the dim streetlight, several figures emerged. The leader had his shirt buttons undone, wearing a necklace the thickness of a pinky finger, exuding a frenzied aura. Dong Ying's Thunder Tiger Yao Yang. "Damn, you really are something. I'm starting to appreciate you a bit. You actually dare to meet me alone over a woman like this. Do you really think you're Guan Yu? Where's Xin? Don't rush, if you win against me shall be yours." Yao Yang lightly clapped his hands and several figures appeared not far from him. Yao Yang's close combat zombies and his subordinates emerged, but the last person to appear made Two shiver. San Mao, who had lost his memory. The zombies held Xin at the front, clearly to distract Two. At this moment, Xin had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. She sat helplessly on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she looked toward Two, saying, "I'm sorry, Two. Yao Yang. She really isn't human. I didn't know she would be this twisted. I was forced." Two lips twitched slightly as he quickly turned his gaze to the other side. "San Mao, I thought you went back to the mainland. How did you end up with these scumbags?" To be honest, before coming here, Two had envisioned the situation. He had anticipated facing a joint attack from the Thunder Tiger and the Golden Hair Tiger, or even the Capturing Tiger, but he never expected that the last figure to emerge would be his friend San Mao. Two, if you still consider me a friend, you should know I'm a person of principles." The crow forcefully plunged the axe in his hand into a wooden crate, saying no more. "Damn those who mix in the underworld still think they can be good people. Do you think the underworld is your family business? If you're a short mule today, you'll be a short mule for life. Two, you've been leading people to sweep my venues every day, causing me to lose so much money. Today you must die. Two Zai, there's no way out for you this time. Have you noticed something? Every time we meet, I always have the upper hand, and this time will be no exception." After throwing down this remark, Yao Yang snapped his fingers towards the crow and then quickly charged at Two. Two, being a renowned boxing champion and a top fighter of Hongxing, quickly kicked a nearby box and used the momentum to launch himself forward, throwing a punch towards Yao Yang. Bang! Bang! Two quickly engaged in a fierce brawl. Although Yao Yang was strong, facing Two alone was still somewhat challenging. He kept shouting towards the crow, "What the hell are you doing, crow? If you're going to re-enter the underworld, then taking down the strongest Two of Hongxing would be the most sensational thing, so get in there." In response to Yao Yang's complaints, the crow remained silent, gazing thoughtfully at the elongated shadows cast by the streetlight. After a moment, he rushed out, delivering a flying kick to Two's chest, also blocking a deadly punch aimed at Yao Yang. Another series of crashing sounds erupted as it turned out Two had been knocked back against a wooden box. This collision revealed a slight gap. "Ah, this is an opening. Ooh, does that mean I can jump into the sea from here?" While Two pondered the escape route, the crow's foot came flying towards him. He hurriedly sidestepped, but his abdomen was struck by Yao Yang's powerful punch. Cough! Cough! Two spat out a mouthful of blood, bending over against the wooden box, intently staring at Two as he caught his breath. This was tough. The crow's strikes were extremely heavy, and Yao Yang was full of malice. How could he break the deadlock? Before he could ponder further, he heard the rush of wind again. It turned out Yao Yang was also mimicking Two earlier, kicking the wooden box to gain momentum and leaping towards Two with a punch. Two quickly crouched down while throwing a punch, but before he could stabilize his center of gravity, he felt a chill creeping up from behind. As he turned around, he was confronted with the pale face of the crow devoid of color and the gleaming axe heading straight for his face. As the massive axe came down with crushing force, Data, desperate, launched a skyward kick to flip the charging Yaoyang behind him and used the rebound to twist his body, narrowly evading Wei's lethal strike. At the same time, a heavy punch landed in his lower back from Wu Ya, and the two men fell together. Data rolled twice and used the motion to put distance between them. Wu Ya hurried forward to trade blows with Datu. Enduring several brutal punches, Datu timed a bent waist-side elbow that smashed into the back of Wei's neck. After a swift exchange of positions, Yaoyang produced a huge chunk of iron and brought it down with a savage crash. Data ducked aside just in time, thankful for the keen instincts of a seasoned fighter. Had that iron struck him, he would have been knocked senseless or worse. But as Data narrowly avoided the iron, Yaoyang leapt down with a flying kick that swept across his face with bone-jarring force. With no time to react, Data took another brutal blow. Before he could hit the ground, a thud echoed as Wu Ya followed with a vicious kick to his waist, driving him back into Yaoyang's reach. Though Data managed to rise, Yaoyang's speed and reflexes were ruthless. In an instant, he closed the distance, and a sudden flying kick sent Data sprawling to the earth. This time, Yaoyang and Wu Ya surged forward together, their boots aimed straight at his face. Blood streamed down Data's features. His nose had caved in from the deformation, a pitiful sight. Data's head grew heavier, his vision clouded, yet his professional boxing experience still sustained him. Although he kept absorbing strikes, he concentrated side punches against Yaoyang and Wei's midsections and lower backs. His punch power leaked away with each blow, and that only fed Yaoyang's frenzy. Again, harder, faster again, Yaoyang taunted, urging them on. Yaoyang launched another sweeping side kick into Data's lower back. As Data fell, he grabbed a sandbag from the ground and hurled it to create distance between them. The onlookers, a zombie and two thugs keeping watch, began to mock him. Haha, Hong Sing's famed Data, look at him, oh, we're kicking him like a ball. Yaoyang halted his assault to taunt the struggling Datu. Get up, ain't you so tough? Come on, fight. Get up, aren't you so macho? I fuck your girl every night. Don't you have any backbone? Get up, Datu. Yaoyang spun, seized Xin from the ground by her hair, and dragged her toward the street lamp. Amid her desperate cries, he flung her down and stamped his boot mercilessly on her head. Data, get up and attack. He jeered. Data's vision was badly compromised, his head swam, and the world doubled. Half kneeling, he wiped the blood from his face and stared dazedly in Xingxin's direction. Perhaps she did not deserve him, yet to abandon her was impossible. Exhausted and wavering, Data staggered to his feet. Yaoyang, I'll fuck your mother. He roared, throwing every ounce of strength into a punch aimed at Yaoyang's face, but Yaoyang merely swept both palms in a motion that disarmed the fatal blow. Maybe his sight failed him, or perhaps he was spent. What should have been a savage strike slid off, as if inconsequential. Bending forward, Yaoyang lunged and drove a brutal fist into Data's chest. Data flew backward several meters and crashed heavily against a wooden crate, going limp. He turned his head and saw the dock ahead. If he could gather strength, he might still launch himself into the sea. Yaoyang's sinister laughter filled the air. Watch closely, Datu. He hoisted Xin from the ground and barked to his men, you too. Hold them. This slut carries your seed, but she services me every night. Aren't you furious? Come on, come at us, he taunted, reveling in the cruelty. Haha, thinking about it makes me hard, he laughed. Datu, I wonder, when you fucked her, did she call my name? You're so sentimental, and she rejected you. She wanted my cock. He continued, tearing at Data's dignity to sate his own perverse pleasure. Yaoyang's large hand morphed into a fist and rose as if to smash Xingxin's face. Bloodshotty, Data launched himself in a desperate bound and tackled Yaoyang to the ground. Xin, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Why were you so foolish? Xin, Data cried. Haha, yes, that's it, that look. It's exactly what I wanted, Yaoyang jeered, drunk on the sight. Under the lamplight, Yaoyang rose deranged and slowly stalked back toward Dao. Hate me like that, he murmured, savoring the misery. Big bro, use this. One of the thugs called, handing Yaoyang a sharpened iron rod. Data rose, and in a few explosive movements sent several thugs flying. He carefully urged Xin to sit on the crate. Wait for me, he managed to say. Wu Ya watched the entire scene with a hollow expression, nobody could tell what he was thinking. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, Data closed the distance and unleashed a barrage of heavy blows, but blood seeped continuously and blurred his sight. Although his punching power remained, his aim had gone astray and his footwork had already become chaotic after only a few exchanges. Any boxer knows, punches follow the feet. Once your steps falter, your strike loses all precision. Yaoyang ducked and drove the steel pipe forward with lightning speed. The pipe pierced Data's left abdomen and emerged through his body. Blood dripped from the metal onto the sand in a ghastly scene. Unable to hold himself up, Data sank against the crate, gasping for breath. Ha ha ha, Datu, I want you to die without peace. You fought to save what you thought was your child. Know this, that child is mine. We were going to take her to Kuyo to look for you, but the Taizi spent a fortune to pull you out, only 50 days in, but it doesn't matter. You can still see this, ha ha ha. Dada stared blankly at Xin as his face twitched. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. No one could tell whether he regretted anything. His eyelids grew heavy. He tried to rise again, but failed time and again. After laying out his taunts with cold deliberation, Yaoyang stepped aside and hoisted a heavy iron horn weighing dozens of jin, then brought it down hard toward Dada's skull. Could fate not grant Dada one last mercy? The woman he loved had become the very straw that might break him. Always measured, never a true man of the underworld. Was Dada truly to die here? He closed his eyes and braced himself to meet the falling iron. Under the dim streetlight, the blood-red eyes of Yaoyang swung the iron rod down fiercely toward the back of Datu's head. Bang! Is Datu done for? Damn, do we even need to discuss it? With that heavy iron rod, who could withstand it? Had be turned into mush. Yet merely 3 seconds later, the nearby henchmen widened their eyes. A figure darted past, knocking Yaoyang to the ground. Crow intervened. In the frenzy, Crow temporarily saved the life of Datu. Damn, Crow, whose side are you on? Is Datu your father? Why are you saving him time and again? Last time in the West Ring you flew out to intervene too. After getting up, Yaoyang held his lower back, taking a bow stance with a wary expression as he gazed in Crow's direction. Yaoyang, I don't care what you've done before. If you want to deal with Datu, just do it directly. Don't play these despicable tricks. Datu is a warrior who can only stand and die. So you're going to stop me, huh? Yaoyang stepped aside, lightly leaning against a wooden crate. Datu is only half a person of the Jianghu. If your goal to deal with the Crown Prince has been achieved, he poses no threat to you anymore. If you insist on killing him, I won't stop you, but don't expect my help against the Crown Prince and Chun Haonan later. Yaoyang gazed at the struggling Datu, contemplating the resolute Crow. Datu was already done for and had been humiliated by him. There was no need to offend Crow for him, especially since taking down Hongxing required Crow's assistance, particularly from the Crown Prince, the war god of Hongxing. Fine, I'll give you face this time. Remember what you said. Let's go. Yaoyang dusted himself off and casually waved to the henchman, but Crow's large hand once again blocked his path. Damn, Crow, what do you want now? Have you figured out which side you're on? Don't betray your own. Yaoyang's tone grew increasingly impatient. We have to keep this woman. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have caught Datu alone. She must be held accountable for what she did to him. Damn, what difference does it make? It's nonsensical. Perhaps tired of playing, or maybe Yaoyang wanted to see how things ended for Xian. He surprisingly did not object. The henchman, receiving his glance, tossed Xian aside. Let's go. Chun Haonan, this is Crow. Something happened to Datu. 15 minutes later, the Crown Prince, Defei, Grey Dog Liang Baran, and others arrived one after another at a private hospital in the West District. Damn it, Crow, what's going on? The Crown Prince, having a shallow relationship with San Mao, Crow approached and threw a punch. Crow kept rubbing his bloodstained hands, lowering his head and remaining silent. Crown Prince, calm down. We just asked the attending doctor and nurse. It's Crow who brought Datu here, and he is still in critical condition. Stay calm. Calm. How can I calm down? Didn't you hear the nurse say? There is a steel pipe embedded into Datu's abdomen, and he's nearly bled out. How the hell do you expect me to calm down? Due to their time spent together, Datu had been rampaging with the Crown Prince throughout Dongying, and with previous interactions with Tachibana Masayuki, their bond had deepened. Damn it, if something happens to Datu, the first one I'll go after is you. After throwing a punch the size of a sandbag into the opponent's chest, the Crown Prince was finally pulled away by the others. About 10 minutes later, Chun Haonan arrived with Lao Yao. Sen Mao, what exactly is going on? Upon seeing Chun Haonan, a hint of color returned to Crow's pale face. He suddenly stood up and slowly said, it was Yaoyang who set up the ambush on Datu. Damn, you all heard it. This trash ambushed Datu. You all tried to stop me earlier, and you heard it, he admitted it. The Crown Prince pretended to throw a punch again, but with a glance from Chun Haonan, Grey Dog, and Defei immediately restrained him. Crown Prince, let Anan finish asking. We can act after we understand everything. Grey Dog tightly gripped the opponent's arms, and Liang Baran stepped in to help, finally managing to pull the furious Crown Prince away. Let's go, Crown Prince. Let's step outside for a smoke. Whether to fight or kill can wait until Nan finishes asking. Chun Haonan called Crow aside to the corner of the staircase, opened the front window, lit 2 cigarettes, and handed one to Crow. Should I call you Crow or San Mao now? Chun Haonan, don't ask. Yaoyang is back to deal with you and the Crown Prince. Just be careful. If Yaoyang finds out about your current situation, he will definitely deal with you. I wanted you to stay by my side, but you refused, saying you wanted to retire from the Jianghu and return to the mainland. You don't seem like someone who would go back on your word. As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent flickered in Chun Haonan's eyes. Previously, San Mao had always called him Nan Gu or Anan, but this time Crow used his full name. The San Mao he knew was gone. There was no going back. Crow, with a cigarette in his mouth, leaned against the windowsill and said, what does it mean to be a good person? Chun Haonan, we are all too naive. What does it mean to be a good person? In this world, there is no way for a good person to survive. No one can truly leave the Jianghu. I did cut off all ties to Hong Kong Island in the northeast. The day I jumped into the sea, an old lady saved me. She treated me well, like a son. I truly wanted to start anew. Not only did I encourage goodwill in the community, but I also helped neighbors fix roads and cars, etc. During that time, I was really happy. However, my existence blocked the financial path of those who sold drugs in the area. These bloodsuckers are everywhere. They framed me, and later to save me, the old lady sold her house to fund my lawsuit. But those scumbags actually set fire to the place where the old lady rented. Thankfully, she went out to borrow money that day or otherwise. As he spoke, Crow covered his face and wept. Chun Haonan felt deeply moved. Is it really that difficult to be a good person? So don't ask me about what comes next. If you still consider me a friend, just be careful. Yao Yang has brought back a lot of elites and has also recruited the Triad and those from Chonglo. When you go out, take more people with you. Will you take action against me? Under the moonlight, Chun Haonan pinched the cigarette, and turned to look at Crow. I will. Crow replied, bracing himself and stomping his feet. Good, I won't hold back either. For hours later, as dawn broke, the operating room door finally opened. Who was the family member? The steel pipe in the victim Yang Tian's abdomen has been removed. It was truly perilous. His abdominal cavity was severely congested, and the steel pipe was inserted at an angle. We and the cardiothoracic team worked hard to remove it and stitch it up. However, the victim's condition is very critical. Fortunately, he was brought in promptly, and the steel pipe had not shifted inside. But his organ damage is severe. During the operation, we had to remove a spleen and resect over 2 feet, nearly 70 centimeters, of his intestines to finish the debridement. The vascular sutures went very smoothly. Then, Doctor, is the 2 life saved? The Crown Prince excitedly stepped forward and grasped the doctor's hand. The doctor blinked. Oh, that's Yang Tian, Liang Baran added from the side. Right, it's Yang Tian. The victim's life has been saved. Next, he needs to be sent to the intensive care unit for 48 hours of observation. As long as there is no infection post-surgery, his recovery will be quick, and he can have stitches removed in half a month. However, he cannot do physical work, cannot be overstressed, and his diet must be controlled. He can't drink excessively. Phew, the 2 life is saved. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, but what the doctor said afterward went unheard by the crowd. Damn it, daylight already. Big Head's finally out of danger, but I still don't get it. How could someone as tough as him get ambushed? Wouldn't ordinary people even struggle to get close to him? Gugu's eye strode into the hall carrying steaming bowls and teacups. The group had finally relaxed, and at the sight of soup buns their stomachs growled. They devoured them ravenously. Brother Defei, I just saw Brother Nan hail a taxi for San Mao at the intersection. Does that mean San Mao's still on our side? Gugu's eye leaned against a corridor chair, puffing his cheeks as he asked. Before Elder Brother could reply, he met Crown Prince's sharp gaze heated and instantly recoiled. Just eat your breakfast. Can't even shut your mouth with a steamed bun in it. Big head, brother. Big Head, how are you holding up? Crown Prince rushed forward first and seized Big Head's hand. My hand. Big Head's lips trembled faintly. Huh, what's wrong with your hand? Crown Prince shot upright from his chair. Crown Prince, you're pressing on my hand. Huh, oh. And 4 catheter remained taped to Big Head's arm for infusions and injections. Crown Prince had accidentally leaned on it. Big Head, you're truly unbreakable. They cut out half your intestines, yet here you are roaring back like a storm. Shoo. Seeing Defei speak without restraint, Gugu's eye immediately jabbed his elder brother twice in the ribs. Why'd you poke me? What's there to hide? I already asked. The nurse said it won't affect anything. She told me the human intestine is many times longer than the body. How long exactly? I forgot, but it's endlessly long. Long enough to coil through several stories of a building. Big Head, any discomfort? Thirsty. Big Head's thirsty. Gugu's eye peel a pomelo from the basket for him. What are you talking about, Brother Defei? The doctor explicitly said Big Head brother can't eat solid food yet, only liquids. Otherwise he risks gastrointestinal bleeding. His mucosal lining must be carefully protected. Oh, I see. Defei smacked his forehead hard. Crown Prince. Xian. Big Head, don't concern yourself with Xian for now. Brother Nin instructed me to tell you focus solely on healing. He's already handled everything regarding Xian. That's right, Big Head. Brother Nin has spent these past 2 days leading Grey Dog and Yi Jian to raid East Eagle's establishments, forcing them to surrender the culprit. Rest assured, he'll deliver justice for you. Absolutely, Big Head. Brother Yao declared this time East Eagle must be taught a lesson. Don't worry, I'll personally lead tonight's raid on Yao Yang's turf. Everything's been arranged. Cough, cough. Clutching Crown Prince's hand tightly, Big Head turned his face sharply aside, silent. Just as everyone strained to dissolve the suffocating awkwardness, a young nurse entered bearing a tray. Hey, step aside. What's with this crowd? Are you Triad members or something? I need to replace the drainage bag. Please move your chair back. Next time, keep your distance. What if you knock over a needle? The nurse spoke rapidly, machine gun quick. Today's output 370 milliliters, down from yesterday's 430. Color is pale red, blood pressure stable, no fever. Recovery is progressing well. Drainage can likely be removed in 2 to 3 days. If you experience abdominal cramps, dizziness, or any discomfort, let us know immediately. Just press the call button beside your bed. And you caregivers, watch closely for night sweats or fever. Report them to the front desk without delay. Thank you, nurse. Thanks, beautiful nurse. Strange as it seemed, these formidable underworld elders feared across the city now sat meek as kittens before a nurse in uniform, terrified of provoking her ire, or worse, her scolding. All right, everyone disperse. Big Head needs rest. From now on, only 2 people may stay per day. No more swarming in like a black tide, disturbing his recovery. After the nurse departed, Crown Prince waved dismissively. Gugu Zai and the others retreated to chairs in the corridor. Next visits, stagger your timing. Rotate shifts. He shouted once more toward the doorway. 2 blossoms bloom, 1 stem each. News of Hong Xing's Big Head falling into ambush spread like wildfire across the underworld. Some claimed he single-handedly crushed dozens of East Eagle's men. Others swore Yao Yang alone felled Big Head in one blow. Rumors even likened him to Luo Tong from classical tales, Gutwound and Defiant battling Yao Yang and Crow the Raven, 2 ferocious tigers, for 300 rounds. Every version grew more fantastical, more mythic. Yet one fact remained indisputable: Big Head lay gravely wounded, absent from the scene for the foreseeable future. Yao Yang's latest provocation reignited East Eagle's dragon head Luo Tuo, restless once more. At dawn he summoned his strategist Gu Huoluan to his office. Luo Tuo, what is Yao Yang playing at? We agreed he'd lie low for a while, so why provoke Hong Xing's thugs again? Gu Huoluan, Yao Yang boasted before Chao Si that he'd unify Hong Kong's underworld. Hong Xing had to fall first, to cow the other factions into submission. Luo Tuo, damn it. After decades of war with Hong Xing, does he think one sentence will end it? Then what the hell have we been fighting for? Do we even care about business anymore? Call him. Tell him to resolve this himself. Stop hiding behind the company every time trouble arises. We're not a government bureau. If necessary, contact Chen Yao first. Sound him out. Let Yao Yang and Crown Prince negotiate face-to-face. Understood, brother. Even as Hong Xing's men scoured the city for Yao Yang, another seismic event erupted, overshadowing Big Head's incident entirely. Hong Kong's sole double-flower red pole had sent intermediaries to broker peace with East Eagle's Qin Long Hu, the dragon-catching tiger. Wherever Li Hua Zhengren's name surfaced, every street-level thug held his breath. A saying echoed across the Triads: can you rival Leon Lai in charm? Can you best Li Hua Zhengren in combat? After Li Hua Zhengren slew East Eagle's female demon, Shui Ling Qin Long, who issued open bounties for his capture, Li Hua Zhengren's patron organization Waqi strained under Qin Long Hu's fury. Yet Li Hua, bound by loyalty, refused to burden his senior Gao Wenbiao, so he dispatched envoys seeking reconciliation. For weeks Li Hua Zhengren and Jiao Mei had hidden on Jixian Island in mainland China, yet even their peace eluded him. Qin Long Hu's bounty had surged from 3 million to 8 million Hong Kong dollars. Men die for wealth, birds perish for grain. And when the quarry was a rising star like Li Hua Zhengren, low-rank thugs saw only a chance to ascend, by any means. That morning Nai Zai, Li Hua's trusted confidant and friend, entered his office early. Brother Li Hua, how do we handle this? Why not ask the syndicate for help? Our Wai branch has numbers. Waqi Walak Wahing, all boast overwhelming strength. Should we fear outsiders? Li Hua Zhengren, a man whose hair had turned snow white, rose slowly from the sofa. Nai Zai, times have changed. I still wish to resolve this peacefully. But it's impossible, Brother Li Hua. How can you settle this without fighting? You killed East Eagle's Si Ba Gao, their 4th officer. Li Hua Zhengren poured a cup of wine and slid it gently toward Nai Zai. Money can work. Shui Ling's 10 heroes pursue me relentlessly, not for vengeance, but for the Shui Ling inheritance Jiao Mei holds. We never intended to keep it. It belongs to East Eagle. Returning it solves everything. No complications. Nai Zai cut in sharply. Brother Li Hua, you're too naive. Qin Long Hu doesn't want money. He's mad. As for Qin Long Hu, Li Hua rubbed his temple, lost in thought. I haven't yet discerned his true motive, but we can meet and talk. In truth, even Li Hua Zhengren, racking his mind to its limits, could not fathom why Qin Long, who clung so fiercely to the Shui Ling affair. Senior Brother Rika, did I hear you correctly? You intend to settle this matter with money? Nai Zai raised his wine cup and drained it in one go, then stood up to pour himself another. Forget it, forget it. In a few days I'll take you to meet someone. Perhaps that will resolve things. Meanwhile, inside the Qinfeng Trading Company office of Qin Long Hu. What intelligence do you have? Spit it all out. I refuse to believe there's still no trace of 8 million. What exactly are you doing with your time? Under Qin Long Hu's piercing predatory gaze, his underlings, the so-called paparazzi, could only hand over the intelligence they'd gathered most recently. Brother, why must we keep collecting these reports? Why not just use guns against Rika Masahito? Asked Tanku Qin Long, whose personal bodyguard, his brow deeply furrowed in confusion. Damn it. Have you lost your mind? Yes, firing a gun is easy, but what advantage would killing a double-flower red pole bring us? And which triad would ever fear us then? Qin Long, who had indeed considered assassination, but such a move would lack the overwhelming impact he craved. All of you, use your heads. Let's destroy Hong Kong's sole double-flower red pole, not with bullets, but with time-honored Jianghu methods. That way we avenge Sister Shui Ling and brand the Dong Ying name across the territory. A dual triumph. Why hesitate? Still, brother, your thinking is truly thorough, Tenko muttered, scratching the back of his head repeatedly. Yet inwardly, he seethed, damn it. Rika Masahito isn't some petty thug you can simply seize at will. Do you think I don't know conventional Jianghu tactics are cleaner? Will it work? After all, that's Rika Masahito we're talking about. Tan could take men and raid every establishment linked, even loosely, to Rika Masahito. All of them, brother. Yes, all of them. I refuse to believe Rika won't emerge. Does he truly have the gall to let his friends bear the brunt for him? Brother, your plan is sound. And yes, it will isolate Rika, but it demands enormous funds. Are we really prepared to antagonize so many establishments at once? Shut up and obey. If I'm not hesitant, why should you be? The moment Qin Long, who issued his order, nearly every establishment associated, even peripherally, with Rika Masahito was raided almost simultaneously. Such brazen, even humiliating aggression swiftly provoked outrage among Lao Wai's senior leadership, who seized upon any pretext to summon Qin Long, who for negotiations. Initially, Lao Wai's elders intended to intervene decisively on Rika Masahito's behalf, for after all he remained one of their own. Yet strangely, each negotiation concluded amicably. In truth, Qin Long, who had simply bought off Lao Wai's leadership, cash as blunt and irresistible as a sledgehammer. Rika Masahito grew more isolated than ever. Proud and fiercely independent, he had never wished for outside interference, and thus fate unfolded precisely as Qin Long who had foreseen. Yet Rika's allies extended far beyond Lao Wai's hierarchy. He counted among his closest confidants the Crown Prince of the Hung Hing Society. The Hung Hing, war god, Crown Prince regarded Rika Masahito as a sworn brother. Moreover, Rika's assault on Shui Ling had been undertaken solely to defend him. Loyalty and principle alike demanded the Crown Prince intervene. While the Crown Prince relentlessly raided Yaoyang's establishments daily, he never ceased searching for Rika Masahito. Then on this very day, Rika Masahito, dressed in a striking crimson suit, entered the Crown Prince's boxing gym accompanied by Jiomei. Senior brother Rika, how could you walk right in like this? Qin Long, whose men are hunting you everywhere. Even Xiao Tang, who once borrowed money from you, was dragged away and beaten senseless. A junior member of the Crown Prince's gym immediately escorted Rika Masahito to the Crown Prince's office. Brother Tai Zi's senior brother Rika has arrived. Rika. After weeks apart, the two embraced tightly. Once pleasantries were exchanged, the Crown Prince cut straight to the heart of the matter. Rika's intentions. With rumors swirling everywhere you stroll openly into my gym. I'd wager less than half an hour before Qin Long, who receives photographic proof of your presence here. Rika draped his coat over the back of a chair. I've returned for two reasons: first, to see you and Datu Zai, and second, to speak with Dong Ying representatives about this affair. I've heard about Datu's situation. Later I'll accompany you to the hospital. Let's wait. Finish your business first. Datu is under my care. The Crown Prince retrieved 2 glasses from a cabinet behind him and lit a cigarette from a drawer. So, you intend to resolve this with money? Yes, brother Tai Zi. I wish to negotiate with Dong Ying. Camel should at least grant me an audience. Unlikely. Dong Ying's campaign centers not on Camel, but on Qin Long, who, without his concession, your efforts will falter. Rika lifted his glass and drank deeply. Then how should it be done? Indeed, brother Tai Zi, we truly wish to end this conflict. We've decided, once resolved, we depart for Fusang next month. Jiomei, who had remained silent until now, nodded solemnly toward the Crown Prince. So soon? The Crown Prince paused, momentarily stunned. To settle this without bloodshed requires external intervention, but my counsel remains: fight. Subdue Dong Ying's feeble lions, and all ends. Your grievance and Datu's converge. Both stem from Dong Ying's machinations. Even if you avoid them, they will find you. Though the Crown Prince offered numerous pragmatic suggestions, Rika steadfastly upheld his conciliatory approach. Brother Tai Zi, I've lived in this city long enough from Fusang. I am weary of violence. I seek only peace with Jiomei far from the Jianghu. Rika, once you enter the Jianghu, there is no exit. It is not your choice to leave. It is theirs to deny you that choice. The only certainty you may trust is your fist. At that moment, speaking with raw sincerity, he flexed his biceps and held them aloft before his friend. Only through strength may true peace be forged. Enough, brother Tai Zi. I know your counsel comes from loyalty. This time I ask you to follow my path. You know Hong Kong's Jianghu better than I. Locate our venerable elders. Draft me a list within 2 days, please. After roughly 40 minutes, Rika departed the Crown Prince's office, Jiomei at his side. Very well, take great care. Rika's plan was elegant, but his exclusion of the Crown Prince was now impossible. The instant he stepped out of the boxing gym, Qin Long, who, tipped off and flanked by his lieutenants, blocked his path. Boom. Qin Long, who lunged forward, slamming his boot against the half-open car door. Damn it, Rika Masahito. Today I'll crush your balls. A veteran assassin, Rika instinctively sidestepped the heavy blow, yet shielding Jiu Mei, he caught Qin Long, whose devastating roundhouse kicked full force and slammed hard against the wall behind him. Rika, your life ends now. Before Rika could catch his breath, Qin Long, who, the foremost of Dong Ying's 5 tigers, raised his fist and drove it straight toward Rika's temple. Jiu Mei immediately stepped forward to help big brother Li Tong, but a few of Qian Long's underlings quickly drew their knives to block her way. Although Jiu Mei is a high-ranking disciple of the water spirit, and can indeed defend herself against multiple opponents for a short time, she is still a woman and would quickly exhaust her strength in a chaotic fight. Worried about big brother Li Tong, she was hit several times on her back and arms after a few exchanges, and her right leg was unexpectedly cut by a long slash. Hearing the sounds of fighting at the door, the prince's underlings rushed in to report to him. Meanwhile, Qian Long's fists were raining down on Litong Zhengrun like a storm. Damn it, I have to rely on Little White Horse to get by every day while you have Jiu Mei. Damn it. Qian Longu roared as he unleashed a barrage of punches. In excruciating pain, Litong bent down, shielding his head with his hands while throwing out an elbow to gain some distance. His hand strike was powerful. Although Qian Longu dodged just in time, he still felt a searing pain in his chest. Seeing that his relentless attacks were yielding no results, Qian Longu quickly changed tactics, lunging forward to grab Litong's neck. However, Litong was experienced in combat. Sensing the immense power behind Qian Long's grip, he immediately locked his arms together, pressing down Qian Long's arm, while delivering a straight punch that sent Qian Longu stumbling back several steps. As soon as Qian Longu stumbled back, Litong did not rush in for an attack. Instead, he attempted to sidestep and escape. The underlings guarding the perimeter saw this, and quickly drew their knives to pounce. Although Litong used a nearby trash can to block several attacks, it was only a momentary reprieve before his path forward was completely blocked. Just as Litong prepared to force his way through the encirclement, he felt a tightness in his back, and Qian Long's heavy punch landed solidly on his back. With a loud bang, Litong was directly blasted toward the enemies ahead of him. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. As he staggered, he swiftly dodged the steel knife of the person in front of him, simultaneously lifting the opponent off the ground. Swish, swish, swish. If it weren't for this unfortunate human shield blocking in front of him, dozens of steel knives would have already struck him. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash, all of you get out of my way. Seeing that his underlings, despite their numerical advantage, could do nothing against the opponent, Qian Longu lost his patience and shouted as he charged directly toward Litong Zhengren. But just as he took a big step forward, he sensed danger behind him and hurriedly turned to look. As soon as Qian Longu turned around, he was knocked off balance by a speeding garbage truck. Qian Long, I'm here to play with you. Just as Qian Longu fell onto the garbage truck, the prince, wearing a tank top, dove down like a flying general. Seeing the prince's big foot about to crash into his face, Qian Longu hurriedly got up and yelled, "Damn you." Raising his arms in a haphazard manner, he used the momentum of getting up to block the prince's soaring kick. Although he fortuitously managed to block this kick, he was still sent flying backward. As soon as they engaged, Qian Longu found himself at a disadvantage. As he braced himself with one hand on the ground, he was astonished. Clearly, the war god prince of Hongxing was indeed not to be underestimated. While the prince kicked Qian Longu away, his followers had already rescued Jiu Mei from the crowd. Seeing the situation turn against him, Qian Longu quickly got up and shouted, "Prince, this is a matter between me and Litong Zhengrun. What does it have to do with you?" The prince stepped forward, saying, "Setting aside the fact that Litong is my friend, just considering the relationship between Hongxing and Dongying, how could I not come over to say hello when I see a sick cat like you?" Seeing the prince mocking him in front of his underlings, Qian Longu immediately became enraged. "Damn it, are you trying to stir up trouble today? Then I'll come at you." Qian Longu swung with brute force, throwing the garbage truck in front of him toward the prince. Just as the prince lifted his foot to kick the garbage truck away, Qian Longu's follow-up attack came in succession. Qian Longu's punch shot toward the prince like a cannonball. Although the prince bent down to dodge and was not hit, the distance between them had indeed been significantly closed. The prince quickly changed tactics, lifting his leg to sweep the opponent back, but Qian Longu stood his ground and absorbed the prince's high kick with his shoulder, then charged forward, directly flipping the prince over. Bang! The prince landed heavily on his back, and Qian Longu naturally would not let such an opportunity slip by. He immediately closed in to deliver a kick. Seeing the prince half squatting up, he immediately raised his back to block, while his left fist shot directly toward Qian Longu's lower body. "Why are you trying to destroy my ancestral hall?" Qian Longu was quite startled by this sudden move and hurriedly withdrew. Just as Qian Longu retreated to create distance, the now fully upright prince swung his fist again. Although Qian Longu blocked the first punch, the prince's right fist landed solidly on his face. If it weren't for Qian Longu's high defensive capability, this heavy punch from the prince might have rendered him incapable of fighting. Just as he reached out to grab the opponent's arm again, he heard a bang. The prince's right-hand punch struck his ear directly. This hit made Qian Longu sway unsteadily, and stars danced before his eyes while his ears buzzed. Having taken 2 punches from the prince, even Qian Longu's high defenses felt a bit dizzy. Knowing that continuing like this was not a solution, he could only exchange injury for injury, raising his fist to strike at the prince's abdomen. This heavy punch sent the prince stumbling back several steps. "I'll chase you, old." Bang! Another loud sound interrupted him, and before the word mother could escape his lips, Qianlongu was silenced by the prince's shoe. If you said a few less crude words, you might not have lost so embarrassingly. The prince's high kick was immensely powerful. Just as he proudly stated this, sensing he could not gain an advantage, Qianlongu, like a tank, immediately sounded the retreat signal. Having taken a beating, Qianlongu thought to himself, damn it, I definitely can't deal with Litong Zhengren this time. But losing face is not an option. He still threw out a harsh remark. "Prince, I'll settle the score with you slowly later." Trying to run. The prince naturally was unwilling. Just as he was about to get up to pursue, he was blocked by Qianlongu's underlings who wildly slashed at him with their knives. As the prince bent down to dodge, Qianlongu had already jumped into a nearby van and sped away from the scene. Litong Hao's Jiumei. Seeing the other party leave, the prince finally turned back to check on his friend's injury. "Oh, it's nothing serious, just some superficial wounds. The cut on her thigh is a bit deep, she might need to get stitches." "Damn it, I said there was no negotiation." Looking at Dong Ying's stance, they clearly want your life. The prince angrily kicked one of Qianlongu's underlings lying on the ground, who was too injured to escape. "Big brother, what should we do with these worthless guys, eh?" The prince glanced at Qianlongu's underlings and shook his head repeatedly. "Damn it, we can't really kill them, and we won't give them medical expenses. What should we keep them for? Get lost, all of you get lost. Matchstick, call me immediately, and have Ghost King bring 200 brothers to wait for me at the 5 flagpoles." "Prince, what are you planning to do?" Litong Zhengren, not understanding the situation, immediately set down Jiumei and shook his friend's arm repeatedly. "Lihua, how many times have I told you this habit of yours is truly detrimental? Going solo everywhere will eventually lead to trouble. I know you're capable in a fight, but by always going solo, aren't you just giving those scoundrels an opportunity?" The crown prince expressed a sense of frustration with Lihua. Lihua is someone who insists on principles, sometimes stubborn like a block of wood, always believing that his skills allow him to navigate any situation as if he were at home. "Lihua, what's wrong with you? If you have something to say, just tell me. When I first met you, you weren't this indecisive. Back when Yuan Qingnan chased you to Port Island, you were quite bold. It was me and Anan who helped you through tough times. Why are you pushing me away this time? Is it that only you can help me, and I can't help you? The essence of the matter is that it was you who got me into conflict with those Eastern British thugs, so there's no reason for you to stop me from intervening." Seeing Lihua still trying to block him while making phone calls, the crown prince's tone shifted from confusion to impatience. "Crown Prince, if you still consider me a friend, think about it for me. In 3 days I will meet with those Eastern British tigers to discuss matters." "Is it necessary to meet?" "Absolutely. Then let me and Anan come with you." "No need. No matter how you put it, you are the big brother of Hongxing. I am from Heji, taking you along would break the rules." The crown prince, being an impulsive person, couldn't keep up with Haonan's pace, so he could only turn and call Haonan, detailing tonight's events while sighing and complaining over the phone. Chun Haonan, being very clever, waited for the other party to finish venting before slowly speaking. "Crown Prince, you did the right thing, but Lihua's concerns are valid. This matter can be resolved easily. Both of us are the leaders of Hongxing and naturally shouldn't show ourselves, but bringing along 2 people is always acceptable." "Zizi." Upon hearing Haonan's words, the crown prince was so excited that he burned himself with the cigarette in hand, only realizing it when he smelled the burning odor, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he jumped and shook it off. "Anan, what do you mean? Let Aran and Grey Dog accompany you. They're not the big brothers yet, so it shouldn't be a problem. Lihua will not refuse anymore." "Right, Anan, you have a good head on your shoulders. How did I not think of this? Aran is indeed quite capable and quick-witted. Oh, let's have him tag along." At that moment, Grey Dog, who was at home resting his chin on his hand while watching his girlfriend cook, suddenly sneezed. Good, Crown Prince, you aren't going to mention my name at all, are you? How could I still admire you so much?" Meanwhile, Gui Wang, who had already arrived under the 5 flagpoles, was conducting an impassioned pre-battle rally for his brothers after receiving the urgent call from the Crown Prince. "Everyone listen up, our Hongxing has always had issues with Eastern British. Tonight marks the moment for a complete resolution. When we make our move, do not hold back. Come on, pass out the headscarves. For tonight's operation, our people should all wear red ribbons. If you encounter those scoundrels..." "Wait a minute. The Crown Prince is calling." Gui Wang raised one hand high while answering the phone. "Hello, Crown Prince, my brothers are all gathered here, about 170 or 80 of us." Crown Prince, what did you say? Tell everyone to go back and sleep." "No." All right, Crown Prince. Then let's go back and sleep." Hot-headed Gui Wang nearly cursed it out loud to the phone, but had to accept the order after confirming it again. "Brothers, the situation has changed. Let's head back first." Aren't we fighting anymore?" "No. I just finished dinner with my girlfriend, and we were in the middle of things when I got the call and rushed over. Now you want me to go back to sleep?" Yeah, my dog is about to give birth. I didn't say a word and just came out. I didn't even attend my mom's second wedding tonight, just to show my skills." After a few grumbles, the little brothers dispersed. It can't be blamed on the crown prince for sending them away, as no matter how he persuaded Lihua, Zhengren insisted on negotiating with Eastern British. 3 days later, Lihua Zhengren began negotiations with Eastern British through intermediaries at a social event in Yuanlong. Liang Baran and Grey Dog arrived as instructed by Haonan. Big Brother Lihua. Big Brother Lihua. Tonight act according to my cues and try not to speak. Lihua cautioned the two before entering. Understood. Haonan has already instructed us before coming. Liang Baran wore a light green shirt while Grey Dog donned a brown jacket. Lihua Zhengren still wore a white shirt inside and a red suit outside. As the three entered the club, the hall was filled with fierce-looking muscular men, all eyeing them with hostility. On the sofa in the center of the hall sat 3 individuals. The leftmost was Mr. Xiang, who facilitated this negotiation. In the center sat the furious Kowloon, who. On the right sat a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression, none other than the Thunder Tiger Yaoyang, who had been causing trouble everywhere lately. Mr. Xiang, who facilitated this negotiation, holds great prestige in the Underworld. Although he has recently shifted to the film industry and seldom intervenes in Underworld affairs, he is still highly respected. The only ones who can be mentioned in the same breath are Hong Xing's Jiang, Tianxing Sanlian's Blue Whale, or Eastern British's Camel, these Underworld giants. Mr. Xiang extended his hand. Please sit down. Lihua sat on the opposite sofa while Liang Baran and Grey Dog stood to the left and right. Mr. Xiang said, let me say a few words first. Any grievances or demands you have, let's clear them up at this table tonight. If we are to talk, let's talk properly. If anyone breaks the rules, don't blame me for taking action. Just as Mr. Xiang's opening remarks ended, Lihua felt a pair of cold and piercing eyes fixated on him. He instinctively looked up and met Yaoyang's ambiguous smile. Then he glanced at Kowloon, who sat in the center continuously puffing on a cigar. His body trembled, evidently trying hard to suppress the raging anger within him. The murderous aura emanating from these two alone would make one feel as if they were being burned all over. All of this was also noticed by Liang Baran behind them. If the anger in the room could materialize, it would undoubtedly incinerate the 3 of them completely. Detected that Kowloon's anger level is skyrocketing. In fact, Kowloon had taken quite a few calming medications before leaving, as he didn't want to lose control during the negotiation. But upon seeing Lihua, the anger within him ignited once again. Clap, clap, clap. To suppress himself, Kowloon could only force all his bones to crack. While Lihua successfully escaped the web woven by the Eastern British's fierce tiger. Qinlong struggled to suppress himself, causing his entire body to crack with the sound of bones, which startled the subordinates standing behind him, making them break out in a cold sweat. After all, they had not only witnessed their elder brother in action, but had also inadvertently caught a glimpse of the shocking deeds he had done to the few white horses in the backyard. Seeing the atmosphere become somewhat oppressive, the intermediary slowly lit a cigar and said, all right, as a friend on the road, call me Mr. Xiang. You can each explain your own terms. Regardless of the outcome of our discussion, I hope that no violent incidents will occur. Of course, after tonight you can do as you please, and I will not interfere. However, if anyone disrespects me tonight, I guarantee they will not have a good time in the future. After Mr. Xiang's domineering statement, the negotiation officially began. However, as soon as the negotiation commenced, Qinlong took the initiative to attack. Hey Tachibana, they say you are the only dual flower stick in Hong Kong, but you can't even speak Cantonese properly, and the 2 guys you brought tonight aren't even from your Heji group. Which side are you really on? I seriously doubt your identity. Mr. Xiang, I'm not trying to make things difficult, but this person has white hair and isn't a native of Hong Kong. If he is not even from the area, who will we turn to for reasoning? Wouldn't that waste our time? If word gets out, it would be quite embarrassing for the Eastern British duo to negotiate with someone from the 4-9. It wouldn't reflect well on you, Mr. Xiang. This move from Qinlong is indeed unusual, Mr. Xiang nodded repeatedly. How about this Tachibana recite a signature poem as proof? Even if the younger ones don't understand, we still do. Well, although the Eastern British are being somewhat unreasonable, they do have a point. As Arun and Grey Dog exchanged glances behind him, Tachibana Masaru leaned forward halfway and said, sure. Today the fragrant bond is established. Brothers, toast me 2 red flowers holding 12 red sticks united as one for Greater China. Tachibana Masaru recited the poem calmly while the younger brothers below all widened their eyes, truly not understanding it. However, Mr. Xiang revealed a look of delight. Very good, Qinlong, you can let this issue pass. Actually, my main purpose for coming out this time is to downplay the matter. I had already signed an agreement before going to war with Shui Ling stating that neither party could pursue the matter afterwards, win or lose. Moreover, I am willing to offer compensation for the losses of Eastern British. As Tachibana expressed the purpose of this trip, Qinlong rudely interrupted him before he could finish him. Downplay the matter. Just because you say so, it will be downplayed. Do you believe I can turn it back on you? Mr. Xiang wrapped his fingers on the edge of the table. Qinlong, mind your words and tone. If you continue this way, I will throw you out. At this moment, Yaoyang, who had been resting his chin in silence, finally spoke. Qinlong, Mr. Xiang is still present. Don't use foul language, let me handle this. Yao Yang held a cigarette, propping his head with his right hand, leaning against the chair and staring intently in the opposite direction. Tachibana, you said you signed a letter of intent. Were there any witnesses present? You can't be the only one making the call, right? Sister Shui Ling is no longer around, and there is no one left to verify now. There are witnesses. Jiomei was present. Jiomei is Shui Ling's beloved disciple. Her words always carry weight, right? Well, that's hard to say. As far as we know, Jiomei is currently with you. She is too young. If she gets misled by so-called romantic feelings, it's possible she might speak against her conscience. Of course, we can understand that after all, which young girl isn't in love? This is one reason. Moreover, you say you want to throw money to settle this matter. It's truly a joke. We are from different factions, and regardless of the outcome, we all have our own follow-ups. So tell me, how much do you plan to pay to settle this matter? Yao Yang's tone was calm, yet every word pierced the heart. Tachibana's forehead began to sweat as he thought this Ben Lei, who is much more difficult to deal with than Qin Long. His logic is tight, and his words are watertight. Tachibana paused for a moment and spread his hands. It's up to you. As long as I can afford it, whatever you say is fine. Yao Yang suddenly chuckled, lightly covering his face with his left hand while resting his elbow on the tea table. Tachibana, you are truly interesting. I'm starting to like you a bit, ha ha ha. Yao Yang's laughter sent chills down the spines of his own brothers present. Tachibana, this negotiation was initiated by you. You must have an offer in mind. Come, let's hear it. My brother Qin Long, and I will see if you are sincere. Then let's say 3 million. Tachibana also mimicked Yao Yang, resting one hand on his chin in the same manner, making a gesture of 3 with his fingers towards the other party. 3 million. If you don't understand negotiations, don't come out pretending to negotiate. Before Yao Yang could respond, the restrained Qin Long exploded again, smashing the tea table in front of him into pieces with a single punch. Damn it, 3 million, huh? Does that mean if I put down 3 million, I can take down one of your leaders? Qin Long's right hand was almost thrust into Tachibana's face. Qin Long, are you trying to stir up trouble? Mister. Xiang shot a glance, and Qin Long immediately sat down, lowering his voice. Mister Xiang, if it weren't for you being here, that brat Tachibana Masaru would have been on the ground by now. Mister Xiang took a deep puff of his cigar and slowly said, oh, come on, you are also a big brother. Why do you keep cursing like that? With that, Mister Xiang reached out to knock the feet resting on the couch off the table. Also, next time you come to such a high-end occasion, remember to wear socks. Every day you just wear slippers and dig your feet here. And do you think tonight's negotiation is boring? Qin Long immediately sat up straight. Mister Xiang, you are quite refreshing. He sniffed his fingers and awkwardly put them down. Mister Xiang ignored Qin Long and waved at Tachibana. Masu, don't worry, you all continue. With me here, no one will touch you tonight. 3 million isn't acceptable. Of course not. Qin Long suddenly sat up straight. This time he did not explode in anger, but glared at the other party. Then it seems this negotiation is not going to work. Tachibana Masaru stood up, took his suit jacket draped over the chair, and pretended to leave. Mister Xiang, can I curse him for a moment? After receiving a tacit nod from Mister Xiang, Qin Long quickly stepped out and blocked Tachibana Masaru's path. Damn it, what are you talking about? I never intended to negotiate with you. Do you know why I brought so many people with me tonight to talk to you? I just want the whole world to know that if I can't take you down, the name Qin Long will be written backwards. As Qin Long and Tachibana faced off, Yao Yang on the side also stood up, covering his face and laughing. Haha, good. Brother Qin Long is known for his words being as good as gold. Haha. Until Tachibana Masaru drove away, Yao Yang's arrogant laughter still echoed in his ears. Brother Tachibana, please drop me off at the intersection ahead. Ooh, I have an appointment with Gugu and the others. On the way back, Tachibana Masahito remained silent while Liang Boren was the first to break the silence. Oh, okay. Please thank Anan for me. Sure. Liang Boren got out of the car and leaned against the glass door. Brother, aren't you coming down too? Didn't you also make plans with Gugu and Azu? The dim-witted Huigo obviously hadn't caught on, scratching his head foolishly. I didn't though. Get down already. Seeing the other's dullness, Liang Boren directly jumped into the car and pulled him out. Brother Tachibana, we'll get off here. Be careful lately. Oh, Qing Tian Long, who won't let this go easily. Tachibana nodded at the two and stepped on the gas, driving away. It wasn't arrogance, rather he was worried about his sister Jiomei being home alone. As soon as he parked the car, he noticed Naizai waiting at his doorstep. Brother Tachibana, I arranged for someone to take Jiomei away. I brought a few brothers to guard your building. So what did Qing Tian Long say? Cough, we didn't reach an agreement. I knew it, there's no way to agree. Come on, I'll take you to meet someone. Thus Tachibana was pulled back into the car by Naizai, and half an hour later they parked in a small community behind the Kowloon Sports Center. When the mysteriously quiet Naizai brought Tachibana to the other person's home, Tachibana Masahito never expected that the expert he referred to would actually be a street sorcerer. Around 50 years old, wearing a long gown, he was excessively thin, with almost no flesh on his cheeks, the kind of person one wouldn't want to deal with after just one glance. An expert? Is he not a street brother? Moreover, do these so-called experts have no sense of time? Can this still be counted at this hour? Filled with doubts, Tachibana sat down while the other person calculated an oracle for him. The oracle text was as follows: reaching the riverbank, feeling lost travelers are hesitant to cross. Drought and thunder approach with winds and rains, both literary and martial, hard to guard against. Previous relationships determine the seeds sown in this life, the ties of offspring hidden in the womb. How lamentable is the fickleness of worldly affairs when the great limit approaches. Please guard yourself. The lean old man shook his head while reciting the oracle, and Tachibana felt a jolt in his heart, thinking this old man is deliberately speaking so mystically just because Nai is easy to talk to, right? The phrase about the ties of offspring hidden in the womb means there's a child, right? Wouldn't Jiumei tell me about such a big thing as her pregnancy? Didn't that Supreme also claim to have calculated everything, but ended up failing? Tachibana truly didn't want to waste time in such a place, so after saying a few polite words, he instructed Nai to leave a red envelope and quickly depart. Nai first took him home, and then personally went to pick up Jiumei. When Jiumei returned home, she really took out a test result from her small bag. HCG level 2700 mlu. Jiumei, what does this mean? It means we're having a baby. Jiumei buried her head into his arms. Is Jiumei really pregnant? Could it be that the soothsayer was right? After coaxing her to sleep, Tachibana lit one cigarette after another, using his usual method to mentally map out the possible scenarios of this incident. It shouldn't be. But no matter how Tachibana drew all night, it was still in vain. From any angle, there seemed to be no possibility of a peaceful resolution. Jiumei also didn't sleep well that night. She clutched the pillow tightly and couldn't find rest. The meticulous woman thought she had discovered brother Tachibana's predicament. The next noon, while he was still resting, she sneaked into the study, looking at the crumpled papers and unfinished notes in the ashtray. She leaned in and caught a glimpse. The only solution now is to return to the immortal island with Jiumei. With misty eyes, Jiumei slowly pulled out a chair, laid down a sheet of paper, and gently closed the door behind her. She picked up a silk scarf from the shelf and wrapped it around her neck, having made up her mind just 5 minutes ago to do something significant. Utilizing her identity as the water spirit of 10 talents, using the identity of the most beloved disciple of the water spirit to do something for her brother Tachibana. 1137 a.m. outside a warehouse dock in the Western Ring, where Qingtianlonghu was located. Just half an hour ago, nearly 20 people had exited. Liang Boren, who had been squatting all night, gently placed his hands over his mouth to warm his breath, considering the situation inside. The sun was high, and he finally felt some warmth. At that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated. He flipped open the cover, and there were just 2 words: get to work. He slowly opened the box in front of him and took out the Japanese long knife. This was the long knife given to him by Chun Haonan. He drew the long knife and walked inside, pushing open the outer door, which was unguarded. A few steps further and he could hear some unusual shouting. It didn't sound human. There were 4 rooms in total. One was locked, the central door was open, and the doors on both sides were ajar. There were no obstructions along the way. When he pushed open the central wooden door, the scene before him made him take a deep breath. What the hell? This Qingtianlonghu truly is up to no good. At that moment, Qingtianlonghu was, how should he put it, was he standing or lying down? In any case, he was with a white horse. That wasn't all. There were actually 2 of his underlings watching. When the 2 saw the door pushed open, their first reaction wasn't to defend against an attack, but rather they jumped away, as if they'd seen a savior, only realizing the long knife in Aren's hand afterward. Leave, this has nothing to do with you. Aren swung the long knife, stepping forward, while keeping his gaze fixed on Qingtianlonghu. Qingtianlonghu pulled himself together and muttered, damn it, I remember you. You're that Hongxing guy who accompanied Tachibana Masahito to negotiate last night. Damn it, has your Hongxing started working for Heiji now? Qingtianlonghu clearly didn't take the newcomer seriously. He hastily pulled up his pants and grabbed a baseball bat, filled with nails, stepping out boldly. You 2 stand aside, watch how I beat this ignorant trash to death. Just right, I have no place to vent my anger, so I'll hammer you first before going to find that bastard Tachibana. Qingtianlonghu swung the spiked bat and charged forward. Liang Boren bent down and sidestepped, avoiding the heavy blow aimed at him. You successfully dodged the opponent's heavy strike, agility 1. Seeing that he had missed, the furious Qingtianlonghu swung the bat again and leaped at him. The knife and bat clashed with a crackle. The 2 exchanged positions, and Aren shook his numb arm. Although the Japanese knife was sharp and lightweight, it indeed suffered a disadvantage against a steel pipe or a heavy spiked bat. Especially when blocking, his arm felt numb, and he could even feel blood in his palms. Qingtianlonghu, after all, had been famous for many years and was the leader of the 5 tigers with extensive combat experience. His attacks were relentless, not giving the opponent a moment to breathe. When Aren saw the opportunity as the opponent's heavy strike came down, he bent down to block, while freeing his left hand to strike towards the opponent's groin. Feeling a chilling wind in his lower body, Qingtianlonghu had to withdraw his attack and step back to barely dodge the opponent's tiger claw. What the hell do you want to tear down my shrine? Taking advantage of the opponent's retreat, Aren leaped and slashed down with the knife. Qingtianlonghu crouched down, raised his bat to block, and simultaneously threw a punch that landed on the opponent's abdomen, sending Aren flying. Good job, brother Qingtianlonghu. Brother is mighty. The 2 bystanders cheered quickly. You all better guard the door for me. No one is allowed to intervene. After shouting, Qingtian Longhu immediately raised the bat and charged again. Ren feigned a weakness to sidestep the opponent's attack, then suddenly pushed off the ground with his back foot, and after stepping with his left foot, he sprang forward like a spring. Whoosh! Amidst the passing figures, a cold light flashed. Qingtian Longhu, who had the upper hand until now, suddenly felt a chill at his neck and his pupils widened instantly. As his head fell, he even saw his lower half. Why? This shouldn't be. It shouldn't be him who dies. Reborn cleared his throat twice, suppressing the heat in his throat, leaning gracefully on his knife, and disdainfully said to the decapitated head on the ground, "What 5 tigers? Just this. Brother. Qingtian Longhu has been killed. Brother was killed by a kid from Hongxing." The two behind the door trembled as they looked at Reborn, who had turned around along with the long knife in his hand, gleaming coldly. Their bodies involuntarily went limp, and their legs were firmly planted in place, forgetting to escape. This damned sense of oppression is too strong. Don't. Brother Qinglong has been killed. Spare me. Those 2 men who had been guarding the entrance waiting to seize whatever spoils remained never expected their own leader to be cut down in a single stroke. This. What's your name? I'm Xiaolong, he's Tank, replied a scrawny underling sniffling incessantly, who immediately thrust his head forward with hand raised. But you've just witnessed me kill someone. That complicates things. Ren's expression darkened and Xiaolong shuddered violently once more. As the trembling man stood frozen, Ren kicked the spiked club lying on the ground toward him. It's simple. I'll spare you both if you kill him. Ah, this. Swish. Swish. Ren lunged forward swift as lightning. His blade severed Tank's arm in one stroke, then cleaved deep into his right leg, robbing him of all mobility. He's helpless now. Go ahead, do it. Everything unfolded too swiftly. Before Tank could even writhe on the floor, Xiaolong collapsed boneless onto the ground. Kill him. No, I can't. I saw nothing, big brother. I'll say nothing ever. Just let me go. Xiaolong picked up the spiked club, hesitated for an agonizing moment, and then instinctively dropped it, covering his face with both hands as he begged piteously. Damn it, what a spineless coward. Fine, then you do it. Kill him, and I'll let you live. Ren pivoted, leveling his long blade at Tank, who lay writhing and groaning on the floor. Tank was furious. His arm already severed, yet now he was being ordered to commit murder. At least give me a smaller blade. How am I supposed to lift this metal-studded club with one hand? Yet survival instinct surged through Tank's veins, flooding his body with adrenaline. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself up onto one knee, gasped twice, then locked eyes with Ren. Fierce, unyielding. You mean it? After receiving Ren's silent, cold confirmation, Tank turned his murderous glare toward Xiaolong, crouched helplessly nearby. Brother Xiaolong, you can't kill me. I saw nothing, you mustn't. Xiaolong was clearly a man without bloodlust. Even now his first impulse wasn't to seize the club, but to beg. That very weakness ignited a desperate spark of hope in Tank, half dead though he was. With barely a pause to steady his breath, Tank snatched up the spiked club and staggered toward Xiaolong, swinging it down with savage life-or-death force. Thud, crunch. 3 seconds later the screams ceased. I'm fine. Xiaolong blinked, opened his eyes disbelieving, and frantically touched his cheeks and chest, laughing and weeping at once. For just as Tank raised the club above Xiaolong, Reborn lunged from behind, driving his long blade deep into Tank's skull, piercing straight through his mouth and ending him instantly. Staring down at Tank's still warm corpse, Ren spoke coldly. Worthless trash. He wouldn't have killed you, but you would have slaughtered him. Letting you walk free would serve no purpose. Wherever you go, you're still garbage. And you're just as pathetic. Ren sheathed his blade in one fluid motion, spun on his heel, and strode out the door. The clock tower across the street read 1149. The legendary Dongying Qinlonghu was officially erased from existence. Now, 2 separate threads unfold. Let us leave Ren's confident departure from the warehouse for now, and turn instead to Tachibana Masahito, who entered his study, cradling a throbbing headache. He scanned the room. No sign of Kumi. Yet he noticed at once that the paperweight on his desk had been moved. He hurried over and retrieved the note she'd left beneath it. Brother Tachibana, I've gone to the family welfare office to check on the baby. I'll be back by dusk. There's hot soup in the pot. Please help yourself when you wake. Yours, Kumi. Both were children of the Underworld. Such a trivial errand required no note at all. A simple phone call would suffice. Something felt deeply wrong. Tachibana glanced again at the wastebasket, where a crumpled ball of paper lay, and his heart clenched sharply. No, something's wrong. He dashed downstairs, seized his car keys, and roared off toward Qinlonghu Trading Company. En route, he dialed Nizai, but the line rang unanswered. His mind reeled. Kumi, please, for the love of heaven, don't be hurt. How could I possibly go on if anything happened to you? Why had Brother Tachibana endured so much in silence? Guilt, fury, and disillusionment churned together in his chest. 20 minutes later, his car screeched to a halt before Qinlong Trading Company. Why are there so many police officers here? And why is the adjacent intersection cordoned off? Traffic cones and steel spikes littered the pavement outside Qinlonghu's building, and uniformed officers stood beside their cars questioning bystanders. Could Kumi be in danger? She must have gone alone to negotiate with Kowloon and fallen victim to their cruelty. Yes, that must be it. Kumi was simply too innocent. She saw only goodness in everyone, as if the world reflected her own pure heart. Grief overwhelmed Tachibana. He wrenched open the car door, ready to sprint across the street, when a familiar voice called out from behind. Brother Tachibana. Tachibana whirled around and met Kumi's guileless, radiant face. Kumi, what are you doing here? Overjoyed, Tachibana swept her up into his arms and spun her round and round, completely oblivious to the towering figures standing just behind her. Brother Tachibana, gently. Not like this, not now. Kumi placed a hand softly over her abdomen. Oh, right. Absolutely not. Brother Tachibana, don't forget me. Why no greeting for me? Guguzai leaned in, grinning mischievously. Guguzai and Defei, what on earth is going on? Only then did Tachibana notice Guguzai and Defei standing behind Kumi. Defei flicked his cigarette but aside and grimaced. You've got the nerve to ask. Take a look. How many calls did we leave you? Calls, hey. Bewildered, Tachibana scrambled back into the car, lifted the seat back, and retrieved the phone he'd tossed aside in agitation. 11 missed calls. 6 unread text messages. It turned out that after failing to reach Nizai, Tachibana, frustrated and distraught, had flung the phone away without a second thought. Perhaps the car's violent swaying had sent it slipping into the narrow gap behind the seat, its ringing and vibrations utterly lost to him. His entire focus had been Kumi, Love Cloud's judgment. Let's not talk here, back to the car. Oh yes. Brother Tachibana, I got Ren's call around 8 o'clock. I've been staking out Kowloon since then. But near noon, instead of spotting him, we intercepted Kumi. She was about to enter the building when our men detained her. I called my brother immediately. Kowloon is monstrous, inhuman. We couldn't possibly let Kumi walk in alone, so we restrained her first. I'm truly sorry, Brother Tachibana. No, you did exactly right. Thank you. Relief washed over Tachibana like a tide. He turned and waved gratefully to Defei and Guguzai. Whoosh. That casual wave proved perilous. A massive freight truck skimmed the curb mere inches away, turning every face ashen. Brother Tachibana, perhaps we should continue this inside the office. Fine, but why are so many officers gathered outside Kowloon's building? Tachibana gripped the steering wheel, brow furrowed in confusion. Something huge has happened, Defei murmured, gently patting his shoulder. Huge? Is something serious happening? Soon everyone arrived at Defei's office. The dragon capturer has been compromised. When Li Hua heard the news from Defei and the others, he was utterly shocked. So this is no longer just your issue with Dong Ying. Our Hongxing must also prepare for an all-out war. Yes, Li Hua, your matter is merely a side note if our boss has already spoken, and those sickly cats must be dealt with regardless. Guguzai chuckled again, serving tea and pouring water. Li Hua Zhengren gently extinguished his cigarette. Defei, who do you think did this? The dragon capturer is after all the leading figure of Dong Ying, their face. Now that Arun has gone to such extremes, the impact is too great. Can he withstand it? Defei clasped his head with both hands, wearing a nonchalant expression. What's there to fear? Even if he doesn't act, someone else will. As long as our Hongxing can hold on, that's enough. The scoundrels from Dong Ying keep stirring trouble and are constantly flirting with Jiang Tianyang's group. Our boss has long been displeased with them. I say it's already overdue for them to be dealt with. Right. If our Defei makes a move, it won't just be a tiger, it will be a complete takeover. Guguzai's playful nature was once again vividly on display. I see. Li Hua Zhengren could only lower his head and drink tea fervently. I always feel this is too extreme, not good. Li Hua, you're just overthinking it. What Anan said is right, you're too burdened by your thoughts. I really don't understand how you can endure it. Running the underworld is just you hit me, I hit you. Money doesn't grow on trees, it's all about robbing. Let's not even mention anything else. Just those drinks and ladies are enough for them to fight over. Now with the addition of CZI and the film companies, there are artists and models involved. The underworld has never changed, only becoming harsher. Do you remember when you first came to those fishing families at the Saikang Pier? Back then we fought with San Lian Society and Dongying Society over the tributes and supplies from the restaurants. Did we not fight enough? So many years have passed, yet nothing has changed. Now they are starting to compete for artists and market shares. The small fishing families have now turned into businesses running large ships. Do you know how much a medium-sized 4,000-ton vessel can make with a few hundred pounds of CZI hidden inside? Is it excessive to hide a few hundred pounds among so many containers? Just think about how much cargo those 1,000-ton large vessels and 4,000-ton small vessels at the ports can bring out in one trip. You think you can negotiate all of this? If reasoning worked, why would we need the police? Defei began to impart his wisdom, leaving Li Hua with an awkward smile. In the villa of the Dongying leader, the police had just finished asking questions and left. Yao Yang, Golden Hair, Tiger Crow, and Guahualun were sitting in the backyard waiting for the boss to speak. With the police watching so closely and the dragon capturer's sudden departure, what should we do? Yao Yang replied, we definitely have to fight. It's just a matter of whether the boss will support it. Jiang Tiansheng's side must be prepared for an all-out war. Yao Yang immediately brought the boss into the conversation. Golden Hair Tiger said my business in the mainland is doing well, and I have a few ships that bring back quite a bit of contraband each trip. If a real war breaks out, I'll definitely be targeted. Golden Hair Tiger clearly did not want a war. He had lost his ambition. Crow sat silently, and no one knew what was on his mind. At this time, Guahualin gently shook the teacup in front of him, and he remained silent. Meanwhile, in Jiang Tiansheng's villa study, Liangbo Run and Chun Haonan had been waiting there for a while. An hour later, Jiang Tiansheng walked in wearing sportswear and a towel, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I just practiced a couple more sets of weights. Not in a hurry, right? Sit down, everyone. This is a study, not a conference room. Don't be so formal. Just now Niu Xiong called me, and we chatted for a bit." Chun Haonan leaned against the chair's back, half supporting his body. "Mr. Jiang, is there something we should know?" "It's nothing serious. I can hold on for a while longer with the police. It's just a precautionary measure. For a month you can do whatever you want. Now society revolves around money. Although we're back to normal, the foreigners are still here, and the influence remains. I'll have a Yao move around more. A Yao will find suitable people to take the heat and give them an explanation. You just need to focus on your tasks. I want all 5 of Dong Ying's sickly cats dealt with within a month." Jiang Tianyang rotated his neck a couple of times and gently placed his cigar on the holder. "Arin, right. I discussed with Anan starting this month the number of your disciples can reach a limit of 50. Go ahead and do it. If it's not enough, I'll have Anan transfer people from Causeway Bay for you." Jiang Tiansheng tossed 2 cigars from the box, smiling as he leaned back in the chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I can handle it myself." Just as Arun was about to stand, a Nan beside him pressed him back down. "Let's talk about the plans below. The dragon capturer is dead. Now the hardest target for Dong Ying is the downhill Tiger Crow. As long as we deal with him, we can further separate Yao Yang's forces and strike Dong Ying a heavy blow." Good. The younger generation is impressive, bold, and daring. Anan, doesn't this remind you of yourself 10 years ago? Jiang Tiansheng picked up a toothpick and put 2 pieces of watermelon in his mouth. Half an hour later, the two emerged from Jiang Tianyang's villa. Chun Haonan leaned against the car, smoking, while Arun stared at the fish in the pond in a daze. "You should go with the gray dog to sweep Yao Yang's territory from 2 directions. The prince is struggling a bit in East Simsha Sui, but he cares about face. If we go directly to help him, he definitely won't accept it. However, we can divert his attention and relieve some of his pressure." Haonan lightly rolled up his sleeve, stuffing his jacket into the back seat. "Come on, let's exercise with Nango a bit." Arin turned back to look at the serious-looking Chun Haonan. "Is that necessary, Nango?" "It's fine, I'll be careful." Chun Haonan clenched his right fist, swinging his left hand a couple of times. "You misunderstood, Nango. I'm worried I might accidentally hurt you if I can't control myself." Arin muttered softly as he unbuttoned his jacket. The outcome of that day's duel remained unknown, but according to the description from the servants of Jiang Tiansheng's villa, the usually amicable Liang Zainan rarely left in a huff, shouting at the servants to hurry and open the electric door, his face looking as if someone owed him several million. Although he later regained his smile and rolled down the car window to greet people, that smile was undeniably forced. Dong Ying society's retaliation came swiftly. Even the usually friendly Dadong led people to raid the previously harmonious scene at Kuntong's de Tianair. On the night of December 6th, at 1143, a run led the team to a club named Man Tianxing, owned by Yao Yang and Sai Kong. After a bout of smashing and beating, just as they were about to leave, a round stool flew in from behind. "Arin, watch out." Just as Liang Bo-ren turned around to dodge the stool, a man in jeans and a tank top charged at him, kicking towards his face. In a moment of urgency, Arin instinctively raised his arm to block. After 2 loud thuds, he shook his numb arm and looked closely. The person was none other than the downhill Tiger Crow from Dong Ying, renowned for his combat prowess. The Crow, after all, is born of the champion lineage. His skills, unlike those of the quick fighting style of Jiangis grapplers, his advantage lies in his formidable stamina and ability to withstand blows. After stopping their subordinates, the two squared off, ready to trade blows. "You throw a punch, I will respond with a kick. You give me an elbow strike, I will counter with a punch aimed at your brow." After several rounds of fierce fighting, the two exchanged a punch and leaned against the edge of the bar to catch their breath. The Crow said, "I came looking for you before, but Yaoyang wouldn't let me engage with you or the prince. Today, with Yaoyang absent, we can fight freely." Arin rolled up his sleeves slightly and rubbed his shoulders before assuming a bow stance, saying, "All right, I too wish to witness the prowess of the boxing champion from the 1980s in Hong Kong. Let's go again." With that, he suddenly pushed off the ground, launching a fast punch towards the Crow's face. The Crow reacted swiftly, parrying the incoming strike, while simultaneously delivering a kick to create distance. Before Arin could respond, the Crow immediately crouched down and delivered a powerful straight punch to Arin's chest. As Arin stepped back, he managed to deflect the Crow's fierce onslaught with a sweeping motion. In boxing, the greatest fear is entanglement, a sensation akin to a mud cow sinking into the sea. Understanding that he could not afford to get entangled, the Crow promptly changed his tactic. He stepped out with his right leg locking it in front of Arin's waist while using his massive inertia to unleash a powerful rear fist. Boom. Arin was knocked several meters back until he crashed against the bar, barely managing to regain his footing. The force of this punch was immense. Although Arin had managed to place his left hand in the way, he still felt as if a train had run over his chest. Arin thought to himself that punch from the crow had at least 400 pounds of force. If I hadn't reacted quickly, it would have been disastrous. Arin's subordinate, wow, that hit was really heavy. Was that the sound of bones breaking? Brotherin, are you alright? The crow's subordinate, see, come on, big brother, why aren't you chasing after him to strike again? Don't let this opportunity slip by. Strangely, the crow, having landed a successful hit, did not rush to pursue, but instead assumed a defensive stance, which was quite intriguing. Everyone don't move. If the sky falls, no one is to intervene, or else don't blame me, the crow, for being ruthless. Both Arin and the crow waved their hands to prevent others from interfering. The crow is a born warrior. He would not miss such an opportunity. Firstly, he could contribute to his faction. Furthermore, it would also showcase his might upon his return as a king. Arin, needing to leverage the reputation of the Five Tigers to intimidate everyone, certainly did not want to let go of this opportunity for a unknown confrontation. At this moment, neither side's subordinates were thinking about fighting or smashing. The short mule wanted nothing more than to save face. Their big brother's clash with others was something they loved to brag about. After all, isn't it thrilling to watch live? Damn, you could even place bets on this. If you go out and chop someone, you might even make a profit, can you believe it? Amid the shouts of encouragement from both sides, the two clashed once more. As Arin gathered all his strength to throw a punch at the crow, he was hit by a powerful kick from the crow. He stepped back and began to analyze the crow's footwork and attacking habits. After a brief recovery, the two continued to exchange blows. You were hit by the opponent's side, kick resilience 1. The crow dodged your punch while landing an elbow strike to your cheek, resilience 1. You managed to sweep the opponent's leg while falling, mixed martial arts ability 1. Facing the opponent's heavy punch, you blocked with both arms while striking their occiput with your elbow, mixed martial arts ability 1. As the electric chimes continued to ring in his mind, Arin's movements became increasingly fluid and vicious. The crow's subordinate, wow, did big brother just dodge that flying kick from the opponent? The crow's subordinate, what was that? That was the most lethal flying knee in Muay Thai. If someone gets hit, their nasal bone would collapse and their brain matter would spill out, believe it. The nearby subordinates clicked their tongues in response. I see, no wonder big brother was able to dodge. This move is named after our big brother. Phew. Arin's powerful flying knee strike also ignited the crow's competitive spirit. Just as Arin raised his leg again, the crow seized Arin's right leg, followed by a fierce leg lock elbow strike. Not good. Brother Run is in danger. Everyone who has fought knows that the most taboo moves in a fight are airborne kicks or high knee lifts. Once the opponent grabs hold and strikes with an elbow, a straight leg cannot gain leverage. The crow's elbow strike was aimed directly at Arin's kneecap. At this moment, some might wonder, isn't the patella the hardest part of the human body? The crow was not targeting Arin's patella, but rather using the elbow's striking force to break the connection between the thigh and calf, causing Arin to lose mobility. This is due to the lack of support beneath a straightened leg, making it easy to fracture the knee joint. While the Hongxing faction feared for Arin, he clearly recognized the threat. In a split second, a subtle bending of the knee created a triangular shape with his legs, and as everyone knows, a triangle is the most stable form. With a stable base, he then used his tough patella to withstand the crow's elbow strike, cleverly averting this crisis. The crow's elbow descended as his eyes widened in shock. Damn, I can't hit you. But the crow is indeed a crow. Having failed with one move, he quickly re-entered close range and attempted another elbow strike aimed at the side of Arin's temple. Arin first blocked with a bent arm before flipping his palm to pull the crow's elbow down, successfully negating the opponent's elbow strike. The crow unleashed a flurry of attacks using shoulder locks and knee strikes against Arin's chin. Arin landed a heavy blow with the cow tongue palm to the crow's elbow pit. In pain, the crow immediately withdrew his arm and stepped back, but Arin followed up with another move, not allowing the crow any chance to create distance as he executed the white ape lifts peach to strike the crow's chin. After taking 2 consecutive hits, the crow staggered back, and Arin followed up with a flying knee to the crow's chest. No matter how strong you are, taking 3 consecutive hits can leave you dazed. The crow crashed heavily onto the floor, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood as he lay on his side, gasping for air. Let's go again, don't fall. Arin, wary of the crow's elbow strikes, did not pursue the attack, but instead assumed an offensive stance, taunting verbally. The crow, being naturally combative and having a group of subordinates present, could not tolerate this. He immediately sat on the ground, coughing twice while pressing his chest, then once again gathered his strength to lift his leg and sweep towards Arin's face. Arin transformed his punch into a palm to deflect the crow's left leg attack. Just as the crow turned to unleash a series of kicks, Arin took the opportunity to kick the crow's knee. Off balance, the crow used one hand to support himself and attempted another flying kick to Arin's face. Arin seized the moment, grabbing the crow's thigh and executing a side kick directly to the crow's groin. Damn you. Don't you dare. The brawler of the Dongying faction, the wild warrior Crow, clutched his groin, his eyes red, and allowed his subordinates to shout. This time he could no longer stand up. I must say the battle between these two was truly spectacular, leaving the onlookers in a daze. Yet no matter how skilled one is, one must always beware of underhanded tactics. The Crow couldn't even utter the word face before curling up on the ground and wailing. All the men present, whether allies or foes, felt a tightening in their lower regions. Indeed, at that moment, watching the Crow whimper on the ground was something anyone could empathize with. Arin pointed a finger fiercely at his opponent, saying, "Crow, you lost. You are not allowed to sweep my venue from now on, and you cannot appear wherever I show up." The Crow gritted his teeth in pain, spitting and retorting, "You son of a b, you tricked me. You have no sense of martial ethics. Damn it, there are so many of your lackeys watching. Let's see how you explain this." The Crow kept rolling on the ground, pounding his fists in agony. The intense pain made him curl up on the ground, trying to slide like a worm to alleviate it. But it hurt, it really hurt. He had nowhere to exert force and tears were almost spilling out. "Crow, are you losing your mind? Explain. Who do I owe an explanation to for my life? Should we hold hands and leave together maybe?" Arin scoffed, shooting a disdainful glance at the Crow on the ground. He picked up a coat from the ground and smiled faintly. "How ridiculous. This is a fight in the martial world, not a duel in a ring. Does martial ethics feed you? If you really valued martial ethics, would you ambush Big Head? Who's the one without shame here? Crow, I advise you to be careful. If it weren't for the sake of Big Head and brother Nan, that blow I just delivered wouldn't have just been to your jaw." The Crow looked up, his lips moved a couple of times before he slammed his hand on the ground again. "It hurt, it really hurt. Shouldn't you take your big brother to the hospital? If it really gets shattered or becomes congested and necrotic, it can't be used anymore." Arin's words truly struck at the heart, and the Crow's lackeys lifted their boss and rushed towards the exit as if granted amnesty. "Haha, with such a pathetic appearance you dare come to disrupt the venue." Gugu, who had been waiting for an opportunity to shine, finally got to speak. "We should leave too. It won't be long before Yang's people receive the news and come back." "Where to now?" "First south, then east." Brother Arin, why take the long way around? Why not sweep nearby directly? Are you a pig? This way we won't give the opponent a chance to assist, we focus on speed." Azu had learned a lot from being around. The group followed Arin and swept several venues in Dongying, only returning to their base after midnight. The old shop had been renovated and renamed Moon Bay. Due to the variety of offerings, many regulars returned. Arin also brought in Helen from Boland Street to help manage the nightlife, and business was booming day by day. The next evening at 7:30, Arin arrived at the hall to speak with Gugu and the others, with Guang Zai, who was on crutches, joining in merrily. "No way, Guang Zai. You should just lie at home with that one good leg. It takes 100 days to heal from such injuries. Aren't you afraid of misalignment?" "Afraid of what? Our brother Guang Zai can always become a limping hero." The crowd began to tease. Guang Zai, realizing too late, pretended to be angry. "Get lost, you are the real cripple. Damn, lying down all day has made my butt sore. I still need to get up and move around to catch some sun." A timid lackey said, "Brother, it's nighttime, the sun has set." "Damn, so you think you're clever, huh? You think you're so smart." Guang Zai jumped up, swinging his crutch towards the other, the comical scene causing everyone present to burst into laughter. Just as everyone was joking around, several lackeys suddenly dragged a filthy, disheveled beggar into the room and threw him hard onto the ground. "What's going on? Drag him to a private room in the hallway. Don't scare the customers in the hall." Arin, gently swirling his wine glass, flicked his hair and snapped his fingers at the few men, and the man on the ground was dragged into the private room. "All right, speak now. Brother Arin, this guy has been sneaking around our shop for several days. Our door staff have noticed him. Earlier, he even followed you when you went to buy milk tea across the street." "Is that so?" Arin bent down, took a look around, and noticed the guy had several external injuries, with some blood clots emitting a foul odor indicating a severe infection. Damn it, even in this state he still thinks about ambushing. It doesn't seem likely. Lift your head. A keen-eyed staff member grabbed a cup from the table, soaked a towel, and wiped it hastily on the man's face. Arin finally recognized the person before him. "Aren't you the one called Xiao Long from Dongying? Were you following me to get revenge for your big brother?" "No. I want to follow brother Arin." Xiao Long pressed his injured calf tightly with both hands, refusing to let go. "I didn't mean to ambush brother Arin. I want to follow." "Haha. Dongying kid, did we hear that right?" Guang Zai and the others began to mock him. "Why?" Arin squatted down, tugged at the guy's pant leg, and took a paper towel from the table, saying, "Go bring a bottle of high-proof white liquor. After King Tianhu and Tank died, they all thought I was the one who snitched. They beat me every day. I don't want to stay in Dongying anymore." After Arin helped to clean and disinfect the wounds, he gently wiped his hands. "Your situation isn't a big deal and doesn't carry much pressure, but why should I take you in? You were there watching when your brother got into trouble. Who can guarantee that you'll wholeheartedly serve the organization in the future? You two take him to change into clean clothes, get some cash, and then send him to Chunbo, the familiar small clinic, to deal with the infected area." Brother Arin, I really want to follow you." Xiao Long wanted to say more, but he was dragged away by the two. "All right, while there are not many people, let's find a place to sit. Sure, brother Arin, let's go to that last place. Ew, I want that big blackberry drink, huh? Despite having a broken leg, Guangzi remained attentive to such matters, being the first to raise his hand, or rather his crutch, in approval. As you go get the car. Arin, holding a cigarette, strode out of the Moon Bay's front door. No sooner had he stepped outside than he felt a chill rush over him from behind. A cart from the convenience store next door charged at him, knocking him to the ground. Before Arin could react, a figure leaped into the air brandishing a steel knife and charged at him like a flying general. With his lackeys behind him, Arin had no time to react. At this moment he was unarmed and off balance, sitting atop the cart. Locked in a gaze with his attacker, the fierce glint in the opponent's eyes sent a chill down his spine. In a panic he grabbed a nearby round cone to defend against the incoming brutal strike. Damn, this kid's truly dangerous. The steel knife sliced through the cone and struck Arin's raised right forearm. In pain, Arin swung his left fist towards the intruder's abdomen. The two momentarily distanced themselves. Ringu. Damn it, call for help. Ringu has been attacked. In a panic, Guangzi threw his cane, but the opponent easily dodged. A dozen or so of the store's lackeys rushed out to engage the intruder in battle. Arin stood to the side, cradling his right arm and observing closely. The intruder was very young, around 17 or 18 years old, with dark skin, a lean build, and prominent cheekbones. His strikes were exceptionally ruthless, highly inconsistent with his age. Such a visage would be a character one would avoid in a tale. All right, everyone step back. No, Ringu, you're injured. Leave it to us. The cops will be here soon, and we'll deal with this brat once and for all. Seeing the young opponent eager to prove himself, Azu called out as the steel knife was raised again. Step aside, kid. He'll give you a chance. Tell me who sent you, and he'll let you go. Without the crowd surrounding him, the black-haired boy took a moment to catch his breath before he swung the knife again. Arin tilted his head to dodge, using his elbow to strike the boy's arm, and quickly twisting it to slice horizontally across his right foot, sending the boy crashing to the ground. Drag him inside. Guangzi picked up the fallen cane and ordered someone to restrain the black-haired boy as they moved in. This is such bad luck, damn it, not again. It's not that I don't want to look for you. 40 minutes later, Azu emerged, rubbing the blood from his hands. Ringu, this kid may be young, but he's tough and refuses to talk. He won't even respond to questions. Is he mute or something? Arin extinguished his cigarette and clapped his hands. You all go outside and let me give it a try. Ringu, that kid's already been beaten up, or if you hit him again, he might not be able to say anything at all. Arin, faced with the naive young lackey, was too lazy to respond, merely giving him a look to understand. Damn it, who said questioning always had to involve force? Why must it always be violence? Can it be done with words? Inside the private room, the black-haired boy was tied to a chair, spitting blood at Arin as he glared fiercely, still refusing to speak. You don't look very old. Do we have a grudge? The black-haired boy shook his head. Do I have a grudge against your family? The black-haired boy shook his head again. Then you must have been paid or instructed to attack me, right? The black-haired boy turned his head away, non-committal. All right, how about this? If I guess correctly, you speak. What do you say? I see you have decent skills. You're not local to the island, but the elbow strikes and side kicks you threw earlier were vicious, especially your last single-handed palm push. That's no ordinary street style. Did you come from the north? Do you have someone in the military training you? The young boy, despite his earlier bravado, widened his eyes in surprise at being seen through. How do you know where my moves are from? See, I told you he wasn't mute. Now can we talk? Arin approached and untied the ropes binding the boy. The black-haired boy slumped on the floor, saying, Don't waste your effort, you, I want talk. His Mandarin was awkward, heavily accented, confirming Arin's suspicions. This technique isn't widely known, and given your age, you don't seem to be from a regular army. So does someone in your family teach you? Is it from the south or the north? From the north. My uncle is a trainer. The black-haired boy glanced at the coffee table and grabbed fruits from the tray, stuffing them into his mouth haphazardly, even twisting open a bottle of liquor and gulping it down. Cough, cough. He choked, tears streaming down his face. Good Lord, it was as if he hadn't eaten a full meal in decades. Honestly, I haven't seen such a display in a long time. Smart as the gentleman before the screen, have you guessed who this black-haired boy is? This guy becomes quite formidable later on. He started making a name for himself in the venomous snake gang, then moved to San Lian and Nine-Tailed Fox, and during a chaotic battle, he fought to a standstill with Jin Zun despite sustaining severe injuries. Hearing the clattering of dishes inside, Guangzi and Azu rushed in, and Arin waved his hand at them, prompting the two to awkwardly scratch their heads. Ringu, you should probably get that stitched up. The cut is quite long. If you just bandage it like that, it might get infected. Azu could only make small talk. Guangzi hit his calf with his cane twice. Don't be such a jinx. This little injury is nothing. Even if our Rin-Guess intestines were hanging out, it wouldn't matter. Infection. You're the only one who would say that, right? Azu scratched his head, feeling wronged. Guangzi, who among us is truly the jinx? So Guangzi, you really don't wish for Ringu to be fine? Arin smiled, touched his forearm, then left the private room, leaning down to whisper a few words in the ear of a clever lackey who immediately dashed out the door. Give him that back. Seeing the black-haired boy stuffing fruits and snacks into his pockets, Rin ordered another lackey to bring him a paper bag. Let him go. Guangzi scoffed. Ringu, isn't this a bad idea? Let him go. The black-haired boy stuffed the remaining half of an orange into his mouth, and only after confirming everything was okay did he hurriedly run out. Did this kid confess? Hey. No. Damn it, so we let him go. I'm going to bring someone to catch him back. Guangzi hopped on one leg ready to chase after him. No need. Rin stopped him with a hand. Why not? Oh Guangzi Gu, you don't understand. This kid attacked Ringu in broad daylight and was released within 2 hours. If you were the boss behind this, how would you feel? Azu gently pressed on Guangzi's shoulder, and Guangzi finally realized, slapping his forehead, oh, how did I not think of that? 2 hours later, Rin's phone rang. Ringu, it's AFA. This kid took a bus and a ferry and ended up at Taiyou. Did he go around Lantau Island? Yes, this kid is staying in a shack south of Taiyou town. I left 2 people there to keep watch, and he's been bitten all over by mosquitoes. I won't talk to you for now, I have to catch the ferry, damn it, the last boat is at 10:30, the gate is about to close. Beep, beep, beep. Rin had intended to give some reminders, but the call was already disconnected. Damn it, who is the boss here, you or me? So reckless. Taiyou is located on Lantau Island in the southwestern part of Hong Kong Island. Since the 1970s, it has gradually gained popularity as a tourist destination. Most of this area belongs to the outlying islands, but the lower-lying northeastern part is part of the Tsuen Wan district. The most famous attractions here include Palin Monastery and the Tsingma Bridge. Taiyou is often referred to as the Eastern Venice of Hong Kong. True to its name, the town is crisscrossed by waterways with fishing boats bustling about, exuding a strong flavor of watertown charm. Taiyou is situated in the southwestern part of Lantau Island and is the most remote fishing village within Hong Kong, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains facing the Lingdingyang to the west, and the island is home to many mosquitoes. As early as the Ming Dynasty, the government implemented the scattered relocation policy, requiring residents within 50 miles of the Chinese coast to move inland, making Taiyou a temporary home for those unwilling to relocate. When speaking of Taiyou, one cannot overlook the stilt houses. These stilt houses are simple structures built over the water with roofs. In earlier times, fishermen would build houses close to the shore to ensure the safety of the elderly and children while they went out to fish. Sturdy wooden pillars were driven into the water to serve as foundations upon which houses were built. Conditions back then were poor, often using palm leaves for roofing. When typhoons struck, fishing nets and ropes were used to secure the roofs. In the last 2 to 3 decades, with improved conditions and an increase in the number of restaurants, fishermen have begun to experience a bit more financial freedom, leading to changes in the construction of stilt houses. The shapes have shifted from semicircular and triangular to flat-roofed, with materials increasingly made of wooden boards and iron sheets. In recent years, the planning department has consulted on the restructuring of stilt houses, suggesting that they be preserved long-term to maintain the fishing village character of Taiyou and enhance its appeal to tourists. Since the 1950s, many people have made their way to Taiyou from mainland China to live here. There are also many Malaysians and Cambodians, as well as Koreans like Xiaohei, who live here without legal status, relying on stilt houses for shelter. The younger generation mainly survives by running errands for tourists or carrying items. Those with a bit of cleverness who catch the eye of a boss can earn a decent tip. However, some refuse to succumb to their fate, relying on sheer determination to clash with local gangs for survival. Their philosophy of existence is summed up in one word: rob. Young Xiaohei follows a Malay man known as Pao Gu, who has a scarred face. These Malaysians have made a name for themselves through their reckless tenacity, but relying solely on robbing merchants makes it difficult to truly become wealthy. They have also begun to assist external gangs with their business dealings. Robbery and framing are the most straightforward methods. Xiaohei, with a bag full of food, stealthily entered a house, only to be kicked down as he pushed the door open. The old tungsten bulb was turned on, and he could see more than a dozen strong men inside the house. The leader had a long scar running from his eyebrow to his lip, looking terrifying, sitting in a rattan chair and clutching a red scarf. Xiaohei recognized that it was his cousin's scarf. "What are you doing? Come, drag him over to me." The paper bag in Ake's arms fell to the ground, spilling snacks and oranges everywhere. "Hey, you go out to kill someone and still bring something back. Liang Baran is so kind. Damn, I didn't believe them when they first called. Lichinka, do you remember who gave you a place to stay when you first arrived in Taiyou? Damn, now you're biting the hand that feeds you, huh? I didn't." Bang, bang. Several punches landed on young Ake's face, but he did not rush to fight back, instead scanning the room with his eyes. Bring them out." Pao Go lightly lowered his suspended right arm, and 2 young girls and an elderly woman were brought out. They were exactly whom Ake was looking for. The 3 were bound at the hands, and the older girl had blood on her face. She was Ake's cousin, 19 years old. The younger girl, named Xiang, was 14 years old and was Ake's biological sister. The elderly woman was their grandmother. Still being stubborn, my people are right there guarding. You were caught by Liang Baran at Moon Bay and released in less than 2 hours. What afraid you won't make it to the ferry? Still saying there isn't. How could you be released so quickly if there wasn't some agreement reached? You guys, let me ask you, if someone were to attack your boss, would he be released in less than 2 hours? Laughter erupted around. How do you prove it? There is nothing. Ake rushed towards his grandmother, spreading his arms to tightly embrace her and the other two. Fine, then you ambush Liang Baran again, and he'll believe you. Even if you can't kill him, bringing back a hand or a leg should be doable, right? Li Chenka tugged at his cousin's hand, gently pushing aside the bangs that covered her forehead to reveal a swollen bruise glaring back at Pao Ge. Bang! Another punch landed. Don't stare at our Pao Ge like that. Big brother, this kid doesn't seem very submissive. What good birds can come from the north? If there is indeed a hierarchy among the lower classes, Malaysians look down upon Indonesians and Indonesians look down upon Malaysians, but both Malaysians and Indonesians look down upon North Koreans. There are many Malaysians and Indonesians working in housekeeping in Singapore earning decent wages, but North Koreans hardly get hired, no one is willing to employ them, and they seem unable to leave. Those who manage to escape often carry issues with them, making them easy to manipulate. Seeing Ake holding his head high, several younger brothers rushed in to beat him up. Don't hit him, you guys, stop hitting him. The grandmother and sister hurriedly got up to protect Ake, but were also beaten to varying degrees. 2 minutes later, Pao Ge spoke up. Alright, don't really kill him, we still expect this kid to work for us. If he dies, you guys go to Moon Bay to find Liang Baran, huh? Oh. The younger brothers finally stopped spitting at the grandparent and grandchildren on the ground before leaving. Before leaving, Pao Ge suddenly tightened the old doorknob and turned back to glare at Ake. 1 week, just 1 week. If you don't do anything, he'll send the two of them to the place in Kowloon. Your sister is 14 this year, right? There are plenty of bosses who like that sort of thing over there. Damn it, this is too much. Ake tried to get up, but after struggling a couple of times, he lay back down holding his chest. After Pao Ge and his group left, the two younger brothers left behind by Afa, who had been squatting outside and bitten all over by mosquitoes, immediately perked up. What time is it? It's almost 12. Quick, call Ringo, let him know what's happening here. Tomorrow he'll go to the restaurant in town to gather some news, trying to figure out what kind of people these guys are and who sent such rabble. Damn it, Afa, you went back leaving me here to feed mosquitoes. It's not that I don't want to stay in a hotel, it's just that the nearest hotel is almost 40 kilometers away. All mountain roads at this hour, there are neither cars nor boats. Ake, ignoring the pain racking his body, settled the terrified grandmother and her 2 grandchildren. At dawn, he prepared a hearty soybean paste soup and carried it into the room. Brother, Grandma's head is burning, hurry. His younger sister Xiang burst into frantic sobs, her cries tightening Ake's chest once more. He dashed inside and dropped to one knee beside the makeshift bed, pressing his palm to Grandma's forehead. It is burning. Xiang, bring the soup. His cousin Hui hurried outside, drew a basin of cold water, and returned to press a damp towel onto Grandma's brow, straining with quiet determination. Sister Xiang, you look after Grandma. I'll be back shortly. Just as Ake turned to leave, Hui seized his arm in a desperate, unyielding grip. No, please, don't go again. I'm going to town for medicine and food for Grandma. I'll be back in no more than 2 hours. Truly, you won't lie to me. Hui wiped her tears and moved to the eastern bed, lifted the curtain, and knelt to retrieve a round ceramic jar from beneath it. With meticulous care, she pried open the lid, withdrew a tightly rolled wad of cash, loosened the rubber band, and pulled out 2 bills, then paused, hesitated, and drew out 2 more. She rewrapped the remaining money, tucked it securely back into the jar, and pressed the lid down firmly. Then she thrust the 4 bills into Ake's hand. Take this. Eat well before you return. Sister, I can't accept this. It's your wage from mending old Fu's fishing nets. Keep it. For yourself. No refusal. Take it. I've saved plenty from what you've brought home. Buy medicine, and bring Xiang some dried meat too. Hui gently smoothed the stray strands at her temple. She had thought of everyone in that room, except herself. Ake stared at the drafty gap in her slanted collar, where her shoulder blade peeked through, and a sharp pang rose in his chest. He whirled and slammed his fist hard against the wall, his eyes flooded with blood. Damn them. I'll kill those bastards. Kill them all. No, Ake. We still have Grandma and Xiang to protect. Don't seek them out. I'm unharmed, just struck a few times. I'll heal in 2 days. They gained nothing from me. One even lost part of his ear to my teeth. Yet no matter how fiercely Hui pleaded, Ake refused to believe her. How could a 19-year-old girl possibly stand against men thick-armed and broad-shouldered? Never again. This life must end now. Here they were nothing but vermin, rotting in the shadows. They would leave the shanty. They would leave Duao. They would leave Lantau Island. Grandma would stroll leisurely in city parks, basking in sunlight like any dignified elder. Hui would learn a gentle craft and marry into a respectable family. Xiang would attend school, study nursing, or become an elementary school teacher. They would eat until full every day. No more scavenging wilted greens from market stalls, no more enduring contemptuous glances. That was all Ake could imagine, his entire vision of paradise. His nose stung, but he hadn't wept when beaten half to death, nor when trampled underfoot. He would not break before his family. Turning sharply, he forced the money back into Hui's palm and bolted out the door. Ake, brother, Sister and cousin sat side by side on the wooden steps, chins propped on palms, while the meal on the table grew warm and warmer again. Ike did not return that day, nor the next. On the fourth evening, he burst through the doorway, backpack slung over one shoulder. Sister Xiang. Thud. He collided headlong with a man. Ow. The poor fellow clutched his skull and yelped in pain. Ike blinked, then recognized the gaunt-faced man. He'd seen him before during that furious rush to confront Liang Baran. Hot broth splattered across Ike's clothes, and without hesitation, he drove another punch into the man's ribs. Brother, don't hit him. The inner curtain parted. Xiang emerged, apron tied tight, balancing a steaming soup dish in her hands. Ike sprang forward, pulling Xiang behind him and pressing himself flat against the wall, eyes darting, calculating escape routes, weighing every chance of capture. Where are they? Sister and Grandma were taken to the town hospital. Brother, why did you strike him? Aren't they your friends? Ah, so they're friends now. The curtain parted again. Liang Baran stepped out, brown coat draped over broad shoulders, followed closely by Azu. The man sprawled on the floor, the one Ike had barreled into then punched. Was Gugu's eye? Leave my family alone. I'll go with you. Ike instantly shielded Xiang behind him, voice trembling. What nonsense is this? If Renge meant harm, would he have bought dog meat for your family? You ungrateful pup. You strike the very man who brought medicine for your kin. Gugu's eye kicked Ike lightly, then stepped to Liang Baran's side. Only then did Ike follow Gugu's eye's pointing finger and see the table laden with fragrant steaming dishes. His right arm remained rigid before Xiang as he leaned forward slightly. You truly aren't here for revenge. Are you simple-minded? Would we have let you walk free if we sought vengeance? Renge came to help you. Your sister told us everything. Eat first, talk later. It's been ages since I've tasted dog meat. Pity one bowl got spilled. Liang Baran unbuttoned his coat and sat gracefully at the table, offering chopsticks to the siblings with a calm, steady gaze. Ike glanced back at Xiang, confirming her quiet nod, before stepping forward and taking his seat. If you hadn't come, I'd have found you. Oh, so you'd accept their terms and keep cutting me down? No. Then what? Liang Baran lifted a spoonful of soup, held it near his nose, and inhaled deeply. As the old saying goes, 3 boils of dog meat, and even immortals lose their balance. Why help me? Ike's bowl stood empty. He wiped his mouth and met Liang Baran's gaze. I'm not helping you. I'm hunting the one who stands behind you. I truly don't know. Ike shook his head. I believe you. Liang Baran refilled his bowl and passed it across. Once we remove that scar-faced thug, we'll find out who sent you. No, he's mine. Ike's forearm tensed, veins rising like ropes beneath his skin. All 3 at the table turned to him. He swallowed 2 gulps of soup, then spoke slowly, deliberately. He led men to humiliate my sister and beat my grandmother. I'll kill him and feed him to dogs. Ha ha ha. Azu and Gugu's eye laughed, dismissing the words as the heated bluster of youth. Yet they had no idea. This dark-skinned boy, whose gaze burned with unwavering resolve, would one day do what even seasoned, street-hardened thugs dared not even imagine. But that lies ahead. For now, back to the present. You've been waiting here so long. Someone's bound to report you. We must leave, now. Ha ha ha, what a stroke of luck. Treading iron shoes till none is found. Yet fortune drops right in our lap. So, none of you leaves. Boom. The door exploded inward. Leading the charge stood a man whose right cheek bore a jagged, livid scar. Ha ha, you little dark fellow are surprisingly useful. Even if you couldn't kill him, keeping him occupied is a merit. The man who had arrived was none other than Pao Go. It's him. He gave me 2 bags of rice and a new television to come and kill you. Aku sprang to his feet and thrust a finger hard in the direction of Pao Go. Goddamn, my brother Ren is only worth a television. Guguzi suddenly laughed as a roomful of men pushed in. Pao Go jabbed his Malay parang forward. Cut them down for me. Take your sister and hide first. Arun warned Aku, then planted one hand on the table, vaulted out, kicked the thug at the front onto his back, snatched a curved blade, and plunged into the crowd, swinging wildly. Guguzi glanced at Aku, then at Arun trapped in the center, stamped his foot hard. Damn it, I'm going to fight you to the death. He hefted a bowl of dog meat soup and hurled it like a deluge toward Pao Go. Fuck your mother. Pao Go yanked a henchman forward to shield the hot broth. The man immediately fell howling. The men opposite recovered and raised their blades, slashing toward Guguzi. Brother Rin, save me. A steel pipe struck Guguzi's back. He staggered and collapsed onto the table. A thug's curved blade hovered about to descend upon the base of his skull, while Arun was hemmed in and could not reach him. Bang! A figure flew through the air and with a single kick sent the attacker skidding several meters. He hauled the trembling Guguzi to his feet. Now you owe me 2 bags of rice too. It was Aku who had snatched Guguzi from beneath the blade. Seeing Guguzi safe, Liang Baran delivered a high whip kick that sent Pao Go flying. After opening some distance, he suddenly raised his hand to silence everyone in the room. What for? Don't you dare try any tricks, fucker. We outnumber you now, we can grind you down. Pao Go wiped the blood from his face. Liang Baran took a cigarette from his chest and lit it. What time is it now? That unexpectedly casual question left Pao Guess men puzzled. After a long pause, one of the sharper men finally responded, Paugu, this guy must be stalling for reinforcements, but don't be fooled. Paugu rapped that wiseacre on the head with the butt of his blade and muttered, Who the hell asked for your instruction? Hey little dark one, how long from town to your place? 40 minutes by day, an hour at night. Aku stepped a little closer to Liang Boren, nodded firmly, and said, My name is Lichinka. That, Paugu, right. Guess why there are only 3 of us in this room. Where did the men I brought go? What? Paugu frowned. At that moment, a henchman burst in riding a flip-top motorcycle. Boss, someone went to our turf and caused chaos. Quite a few brothers are hurt. Fuck you islanders, always scheme setting me up on purpose, right? And you think you're worthy. Liang Boren flicked his cigarette with a precise motion, and it landed squarely on the other's face. Ha ha ha, what a diversion. At that moment, a short, portly bald man in a trench coat stepped in, followed by a dozen big men. I wondered who it might be, but it's neither Yao Yang nor Wu Ya. Liang Boren shook his head lightly as he regarded the brazen fat man. God damn you, Baopi, so it was your doing. Guguzi leapt forward a step and spat fiercely. Brother Ren Baopi has firmly aligned with the branch. He was the one who hired the shooter to take out our brother Huatan. You must avenge Huatan. Chun Haonan had in fact already uncovered Baopi's arrangement to hire a gunman to assassinate Huatan, but for various reasons Baopi had ultimately been spared. Baopi's face went cold with rage. What a pack of useless men. If we had taken you out, it would have ignited a war between Hongxing and Dongying, and yet this many people still couldn't finish you. Do you truly think your diversion was clever? Liang Boren pulled out a chair and sat down. That so-called Pao Goha. He sold you out, and you're still busy counting your money. What do you mean, boss? What are these islanders up to? A henchman edged closer to Pao Go. Pathetic. If you die, you deserve it. Baopi deliberately used you as bait to draw my men away, so he could have the chance to launch this shameless ambush. Liang Boren spoke softly, but his words carried an enormous weight. It was clear the other side was not so monolithic. At that point, even the slowest among them could see the truth. Why are you staring at me? At least I'm not reneging on the promised rewards, provided you survive, that is. Liang Boren, don't get cocky. I know you can fight him, no fool. I brought men to play with you. If I walk out of here alive today, they'll take your surname. Baopi waved, and 2 Westerners flashed out from behind him. Humph. These 2 are experts I brought back from La Siwei Jiasi. They know not only karate, but Brazilian jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai. Let's see where you run today. As Baopi's arm descended, one Westerner rushed forward and unleashed a heavy punch toward a Ren who sat on the chair. With a thunderous impact, a Ren shook his numb arm. Not bad, interesting. Try again. He shrugged off his jacket and unbuttoned his shirt. Andre, you're up. Baopi shoved the other Westerner, but he seemed reluctant to act so quickly. As Baopi shouted, the man called Andre finally grew impatient. Fuck you, I don't take orders from you. I answer only to Mr. Jiang and Mr. Che. You are just a guide, say another word, and he'll put you out with one punch. Oh ho. Guguzi at the side perked up. Fuck, I thought you were hot stuff at the branch, but you can't even command one Westerner. Baopi, if I were you, I'd jump into the sea. Guguzi spent his days trailing to Fei. He may not have learned the real skills, but he had perfected the craft of cutting people down with words. Get them on me. Get them on. Humiliated and enraged, Baopi waved again to his men. The Westerners could not be commanded, yet the small soldiers still moved. The Malay men at the periphery, however, had grown clearly passive, merely stepping forward symbolically, while mostly standing aside to watch Liang Boren and the foreigners fight. Liang Boren's back kick again shattered the opponent's heavy punch, and a spinning flurry of kicks followed that sent the man flying. Brother Ren, watch out. At that moment, another Westerner who had been standing with his arms folded suddenly strode forward and launched a heavy punch at Liang Boren's back. Ren, be careful. The red-haired thug who had been crossing his arms suddenly sprang into action, launching a powerful punch toward Liang Boren's lower back. Upon hearing the movement behind him, Liang Boren immediately turned around, but the red-haired thug was incredibly fast, closing the distance in an instant. As Liang Boren used his left arm to block the thug's heavy punch, he kicked out with his leg, causing the red-haired thug to stumble forward and crash into him. At this moment, the smaller thug joined the fray. Liang Boren faced the dual onslaught without losing his composure, skillfully blocking and counterattacking. AK, who had been watching closely, also joined the fight, but was pulled aside by Liang Boren. You deal with those lackeys, I'll handle these 2 thugs. During the battle, Liang Boren was struck by a powerful kick from the red-haired thug, just as he was pulling AK away. As he fell, the smaller thug grabbed his calf, and using brute force threw him towards a nearby wooden beam. Liang Boren caught a glimpse of his surroundings, and quickly executed a side kick to evade sliding back 2 meters until he braced himself against a table leg. You successfully escaped from the opponent's grasp, improving your mixed martial arts skills by 1. After a cross-arm block followed by a knee lift, an arm guard, your damage resistance increased by 1. After getting back on his feet, Liang Boren executed a graceful side kick, knocking the smaller thug down. He then supported himself with one hand and kicked out twice in midair, forcing the pursuing thug back. It was evident that these two thugs were indeed skilled, one focusing on upper body attacks while the other targeted lower body strikes, leaving Liang Boren struggling to fend off their relentless assault. Seizing the right moment, Liang Boren used one hand to deflect the smaller thug's high whip kick, while suddenly striking downward with a knife hand towards the opponent's groin. Bang! A sound like breaking eggs echoed in the room. Beautiful. The smaller thug fell to the ground, clutching his groin and temporarily incapacitated. Seeing this, the red-haired thug immediately charged in. Liang Boren executed the old monkey hanging seal, lifting his knee to counterattack, blocking the thug's assault, while simultaneously delivering a palm strike to his cheek. The red-haired thug staggered back from the heavy blow. Before he could recover, Liang Boren pulled him forward and delivered a powerful punch followed by a series of 3 knee strikes that brought the thug crashing to his knees. The red-haired thug glanced at his howling companion, grimaced as he rubbed his chest, and surprisingly stood back up. Good grief, it turns out all the world's experts are the same. A so-called expert must first be able to take a hit. As the red-haired thug took a moment to catch his breath, the small thug urged his companion's charge. Everyone attacked together. This time the thugs did not hold back. Several of them rushed in, making the room feel crowded. However, this also played to Liang Boren's advantage. In the confined space, the limitations of their numbers allowed him to catch his breath and find opportunities to strike them down one by one. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy punches sent several lackeys sprawling to the ground. Liang Boren seized a curved knife and swung it at the small thug. In a moment of panic, the thug called on his companions to block. The curved knife sliced downward, and the thug didn't even have a chance to react before meeting his demise. Truly despicable, Pow Pai. Even if you don't die, you're of no use now. Gugu, I leave him to you. Liang Boren then spun around and hurled the knife. Just as the red-haired thug picked up a stool to block, Liang Boren's flying kick followed, landing heavily on the thug's cheek. Before the thug could hit the ground, Liang Boren grabbed him, turned sideways, and tightened his grip around the thug's neck, snapping it with a sickening crack. Andre has been killed by Liang Boren. Andre is dead. The lackeys of Pow Pai, who were already fighting with AK and Gugu outside the door, panicked upon seeing their comrade killed. With the Malaysian gang standing by, they truly hated Pow Pai at this moment. Damn it, they fell for the other's trap. Oh, what kind of ambush is this? Brother Pow, if this isn't going to work, should we retreat? One of the lackeys approached. Pow Pai actually had the thought of retreating, but his pride wouldn't allow it. The other's suggestion provided him a perfect excuse. Then, retreat. Quickly, let's get out of here. Toot toot. Just as that lackey blew the whistle, he was stabbed in the head by Gugu from behind. The steel knife entered from the back of his head and exited through his mouth. Think you can escape? Gugu charged forward again. Pow Pai, already diminished in presence, could only defend himself without the strength to counter. Liang Boren pushed the Malaysian gang back, and when Pow Gu attempted a sneak attack, he was stabbed in the abdomen. Don't move, or you'll die. Liang Boren grabbed a Malaysian thug in front of everyone and directly slashed his throat, his ruthlessness shocking. He is yours now. After intimidating the crowd, he pointed the steel knife toward Pow Gu, and AK leaped into action. Everyone attack. If anything happens to me, he won't spare you. Pow Gu wanted to struggle, continuously urging his lackeys. However, having witnessed Liang Boren's methods, they dared not move. The scene shifted to Pow Pai, who, realizing he had no way out, gritted his teeth and began to fight Gugu. Gugu suddenly took a knife to his right arm. Gugu, get out of the way. Liang Boren leaped forward, kicking out to place himself between Gugu and Pow Pai. Pow Pai, it's time we settle our scores. Liang Boren executed a high whip kick aimed at Pow Pai's head, which he could not possibly defend against. He fell directly to the ground, and before he could rise again, he was met with a knee strike to the face. He felt as if several cannonballs had exploded in his ribs, and a warm sensation in his throat made him spit out blood as he clutched his chest, coughing. Don't. Ren, please don't. Faced with Liang Boren's relentless approach, he could only support himself with one hand, raising the other to plead loudly. Liang Boren quickly squatted behind him, wrapping his arms around him, slowly reaching down to pick up the knife from the ground. He whispered near his ear, if you hired someone to kill Hua Tan, I could overlook it. If you sought Tachibana Masahito to undermine Hongxing, I could also overlook that. But if you set an ambush for me, that's another matter entirely. Hiss. Just as Pow Pai continued to plead for mercy, Liang Boren lifted his head and sliced off one of his ears in front of his lackeys. Oh. Pow Pai howled like a pig being slaughtered. Get on your knees. Liang Boren tossed the bloodied ear in front of him. Pow Pai could only endure the pain, stand up and clutch his left ear tightly while banging his head against the ground. Damn it, you're no use alive like this. Why don't you take your big brother and get lost? Okay. The remaining lackeys hurriedly helped Pow Pai and ran away. Arn, what are you doing? Why are you letting Pow Pai go? Gugu immediately blocked the way. Humph, what's the point in killing him? Let him go back and annoy Jiang Tianyang. Liang Boren made an okay sign toward Gugu. That's fine, but I haven't made my move yet. Gugu pushed aside the two people next to him, pulled up the already collapsed Pow Pai, and ruthlessly slashed down at his cheek. Amidst Pow Pai's pig-like screams, he brutally tore off the skin from the right side of Pow Pai's face. Alright, now you can take your big brother and leave spit. Jiang Tianyang is also out of people. Can a loser like you even be a big brother? Gugu casually stuffed the piece of Pao Pai's face into his mouth. Damn it. Just kill him and be done with it. No need. Let's draw out the bigger fish behind him. Facing Guguzi's confusion, Liang Baran punched open a Malay man as his definitive reply. By now only AK and Cannon Car were locked in combat. The others, cowed by Liang Baran's intimidation, had already knelt near the wooden rack. Though Fierce AK was still young, lacking battlefield experience. Even with Cannon Car wounded in one leg, AK found himself in constant peril. 2 deep slashes gashed his left arm, cutting down to the bone. Shall I step in? Guguzi, well versed in overwhelming odds, raised his blade eagerly, only to be restrained by Liang Baran standing beside him. Just keep these trash under watch. Leave the rest alone. This is his trial. If he can't clear this threshold, he'd do better returning home to grow wheat. Is there even wheat over there? Guguzi's gaze at Liang Baran radiated unmistakable naivety. Thud, thud. As the two spoke, AK absorbed another brutal elbow strike from his opponent. Whoa, Brother Ren, this won't work. The kid's just taking blows. I see it clearly. If his first 3 explosive moves fail, he'll lose badly in a prolonged exchange. AK's current edge lay almost entirely in that initial burst, ideal against an unprepared foe. Though his close-range cleaves carried formidable force, they drained him rapidly. At heart, he remained little more than a boy, his ferocity masking frail endurance. Once drawn into grueling attrition or heat-in exchanges, Cannon Brother, a veteran street brawler steeped in years of alleyway combat, held decisive experiential advantage. Mid-sentence, AK launched a charging knee strike, only for Cannon Brother to sidestep effortlessly. As AK pivoted to deliver a retaliatory elbow, momentum betrayed him. He swung wildly into empty air. Cannon Brother seized the opening, locking AK's torso in a crushing bear hug, his thick bullseyed arms clamped down with savage intensity, lifting AK halfway off the ground as his bones cracked audibly. With Cannon Brother's relentless pressure mounting, AK's face flushed crimson and his eyes swelled with blood vessels. Still not stepping in. Guguzi's steel blade hovered, already raised. Wait a little longer. Liang Baran leaned casually against the wooden frame and lit a cigarette. Choking under Cannon Brother's iron grip, AK thrashed desperately, reaching repeatedly to gouge his opponent's eyes, all in vain. Just as unconsciousness loomed, he slammed his forehead downward in a thunderous headbutt, forcing Cannon Brother to release his hold in sharp agony. Gasping for breath, AK doubled over and coughed violently twice, then exploded upward with a soaring flying kick, driving his heel hard into Cannon Brother's jaw. Cannon Brother crashed backward, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. AK snatched up a curved saber and strode toward him, muttering fiercely, "For bullying my sister. For bullying my grandmother." Squelch. A single slash severed flesh deep into Cannon Brother's calf. Before he could rise, AK lunged forward, straddling his abdomen, shoved his left hand into the man's mouth, wrenched hard, then slashed downward with his right. Ryup. Ugh, ugh. Guguzi's stomach churned violently at the side. A human jaw clenches with terrifying strength when gripped by terror or despair. This was no swift conclusion. Whimper, whimper. With one hand desperately shoving AK's face away and the other pounding the earth, Cannon Brother tried to beg for mercy. But AK paid him no heed. For 6 or 7 minutes, Cannon Brother's heels had scraped furrows into the soil beneath him, his resistance weakening, his struggles growing feebler. AK's movements grew steadily calmer, more deliberate. He drove the curved blade deep into Cannon Brother's abdomen, then dragged it downward in one smooth, lethal motion, before stepping back 2 meters to watch his foe writhe and scream upon the ground. AK turned and sprinted toward the shoreline, pulled 2 massive wolfhounds from a crude corrugated iron shed, knelt beside them, whispered briefly into their ears, and sharply slapped their flanks. The hounds charged instantly toward the writhing, blood-soaked figure on the ground. Ah! The Malays crouched by the wooden rack could no longer contain themselves. Their hands flew from their mouths as they vomited loudly and uncontrollably. AK dragged forward 2 more men and ended their lives amid their shrieks, then slammed his curved saber hard against the wooden frame, simultaneously raising his other hand to beckon sharply backward. The terrified underlings bowed deeply, backs bent low, fleeing as if granted imperial pardon without daring a backward glance. 2 even lost their shoes mid-sprint. As the last underling bolted past, he clearly stepped on something. Glancing down, whoa, hell, it's Big Brother's severed hand. I recognized that ring on his ring finger. Was Big Brother still breathing? Still struggling? He dared not pause, even for a second. At his approach, the 2 wolfhounds halted their feeding, lowered their heads, and emitted low, guttural growls. The underling yanked up his pant leg and fled. AK approached Liang Baran and hurled the curved saber onto the ground. The 3 stood shoulder to shoulder in silence. No one spoke first. The commotion ahead gradually faded. Guguzi fumbled a cigarette from his pocket, but his lighter refused to spark. He shook it violently, murmuring, "It's got gas. I know it does. I refilled it just 2 days ago." AK snatched the lighter, flicked his thumb upward and pulled. Click hiss. flame ignited. Shielding the flame with one hand, he extended it toward Gugu Z. Gugu Z inhaled deeply, then immediately spun and vomited again. Did you know there'd be so many of them from the start? AK ignored Gugu Z, instead squatting on the sand, idly sifting dirt between his fingers while tilting his head up to ask Liang Baran. No. Liang Baran sank onto the sandy ground, lit another cigarette, and lay back with both hands cradling his head. But I knew this was the only way to flush them all out. After an indeterminate stretch of time, the two wolfhounds finally ceased their feeding and settled quietly nearby. AK whistled once, whereupon they bounded back into the iron sheet shack. What do you need me to do? AK mirrored Liang Baran's posture, lying flat on the sand, hands behind his head. Liang Baran turned his face toward him. Why ask that? AK pressed firmly on his bleeding arm and replied earnestly. You helped my family. Don't you need something from me in return? No answer came. Only the wind, thick with the metallic tang of blood, swept across the dunes. I can kill. The youth rose abruptly from the ground, face resolute, fists clenched tight. No need, just make sure your family is settled. At the mention of his family, Ake abruptly sat up from the ground. Ashiang. The fight had just spilled from inside the house to the yard. He had hidden Ashiang in a dark room in the attic. The three of them rushed up. The moment the hidden door opened, Ashiang swung a rolling pin wildly. Ashiang, it's me. When she saw Ake, the little girl could no longer hold back her sobs. Brother. After a brief calming, they hurried to the town hospital. Renj, the old woman, just finished her 4 and fell asleep. The doctor said she's fine, just frightened, and the fever has broken. But that girl, she won't cooperate with the exams. They only bandaged her external wounds as she refused the gynecological check outright and would not go. There's nothing we can do. Azu stayed at the hospital to guard against a counterattack that had been Arin's plan. Putting Azu and his men at the hospital was for show, to let the other side know they were alone, so he could draw out whoever had designs on him. Just then a phone rang. Arin hurried into the corridor, cigarette unlit, and the voice on the other end shouted, Renj, where are you? God damn it, we've been hit. Who? Yaoyang swept through several of our spots with his men. Go-Gu got slashed. Someone could slash Go. No, the guy had already left, but Go-Gu wasn't satisfied and chased after them. A small van blocked him in the alley. If the cops hadn't arrived, Go-Gu would have been killed. Got it. Arin hung up, rubbed his cheeks, and forced a wry smile. If it was too quiet, it wasn't Yaoyang. It seemed Baopi and Yaoyang had an unclear arrangement between them. He had just brought men to Dao, and Yaoyang had cleared their spot, timed so precisely. Jiang Tianyang, to work against Hongxing, was now cozying up to Dongying's scum. The Rhino incident had yet to see retaliation from the branch. Was there a mole in between? Azu, leave a few sharp men here. You go to the pier and buy the next tickets. Well, follow. Arin left a few brothers to guard the hospital, gave Ake a few instructions, and hurried to the ferry. They reached the dock. The boat would berth in 40 minutes. Renj. While they waited, a slightly childish voice called out. Ake hunched over about 10 meters away and waved his arm vigorously at Arin and Gugazai. Behind him trailed his cousin Huey, carrying an old canvas bag. Why did you come? I talked it over with my sister. Grandma's okay for now, and with Ashiang here we decided to come and follow you. Maybe we can help. Hey Haizai, you've got a lot to say now. When we beat you before, you couldn't even let out a peep. Hui nodded repeatedly. Her Mandarin wasn't as good as Ake's. She could understand everything, but spoke slowly. I can help clean rooms. Wipe and wash. Hui gripped the bag strap with both hands, her eyes full of hope. She only wanted to leave this place of sorrow. She had not thought much about where she would go or what she would do. Anywhere was better than staying where they had to be constantly on guard. I see. The cleaning is already handled on our end. Arin rubbed his chin. Right? He'll work under you from now on. I can't bear to leave her and Ashiang at home. Renj, we don't want money. Just food and lodging. Sleeping in the attic is fine. Is that okay? Ake's voice suddenly shrank. His eyes began to flit away. He kept touching his left forearm, still wrapped in gauze. He was afraid they would refuse. Hui pinched Ake's arm again. He immediately spoke louder. So, Renj, we don't want pay, okay? He'll follow you and work. I can't trust leaving her and Ashiang at home. As long as we're fed and housed, sleeping in the attic is fine. Is that all right? When he reached the latter half of the request, his voice noticeably dwindled. His gaze began to avoid theirs, his right hand stroking the bandaged left forearm again. He feared they would refuse. If they rejected him again, he thought he would either kill them or throw himself into the sea. Those were the only solutions he could imagine. But the kindness shown toward his family left him feeling as if the sea was his only escape. Can she read? Not really, but my sister knows some English. She studied it before, and my aunt used to teach English at school. Hey Race, what? Well, do forget about the spot. She's about Xiaoman's age. Put her to work at Sister Fin's fish stall for now. Later Azu will make calls to see if we can find a nursing school or night college. How does that sound? These past years a warehouse keeper earns between 5500 and 6500, a sure repair apprentice about 3800. They'll put your sister on at 6500 a month. How about that? If Sister Fin says she did well by months, and there's an extra 2000 bonus. Does that work for you? 6500. Hui Hui clapped her hands to her cheeks and gaped. In her head, she did the math. The town's restaurants ran from dawn to dusk and only paid 2,600 a month. This was suddenly double, and then some. It felt unreal. Ike said nothing. He snatched the cigarette from Gugu's eye and shoved it into his mouth. He began to cough violently, bent double, tears stinging his eyes. Renge, is it true? Yes. As for where you'll live, Sister Fin will arrange something. Shall find your sister an inexpensive but decent place. Rest assured. Is 6,500 too much? After all, it's only a fish stall. Hui Hui felt a little uneasy. What are you afraid of? The fish stall is run by Guangxi's family, the very place you smashed with a cane last time. What do you have to fear? Huh? No. Guguj, I think I hit his head with the butt of a knife last time. And kicked his good leg. Won't he hold it against me? Ike shoved the cigarette into his mouth and started puffing wildly, coughing through tears which made the others laugh. Ha ha ha. Your sister is a girl, easy to place. But you? Are you sure you really want to follow me? Back home you'd follow someone for a meal. That's true. If you pay for my grandmother's treatment, he'll follow you, he'll do anything. Don't worry about your grandmother and sister. You can't stay in Dao. In a couple of days when she's a bit better, he'll have Azu bring them to Chaiwan, so your family can live together. Hey Renge, don't we still have that warehouse on East Street? Fix it up and put in 2 beds. Wouldn't that be a ready room? Yes, it even has air conditioning. We can have Hey Xiaozi watch the warehouse. That will put us at ease. The boat set out and soon docked. After taking Hui Hui to Sister Fin's at 10:30, Ike followed Arin to Yaying's spot in Shigong. Arin led the way, kicking over the gatekeeper, drew his knife, and charged in. Everyone get the hell down. Anyone not involved get out. Yaoyang come out. As Liang Boren and his group burst into the club named Beautiful People, they discovered a striking woman in denim shorts confidently sitting in the center of the hall with a battle knife at her side. Ringu, the place is already cleared. We've fallen into a trap. Guguzi scanned the area quickly, his mind racing. Damn it, that jerk Yaoyang is not here. He must have caught wind of our movement and went to clear us out. We only want to find Yaoyang. Those unrelated should leave, Liang Boren said, pointing his knife forcefully ahead, prompting the woman on the sofa to step forward quickly. Under the lights, her fishnet stockings appeared even more enticing. Who would have thought that the first thing one would notice when coming to deal with someone was the other party's long legs, followed by the Eastern battle knife she held? A sharp-eyed associate recognized her and quickly squeezed in front of Liang Boren, whispering, Ringu, that's Mei Mei from Fuck Key. Pan Jiaolong. Liang Boren quickly reorganized the information in his mind. Pan Jiaolong, female, 27 years old, affiliated with the established gang Fuck Key. Skilled in Western boxing and Brazilian jiu-jitsu, she began her journey in the underworld at 16 alongside her godfather, gaining deep knowledge of blade techniques. She is known as one of the 2 flowers of the Hong Kong gangs alongside Shursan Mei. Her combat skills surpass those of Shursan Mei, making her a quintessential female warrior of the Jianghu. I can pretend I saw nothing if you leave now, but if you linger I can't guarantee anything. Pan Jiaolong horizontally held her long knife as a warning. Is Fuck Key really going to intervene in our matters with Dong Ying? Liang Boren sat cross-legged on the nearby sofa, his gaze fixed on her long legs. Yaoyang paid us a lot to watch this place. Don't make it difficult for us. Just leave. Her tone grew threefold heavier this time. There's no such good deal. If I'm not mistaken, Yaoyang has his eyes on your dock and just wants to use it to move his goods. That's not my concern anymore. That's something the old boss has to deal with. I only care about collecting money and doing my job. Now go quickly. Mei Mei waved her hand again with a bow. Fine, since you Pan Jiaolong are so sincere, I'll give you a chance. Leave. Liang Boren returned the gesture with a wave. Mei Mei shook her head. Why is it so hard to communicate? Not fighting and still getting paid would be the best option, sigh. After sighing, she turned and shot a glance at her subordinates, her aura suddenly rising. A bunch of useless men. Without waiting for a reaction, she suddenly swung her knife sheath forward, smashing it into Guguzi's groin with a resounding bang. Oh my! Guguzi covered his groin, grimacing as he squatted down and began to grunt loudly. This is unfair. In negotiating with a run, why hit me? Following Mei Mei's signal, both sides quickly engaged in battle. Unlike Shursan Mei, who had a group of female warriors under her, Mei Mei brought real tough men. Many were former boxing coaches or sparring partners. As the 2 sides clashed, Liang Boren's side clearly struggled, with several of his brothers falling to the ground. Guguzi was even forced under the bar, continuously calling for help. Liang Boren had no choice but to leave Mei Mei and rush to the bar to rescue Guguzi, tossing him toward the roller shutter door while using his knife to block several of the Ho Key's younger brothers from advancing. Aku, protect Guguzi. Understood. Aku and 2 others positioned themselves beside Guguzi while Liang Boren advanced with his knife, striking wildly before arriving in front of Mei Mei. Now that there are no distractions, let's go. I couldn't ask for more. Mei Mei, a true martial artist, lunged at Liang Boren with a knee strike aimed at his throat, which would incapacitate him if it landed. Liang Boren quickly bent down to evade this deadly strike. However, as Mei Mei flew past, her long knife cut a 10-centimeter gash across his abdomen. Gazing at the exposed flesh, Liang Boren immediately tore off his shirt and tied it tightly. How careless. This was the first time since his reincarnation that he found himself at a disadvantage right after engagement. This Mei Mei is truly strong. In his previous life, he had read comics mentioning Mei Mei and the brothers Shi Xian and Shi Zhang who fought for over 100 rounds against Luo Keita, with the latter fleeing in the end. He thought it was just street fights, but Liang Boren realized he had greatly misunderstood. Just as he settled down to battle, Mei Mei cries for help came again from Gu Guzi's direction. Liang Boren bent down to block a powerful downward strike from his opponent before quickly rushing towards the roller shutter door. Due to the fallen sofa blocking his view, a splash of blood erupted in the direction of Gu Guzi's cries. Shocking Liang Boren, did he arrive too late? Just as he was about to kick the sofa away to charge in, a bloodied man burst out from behind it. Aku! He was holding another man, Gu Guzi. Huff huff. The blood was from Fuck Key's men. Aku had already dealt with the threat, standing with his knife in front of Gu Guzi leaning against the wall, while several younger brothers from Fuck Key dared not move, creating a standoff. As Liang Boren felt slightly reassured, a chill ran down his spine. He quickly raised his knife to block another downward strike from Mei Mei. As her body pressed down, he kicked out to create some distance. It's my turn now. Liang Boren dashed forward, using the bar for leverage to strike with his knife, then spun around to slash again, taking advantage of Mei Mei's momentary block to twist his wrist and lower his center of gravity for another horizontal slash. Although Mei Mei sensed the danger and retreated in time, she still received a cut at her waist. Sister Mei Mei. Just then Han Meng, who was close to her, leapt out with a knife aimed at the back of Liang Boren's head. Liang Boren performed a night demon probe, striking directly at Mei Mei's brow, while simultaneously using his back leg to block Han Meng's sneak attack. Using the rebound from his kick, he lunged forward for another slash, forcing Mei Mei to hurriedly block the incoming attack. You executed a beautiful 3-hit combo attack. Melee Combat Ability 6. Oh wow, a 3-hit combo is indeed special, earning a direct increase of 6 points. Truly impressive. Just as the electric bell rang in Liang Boren's mind, he sidestepped and came in front of Mei Mei, delivering a vertical slash with all his might. Although she crouched to absorb the impact, her chest was struck by Liang Boren's powerful punch from his left hand. Goodness, the killing blow was actually from the hand, without the knife. Sister Mei Mei, he's taking advantage of you. Han Meng grabbed her in anger. Mei Mei shot him a glance, disdainfully stamping her foot, thinking to herself, what are you shouting about? Do you think I don't know? If you can do it, then you step up. Having successfully landed his combo, Liang Boren pressed forward, delivering a flying knee strike towards the two. Mei Mei lost her long knife, stepping back 2 paces against the sofa. However, Liang Boren did not stop his assault, launching a horizontal strike aimed at her throat. With Mei Mei unarmed, seeing the blade approaching and having nowhere to evade, she braced herself and closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. Sister Mei Mei. Just as Mei Mei closed her eyes, unable to evade, her survival instinct prompted her to extend her arm to block. But the steel knife halted 3 inches from his neck. Everyone stand down. The voice did not belong to Liang Boren, but to Han Meng, who lay on the ground. As Mei Mei's led horse, he immediately slid to his knees, positioning himself between Liang Boren and Mei Mei. Mei Mei opened her eyes and quickly felt around before exhaling deeply. Why didn't you stab down? Liang Boren flicked the long knife, and his large hand lunged towards the opponent's waist. Just as Mei Mei looked on in astonishment, he wrapped his arm around the opponent while tearing off a scarf from a subordinate's arm, tightly binding the wound at the waist. It's not a deep cut, or just apply some iodine and change the dressing regularly to avoid infection, and it will be fine. Han Meng quickly helped Mei Mei sit down on the sofa and muttered in her ear, that kid took advantage of you again. Mei Mei shot him a glare and said, don't think I'll thank you for this. At most I won't continue to oppose you, but our old gang will send others over. I'll at most cover the medical expenses for the brothers present today. Any other demands are out of the question. Well, I didn't lose to you, I just didn't fight you directly. If we were to face off, you shouldn't be able to break my lock. Though losing face was unacceptable, Mei Mei remained stubborn. Liang Boren glanced at the few brothers on the ground, and then at the grumbling Gu Guzi not far away, before plopping down on the sofa. Instinctively, Mei Mei shifted to the side, slightly leaning her body away to avoid direct eye contact with him. You took the lead for the others and lost, so the medical expenses should be yours to cover. This can't even be considered a condition. Mei Mei vigorously tossed her long hair and blew at her bangs. My people won't show up in Sai Kung anymore. What else do you want? I got hit too, but it's not a loss for you. At most it's a draw, so let's each cover our own medical expenses. What? Akko had just taken a cigarette handed to him and was nearly choked to death. Did he hear wrong? At this moment, the little brothers on Aren's side shook their heads. How could negotiations go like this? What kind of discount is this? The brothers from Pan Jiao Long also clutched their swollen heads in confusion. What was happening? Just say what you want plainly, whether it's a settlement or a turf or it's a piece of cake for me and Mei Mei. Mei Mei glared at Liang Boren while clutching her waist wound. Liang Boren waved his hand in her direction. Mei Mei shifted another half inch in the opposite direction, freeing her other hand to fan the air twice. Liang Boren remained unfazed, continuing to smile, as he flattened his outstretched left hand with the palm, facing up quickly, curling his 3 middle fingers upward. 3 fingers. What was going on? Oh. At this moment, everyone's thoughts in the crowd were as follows. Mei Mei's little brother, this Aren, clearly wants to take advantage of sister Mei Mei. Can he handle it? Though he often fantasized about it himself. Liang Boren's little brother be brother Ran. If you're flirting, then just flirt. Don't drag our brother's benefits into it. Couldn't we come to fight? Then should I still hold back? I've already claimed the best spot at the rolling shutter door. It's an advantageous position for both attack and defense, and I can pull the plug to call for reinforcements in a critical moment. Guguzai, why did Pan Jiao Long bring only male fighters? This isn't in line with Sister 13's style. Doesn't she grind tofu? Seeing Pan Jiao Long still unmoving, Liang Boren actually leaned over, placing one hand on the opponent's chest and whispering a few words into his ear. What was said is unknown, but just 3 seconds later Pan Jiao Long slapped the opponent hard, exclaiming, "Men are truly no good." The slap Liang Boren's cheek turned red, but instead of getting angry, he smiled, gently withdrawing his hand from the opponent's chest to rub his cheek. It's true that men aren't good for much, but there's one thing they are good for. 15 minutes later, Yao Yang, leading the charge in Sim Sha Sui, received a phone call. What? You're saying the venue in Sai Kung was cleared by Liang Boren and his men? Did Pan Jiao Long pull everyone out? 2 people left arm in arm. Yao Yang kicked over a student from the prince's faction who tried to ambush him, then stepped forward to slash the Ghost King's right shoulder. Zombie, that's enough. The prince is coming back. Sound the retreat. Upon receiving Yao Yang's order, the zombie immediately blew the retreat whistle, and 10 minutes later the prince, who had arrived late, brushed past Yao Yang. It wasn't that the prince was cowardly, it was just that Yao Yang had triggered a diversion beforehand to draw the prince away. By the time the prince and his crew reacted, 2 venues had already been thoroughly smashed. His capable aides Ghost King and Fire Stick were both injured. Prince, this isn't a solution either. The bosses in Sim Sha Sui are already grumbling about us. If this continues, I fear they will defect to other gangs. The Ghost King approached the prince while clutching his freshly bandaged shoulder. What do you mean? Speak directly, or did you receive some intel? The prince threw his coat to the ground, his fists cracking as he began to smoke heavily. Find a middleman to arrange a meeting with that Yao Yang, who will confront Dong Ying and settle this. Recently it's been tough on Nangu. The losses in Causeway Bay are considerable, and Nangu will surely step up. The prince raised his fist to strike, but noticed the opponent was already injured. His fist turned into an open hand, landing on the Ghost King's neck. Are you out of your mind? If this gets out, people will think I'm afraid of Yao Yang. I'll handle this myself. Get someone to arrange a meeting with Yao Yang. I want to see if this punk has the guts to fight me. Speaking of which, the 12 leaders of Hung Hing, currently only 9 remain, really don't seem to have the habit of calling for help. Everyone is doing their own thing. Even De Fei and De Tian Air, despite their past connections, didn't seek help from De Fei or the Nangu they've always admired. After De Tian Air's father Tangu was harmed by Yao Yang, he's been enduring it all alone. Currently, De Tian Air's Kuntong district is the area with the most frequent conflicts with Dong Ying, aside from the 2 lucrative places Causeway Bay and Sim Sha Sui. Back at his residence, Yao Yang was also busy. After venting to the old leader at Fuji, he pressed a stack of printed papers handed over by the zombie onto his desk. Yao Yang, cigarette in mouth, cradled his head with both hands, feet propped up on the desk. As he lightly kicked back, his gaze fell upon the signature at the bottom of that thick stack of printed paper. Zhao Xia Wang Wang Zai. The crown prince had arranged meetings several times, but Yao Yang never showed up, and both sides continued to consume each other. During this time, Dado had removed the tubes from his body and was able to stand on his own. However, he still couldn't do heavy labor, but taking a stroll in the park after meals was still possible. According to the doctor's tone, although Dada couldn't continue with boxing competitions, running, jumping, and even short hikes were not a problem. His lungs were recovering well, and if he continued with the medication, the damaged area, the wound caused by the broken rib, would fully calcify and be absorbed in a maximum of 2 months. Whenever the crown prince had free time, he accompanied Dadu to wander about in Sim Sha Sui, basking in the sun. Liang Baran's abdominal wound, although not deep, took nearly 2 weeks to gradually scab and heal. During this time, he either visited Ake's place for a chat, or went to Guangzai's home to keep him company while he boasted with his plaster on. Under Azu's arrangement, Hui Hui also enrolled in a night school, where she learned not only a language, but also some basic nursing knowledge. Ake's grandmother and sister were also brought over. Ake had been coming home late, and no one knew what he was busy with. On the evening of January 6th, the temperature dropped to -3 degrees. Ake climbed over the wall into the small alley behind Galaxy Bay, coming face to face with Liang Baran, who was dressed in denim. Is everything taken care of? Yes. No one saw your face, right? No. I've already arranged for the others to return to Tai, waiting for Brother Ren's call later. All right. You go back too. Don't climb over walls, use the front door. The next day, a piece of news shook the underworld. Gao Wenbiao of Heji was actually attacked in his own territory. The assailants were a group of thugs speaking Hakka, a total of 4, all wearing masks. Gao Wenbiao was stabbed 4 times in the back and had a deep cut on his right arm that exposed the bone. If it weren't for Yi Zhong's timely appearance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The underworld speculated that this was the doing of Dong Ying with the capture of Longhu, now leading to a natural reckoning for Yaoyang and Wu Ying. Originally, the Heji leader had planned to sit back and watch the chaos, but he had to take action now. With the alliance of Hongxing and Heji, Yaoyang suffered several defeats, becoming much more low-key and strategically dormant. I say we just charge into Heji's turf and fight, isn't it all the same? Wu Ying slammed the table hard in Yaoyang's office. He was currently fired up as his 2 venues had been repeatedly swept by Heji and the Crown Prince, but Yaoyang kept insisting on holding back, which was intolerable. Wu Ying, think about it, this is clearly a framing attempt. If we were really behind this, those Hakka would definitely escalate the situation to the max. Why would they hide it? Damn it, if Yi Zhong came out after half the job, how could it be so coincidental? Wu Ying rubbed his hands together and grinned. Oh, you mean Heji's boss hired someone to attack himself and frame us? It's a possibility. If that's the case, it would be easier to handle, it's just a matter of money. We can pay them, but there's another situation that's more troublesome. What situation? If someone intentionally does this to divert attention, that would be problematic. Damn, Heji's boss isn't an idiot. Could he be so easily fooled? Wu Ying scoffed disdainfully. What if the person doing this has a good relationship with them? At least on the surface, it's very good. Damn it, this is so exhausting. Just arrange to meet and handle it directly, aren't you tired? I'm going back to the gym, call me if anything comes up. Wu Ying left after only a few words, leaving behind Yaoyang and the zombie. Big brother who hates us so much. Could it be that the guys from Fuji think we were too harsh and purposely sent someone to mess with us? After all, they have business dealings with us now, and it's not good for them to turn against us openly. Are they trying to take the opportunity to raise prices? The zombie leaned closer and lit another cigarette for his big brother. Not bad, zombie. You've improved quite a bit recently. That's thanks to you, big brother. Following you every day, I've learned a lot. You're only seeing one side. In this world, things can't be viewed in just one dimension. You need to analyze them dialectically. Who benefits the most from this? Yaoyang gently exhaled a smoke ring, slowly swirling his wine glass. Dialectical. Big brother, you're speaking too profoundly. A zombie doesn't understand. I told you to read Hegel and Nietzsche when you have time, but you just won't listen, will you? Zombie immediately sat up straight, raising his right hand. No, big brother, I really read them. Next time, can you give me 2 simpler ones? That book, whatever it's called, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, is too convoluted. And that Superman theory, I've become a Superman, but I'm still following you to beat people and sell drugs, right? I should be selling state-level missiles in the Middle East. All right, big brother likes this kind of ambition. There are some fresh bills in the canvas bag next to me. Go grab a few bundles and find some clever little brothers to go have some fun. Really, big brother? Zombie's eyes lit up. I heard a bunch of Eastern European girls just arrived in Boland Street. Aren't you going together? No, you all go. For the next few days, help me contact a few new faces for some hired hands. Check out the Big Circle gang and the Vietnamese gang, who, remember, they have to be skilled. Understood, big brother. Who are we going after this time? Yaoyang looked up and remained silent. Zombie immediately made a hand gesture to cover his lips. Got it, big brother, just keep them on standby. A van full of 7 or 8 skilled hired hands waiting for your call. Get out and close the door. Half an hour later, Dong Ying's think tank received a phone call. They already knew that Yaoyang was looking for hired hands. Although Zombie lacked ability, he was loyal enough, but one of the 2 close subordinates around him was an informant for Kowloon. After drinking and having fun, Zombie inadvertently spilled this information. The only people Zombie could think of were the Crown Prince of Hongxing, Liang Zai Nan, or Lan Jing from the Somnian Society. He didn't even think this was an issue and had no idea what his big brother was thinking. Why hide it? The whole world knows that you and the Crown Prince Liang Zai Nan don't get along right. On this day, Liang Baran had an additional stack of receipts on his desk. He glanced at them and frowned. Half an hour later, his red Honda Civic parked downstairs at Guangzai's home. He pressed the doorbell for apartment 602. Oh, Xiaoman is also home. Where's your brother? Xiaoman opened the door wearing pajamas. He's inside. Should I go call him for you? No need, I'll go find him. How strange, or why so cold? Xiaoman was still conflicted about why she didn't call home in advance to notify him to change clothes, but when she saw Liang Baran's cold expression, she pouted. Making it seem like the whole world owes him millions. Whose house is this anyway? Liang Baran quickly rushed into Guangzai's room after changing into slippers. Guangzai was lying with his legs hanging off the bed, his hands hidden under the pillow. What's going on? You can talk on the phone. Oh, is there anything I can't hear? Aren't we brothers? Liang Baran pulled a chair and sat at the head of the bed, grabbing a peeled grapefruit beside him and taking a big bite. You didn't even call before you came so my mom could prepare some dishes early. Guangzai avoided eye contact, his expression dodging. Guangzai, are you feeling cooped up at home lately, feeling trapped? No, lying down is quite nice. Guangzai finally pulled his hands out from under the pillow and gently hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Your phone is vibrating again. Answer it. Why aren't you answering? Liang Baran gestured towards the phone with his lips. Guangzai smiled. They are just calls from insurance companies. They are really annoying, harassing me all day long. Oh, calls from insurance companies, huh? Liang Baran stuffed the remaining half of the grapefruit into his mouth, grabbed a tissue to wipe his hands, and said, Guangzai, I understand that lying in bed has been a bit boring for you lately, and the injury you suffered is largely because of me, but I hope you can still tell me when something happens. I don't want to hear about you through someone else's mouth. Liang Baran paused for a moment and handed over a peeled pear. Guangzai looked stunned for a moment, but quickly forced a smile. Aran, what are you talking about? I came over from the New Peacock with you, worked together in Boland Street, and with the Golden Hair Tiger, and then came to Chaiwan to deal with Ma Wangjian and Yao Yang. What could I possibly be hiding from you? Really? Liang Baran grabbed another pear and began peeling it, occasionally glancing at Guangzai's reaction. Really, there's nothing. Besides, what could I possibly not tell you? I even told you about my hemorrhoids. What else is there to hide, brother? Liang Baran put the half-peeled pear back on the tray, stood up, gently closed the door, adjusted his clothes, and came to the bed. Just as Guangzai leaned in closer, he suddenly elbowed Guangzai down on the edge of the bed. Damn it, you say there's nothing. Someone stuffed a file bag on my desk, and it's full of your loan receipts, and you still say there's nothing. You still say there's nothing. 200 million could cost lives. Damn it, I asked old Shin from finance. You took the money from the venues this quarter. Now there's a hole of over 100 million, and it's due soon. How long do you plan to hide it from me? What are you going to repay? Are you trying to die? Do you dare to touch the company's interests? Don't you know how ruthless Brother Yao is? If Mr. Jiang finds out, you won't even know how you'll die. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a head colliding with the bed frame caused Xiao Min from the next room to rush out and pound on the door. Brother Rin, are you guys okay? Brother Rin, why is the door locked during the day? Respond quickly. Xiao Min, we are just playing, it's fine. Help your brother go down to buy a bottle of soy sauce and bring back 2 packs of cigarettes. Guangzai desperately propped himself up and squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. Liang Baran turned to look at the direction of the door, then slowly relaxed his arm. Oh, then I'll go down. Xiao Min, feeling puzzled, took a few steps before pressing her ear back against the door. Liang Baran secured Guangzai's injured leg back in the hanging strap and leaned forward to press down on his head. Guangzai, I want you to tell me yourself. With no more secrets to hide, Guangzai shifted his body up a bit. Cigarettes. Liang Baran pulled out 2, lit them, handed one to Guangzai, and placed the ashtray on the blanket. Aren't I came out with you from New Peacock. I debuted earlier than you, but your fame is growing. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but I never intended to compete with you. I just wanted to earn a bit more money for my mom and sister to let them live a better life. What's wrong with that? Get to the point. Liang Baran, with a cigarette in his mouth, picked up the unfinished pear again, and as he peeled off the skin, Guangzai slowly began to recount the recent changes he had experienced. Originally, I just went out to bask in the sun, but I saw those uncles downstairs chatting about stocks and futures, so I leaned in to listen for a bit. At first, I didn't think much of it. After all, choosing a company to place a bet on Mint, I had no idea which brokerage or consulting firm to choose. Later, an uncle handed me a business card, and I called the number on it. You've only got one leg, how can you understand stocks? Wake up. Aran, listen to me. At first, we were making money buying what was rising and selling what was falling. I made over 400,000 in a week. Guangzai's eyes sparkled again. Damn, how could money be that easy to make? Where did you get the information? From those financial newspapers on your bedside? From the rumors of street vendors? Or from cashing? Is your uncle a ship king or a knight? I don't know, Aran. Suddenly the market turned, and after a week, I started losing money. Wait, where did you get the money for the house you just bought? Did you mortgage it? No, at first the house wasn't mortgaged. I used the 600,000 initial capital from that consulting firm. They charged a 2% handling fee for each operation, and 50% was the warning line. They would only ask for a margin call when it crossed the line. Liang Baran interrupted, biting into the pear. Let me clarify this for you. You said you received 60,000 from the consulting firm, and you made over 400,000 in a week, right? Then don't you have $1 million in your account that hasn't settled? No, that broker told me there would be major movements in the Middle East. They had inside information that oil prices would definitely rise, and they told me to hold on to products related to oil. But later news came out that negotiations were stalled and oil prices began to fall, and I was trapped. Damn it. Not only did I lose the profit, but I also lost the principal. I had no choice but to use the venue's money to cover it, first taking 50,000, then losing it, and withdrawing another part early, and losing again. In total, I covered 170,000. Aran, listened to me. During that time, the consulting firm also injected 50,000 into my account, but it was still gone. The rest was all interest. I didn't take their 200 million. The compound interest is indeed deadly. With a 28-day term, the compounding can be fatal. So you only received 60,000 and 50,000 from their company. Yes. And you took 170,000 from your own company, right? Yes. But when you left, you put your house deed down as collateral. Guangzai no longer dared to look into Liang Baran's eyes. Are you insane? Eating shit. Someone's playing you for a fool. Liang Baran couldn't help but rap Guangzi's forehead twice more. Haven't you heard? Didn't Gai Rong and the others on Boland Street tell you? Hanbin runs a specialized firm in Thailand. buying low, selling high, profiting regardless of market swings. They're siphoning off your transaction fees like clockwork. Every cent you've lost has already vanished into their accounts. This time they're after your money, and you're flat. Next time they'll march to your door with invoices demanding you slash me, or even Master Jiang. Will you obey? Dead is dead. Let's gamble one last time. Gamble again. If not, what shall I pay them in excrement? Guangxi fell silent once more and lit another cigarette. At that moment, Liang Baran's phone rang. The voice on the other end was Azu's. Brother Rin, the firm you asked me to investigate, Jubao Consulting Limited, is a minor brokerage intermediary under Zhongxing Shirxian. Beyond commissions, they also engage in internal margin lending. Alright, I understand. Hold off for now. Don't act until I figure something out. Did you already look into it before coming here? Guangxi strained to sit upright, yet his legs dangled uselessly in midair. Give me time. I'll uncover who's pulling your strings from the shadows. Surely not. They weren't alone over there. I truly saw bank representatives stationed at their desks. How much remains in your account? I still hold open positions. Final settlement awaits liquidation. Likely still within limits, otherwise they'd have called demanding top-up. Call them immediately. Execute all positions at market price. They'll accompany you there. What? Selling now means locking in the loss. Guangxi remained baffled, or perhaps refused to comprehend, his teeth grinding audibly. A gambler's psyche operates thus, relinquishing control whether in victory or ruin is unthinkable. Only one scenario could compel him to let go. Brother Ren, let it be. Don't dig any deeper. They'll find a way to balance the books before reconciliation, just this once. Liang Baran cracked his neck. Damn it, do you think this is chalkboard scribble? Wipe away with a flick. And where, pray tell, will you get the money? From gambling on futures, indices, and stocks again. Use your head. As Run pulled open the door, Xiao Min, who'd been leaning against it, nearly tumbled inside. Flustered, she waved awkwardly. Brother Ren, I just wondered if you'd like something to drink. They'll take 2 calls on the balcony. Turning back, Liang Baran gestured sharply toward Guangxi, fingers pressed to his ear palm, waving dismissively, then strode swiftly from the room. With a metallic clang, the sliding door shut behind him, and Guangxi's arms, long braced against the floor, finally collapsed into empty air. Brother, are you in trouble? Tell us. Mom and I stand with you. Did you borrow money? Nothing serious. Children shouldn't pry. Didn't you have an internship today? Afternoon shift, still early. Xiao Min gently squeezed her brother's hand. I'm no longer a child. I graduate in 6 months and am already interning. Her gaze dipped briefly as she kicked her feet twice, then seemed to recall something. Wait, they'll be right back, brother. 5 minutes later, Xiao Min reappeared, clutching a thick wad of cash. Brother, this is what I saved during 4.5 months interning at the hospital. I counted at $14,700. I'll keep $2,007 for cosmetics and snacks. The rest, $12,000, is yours to repay them. Xiao Min blinked, her large luminous eyes radiant with quiet triumph, as though she had just accomplished something monumental. Good girl, Xiao Min. Keep it safe. Your dowry fund. Big brother has money. All is well. Guangxi gazed at his sister's guileless face, heart swelling, and pulled her tightly into his embrace. Xiao Min, step outside for a moment. I need to make 2 calls. Truly nothing's wrong. Don't lie to me. Guangxi seized her sleeve and forcefully stuffed the cash into his pocket. Who do you think I am? What trouble could possibly touch me? Xiao Min didn't retreat to her room. Instead, she settled onto the living room sofa, watching Rin lean against the balcony railing, deep in conversation, lost in thought. 15 minutes later, Rin slid open the door and entered Guangxi's room. Let's go downstairs, catch some sunlight. Guangxi froze, phone still raised to his ear. Brother Rin, let it go? I took the money, they'll handle it. Get dressed. 20 minutes later, beside a roadside parking spot beneath a commercial building in Tsim Sha Sui, Rin retrieved his cane from the rear seat and placed it firmly into Guangxi's hands. Once inside, stay silent. I'll negotiate. Every day delayed is a day gained. Brother Rin, please don't go in. Let me manage this alone. I know my account's empty. You'd only borrow from Big Fei or Dog Brother, and repayment would still loom. Don't interfere. That's still better than loan sharks. Have you lost your mind? Up we go. Rin gripped Guangxi's arm and steered him into the elevator. Jubao Consulting occupied the 17th floor. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, poised to enter, Azu's call came through. Brother Rin, where are you? The voice crackled with urgency. Rin replied coolly. I'm with Guangxi now, heading to speak with their management. Brother Ren, run. It's Guangxi who's betraying you. We've just confirmed. He owes Yao Yang money. Before Rin could pivot, Guangxi had darted sideways, the blade of a knife already pressed hard against his flank. From the far end of the elevator, several burly men surged forward, seizing him. Brother Ren, I warned you not to dig. You forced my hand. I must feed mother and my sister. Yao Yang has no humanity. Guangxi, you treacherous bastard. Rin was shoved back into the elevator, then dragged, still restrained, into a dim alleyway warehouse. As the roller shutter groaned upward, sunlight poured in, illuminating Yao Yang's sharp-featured face. He sat cross-legged, smoking hands cradling his head. Brother Run, how careless of you. Strolling out alone in broad daylight. You've been sweeping my operations lately, quite the busy bee. But I draw clear lines between business and personal. Yao Yang tossed a thick stack of printed documents onto the floor. Each page bears Guangxi's transactions, with his fingerprints on every line. Explain yourself. No one forced him to buy stocks. He came to us seeking funds. He'll give you my mother. Release me to raise the money, or dissolve me entirely. Either way, you'll get not a single cent. No need for such language. Debts demand repayment. It's universal law even before the governor himself. Yao Yang snapped his fingers. Zombie hurled a gleaming knife at Guangxi's feet. Guangxi, brothers may be many, but your mother is one. Remember your promise to me on the phone. End him, and your debt vanishes. He'll even clear your corporate liabilities and save your flat. Hey, why are you all so blind? Help Brother Guang pick it up. Can't you see he's limping on one leg? Seeing Guang hesitate, the zombie continued to stoke the fire beside him. Arn, don't blame me. I gave you a chance, and I didn't want this either. They know about Xiaoman's internship hospital and my mother's fish stall. I've lost too much, don't blame me. Guang trembled as he stepped forward, and after a few moments of hesitation, he closed his eyes and suddenly lunged towards Arn's abdomen with a fierce stab. Liang Borun was indeed a ruthless person. With two strong men firmly gripping his arms, he couldn't move. Guang's knife was so decisive that it seemed like a certain death, but in that instant he made a decision. Arn gritted his teeth and forcefully twisted to the left. With a cracking sound, he managed to turn his body. Although he couldn't completely avoid Guang's vicious stab, he managed to dissipate much of the force with his forearm. The sharp blade pierced his abdomen, but fortunately was not deep. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Did that guy just dislocate his own arm? Yes, Arn had dislocated his arm to create that half-body turning space. Taking advantage of the moment when the two behind him were stunned, he slammed his head into one of them to break free, then rolled to the roll-up door, quickly struggling to his feet, disregarding the wound on his abdomen and bracing his dangling arm against the ground. Crack! Another crisp sound, and the dislocated left arm was reattached. Guang still held the sharp knife, clearly not yet reacting, while Yao Yang put away his previous playful smile, saying, Arn, you're going to pay for this today. With Yao Yang's gesture, a dozen strong men charged towards Arn. Arn rolled over and swept his leg, knocking two of them down, then seized a steel knife, while rolling to create distance. Surround and attack in groups of 3. Oh, let's see how much blood he can bleed. Yao Yang did not personally join the fray, but commanded from the sidelines, enjoying the cat-and-mouse game. In his eyes, everyone's fate was a thin line, and he was the god pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yao Yang's reminders clashed with Arn's desire to fight quickly, as Arn needed to finish the battle swiftly. He raised the steel knife in front of him, leaning it against a nearby table, and fixed his gaze on the enemy before him. At this moment, one thought occupied his mind: if he could withstand this round of assaults, would Azu soon be able to reach him? Yao Yang stood up and kicked Guang's crutch, saying, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You can't turn back now. Even if Arn doesn't kill you, those receipts will cost you your life when they reach Qinyao. But if you charge out and deal with Arn, we at Dongying will cover you. Guang swallowed hard, glancing at Arn, who was rolling and fighting with the other side, and a hint of regret surfaced in his heart. Trash. Yao Yang kicked Guang hard on his good leg, then quickly dashed forward with a flying knee strike to Arn's chest. Yao Yang wasn't a fool. He wouldn't engage in an unknown fight. He was somewhat like a leopard on the African savanna, crouching low, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to his prey. And now Arn was like an injured wildebeest, although still capable of some intimidation with his hind legs. If someone bit his neck, he would suffocate. After landing a hit, Yao Yang did not pursue, but naturally sidestepped, crossing his arms and directing his lackeys to follow. Such a cunning guy, he aimed to further deplete the prey's strength. Arn leaned on his steel knife, not waiting to catch his breath, before two more men swung their knives from either side. Arn quickly threw his steel knife, knocking one person back, then stood up and grabbed another man's arm, twisting it hard. The clear crack sound forced back the other would-be attackers by 2 steps. But as Yao Yang shouted loudly, the crowd charged again. With his hands clutching his abdomen, Arn lowered his center of gravity and quickly retreated, catching sight of a hollow iron rod on the ground and hurriedly using his foot to hook it up. With the long rod held horizontally, he assumed a defensive stance. He was using a standard yin-yang staff technique. The advantage of this was that the rod was artificially divided into 3 sections, the middle used for blocking and the ends for attacking. While parrying the opponent's steel knives, he also consciously executed a sliding strike maneuver, constantly changing the point of force on the rod and altering his grip to attack different areas of the enemy. Seeing that the crowd was losing, the zombie eagerly joined the fray, wielding a long knife, and charged straight at Arn's chest with a powerful slash. Arn lifted the rod to block and then delivered a powerful chop that directly knocked the long knife from the zombie's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Yang charged in again, swinging his knife down fiercely. Arn could only return to defense with his rod, allowing the zombie to narrowly escape. If he hadn't withdrawn that strike, it would have likely crushed his brain. Yao Yang is your only tactic: ambush. Don't hide to come again. While launching a fierce attack with the rod, Arin also provoked with his words. However, Yaoyang remained unfazed, and after several consecutive attacks yielded no substantial results, he once again retreated from the fray, saying, "Humph, I don't believe you can bleed that much. Brothers, put in more effort, he'll tire soon. The moment his steps falter, we'll stab him to death." But the frightened group of lackeys no longer had the courage to charge forward. The big brother is truly something, always sending others to charge while he reaps the fruits. "You're not Sun Wukong, why are you always eyeing those cheap fruits?" Although unwilling 100 times in his heart, he still had to raise his knife and move forward. After knocking down 3 men, with 2 quick charges, Arin quickly retreated to create distance. "Don't give him a chance to breathe, charge again." Yaoyang kicked the lackey in the butt, sending him flying into the fray. Arin tucked in his waistband and charged again, delivering a flurry of heavy strikes. As the saying goes, a dragon breaks out of its cave, piercing through the heart. A powerful chop descends like a mountain stick. This was truly appropriate. Under Arin's relentless assault, Yaoyang's lackeys could only keep retreating. Arin seized the moment, turned the direction, and let go of the long rod, aiming straight for Yaoyang's chest. Damn! Yaoyang hurriedly raised his arms to block, but he was still sent flying by the immense inertia. "Yaoyang, you trash. You even used your own people as shields. Are you still human?" This scene felt so familiar. Guang suddenly recalled that rainy night, when Zhonglo killed 5 elders. Yaoyang had also used his own people as shields then. Arin would not give him a chance to adjust, following up with a flying knee strike aimed at the opponent's neck. The fallen Yaoyang hurriedly rolled to avoid this heavy blow and picked up the nearby steel knife, turning back with a fierce slice aimed at Arin's back, who was still sliding forward. There was no avoiding this knife. Yaoyang turned around and swung a fierce knife, aiming to strike Arin's back. At that moment, Arin was still charging forward with his back, turned, feeling the cold wind sweep over him, and instinctively threw an elbow back. With a loud bang, Yaoyang's expression changed as the erratic elbow disrupted his rhythm, causing the steel knife to only graze across Arin's back. The cut was long, but most of the force had been dissipated, so the wound was not deep. Arin, struck in the back, rolled on the ground and half knelt, staring intently at the situation in the arena. "Go. You go. With so many of us, we can take him down. Go." Just as everyone hesitated, a commotion came from the curtain door. After a flurry of chaotic movements, the curtain door was lifted, and Aka, holding a knife, leaped out first, swiftly taking down 2 of the gatekeepers nearby. Azu poked his head out. "Ringo, hold on, we're here to save you." Yaoyang shot a glance at the zombie and the others, who immediately blew their whistles and slipped out the back door. "Guangzai, you traitor." Guangzai was in a dire situation. He only had 1 leg, and his crutch was thrown aside. Yaoyang had no intention of taking him with them. Azu stepped forward and kicked Guangzai, who was curled up on the ground, twice. "Ringu! Ringu! Ringu, you told me to keep an eye on that treasure gathering. Our people captured photos of Shixian and Yaoyang drinking tea in a tea restaurant, so I called you immediately. Aku, come back. Be careful, Yaoyang has a backup." Arin shouted loudly, stopping Aku, who was still eager to chase after them. "Smoke." He covered his abdomen and pulled over a stool. "You guys came quite fast. What about him?" Although Azu had vented his anger on Guangzai, he felt a bit reluctant to take action against him. Arin did not look at Guangzai and said calmly, "Call Yao Gu to let the company regulations come in." Directly hand it over to Yao Gu. "What is my expression not clear enough?" Arin took a deep puff of smoke, pulled Azu over, and forcefully wiped the blood on his clothing. "Call the prince's side, get good people, and set a time to come out together tonight. We won't let go of any venue related to Dongyang. Ringu, if we do this, we will offend too many people. Won't it be hard to explain?" Arin suddenly kicked out violently. "Explain? Who the hell do I have to explain myself to? Aku, you come along too. If you see anyone from Dongyang, just cut them down. Oh, leave no survivors." Arin was taken to a hospital in Simsha Sui, where he found a familiar doctor for simple stitching and bandaging, received some anti-inflammatory pills, and then went back to lie down. The matter concerning Guangzai was treated coldly by Chen Yao. For the next few days, no one mentioned it, as if it had never happened, but no one saw Guangzai again. Some said Chen Yao buried Guangzai in the back mountain, while others claimed Guangzai went north to pave the way for Hongxing, and some said Guangzai went to Nanyang to engage in gambling business. After Chen Yao had a brief communication with Dongying's gang, Yaoyang did not seek to collect Guangzai's family's house, with the IAUs seemingly reaching a tacit understanding with Hongxing regarding Guangzai. However, the juicy slice of Sim Sha Sui could not be settled just by a chat between the strategists of both sides. Neither the involved prince nor Yaoyang agreed to negotiate. Both Dongying and Hongxing suffered heavy losses in their ongoing conflicts. Meanwhile, Arun, whose injuries had somewhat healed, also engaged in a direct confrontation with Yaoyang. And another fierce tiger was gradually awakening. That night at 9:30, someone spotted a big-head man with his hands in his pockets walking down the streets of Saikong. Wow, isn't this Hongxing's big head? So arrogant he dares to come to Dongying's territory alone. He has been lying down for nearly 2 months. Didn't they say he had a piece of his intestine removed? How can he still fight? Fight! He can't throw 2 punches before gasping for breath. Big Head is now a complete soft shrimp. What about the prince and that our run? Are they nearby? Apart from some clever kids wandering outside, there were also some errand boys leaning against phone booths or newspaper stands waiting to pick up goods who were all paying attention to the Big Head secretly discussing. The people from Chunglok and Sanlian would symbolically nod at the Big Head, but the guys from Donging either avoided him or walked past with their heads held high. Some who did not know better even dared to brush against the Big Head's shoulder, counting on the crowd. The Big Head turned around and glanced. Just a single look made the provoking little brother run away in embarrassment. Damn, I thought the guys from Donging had some guts. The on-looking little brothers of Chunglok started to jeer again. Yao Yang received the call immediately. What did you say? That the damn Big Head dares to wander alone on the streets of Saikong. Don't act yet. The cops are watching closely. Let's see what happens. Wait for me to get there. Yao Yang, who was playing Pai Gao in a hidden den, quickly hung up and drove the zombie towards Saikong. Boss, why not let those knife wielders we stocked up on earlier find a time to take out the Big Head? The zombie pounded the steering wheel hard at the red light, looking excited. Damn it, turn down the music. You can't just use the knife wielders like that. Keep it hidden or no using it without my call. This is our trump card. Yao Yang suddenly leaned back in his chair and slapped the zombie on the back of the head twice. Be more clever in the future. Don't just say whatever comes to mind. Oh, boss, got it. Absolutely won't spill it out. Now go find the Big Head. When Yao Yang arrived, there was no sign of the Big Head anywhere. Only a scene of devastation remained. Everywhere were little brothers groaning while clutching their stomachs and shards of broken bottles scattered on the ground. Did the Big Head do this alone, eh? And the prince's underlings Matchstick and Ghost King. A little brother covering his cheek timidly said, Damn it, it's the prince again. Brother Yao, just now our place in Kowloon was also raided. It was our run. And that North Korean Hae Zi who brought people to do it, injuring many brothers, and 2 are severely injured and still in the ICU fighting for their lives. Brother Yao, our gaming room's hidden den was just robbed. Su boss eyebrows were even scraped off. Damn. Yao Yang snatched the phone and threw it on the ground. He roughly ran his fingers through his hair and kicked a trash can outside. All right, you want to learn from me, huh? Using diversion tactics, huh? Brother Yao, what should we do? How about we bring people back and kill them? Damn, how do we kill? If we hurry back, they'll be long gone. Yao Yang kicked out in frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. All right, this is interesting. If we're going to play, let's play big. Yao Yang will take it all. The little brothers nearby all retreated, fearing they would suffer collateral damage. Aran also allowed Yao Yang to taste the experience of being led around like a bird, adhering to the principle of you come and go, and I step on you, as he led Yao Yang's little brother back and forth between Saigon and Wanchai for several days. A week later, another major event occurred in the martial world. The leader of Dongying Camel was surrounded and stabbed by unknown assailants in a busy market, sustaining 6 wounds, one of which nearly pierced his heart, leaving a mere 0.6 centimeters from the major artery. Aran quickly uploaded this big scoop, and the panel opened again. Accumulated reward value trigger condition completed. Muay Thai knee strike ability 93,100. Camel lay in a private hospital for nearly a week after undergoing surgery, before removing the drainage bags and tubes, returning to his villa to continue being monitored by his private doctor. First it was JIS leader Gao Wenbiao who was attacked, and now it's Dongying's leader Camel who was stabbed. What about Jiang Tianxing from Hongxing? While Dongying was searching for information about the assailants, Yao Yang was not idle, either continuously utilizing the power of his newspapers to create a massive spread of news. Camel lay on the large bed in the bedroom as the doctor had just finished taking his temperature and blood pressure. Gu Hualuan and Si Hai stood quietly at the side. Si Hai, Camel brother, are you feeling better? Camel gently waved his hand, saying, Don't worry, my life is quite tough. It's not something a few clowns can take away. It's just that the wound has been itching a bit these past few days. Didn't you hear the doctor say? The recovery is going very well, and in another few days the stitches can be removed. Gu Hualun stepped forward and lifted the pillow to raise Camel's head a bit. Aren't have there been any updates from outside? There are indeed a few names that have come into view. Some are suspicious. They have both the capability and motive, and most importantly, they really have the guts to do it. Is that so? Camel waved his hand, signaling the other to continue. However, Gu Hualun hesitated and remained rooted in place. Si Hai slapped his forehead. Oh no, Camel, I nearly forgot. I was supposed to meet with San San today to discuss matters with the blue whale. It's good to see you're okay, brother. I'll come back to check on you later. Once Si Hai walked away, Gu Hualun approached Camel and revealed those names. Upon hearing the last name, Camel's eyes widened with a flash of fierce expression. Don't alert the snake when beating the grass, and let the word out that we already know where they're hiding. Aran, this idea of yours is not bad. This is called shaking the mountain to scare the tiger. It's not yet time to tear faces. We need to first take over the venues in their hands. Under Gu Hualun's suggestion, Camel's frown finally loosened a bit. Meanwhile, in Yayang's office, a zombie was beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground, gasping for air, without daring to lift his head. Damn, it can't even handle this little matter. Didn't I say it was just a show? How did it nearly cost old Ding his life? The zombie, feeling wronged, replied, I just wanted them to act a bit more realistically so that people wouldn't see through it. Those Vietnamese guys were too ruthless and misunderstood my intentions. Don't worry, brother, I've hidden them far away, and our people are watching and no one will know. Hiding. Dead people are the safest. Now it's not just us in Dongying, those clubs being suspected are also looking for them to prove their innocence. Yaoyang made a throat-slitting gesture towards the zombie. Clean it up, and also make it look like there was a distribution of unequal shares by placing a bag of cash nearby. Oh, what about that Vietnamese brother? If it's just about giving some relocation fees, I'll go talk to them. Let's treat it as a one-way ticket. Understood, Yaoyang, brother him off. The zombie quickly left Yaoyang's office while covering his swollen stomach, cursing his older brother all the way until his anger subsided a bit at the red light. About an hour and a half after the zombie left, Yaoyang was called to Camel's villa. Upon entering, he immediately sensed that something was off. The bodyguards in Camel's villa were still the same ones he had brought back from studying in the United States, while during that time Shui Ling had also found him 2 karate experts from the Netherlands. However, today he did not see those bodyguards, but rather saw a few white bodyguards wearing sunglasses. The positions where their earpieces connected were slightly raised. This made the worldly wise Yaoyang start to become vigilant. The bulge in their chests was typically characteristic of armed gunmen. Wu Yajin, Mao Hu, and several other leaders from different factions were also present. Yaoyang is here, please sit. Camel looked quite well with his complexion restored. Brother, why did you call me here? Yaoyang chose a sofa facing the door to sit down. Camel's bed had been pushed closer to the floor-to-ceiling window where sunlight was most abundant. Things outside have not been peaceful lately, so I wanted to have a casual chat with you. Why are you still going out alone? That's not okay. Thank you for your concern, brother. What's there to be afraid of during the day? Hey, you can't say that even during the day there are people who stab others on the streets. Kowloon walked in with a smile and sat down next to Camel, with everyone present greeting him. The reason for gathering everyone is to inform you that we have already found the assailants who attacked brother. We didn't make it public to avoid other clubs from learning and cutting off the leads. Everyone present are the most trusted people of brother, so I wanted to inform you in advance you don't need to continue tracking this lead. Found them. Did you get anything out of them? Jean Mao, who being impatient, immediately sat up straight. Yes, did they say anything? Yaoyang's tone was gentle, resting his chin on one hand while leaning casually against the back of his chair. Cough, these are professional assailants. No matter how tough they are still human. We have already figured out who it is. Is that so? Then why not drag them out for a confrontation? Yaoyang shifted his body slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Alas, unfortunately their injuries were too severe, they couldn't be saved, and only mentioned Sim Sha Sui. Before Yaoyang could respond, Wu Ye slammed a fist into the sofa. Sim Sha Sui. The ones who are not in line with us and Sim Sha Sui are Hong Xing's prince, and Ji's bunch of scoundrels. This is clearly a retaliation for blaming the previous attack on brother's head. After exchanging glances with Camel, Kowloon immediately laughed and said, Wu Ye has analyzed it well, we feel the same way. Most likely it was people from Hongxing who did it. It was indeed Hongxing. Yaoyang took over the conversation with a righteous indignation. Yaoyang, didn't you always say that our brother doesn't protect you, and yet Hongxing has Jiang Tianxing sticking his head out? Now that brother is backing you, you should invite the prince to talk. I'll talk. With the prince. Camel waved his hand, signaling to raise the pillow higher. Yes, our club fully supports you in waging war against Hongxing. You don't have to worry now. Exactly, Yaoyang, what brother and I mean is that before the war you should hand over your venues to the club to keep an eye on preventing outside forces from stepping in to take a cut. This is also to keep you from being distracted. Rest assured the club won't let anyone step into your venues, and they will be well protected. You can focus on what you need to do. Kowloon's latter words were the most heart-wrenching. Would a smart person like Yaoyang really comply? Yaoyang, don't get any ideas. The bosses outside hold strong grievances against you. You should settle the dispute with Hongxing quickly. Out here, everyone is after profit. Lao Ding's earlier dissent was for the greater good, but now that he's been hacked, if he still does nothing, how can he go out and establish his influence? Don't you agree? When Kowloon's gaze fell on him, Yaoyang felt a tightness in his chest and coughed twice. Brother Luan is right. He'll ask Hongxing to come out and talk. You'll attend with Lao Ding, won't you? Kowloon waved his hand. If I go, Hongxing's Chun Yao will certainly show up, but we won't gain much. Better to find a middleman so you can sit directly with the prince. Then demand whatever you like. Either way, it will end in a fight. After leaving Luochuo's Quanwan villa, Yaoyang dialed the prince's number. Hello. I heard you've been saying you're coming to take revenge on us. The prince, Yaoyang, you rascally bastard, still alive. I thought you'd fled to the mainland. If you've got the guts, show your face and duel me unknown. Yaoyang, a duel. Come on. Are you the only one left in Hongxing, prince? Prince showing off, are you? Fine. Whatever the hell you want, I'll go all the way with you. Yaoyang, alright, pick a place. We'll each bring our lieutenants and talk it out slowly. On the other end, the prince kicked over a trash can. Fine. It's set 3 days from now at the Haojue Hotel Cafe in Zhongwan, 8 o'clock in the evening. Yaoyang flicked his cigarette away. Alright, I'll wait. Prince, don't die, okay? I wouldn't die even if your mother were dead. The prince shot back. The line went dead. Yaoyang wanted to reply, but the call had been cut off. He cursed under his breath, damn it, this is ridiculous. If Hongxing lets you take charge, good, everything will collapse in 3 years. Stupid, reckless fools. 3 days later, the elder bosses attending the negotiation were confirmed Shirsi Xinghe and several senior figures from Shuifang. Of course, these underworld magnates were merely there to endorse and legitimize the terms of the negotiation. The prince knew before setting out that this negotiation could not be reconciled. Yaoyang's thoughts were fixed on his Jianshazui holdings. With the pie so small, how could he hand over the fattest slices? Besides, Lihua Jingren, Dada Zai, and Yaoyang's confidant Alan had all been humiliated by him before. Alan had even taken a bullet for Yaoyang. Negotiate with Yaoyang? Not a chance. The prince's aim was to see whether he could drag more enemies into the vortex and ideally finish off the remaining weaklings in one decisive stroke. And Yaoyang? His mindset mirrored the prince's. It would be best to drag Chun Haonan de Tenur and that rabble into the mire with them. They also wanted to pull Da Fei of Beijiao down. Rents in Beijiao were no joke. Not as rich as Tongluan or Jianshazui, but still far better than Shihuan or Chaiwan. The nightly turnover of small bets at those venues was astonishing. He would not forgive any of those who had once driven him to desperation. 3 days later, when the prince arrived, Yaoyang was already seated with the 3 arbiters. Outside the hotel, Hongxing men, led by Huachai and Guiwang, glared at the Dongying crew headed by Jiangshi. Tensions crackled like gunpowder. If both sides had not understood the importance of this negotiation and heeded their elders' warnings, they would have long since unleashed their anger and started fighting. Yet the true gunpowder smell paled beside what simmered inside the VIP cafe. The instant the prince sat, and their eyes met, a chilling spark ignited. If not for the 3 arbiters present, the two might indeed have burst into open combat. Those 3 arbiters carried very high status. First, Old Lai of Shuifang, now serving as vice director of the charity hospital. Second, Tej of Xinghe, vice chairman of a listed company. The third, slightly younger, was Deng Shu of Shirsi, no small figure himself, the chairman of an international foundation. Were it not for the prince's and Yaoyang's prominence in their respective circles, it would have been hard to gather all 3. Given their current status, they could have declined, yet they did not. Their willingness to weigh in stemmed from the old underworld code. Their generation still placed great importance on such matters. Old Lai of Shuifang spoke. First, we've cleared the venue for you. Say what you have to say. I emphasize whatever is decided at this table today must hold, otherwise you make an enemy of the island's entire syndicate. Fine, fine. The 2 men wore forced smiles, clasped hands briefly under the arbiter's gaze, and then began bargaining for their own stakes. The prince struck first. Yaoyang, let me tally your crimes: ambushing Dada Zai, hiring a shooter to assassinate and kill my friend Alan, framing Lihua Jingren. How do you answer for that? Yaoyang waved him off. Damn it, prince, is this your first day on the streets? Out here it's tit for tat. One slashes, the other slashes. If you keep scoring like that, the ledger never ends. But I heard people say you alone, prince, could swallow our 3 tigers. The prince refused to back down. Yes, I said it. So what? Yaoyang covered his face and laughed loudly. Huh, I've got all of Dongying backing me. You, a single prince, could swallow us. Ridiculous. Nonsense. Fuck you, the prince shot back. The prince has all of Hongxing behind me. He'll swallow you, sick cats. What can you do to me? Yaoyang pressed the remaining half of his cigarette into the ashtray. Okay, how many can Hongxing muster? However many you bring, well, bring the same number. Let's stake the outcome on a single contest. Dare we? Facing Yaoyang's provocation, the prince welcomed it. He now wanted to see how many men his call could rally. The prince pushed both hands hard against the table. Yaoyang, are you really going to match me man for man? Yaoyang laughed uproariously. Don't be ridiculous. Do you take me for a child who's merely boasting? Here before these 3 elder arbiters I repeat, however many you bring, I, Yaoyang, will bring the same number. He declared. Even if you haul the entire Hongxing here, I can handle it. The prince slowly lifted his cup and snorted coldly. Fine, then 1 man brings 500 men. Find a place and let's play. 500. Yaoyang's pupils contracted violently at the number. 500 people. Previously, Yaoyang was caught off guard when the prince announced this exaggerated number, but he merely raised an eyebrow slightly. Damn it, prince, don't think you're the only one who's tough. I'm with you. After being pushed into a corner, Yaoyang felt his heart race suddenly. Was he too quick to agree? Was it too reckless? No, this negotiation had no room for maneuvering from the very beginning. Moreover, wasn't the current situation what he desired? After the prince said those harsh words, he too was momentarily stunned. Damn, the stakes were too high. If he were to backtrack, he would be ridiculed by the opposing Dongying gang, no, by the entire underworld. The prince's heart was racing too. Whoever backs down now is a coward. So that's 1,000 people altogether. Aren't you too worried about the cops in Hong Kong not having results? Are you afraid the other party won't have dumplings to eat? It wasn't just Yaoyang's heart that was racing, the prince was equally anxious. As the prince laid his cards on the table, the 3 notaries present turned pale. Although these 2 young men held significant power in the current underworld, should they go back on their word, they would be mocked by everyone. Yet the stakes were just too high. For a moment, the 3 notaries, deeply attached to their organizations, hoped they would backtrack. Hey, why don't you 2 have another cup of tea? It's still early. Yeah, bringing 500 each is already unrealistic. Not to mention that regardless of victory or defeat, just the settling and fee is astronomical, and do you think the cops are just sitting around? Your big brothers certainly won't agree. Exactly, Prince Yaoyang Luotai and Jiang Tiansheng are not fools. Can they agree to your terms? The notary continued trying to persuade them, and the two were already showing signs of hesitation. However, the last speaker, Uncle Deng, seemingly not sincere, even suggested that their big brothers might not agree. Wow, wasn't that just smacking the faces of the prince and Yaoyang, proving that he couldn't directly represent his own gang? Yaoyang immediately sat up straight. Uncle Deng, I don't know the situation on the other side, but before I left my big brother Law specifically called to say he would fully support me. Yaoyang was still playing a trick. He hoped the one to backtrack now would be the prince, as it would be best if the words came out of the prince's mouth. But since the prince had already spoken, he naturally wasn't willing to back down. He quickly leaned on the table. My big brother Jiang Tiansheng also said he would fully support me in the battle. We will have people and money. All right then, let's crush your Hongxing. Yaoyang made a gesture of slitting his throat. This. Neither was willing to yield, leaving the three notaries completely dumbfounded. After a round of tug-of-war, both sides settled on a showdown 2 weeks later on an island called Firestone Isle. The prince suddenly stood up, fire in his eyes. Yaoyang, whoever backs down at the last moment is a coward. Yaoyang's expression darkened. Fine, it's a deal. 10 minutes later, the prince, Yaoyang, and the three notaries walked out of the hotel in succession. Ghost King immediately rushed over. Prince, how did it go? What's the result? The prince forcefully crushed his cigarette underfoot. We'll go to war in 2 weeks, until death. Most of those following the prince were the fierce and competitive types, and upon hearing this news they all raised their arms. Prince is mighty. I knew Prince would prevail. Let's take out those Dongying scum. Why don't be so arrogant, you need to show up that day, right? Are there people from your Hongxing? Yes, Hongxing will send fighters, so you must come. Similarly, cheers echoed from Yaoyang's side. As they exchanged glances, both sides adopted a hostile stance, ready to fight to the death. At this moment, everyone was thinking, in 2 weeks, I'm going to peel your skin and fry your bones. The collective anger quickly surged, and if not for the presence of the three esteemed notaries, those guys would probably have gone to war right then. When the news of the prince's negotiation came out, Chun Yao immediately called Jiang Tiansheng, who was far away in New York. Jiang Tiansheng hurried back to Hong Kong, abandoning his North American clients. Upon landing, he met with Chun Yao, who was joined by Chun Haonan. Mr. Jiang, we only found out afterward. We didn't expect the prince to open the stakes so high. Mr. Jiang, why don't we have Anan test the waters first? If we step in, the prince will have no room to maneuver. Mr. Jiang, at the very least, we could find 2 gunmen to directly take out Yaoyang and Crow. If it's inconvenient, I can call Han Bin Mini and his action team are Middle Easterners and Malaysians, all unfamiliar faces. 500 people is indeed a joke. I've never heard of anything like that in all my years. Previously, Anan and Jean Maohua invited me for tea several times after a gathering of 300 people in Causeway Bay. Have you thought about what the outcome of 1,000 people clashing would be? Anan, do you think you can persuade the prince? Mr. Jiang, I can't guarantee it, but I'll try my best. Then Mr. Jiang, I won't ride in the same car with you. Please drop me off at the next intersection, or I'll take Sai Kit and D1 to Simsha Sui. All right. Anan, did you rush to find me because someone was selected? The prince hurried back to the office after receiving Haonan's call, unaware that the other party was there to persuade him to give up. Anan, as long as you and I join forces, that bunch of Dongying scum will definitely be outmatched. By the way, bring that Greyhound and our Rin from your team. Those two have been quite prominent lately. I've already called Jian from Jordan, and I'll go meet De Fei and De Tianair later. Now I'm just waiting for Liang Ma and the native boys to get back to me. The prince forcefully pressed his hand on Chun Haonan's shoulder, patting him repeatedly. Prince, let me think about it. Chun Haonan gently touched the ashtray on the table. Think. What's there to think about? This matter has no turning back. Upon hearing Haonan say he needed to think, the prince immediately dropped his smile and became irritable. Prince, don't be so irritable. Please listen to me. This matter is not as simple as it seems. How else are we supposed to play this game? Crown Prince's entire body tensed in combat, his fists cracking with pent-up fury. Crown Prince, if it were a brawl involving 100 or 200 men, I'd step forward without hesitation, shielding you without a second thought. But this is a 1,000-man conflagration. Have you truly weighed the consequences? I won't dwell on that. One question only: will you stand with me, or not? The Crown Prince had lost all patience. With a sudden sweep of his arm, he turned away, refusing to meet his friend's gaze. Crown Prince, enough. I'll handle it myself. Leave. With those words, he sank back into his chair, lighting a cigarette. His posture made it clear he would no longer entertain Haonan's counsel. Crown Prince, it's been years, yet you remain unchanged. 2 sentences in and your temper flares. Can't you just calm down for once? You dare lecture me. The Anan of old wasn't like this. Remember 89, just the 2 of us stormed the Blue Whale headquarters of Sanlian Society. In 93, when you vied for leadership of Tung Lo 1, it was I who led men to quell Yoyang's sabotage. Now I'm acting against Yoyang, and suddenly you spout endless moralizing. Damn it. What good are principles if they can't stop bullets? That's why we have the police. Yo Yang drove Big Head into that wretched state. You haven't forgotten, he's your friend too. And Yo Yang hired gunmen against me. Alon died because of it. Are we simply to let it go? The Crown Prince slammed the table so hard it echoed. The sharp report drew D when Shi Jie and Ghost King, his most loyal disciples, peering in from the doorway. Seeing no resolution in sight, Haonan turned and walked out. By now he knew full well. The Crown Prince was beyond reason. Even as Haonan departed, the Crown Prince remained motionless in his chair, unyielding, unshaken. No one could sway him from his ironclad resolve to destroy Yo Yang. The moment Shen Haonan stepped out of the office, the Crown Prince leaned back in his chair and muttered inwardly, "Damn it. Since Handsome Nan refuses to help, I'll turn to other leaders. I'll invite them separately, offer incentives. I refuse to believe I can't gather enough men." Yet the Crown Prince underestimated the gravity of his miscalculation. Setting aside other leaders for now, even the stances of Chun Yoyang, Chen Haonan, and Jiang Tianxin, who had rushed back from abroad, made it unmistakably clear the Hongxing senior echelon opposed this reckless fantastical venture. Having addressed Hongxing's position, what then of the Donging Society's dragonhead? At that very moment, Luo Tua, still recovering from injury, arrived in Switzerland accompanied by Si Hai, one of the 10 elites of Shui Ling. He had flown across the globe while still wounded, intoxicated by the euphoria of discovering Shui Ling's hidden legacy. Initially fulfilling Shui Ling's final wish, to be interred alongside his father Luo Jingwu, had seemed a simple, almost incidental act. Yet upon opening Luo Jingwu's casket, he found himself captivated by a circular box nestled within. Inside lay a key to a Swiss bank safety deposit vault. Since Shui Ling had long tended Luo Jingwu's ashes, that key could only have been placed there by Shui Ling himself. After merging the ashes of both men, Luo Tai boarded a flight to Switzerland, burdened with questions accompanied by Si Hai. When the Swiss bank vault swung open, Luo Tua stood stunned before a thick stack of documents. They were U.S. Treasury bonds, each worth $1 million, 30 in total. At the prevailing exchange rate, the sum amounted to over 2 or 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Luo Tua burst into raucous laughter. Damn it. Good deeds do bring rewards. So much wealth, ha ha ha. A single seemingly inconsequential gesture had yielded unimaginable fortune. Upon reflection, it truly was an extraordinary windfall, for had Luo Tua ignored Shui Ling's dying wish, he would have forfeited this vast inheritance entirely. After securing the fortune, Luo Tua returned to Hong Kong. Over breakfast, he learned from Gu Huoluan about Yoyang and the Crown Prince's absurd betting pool. Shit, I'd only been gone 2 days, and you didn't even keep watch. How the hell am I supposed to honor that bet? 1,000-man free-for-all. In over a century since Hong Kong's founding, nothing like this has ever been heard of. Shit. Old top, Gu Huoluan gently pressed his arm and swirled the coffee in his cup. On this matter, I hold a different view. Let us pause here to follow 2 separate threads. For now, Gu Huoluan's counsel to his elder brother Luo Tua shall remain unspoken. Instead, let us turn our attention to Yoyang's camp. He too struggled to assemble 500 men, so he summoned Jin Mao Hu and Wu Yi, meeting them at a sauna to discuss strategy. Whoa, shit. That's utterly insane. 1,000-man battle on Firestone Island, a barren rock. It'll be fight to the death. Yoyang, you've truly thought this through. Jin Mao, who craved only quiet profit in Xincheng, no appetite remained for life-or-death gambles. And what if at the height of chaos he encountered Defei? Yoyang read his hesitation clearly and smiled. Defei will be watched closely by me and Wu Yi. He won't get near you. Meanwhile, the Tian Heir and 13 Sisters faction will appear. You'll face them, not Defei. God damn you, Yoyang. I'll curse your mother. Is taking down to Tian Heir really so easy? What's the difference between cutting to Tian Heir and cutting to Fei? He was her husband. En Yoyang spoke lightly now, but would he retain such composure on the battlefield? Jin Mao, whose expression betrayed deep reluctance. He glanced first at Yoyang across the table, then at Wu Yi beside him. From their faces, he read the unspoken truth: refusal would make him their first target. Facing Defei was terrifying, but confronting the combined might of Wu Yi and Yoyang now would leave him with no chance at all. All right. You said it yourself, you will hold Defei off for me. And no problem, none asked with grim seriousness. The other replied with effortless ease. Only then did Jin Mao, who reluctantly agreed to join the battle. Upon learning Luo Tua had returned, Yoyang, accompanied by Jin Mao, Wu Yi, and several close associates, headed straight to meet him. He needed the old top's endorsement, not just manpower, but financial backing. Such a colossal undertaking demanded Luo Tuo's authority. The Dragonhead's presence alone could command respect and silence dissent. As they strode toward the compound, Gu Huoluan emerged to greet them. Please wait in the courtyard. We'll join you shortly. The old top is changing clothes. Yoyang, rumors are flying wildly outside. You're assembling 500 men to take on Hongxing. Yes, that's precisely why I've come to consult the old top. Yoyang sat down with a tight, humorless smile and began idly arranging fruit on the tray before him. Gu Huoluan arranged for everyone to sit in the courtyard and began chatting with Yao Yang. Their conversation was initially cordial, but soon shifted to the topic of Huasher continent. Yao Yang picked up a piece of watermelon and tossed it into his mouth, saying, "I came to find Lao Ding, because I hope he can support me." Gu Huoluan chuckled, of course. With Lao Ding's support, gathering the younger brothers will be much easier. Yao Yang sensed there was more to the conversation and immediately turned serious. I approached Lao Ding first out of respect for him. Gu Huoluan suddenly changed the subject. Nowadays, fighting is all about money. With Lao Ding's support, you won't have to worry about settling down right. Winning such fights brings no benefits, and losing will definitely leave you with no way to turn back. In any case, winning isn't necessarily a good thing, and losing will surely cost both your lady and your soldiers. Gu Huoluan's tone was laced with mockery, targeting Yao Yang from all angles. Yao Yang crushed the cup in his hand, and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Beside them, Jin Ma, who propped up his chin, wondering what was going on with Gu Huoluan. If he said a few more words, Yao Yang would definitely lose his temper. How could such a clever mind continue to provoke Yao Yang? Could this be Lao Ding's intent? Damn it, I knew I was falling for Yao Yang's trap. Despite Yao Yang's fury, Gu Huoluan showed no signs of stopping. He slowly lit a cigarette and said, "Yao Yang, I know this will upset you, but I'm just analyzing objectively. After all, this is a major event for the gang. Look, the princes from Hongxing de Fei and de Tian will definitely join the fray along with the Underworld Emperor Chun Hao Nan. In my opinion, this is just sending the brothers to their deaths. It doesn't matter if we die, but isn't it a bit unworthy to become cannon fodder for the grievances caused by Chun Hao Nan and de Fei against your brother from years ago? It's your mother." After slamming the table, Yao Yang raised his fist. Just when everyone thought something big was about to happen, his fist merely hovered before Gu Huoluan's face. He suddenly retracted his violent aura and put on a smile, gently adjusting Gu Huoluan's collar. "Brother Luan is right, it's also for the good of our gang. But the grievances with the princes and Chun Hao Nan have never been just my affair, right?" This sudden break left Jin Mao, who beside them, somewhat dazed. Wow, Yao Yang really has skills. Everyone loses their temper, but being able to suppress it and speak calmly in such a situation is something I couldn't do. He deserves to be used by Yao Yang, damn it. While Jin Mao, who secretly felt strange, he pinched his thigh hard, getting angrier the more he thought about it. He understood Gu Huoluan's meaning and that he was destined to be cannon fodder, but why couldn't he break free? Had Yao Yang forced himself and Wu Ya, and now was he trying to force Lao Ding to submit? Is Yao Yang going to force the old leader to submit again? Just as the atmosphere here reached a freezing point, Lutu laughed heartily as he walked out. "Alan, I heard everything you just said. It was indeed a bit excessive, but Yao Yang, you shouldn't resort to violence. We are all here for the club, let's not ruin the harmony." Luata, leaning on his cane, squinted as he approached. He first came to Yao Yang's side and patted his chest hard twice. "Do you have confidence? Do you have confidence? You must remember you represent our Dongying society. No matter what decision you make as the old leader, I will fully support you to go all out. As for the relocation fee, I will help you cover half of it. By the way, Alan, although we are going to take action, we shouldn't act recklessly. You should also give Yao Yang some ideas, provide some constructive suggestions." Luota's method of striking a balance immediately silenced the two who were at odds. Yao Yang shook the old leader's hand forcefully. "Thank you, old leader, I won't let you down. Hey, I've always said that Yao Yang is the smartest among us in Dongying. By the way, you need to hurry up and hand over the territory under your control. We can't let other factions take advantage of the situation." Although Yao Yang had reluctantly agreed to temporarily hand over the territory under his control to the society, the people he managed were all acting insincerely, even outright driving away those sent by Lutu. "Old leader, rest assured, when I go back I'll scold them. I'm sincere, it's the people below who are disobedient, you can trust me." Yao Yang's eyes rolled, and after a moment of thought he held the old leader's hand with a beaming smile. Good, we need to be united, good." At this moment, Gu Huoluan also stepped forward. "Since we've already discussed the management of the territory, then for this conflict with the Crown Prince, aside from Yao Yang's direct candidates, let me decide the rest. I'm familiar with the society and can balance the relationships between those in charge, so they won't act insincerely toward you, brother Yao Yang. What do you think?" "Is that so?" Yao Yang, who had been worrying about the number of candidates, immediately threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped on it when he heard this news. Naturally, Gu Huoluan being able to select candidates was something Yao Yang eagerly wanted. After finishing the serious discussion, it was time for some idle chatter. An hour later, after Yao Yang and the others left, Lutu, sitting on the sofa, gently pressed his chest and said, "Alan, everything has really gone as you predicted. This guy Yao Yang is truly beyond saving. This guy is filled with thoughts of using the company to get revenge for himself, and he hasn't put the company first at all." What did Luata mean by this? It turns out that during breakfast, Lutu had already vetoed Yao Yang's duel with the Crown Prince, and even personally called Jiang Tianxing, but was stopped by Gu Huoluan. Gu Huoluan analyzed from several angles and thought this was a great opportunity to clear the stagnation for the society. In both his and Luota's eyes, Yao Yang, aside from being arrogant, had never acted from the company's standpoint in anything he did. The most infuriating thing was that upon returning to Hong Kong, the territory he had taken back had already dragged the company down for several quarters. Each time he would only symbolically make a payment when pressed just about 30 or 20. On one hand, he used the company's name to take on big projects outside, while on the other hand, he was unwilling to pay. What use is there in keeping such a thorny character? Although Jean Mao, who was rubbish, at least he paid on time and never delayed. In Guohualan's eyes, Yao Yang wasn't even as good as Jean Mao, who originally Letu was thinking of persuading him a bit more, but Guohualin was unwilling, and he even bet with the old leader on the spot, willing to try personally to show the old leader the effect. Thus, the previously calm Guohualun frequently provoked Yao Yang with words. After explaining his scheme, the slightly softened Letu began to feel troubled again. How can we eliminate him? His influence in the society is not small, oh, we can't let the society collapse just because of one Yao Yang. Guohualun spread his hands. Old leader, that's simple. In a moment, I will propose to help him draft a battle roster. On the surface, it will be to help him solve his problems, but in reality, it will be to get rid of all his troublesome friends, or those who are difficult to manage, clearing them out all at once. No matter how clever Yao Yang is, he wouldn't guess Guohualun's intentions, nor would he calculate how the society would treat him. Because in Yao Yang's subconscious, he was completely unaware of how annoying his actions were, he even once thought of himself as a savior. If it weren't for himself, the two major war gods who were resisting Hongxing at Sim Sha Sui and Causeway Bay Dongying would have long since become a second-rate society. How could they stand side by side with Hongxing? Although the one who could rake in money, Shui Ling, has died, Dongying still has me, Yao Yang. The whole world hopes for his disappearance, but he is the only one who doesn't realize it. This matter is not only troubling Dongying's leader, but also causing Hongxing a headache. Dongying needs to clear the stagnation, but Hongxing has no stagnation to clear. At this moment, Jiang Tiansheng was sitting at the conference table in the meeting hall, smoking one cigar after another in anger. Chen Yao and Hao Nan, sitting beside him, didn't even dare to breathe. Yao, have you informed the Crown Prince of my intentions? Chen Yao sighed softly. I have, but Mr. Jiang, I think it might be better if you find a time to talk to the Crown Prince in person. Talk to his mother. Let the brothers go to the outlying islands to fight. Isn't that just asking everyone to fight to the death? He's still young, and does he think with his backside? Damn it, aren't there people like Uncle Deng among the notaries? Why aren't they stopping this? If it escalates, no one will have food to eat. If the basin breaks together, who will eat? Nobody will have food. Seeing Mr. Jiang getting angry, Chen Yao and Hao Nan could only sit silently, not daring to speak a word. At this moment, aside from the three of them in the room, there was also a refined young man standing behind Mr. Jiang. This person was someone he had recently taken in, named Dijon. He studied at a university in America and is a true all-rounder. Mr. Jiang was also consciously bringing him down to the grassroots. Just as the atmosphere in the room reached an extreme point of oppression, Chen Yao's close aide knocked on the conference room door, stuttering, Mr. Jiang, the Crown Prince and the other leaders have arrived. They said they want to see you. Let them in. Jiang Tianxing naturally understood why the Crown Prince summoned this group of leaders at this time. He also wanted to take this opportunity to test the attitudes of others. But when he saw Han Bin the first to step into the hall, his expression immediately darkened. Jiang Tianxing, the leader of the Hongxing, was furious about the duel arranged between the Crown Prince and Yao Yang. At this moment, the Crown Prince rushed over with other key figures. Da Fei and Datianair had a good relationship with the Crown Prince, so it was not surprising that they were invited to participate. However, the involvement of Han Bin and Shi Sen Mei, who were already international giants, infuriated Jiang Tianxing. And then there was Sheng Fan and Liang Ma. Why were these two also joining the fray? Damn, why is there suddenly a short guy appearing? Isn't that the gray dog that Liang Zai-Nen recommended before? Isn't he supposed to be hanging around the West Ring? What connection does he have with the Crown Prince? Could it be that Liang Zai-Nen is playing both sides? In fact, when the figure of the gray dog appeared, Chun Haonan also shook slightly. Firstly, he was not the nominal boss. Secondly, everyone knew his relationship with the gray dog. The latter's appearance at this juncture clearly indicated he was not on the same side, which was a public slap in the face of the leader. Since Mr. Jiang was present, Liang Zai-Nen couldn't lose his temper casually and had to suppress his anger, saying, Gray dog, why are you so idle? Are all your injuries healed? Were you kept an eye on in the West Ring? After everyone entered the hall, Jiang Tianxing, who had been silently smoking a cigar, finally spoke up. Crown Prince, what do you want by gathering all these people? The Crown Prince didn't beat around the bush, Mr. Jiang. I received a call from Brother Yao earlier saying you opposed us going to Huoshire Island. We came this time hoping to gain your support. Support? Jiang Tianxing's expression darkened as he quickly scanned the crowd. Support you all to go to your deaths. This is absurd. Hey everyone, please sit down. Mr. Jiang, take your time explaining to the brothers. I believe they will understand your concerns. Advisor Chen Yao quickly stood up to mediate. Jiang Tianxing also knew the Crown Prince had a soft temperament and could only suppress his anger. As someone who had navigated the waters for decades, Jiang Tianxing was naturally looking at the bigger picture. He even disapproved of the Crown Prince's so-called loyalty, for in his eyes, true loyalty meant leading brothers to live well through one's own abilities and skills, transforming them all into an elite class, enjoying a life of abundance. After fighting for decades, there has never been a true unification of the world, especially as he expanded his real estate and cruise business in America. This thought became even more intense. Crown Prince, do you know that your way of speaking about loyalty only leads everyone to their deaths? Use your pig brain to think in a situation surrounded by the sea. How many out of 500 people can return from such a desolate island? Faced with Mr. Jiang's overwhelming anger, the Crown Prince's stubbornness arose. The Dongying society has already ridden on our heads. I've almost lost my territory in Simsha Sui. If we don't take action, they will think we've backed down. Moreover, they caused my friend to lose a spleen and a segment of intestine, and they killed my friend. If I don't retaliate, what am I supposed to do? Even if Mr. Jiang disagrees with our going, I will still contact other leaders to carry the Hongxing banner and confront those Dongying bastards. Bang. With a loud bang, Jiang Tianxing slammed his hand on the table. What did you say? Crown Prince, you want to join forces with other leaders to carry the Hongxing banner and fight to the death against Dongying. Damn it, are you the leader, or am I? Can you represent them alone? Who is the leader now? The Crown Prince glanced at the two beside him and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, of course Hongxing's leader is you, Mr. Jiang, but my brothers and I share the same intentions. Please don't push me. Damn it, you think you have wings now, huh? Are you forcing me, or am I forcing you? Crown Prince, raise your head. I'm asking you a question now. You brought so many people into my conference room. Are you forcing me, or am I forcing you? What's wrong? Have you read too many martial arts novels and learned to threaten like that? Mr. Jiang, calm down, calm down. Crown Prince, why speak so harshly? Can't you be a bit more diplomatic? Mr. Jiang, the Crown Prince has such a temperament, he means no harm. Shen Yao quickly stood up to continue mediating between both sides. If you say you share the same intentions, if it weren't for someone mediating, how could so many people come? Liang Ma, tell me why you are here, or what benefits did the Crown Prince give you? Jiang Tianxing turned his attention to Liang Ma, the boss from Sham Shuepa. Mr. Jiang, it really has nothing to do with me. The Crown Prince promised me 3 venues, which is quite sincere, and since we belong to the same sect, I agreed to help. Jiang Tianxing then shifted his gaze to others. Sheng Fan said, I don't have that many benefits, but the Crown Prince gave me several 100,000. Han Bin said this matter is a bit exaggerated, but since the Crown Prince has spoken, I, Han Bin, have no reason to refuse. Dafei said, Mr. Jiang, I fully support this matter. My venue has been thoroughly swept by those Dongying bastards, so it's a perfect opportunity to resolve it all at once. Datian Air said, Yaoyang harmed me a lot in the past. My father was also killed because of him. I must avenge this grudge. Shirsan Mei said, I've always been displeased with those Dongying bastards. I was busy managing Bolan Street in Thailand with Bin Xiao before, and Anan and the Crown Prince helped me a lot. Now that the Crown Prince has spoken, I must support him for both public and private reasons. After asking around, Jiang Tianxing understood that most of the leaders were willing to go. Even the only ones reluctant, Liang Ma and Sheng Fan, had been bought off by the Crown Prince with a hefty sum. I'll wait, there's still one short guy I haven't asked. The Grey Dog timidly glanced at the leader and slowly raised his right hand. Grey Dog, what do you think about this matter? Jiang Tianxing was almost laughing with anger at this moment. Everyone else was dodging, but this short guy was still trying to get involved. Grey Dog slammed the table and stood up. Mr. Jiang, I believe our Hongxing will definitely win this duel against those Dongying bastards. The Crown Prince has never lost a fight, and South Brother is famously strong. Absolutely. Smack. Unable to bear it any longer, Chun Haonan splashed the tea in his hand across Grey Dog's face. Shut up, you. Grey Dog hadn't finished speaking when he was splashed in the face by Haonan, and upon being shouted at, he instinctively sat back down. Yet he was filled with confusion, not knowing where he went wrong. Though he complied on the surface, deep down he still felt aggrieved. Was it wrong to speak of loyalty? All right, Haonan, don't mind him. Now please share your opinion. Okay, Mr. Jiang. All right, Mr. Jiang. After receiving a nod from Jiang Tianxing, Chun Haonan spoke slowly. All along we have had a misconception that completely flattening Dongying is highly unrealistic. As long as we can gain an advantage and step back from other matters, we can focus on making money. Today you strike at Dongying, tomorrow there will be Nanning and Xieying emerging. The fighting will never end. Moreover, if we corner Dongying too much, it will only lead to mutual destruction, allowing other factions to take advantage of the chaos and divide our territory. Therefore, I believe there is no need for absolute annihilation. Chun Haonan's reasoning was sound, but the prince's shoulders shook as he struggled to suppress his anger, truly wishing to throttle the other party to silence him. Dafei and Datian had grown accustomed to Chun Haonan's style over the years, although they did not fully agree they could understand. Liang Ma and Sheng Fan maintained a completely indifferent demeanor throughout. Their minds were not on the matter at hand. In their view, as long as they managed their own small piece of land, everything would be fine. The slow-witted Hugo only then realized why Nange had been so angry earlier. It turned out he and Prince were not on the same path. Jiang Tianxing observed everyone's thoughts and simply waved his hand. Everyone else leave, Prince stay. Everyone left in turn. Even Chun Yao exited, leaving only Dijin Tommy, who remained standing behind. This illustrates Dizen's significant position in Jiang Tiansheng's eyes. After everyone exited, Jiang Tiansheng's tone softened. Prince, are you trying to stir trouble with me now? The prince lowered his head. No, mister. Jiang, I just want to deal with that bunch from Dongying. Oh, so you brought a group of people here to teach me how to do things. Jiang Tiansheng was still restraining his anger. I truly didn't mean that. We just wanted to unite our efforts to impress Mr. Jiang and gain your support for this action. Oh, is that so? Are you suggesting that I wronged you? United efforts, huh? I see it's just you pulling the strings here. If I were to announce to the world that I kicked you the prince out of Hongxing, how would you face Yao Yang in a duel? Furthermore, speaking of winning people's hearts, do you really have more money than I do? If I offer double or even triple what you do you think Liang Ma and Sheng Fan would truly stand by your side and help you? Then should I just chop off my own and make soup for you? Jiang Tiansheng's tone became noticeably urgent as he spoke, revealing a hint of frustration. The prince did not speak again. He still respected his leader at heart, but changing his mind entirely would be difficult. The prince's will was harder than anyone else's, and he would not easily change it. Jiang Tiansheng was aware of this, yet he still wanted to try again, hoping to persuade the stone before him. As long as he could deflate his sharpness, it would be easier, but alas, it was genuinely impossible. All right, you can go out now. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Tiansheng sighed as he exhaled a large puff of smoke and waved his hand towards the prince. You should head back. In 2 days I will tell you what to do, but remember, if I don't approve, you absolutely cannot proceed. The entire petitioning action ended abruptly amid Jiang Tiansheng's forced attempt to save face. Would the prince really calm down and await directions from above? Of course not. That wouldn't be the true prince. After exiting, the prince left Jiang Tiansheng's villa with a group of gang leaders. When facing the hand raised by Haonan, he didn't even bother to look at him. Clearly, he was still brooding over the fact that he hadn't stood with him during the earlier meeting. Once everyone had left, Jiang Tiansheng approached the water pool to discuss the matter with Dizen. As an outsider, Dizen had the clearest view of the situation, and he immediately suggested, Mr. Jiang, it will be very difficult to change the prince's mind unless the opposing leader also holds a contrary opinion. Only then can we extinguish this flame at its source. Are you referring to Luo Tuoma? That won't work. Oh, I've called him several times, and he has been nonchalant about it. He even supports Yao Yang, and before I could say much, he hung up. Dizen stroked his chin, then Mr. Jiang should plan ahead as the arrow is already on the bowstring. Oh dear, what should we do? As a leader, one should care for their subordinates below. What arrow is this? Should we really watch them march to their deaths? In the past, working as a dock worker was out of necessity. Is it not now about constructing buildings, filming movies, and dealing with smuggling? After sitting idle all night, the next morning, he summoned Chen Yao and Haonan again to see if there was any room for negotiation. Mr. Jiang, how about I make another call to Kowloon to see if we can reduce the number of participants from both sides, or clearly define the rules of victory and defeat. My involvement might be better than you directly contacting Luo Tuoma. Sure, that's fine. At this point, Jiang Tiansheng was gradually accepting the reality. Since a fight was inevitable, he would see if he could minimize the losses. While a few of them were discussing strategies, a fax was delivered outside by Ji Xiao. Jiang Tianyang. Chen Haonan's keen eyes caught sight of those 3 characters. Jiang Tiansheng took the telegram and glanced at it, his eyebrows nearly shooting up. Brother, I heard Dongying is stirring trouble, yet you are too scared to call Luo Tuoma and want to call it off. When did our Hongxing become like this? If you are truly so frightened, then let our people participate in this duel. This fax conveyed an important message. The news of Jiang Tiansheng contacting Luo Tuoma had already been leaked. There was no doubt it came from Kowloon. If Jiang Tiansheng did not take action, now he would likely become the laughingstock of the entire Jianghu. Anan, if I agree to fight this time, will you go? Mr. Jiang, I actually wanted to tell you that regardless of your decision, even if just one person from Hongxing goes, I Chun Haonan will certainly go. If I don't, I will truly have no place to stand. All right, then let's fight. A week had passed in the blink of an eye, and the battle roster drafted by Chun Haonan was quickly handed to Lao Yao. Lao Yao, go and explain to the brothers that this is Mr. Jiang's and Yao Guess intention, and they should not harbor any resistance. Make sure to clarify the pros and cons. Understood, Nangu. I will head down now. Lao Yao was quite clever, recognizing that having himself explain was the best course of action. If Chun Haonan went down to explain, it would surely push the hesitant brothers into a rash decision, and he did not want to force anyone. Haonan's battle roster was basically finalized, and the other gang leaders were also wrapping things up. Subsequently, Haonan made 2 more calls. One was to Huego, the other was to Aran. As the absolute protagonist of this event, the Crown Prince has decided to personally lead his 90 elite troops to the Firestone continent. Meanwhile, the loyal Defei has gathered 61 fierce warriors to fully support his good friend the Crown Prince. The elite of Detian Heir, who bears a grudge against Yao Yang, has all 75 members mobilized. The unwilling members from Sheng Fan and Liang Ma each dispatched 25 and 29 respectively to the Firestone continent. Han Bin has also sent 45 elite fighters to join the battle on the island, while the limited male warriors under Shursan may total 38, excluding the flamboyant Rong who are almost entirely female warriors. In addition to these fighters, 2 other groups have volunteered to join the battle. One group is the Liangbo Run and Grey Dog Coalition, who have recently gained fame in Chaiwan and Saiwan, mobilizing 45 individuals to join the fight. The other group is led by the famed Hongxing's young master Wang Yijian, who has decided to personally lead 18 elite subordinates to assist the Crown Prince in the Firestone Continent. Chun Haonan from Causeway Bay has also announced he will lead 66 elite subordinates to support the Crown Prince. After receiving Hongxing's list, the Crown Prince finally let out a long sigh of relief. It's settled, everything is in place. The list from Hongxing is complete, but what about Dong Ying? There are only 4 days left until the final deadline, and Kowloon is still worried. Aside from the 210 outlaws under the 3 tigers of Dong Ying, he managed to select only 120 troublesome individuals, the cancer, who could potentially disrupt the organization. Looking at the death list he drafted with only 120 names, Kowloon was truly distressed. The numbers were still far from sufficient. He certainly did not want to casually hand over a portion of people, as that would render the effort meaningless and ultimately harm the organization. This plan to clear the blood clots appears to be fraught with difficulties. Damn it, how could Yao Yang open such a vast market? Weren't there no issues with 300 people before? Where would he find the remaining gap of nearly 200 individuals? As the old saying goes, the more you fear something, the more it comes to pass. Just as Kowloon sighed, deeply feeling a headache, a tall figure entered his office. Upon inquiring about the visitor's purpose, Kowloon's eyes widened. It was none other than the self-recommending Dedong. Now Kowloon's headache worsened. This Dedong is none other than the representative of loyalty in all of Dongying, the gold medal horseman of Bolan Street. Unlike Chun Haonan and Defei, who project a strong exterior, Dedong exudes a remarkable aura but operates with extreme low profile. It is said that it's most difficult to stand out in the crowded associations of Bolan Street. Yet Dedong has managed to maintain good relations with various forces and flourishes. If Chun Haonan and Defei expand their influence with a momentum of supporting the weak against the strong, Dedong seems more like an anomaly. Dedong does not seem like a big player entrenched in Bolan Street. So how does he manage to thrive in such a treacherous environment? It all comes down to loyalty. This principle not only earned him a status within the Underworld, but also filled his pockets, granting him the strength to challenge the 5 tigers directly. Whether it is the brothers of Dong Ying or the lowly underlings of other factions, anyone who mentions the name of Dedong from Dong Ying has to give a thumbs up. It's simply unavoidable. Dedong, why don't you reconsider? There's no rush. Come, I have some tea cakes sent by my subordinates for you to take back, and try. They taste very authentic. Luingu, I just want to contribute to the organization. Now that the organization is in trouble, it would be unreasonable for Dedong to feign ignorance. I have already instructed Curry to start preparing. This. Kowloon couldn't directly reveal the true purpose of this expedition while staring at the sincerely earnest Dedong, feeling somewhat dazed. Could it be that he really has to push Dedong into the fire? This was not something he had calculated. He knew that among the 3 tigers, the golden fur tiger was setting out with a grudge. Yao Yang's actions have roused the wrath of the heavens, and others would avoid him at all costs, yet there are truly people willing to stab a knife for Yao Yang. How could someone like Dedong be allowed on the island? Every time it comes to exchanging numbers, Dedong is the most proactive, and he shows great respect and care for himself and some seniors. He is especially loyal to the camel, and what's most comforting is that he hardly causes trouble. Even when minor frictions arise with other organizations, he can quickly handle them, minimizing the impact. Such a person should be well protected. Dedong, there's still time. I'm still negotiating here. Why don't you head back and wait for my news? If I don't have enough, I'll call you again. Kowloon was almost in tears, but Dedong thought he was worried about him and repeatedly patted his chest, saying, I checked before coming. Wuya and Yao Yang have mobilized a total of 146 people. Oh, I will definitely not send fewer than that. Dedong even naively believed that Kowloon was worried he would just take a good name and only send 30 or 20. At that moment, Kowloon truly felt like crying. For a brief moment, he even wavered, genuinely considering telling Dedong about the plan to clear the blood clots. However, given Dedong's loyal nature, he would surely prevent others from going to the island, so Kowloon could only grip the sofa cushion tightly, his cheeks flushing red, unable to speak for a long time. Luingu, your complexion looks a bit yellow. Look at your eyes, they seem strained. Oh, it must be that you've been too stressed lately. A few fresh mainland girls just arrived on my side. If you have time, come by and relax a bit. I'll take my leave now. Watching Dedong leave with such flair, Kowloon sighed to the heavens, reflecting on his self-proclaimed cleverness. If Dedong goes in and doesn't return, wouldn't that be a case of cleverly making things worse? While clearing the blood clots, he would also be removing loyal and capable generals. He truly felt ashamed of the name Kowloon. Kowloon brewed himself another cup of tea, swirling it in his hand as he murmured, Dong Ying, it seems it will take at least 3 to 5 years to rise again. Due to Dedong's initiative, the battle list for Dong Ying has also been mostly finalized. Meanwhile, in Hongxing, the leaders of various regions are already preparing for this upcoming showdown. First, let's talk about the Crown Prince. What he does most is lead his students in physical training. The last one standing is the winner. This is his most frequently quoted phrase. The Crown Prince is an experienced fighter. Whether in the ring or in this life-and-death struggle, physical fitness is the most important factor. To win, one must focus on strength complementing each other. Add an extra 10 kilograms to that tire and increase the number of laps for jogging by 3. Do one more set of battle ropes for a solid quarter of an hour, and anyone who can't complete it has to do push-ups. Now, looking over at a run, he seems more relaxed. Each day, he either practices simple moves with a coup or leads the others in footwork drills for tennis. Things like starting from a lateral step, reverse hand pulls, and downward strikes with the forehand. The rest of the time is spent chatting with everyone, submitting some gossip science. However, there is one person who practices combat techniques diligently every day. That is Defei. Defei practices his knee strike technique diligently every day, which is beneficial for unleashing his renowned skill. Invincible, 484. Meanwhile, his two goofy little brothers Guguzai and Hei Feng are playing games in the training ground. As the two of them were busy with their wooden swords, Defei, unable to concentrate on his training due to their disturbance, finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted for them to stop. "Damn it, are you two really treating this like a vacation? Do you believe I won't take you along?" Defei forcefully threw the towel around his neck in their direction. Guguzai scratched his head. "Brother Defei, we are training seriously too." "Seriously? You two are clearly just showing off with those wooden swords. So fine, just don't stray too far when we get to the island. If anything happens, call me out loud, got it?" "Hey Feng. I'll look with Brother Defei backing us up. What is there to worry about?" "Guguzai, let's go to Chaiwan to find a run. The little black dog he has recently is quite interesting." "Guguzai. Yeah, otherwise how could Brother Defei be our leader? He's so loyal, let's go." The two of them took their wooden swords and left the training hall under Defei's astonished gaze. This really isn't being taken seriously. Defei helplessly smiled wryly. On his end, things appeared easygoing, while on the side of the Grey Hounds they were much more diligent. Nangu had previously favored him the most, but recently Arun had been involved in several tough battles. As the leader, he wouldn't make an appearance if he didn't have to. Moreover, there are rumors outside that Mr. Jiang might take advantage of this war to disrupt the existing territories and reshuffle the positions of certain influential figures. The Crown Prince and Defei are particularly proactive this time, and it's likely that Mr. Jiang will use them as a sharpening stone to warn others. This is also an opportunity for the Grey Hounds. Thus, this is his best chance to rise to power, to make those who look down on him eat dust. The dog truly has had enough of being overlooked. He wants to make a name for himself, and Firestone Island is the best battlefield. He aims to ride on the reputation of the Eastern English Three Tigers to gain fame. While the Greyhound was training hard, the hired Gui Jiaoqi was also earnestly instructing the brothers below. Although he lost a leg, Gui Jiaoqi is still a seasoned veteran of the underworld, full of practical experience. Even without explosive power, his techniques and experience remain benefiting everyone immensely. Now let's take a look at Kun Tong, where De Tian Air, who also wants to land on the island, is not training. Instead, he spends every day discussing with his advisor Guocheng how to kill Yao Yang in the crowd. If possible, don't reveal yourself too early. You first hide in the crowd and wait for the opportunity. Our 12 leaders, currently 9, will undoubtedly be the primary targets for the Eastern English side once they start fighting. Everyone wants to stand out, so to kill Yao Yang, we need to blend into the crowd and gradually move closer to him. That makes sense. Let's do as you say. Instruct the brothers to conserve their strength and only exert themselves at the end. Understood. Now let's look at Jordan District. Brothers, many people think we won't shine because we only have 18 people. This time we must join forces to put on a good show for them. We must adopt a mentality of fighting to the death without retreat. If we can return alive, I will apply to Brother Yao and Mr. Jiang to be a leader. We must become the most powerful faction in the society. Are you confident? We will show the world that our reputation is earned through our fists. Yi Jian is currently giving a spirited pre-battle pep talk. No retreat. Fight to the death. Support Brother Yi Jian as our leader. Unlike the fervent excitement with Yi Jian, Hanbin and Shursan Mei are much more low-key. Their daily training primarily focuses on mobility. Since Shursan Mei mostly leads female fighters, Hanbin has to manage both sides, so the focus is more on practicing cooperation and mutual cover. In Hanbin's view, this time Hongxing is bound to win, so the current task is to minimize casualties. Meanwhile, the underworld figure with the notorious Hongxing name, who does not intend to participate in the battle personally, is currently in Tunmun, making grand speeches to the brothers who will soon join the fight. Once we go to the island, don't think about anything else. Just watch the sides and unleash your full potential. Those who want to fight, go ahead. Those who don't want to can hide behind a big rock or something. Overall, the Big Brother supports you all. Big Brother, you really aren't coming with us. I heard even Yi Jian from Jordan sent 18 people over. Aren't we too few with just 25 people? Well, what can I say? The kind of leader you have reflects on the troops. When a simple-minded Ironhead asked this embarrassing question, the latter only smiled faintly. What's lacking? The money the crown prince gave is only enough for this many people. Now go do what you need to do. Are you kidding? Fighting. Does anyone think I'm a fool? Why not just lounge in Toonmun basking in the sun and walking the dog? Every day there's soda to drink and women to enjoy. Going to the island to fight. Only the crown prince could think of such a thing. Xiaoyang. Why should I care about that trash? As for Sister Lingma over in Sham Shui Po, she is holding the hands of her strong men saying, just fight if you can or if not run. Avoid Yao Yang and Crow's men and go find Big Dongs and Golden Hair Tiger's people. Unlike the indifferent attitude of the underworld figure, Sister Lingma was quite concerned about her dispatched strong men. Just a formality will suffice, there's no need to risk your lives. With such an attitude from Sister Lingma, it's a miracle if the 29 men under her can maintain morale. The team leaders Tang Bao and Tang, who lowered their heads with guilt and muttered softly, Brother Crown Prince is usually so loyal, and we've received so many benefits from him. This doesn't seem right, does it? Sister Lingma's lips twitched. Oh dear, have you all forgotten who brought you out here, just because you've been in suits and ties for a few days? Is Eastern English that easy to deal with? In this line of work, making money is the most important thing. The powerful men of Hongxing are numerous with Ling Zai Nan and the Crown Prince here. You must protect yourselves well. No matter what happens, someone will come to clean up the mess, understood? Sister Lingma tugged at Tang Bao's hand. Be careful. In Chaiwan Moon Bay, a Zhu returned with a bulging backpack saying, Rin Gu, the money and gifts we sent were thrown out by Finjia. She said next time she would pour oil on us. Hui Hui is no longer helping at the fish stall, or should we find her something to do? No need, just let her focus on studying. Let's hold off on Finjia for a while. Everyone is reluctant to mention Guang Zei's matter, and Arun didn't say much either. Here one thing needs to be highlighted. Chun Haonan's two close combat experts Jin Jia and Di Wen will not be participating, and their reason is simply 3 words, not worth it. Having finished with Hongxing, let's see how morale is on the Eastern English side. The Golden Hair Tiger, fearing defeat, began preparing vigorously upon realizing that this war could not be avoided, and their condition has already recovered around 70%. He left a lot of wealth for his women. Meanwhile, Shan, Hu and Crow continue to maintain their best state, as if they were like this regardless of whether the battle occurs. He was even seen chatting and laughing with Big Head Boy and Hao Nan at a tea restaurant before the war began. Damn it, zombie, did you see clearly? Crow really met with Big Head Boy and Ling Zai Nan. Upon learning about Crow's movements, Yao Yang's expression immediately twisted into a grimace, and he burst into wild laughter, causing the 2 close combat fighters beside him to instinctively step back, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Have the tickets to Guicheng that I asked you to book been secured? Booked, big brother. The 4:20 p.m. one. Alright. Leave 2 sharp brothers to watch Wuya and Jinmahu over there. You come with me to Zhishin Island. On the eve of the great battle, why would Yao Yang go to Zhishin Island? Mention Zhishin Island, and one cannot avoid Xueling. Mention Xueling, and Jiu Mei, the beloved disciple, inevitably comes into the picture. Yao Yang's objective was not Jiu Mei herself, but the man behind her. At 9 that night, Yao Yang sat opposite Li Hua Zhengren in his office. Li Hua, you do not seem surprised by my visit, Yao Yang said, gently swirling the glass before him. If you had not come to me, I would have come to you. You are simply earlier than I expected. Speak then, what is your proposition? Yao Yang leaned forward and scanned the room. If you hide things well, is it not a joy when friends come from afar? It is not improper to have Jiu Mei come out and pour a cup of tea, is it? Li Hua Zhengren did not answer directly. He extended his right hand to signal Yao Yang to continue. Yao Yang lit a cigarette. I know you do not want Jiu Mei to join the fight. You yearn to withdraw from the Jianghu. Yet until the matter of Xueling and Qin Longhu is settled, you cannot truly retire. I need your help this time. Yao Yang, really? Do you not know of my ties with Anan and the Crown Prince? Li Hua Zhengren drained his glass. If I can simply avoid standing opposite you, that is already generous. You expect me to help? He laughed, covering his face. Li Hua, we are all clever folk. Is it not tiresome to speak like that? My proposal is this: withdraw the bounty on you, and I will personally find Gu Hualuan to have Jiu Mei's name removed from the Huashizhou list. Otherwise, even if I die, Dong Ing will continue to hunt you. Can you and Jiu Mei then quietly retire together as a pair of loving immortals? You are a smart man, consider it. I am not like Qin Longhu acting without thought. I am quite reasonable. Yao Yang habitually put his hands behind his head and propped his feet on the other's desk, as if he owned the room. You speak so lightly. How am I to trust you? As far as I know, aside from the already dead Shang Tian and Wu Shang, all 10 elites of Xueling are on this roster. Li Hua Zhengren straightened and slapped his foot off the desk. Look at you acting as if you do not concern yourself with Jianghu affairs. Damn it, even I only just learned of this battle roster. How did you out inland here so quickly? So, will you accept my offer or not? If you ask me to betray my friends to save my life, you might as well kill me. Jiu Mei would never allow it. Even if I take part in the battle, it will be for Jiu Mei, not for you. Very well, very well. Li Hua Zhengren is who he is, Yao Yang conceded. I do not need you to confront the Crown Prince openly, you only need to. He beckoned him closer and whispered a few words into his ear. Is it really that simple? There will be witnesses present. Are you certain you will not cheat? I will not. Before noon tomorrow you will receive a call from Kowloon. Ojo May will be struck from the battle roster. That is my sincerity. But the withdrawal of the bounty on you depends on your sincerity. I hope we can be as seamless as in our first cooperation. When Li Hua faced the 10 red sticks alone, Yao Yang was one of the 6 who had been bought. Remember your promise. After this is over we will be even, and it is best if we never meet again. Whether we are friends or enemies after that is uncertain. Li Hua Zhengren rose and handed over a cup of wine. Rest assured I would not want to see you either. Yao Yang laughed, took the cup, and emptied it in one gulp. Did you bring a map? There are too many islets over there. I need to confirm the exact one. What followed in their conversation is unknown. An hour later, as Yao Yang left the office and stepped into the skiff, he exhaled deeply. Jiangshi, your big brother will never be defeated. Goddamn. What Hongxing's war god, what gangland Emperor Liang Zainan. They are all a bunch of brainless trash. Jiangshi did not go inside. He did not know what agreement his elder brother had reached with Li Hua Zhengren, but from his brother's expression, he could read at least that Li Hua would not appear on the opposing camp. Time quickly reached the last day before the great battle. The arrival of such a day always brought a flutter of anxiety, a rush of excitement, tinged with a hint of loss. Some fighters only now grasped the seriousness of the matter. Some of the underlings had already made the worst preparations, leaving farewell letters for their families. Those hooligans who never went home began helping with chores, dining and chatting with their parents, or taking their children to amusement parks and snapping photo after photo, trying to preserve whatever beauty they could. On the eve of the storm, Niu Xiong of the O unit ran himself ragged. Unfortunately, his superiors in the major crimes unit had all been bought off by the higher-ups of Hongxing and Dongying. In desperation, he had a sudden flash of inspiration and went to the Marine Police. Damn, are the Marine Police always the ones people forget? Is there really nothing to gain? Why is it always the Marine Police at crucial moments? Is this a film? Are the Marine Police incorruptible, or do the syndicate leaders disdain to bribe them? Why do the Marine Police always have the lowest profile? When Niu Xiong found Inspector Hu of the Marine Police, the man stroked his chin and pondered for a long time, but did not refuse outright. Did you say 500 on each side? That would be a 1,000-person showdown. Have you really confirmed this? If they fight, the settlement fees will be astronomical. Have these bosses gone mad? Inspector Hu racked his brains and could not make sense of it. Niu Xiong suggested, if you cannot dispatch a full squad to intercept, what about sending 2 or 3 patrol boats? The storm outside is strong and there is thunder. The risk is too great, and this is only a suspicion. It is not easy to act. Let me keep an eye out for you. You should go back to find your superior. Those who reach such positions are shrewd. After a short talk, Inspector Hu came to a realization, whether true or false. If Niu Xiong's superiors profess ignorance, he could only claim the same. But seeing Niu Xiong refuse to leave his office, Inspector Hu sighed and said, if you are truly worried, why not call their boss? Whether true or false, a precautionary call cannot hurt. He dialed Jiang Tiansheng's number, but met only a dead tone. Jiang Tiansheng had already boarded a departing plane with Dijin. Beneath the heavy black clouds, he sighed deeply. Unable to reach Jiang Tiansheng, he forced himself to call Luata. Luata answered, but brushed it off, saying casually that there might be something going on, but not with such numbers, and nothing was set in stone. The decisive battle was not tomorrow, but a week away. He would use that time to persuade his men. Before the other side could reply, Luo hung up. Inspector, who still unwilling to give up and hoping to ask further questions, could not get another line out. The camel, after hanging up the phone, tossed the receiver aside. Persuasion. What the hell do I care about that? Everyone participating in the Firestone Continent is a gang of scoundrels selected by Guohuan. Oh, why should I care about the lives of those scum? After all, Guohuan will arrange everything. See, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just how things are. You should go back to your direct superior. The attitude of the water police clearly shows they don't want to get involved any further, so Niu Xiong can only leave awkwardly. On the eve of the decisive battle, Guohuan was still planning strategies for the 3 tigers. Since we're all going to our deaths, why bother planning? Naturally, it's to extract the last bit of value from the 3 tigers. Crow, your skills are the best. Conserve your strength and don't rush into the fray. Wait for the right moment to take out either the handsome Nan or De Fei. Yaoyang, your mind works quickly. Once you're in, split the battlefield into 4 sections in a staggered formation, placing the strongest fighters in the center. This way, whichever side encounters difficulty can receive prompt support. Golden Hair Tiger, you go distract the prince to buy time for the 2 of them. Wow. Golden Hair Tiger was immediately unhappy. I don't even want to fight De Fei, and you want me to distract the prince. Are you worried I won't die fast enough? Though he felt frustrated, he couldn't express it openly. He could only respond softly, all right, but I can't guarantee how long I can hold him off. Yaoyang and Crow need to finish their tasks quickly to come help. Hey, wait a minute. What is Dedong doing? Did he send so many people to the island just to sightsee? Golden Hair Tiger suddenly slapped the back of his head. Dedong is helping the 3 of you to block De Tian Air and Hanbin. He has a lot of pressure too, and he volunteered to join the fight to assist you, so stop complaining. Oh, Liang Boring brought Azu carrying seafood and beef balls to AK's house to enjoy a hot pot meal with his family. During the meal, everyone laughed and chatted, showing no signs of worry. AK even installed the latest air conditioner for his grandmother, and Xiang and Hui bought many flowers to decorate every corner. The warehouse looked more like a home now. After dinner, the three of them went to a street lamp to smoke. "Tomorrow stay close to me, don't rush in too deep, understood?" Liang Boring said as he patted AK's shoulder. AK appeared indifferent, simply responding with a casual okay. It was Azu who picked up the conversation. "Brother Dog will definitely be at the front. AK and I will protect you, not letting anyone else get close. You just focus on finding Yaoyang and Crow." A night of silence passed, and the next day, as the alarm rang, Arun put on his long knife and donned a full denim battle outfit, driving his red Civic out of the house. Grey Dog had woken up early, quickly ate half a sandwich, then called his first horse slave Cohen. After confirming everything was ready, he hurried out. In Grey Dog's heart, this time Hongxing would definitely be the winning side. He needed to seize the opportunity to kill more Dongyan guys before Nangu and the prince. At the same time as Grey Dog and Arun set off, the prince's convoy also drove majestically toward the harbor. The prince, being a fighter, emphasized discipline. Everyone in the van was spirited and well-rested, especially the prince himself, who looked radiant. The prince tried hard to suppress his excitement. This trip to the Firestone continent was led by him, and he was determined to accomplish something grand. In stark contrast to the prince's grandeur, Defei's snoring was also quite thunderous. If it weren't for Guguzi waking him up at the bedside, his snoring could have lasted until noon. "Wow, it's almost 8 o'clock. Yeah, brother Defei, hurry up and get dressed. Where are the other brothers?" "Hai Chai Feng has already taken the other brothers to the dock. I specifically came to pick you up. You need to hurry, the boat is about to leave." Guguzi pressed the gas pedal so hard it nearly smoked as he rushed to get Defei on board before departure. When everyone saw Defei with his buttons all wrong, they burst into laughter. "Brother Defei, are you serious? If you don't want to go, you could have said so earlier. Did Brother Defei get drunk again last night? Do you still have the strength to fight?" "Haha. All right, greet the captain. Everyone is here. Let's set off." At the prince's command, several large boats headed toward the Firestone continent. Meanwhile, at the Saigon dock, another team from Hongxing, including the Tian Air Han Bin and Sister 13, had also arrived on the boat early. At the Baisha dock, representatives from Shangfan and Liang Ma were also all present. Before boarding, Xingfan reiterated to his subordinate Meng, who, "Once you're up there, just fight wildly, you hear? Don't just charge forward blindly. You need to weave through the crowd." Meng, who after putting up with his brother's nagging for a bit finally couldn't take it anymore, and muttered, "Big brother, since you're not going, stop giving orders. Once we reach the island, I'll listen to Prince Gu and brother Haonan." On the other side, Tang Bao had the same thoughts. Although he was loyal to Liang Ma, he was even more loyal to the gang. This massive battle was also a chance for him to make a name for himself. Once he made a name for himself, more people would follow him, and the venues he would take over would be larger. The three teams under Hongxing headed toward the duel location. Everyone on the boat was filled with excitement, with some sitting at the bow tossing snacks and bottles, chatting and boasting with both acquaintances and strangers. They were all eager to reach the shore quickly to show their skills. Only Chun Haonan sat with his arms crossed, eyes closed. Even his subordinates wondered if he didn't want to fight. "Hey, has anyone seen and guessed 2 bodyguards? Yeah, where are Shi Jie and D1? Why haven't they come? They used to follow him everywhere, but today they didn't show up. Who's going to protect Nangu? It won't be that short guy, right?" Compared to Haonan's calmness, Defei had a much livelier role. The humor was plentiful. Defei stood at the bow loudly instructing everyone, "Make sure to keep your guard sharp. We'll definitely fight hard, but we also need to be strategic. If we encounter any tough opponents, don't charge blindly. Or call out for me immediately. As long as I Defei am alive, even if the sky falls on Firestone continent, I'll hold it up." Guguzi and Hai Chai Feng immediately clapped. "Brother Defei, you're great. Hongxing will definitely win. Brother Defei, you're great. Hongxing will definitely win. Let's chop up that bastard Yaoyang and make soup for our brother Defei." Defei furrowed his brow. "I thank you." Defei's bold declaration naturally drew a cheer from below. Just as Defei was proclaiming his words, he caught sight of the prince's ship. On the deck, a large group of people were standing tall and proud, looking quite imposing. The prince stood high above shoulders, broad back straight, with a determined gaze. Following closely behind the prince was the ship of the Tian Air, and no one bore more hatred for Yaoyang than he did. He had clashed with Yaoyang for years, and there was even a blood feud over his father's death. Thus he had come to take revenge on Yaoyang for his father, the great boss Tang. The crowd's gaze then fell upon Liang Bo-run, who had been in the spotlight lately. He stood alone with a sword, bracing himself against the wind, exuding an aura of power without anger. His presence was overwhelming. Not far behind him were his 2 close guards, the black-clad Azu and the dark-skinned youth, Aku, who wore a fierce expression. These two seemed rather unsociable, keeping their distance from others on the ship, while others clustered together, boasting occasionally, teasing the seagulls perched on the rigging. Anxiety. Tension. It was hard to tell. Next up was the boisterous Dezai Wang, Yi Jian, with the ships of Huigo and Shi San Mei behind him. When the crowd saw the female general behind Sher, Senmei, they began to whistle, shouting, "Sister, when the fight starts, remember to stick close to me. Sister, let's grab a drink together after the fight." Meanwhile, the team of Sheng Fan and Liang Ma remained quiet, simply watching the direction ahead. On the right side of the Hongxing ship appeared about 10 vessels from Dongying. Wow, how is Yao Yang so impressive? Quick, let's go check it out. Hearing fellow brothers on the ship mention Yao Yang's name, the calm Haonan also straightened up. There sat Yao Yang at the bow of his ship, exuding an aura of malevolence, the evil energy surrounding him undoubtedly linked to his recent frenzied consumption of Seizai. As if sensing Haonan's gaze, Yao Yang slowly raised his head. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he grinned, sending chills down one's spine. When their eyes met, both exchanged disdainful smiles. "Damn it, not quite human, nor ghostly, your pitiful state is useless." After tossing out a harsh remark, Haonan returned to his seat. The ships of Jin Mao Hu and Wu Ye flanked either side, while the Dong's vessels were positioned at the rear of Dongying. "Hey, why is there still a speedboat behind Dong? Where? Let me see." Following the direction pointed by a Hongxing Jr., everyone turned to look. "Wow, isn't the one driving the speedboat that Wu Kuai who caused trouble at our place before? Damn, how dare he come here? Shui Ling Shijia. Damn, they dare to show up. I see it too, and Long San and Si Hai are there." At the same time, a junior from Defei's side curiously asked, "Is Jiumei here?" "Defei, what if we run into Jiumei? If we accidentally hurt her, will Li Hua chase us down?" This was a question Defei had asked himself as well, especially since he had good relationships with the Prince Tutuzai and Li Hua Zhongrun. Facing Jiumei would indeed be complicated. However, after counting the crowd on the ship, did not see Jiumei's figure. Defei, the woman on the speedboat, is Qi Qiao Qiao. The one beside her is her lover Inchong Tian, followed by Lu Liang and Zaba. Alright, listen up, avoid Long San and Si Hai, and remember not to engage in unknown fights. Hey, let's gang up and take down whoever we can. Understood? Defei immediately began to strategize with his juniors. Long San crossed his arms expressionless, recalling the lessons from their former mentor, Shui Ling, who had instructed them that whenever Dong Ying was in trouble, they must lend a helping hand. Thus, when Long San received the news, he promptly called Lu Tu and rallied his brothers to hurry over. As the speedboat passed by Liang Bo Ren's ship, Long San and he exchanged a glance, each letting out a cold snort. This was due to Long San and Si Hai's repeated ambushes on the prince, and Huigo being thwarted by Liang Bo Ren. In the blink of an eye, both sides approached their destination, Hua Shizhou. Anchored nearby were a fishing boat and several speedboats carrying the notarizers and security personnel who had arrived first. Among them was the imposing Italian mafia godfather Eisenhower, and while standing between the gang leader Guohulin and Xin Yaozhong was the American godfather Wan Tuermeng. Seeing that both sides were about to land, Tuermeng immediately instructed his men Monster Quan and Billy to head to the dock for security checks. The so-called security check was merely to check if anyone was foolish enough to bring firearms or heavy weapons ashore. As soon as they docked, Chun Haonan immediately instructed his junior Ma Xiao and to Fa tell the brothers to grab their weapons and go ashore. After passing the security check, the two major factions Hongxing and Dong Ying divided and ascended to a large platform at the highest point. The arms of those from Dong Ying were all tied with white cloths for distinction. Monster Quan took the loudspeaker and walked to the front, waving at everyone. "In a while we will take the boats away. We will return to pick you up in 3 hours. At 9 o'clock sharp you will officially begin fighting. Whether to negotiate peace or fight to the last man, it's up to you to handle it." After finishing, Monster Quan quickly descended from the platform and waved at Tuermeng. "Boss, everything is fine up here, we can start anytime." Both factions stood facing each other. The wind howled and both sides remained silent. Almost all the warriors standing here had come to the island with a mindset of fighting to the death. Most of them had left letters for their families. "Dear father, dear mother, dear wife. When you see this letter, I may no longer be in this world. Don't be surprised if this is a path I chose for myself. I blame no one. You always tried to persuade me to leave the gang, but what else could I do besides being a lowlife? Setting up a fruit stall and arguing with fellow vendors every day, selling fish balls that are often criticized for being bad, or driving a taxi only to be constantly complained about. Maybe I should just be a cop in my next life, then you wouldn't have such frowns. The underworld is indeed a one-way street, and now I have truly walked it. There is nothing in this world worth my nostalgia except for you. Dear father, dear mother, I am unfilial. Please forgive me for not being able to stay by your side to fulfill my filial duties. You may blame me, and I have nothing to say, but please tell my child to study hard and grow up to be a useful person. Never become a lowlife and never follow in his father's footsteps. Dear wife, after I die, find a good man to marry. It has truly been a hardship to follow me in this life, who just don't marry another lowlife. Remember to take Mike the dog's name downstairs for a walk twice every evening. Certain someone's farewell. Life is only for that cheer. Death, why do you need to pity me?" On the deck of the large ship, even Chun Yao and Guohulin, who were used to grand scenes, were sweating profusely. As the notary raised his arm and brought it down, the two sides quickly clashed into a fierce battle. Liang Baran glanced back at a Ku and a Zhu before drawing his battle knife and leaping into the crowd. Swish, swish, swish. His strikes were extremely ruthless, and in an instant several Dong-ing members fell at his feet. His gaze quickly scanned the crowd, and soon landed on the Jin Mao Hu nearby. Jin Mao Hu, are you pretending not to see me? Let's settle our score today. Jin Mao Hu peeked out from behind his associate, glancing around. With a rush, Defei was not nearby. He immediately raised his voice. Damn it, Liang Baran, I've been annoyed by you for a long time. If you have the guts, come at me. Just as Liang Baran intercepted Jin Mao, who to engage in battle, Chen Haonan brandished his long knife and charged boldly into the Dong-ing crowd, quickly locking onto Yao Yang. Come out, Yao Yang. Chen Haonan swung his knife and sliced the incoming Yao Yang's associate in half, shouting towards Yao Yang. Yao Yang quickly kicked over two Hongxing associates in front of him and scoffed. Chen Haonan, I've heard you've been dressing like a businessman these years. Can you even fight anymore? A killer doesn't need to announce his intent to kill. Come on. 3 years ago you lost to me in a fist fight. Do you think that just because you have a longer knife you can win? As he spoke, Yao Yang quickly charged forward, executing a low horizontal slash aimed at Haonan's waist. Haonan dodged and countered with an elbow strike towards Yao Yang's head. The two swiftly exchanged positions. With a series of clangs, Haonan's long knife was agile, but Yao Yang's broken bone knife was also fierce and powerful. At the moment of their blades colliding, sparks flew. On one side stood the valiant Haonan, while on the other Yao Yang, possessed by his associates. Both sides exchanged attacks and defenses, making it difficult to distinguish the winner. Meanwhile, when the Dong-ing members saw the prince, they surged towards him like hyenas spotting a wildebeest. As the leading figure of Hongxing, the prince would undoubtedly face a frenzied encirclement from the other side. It was hard to restrain a pack of wolves. Due to the prince's aggressive charge, he distanced himself from his associates, and amidst the chaos, one of the Dong-ing members struck him on the shoulder. With a knife in his shoulder, the prince staggered and took another blow to his waist, instinctively bending down to lower his center of gravity. However, this allowed the Dong-ing members to surround him completely. Prince. Seeing the prince surrounded, Huachai and Gue Wang quickly rushed towards their elder brother. But they lacked the prince's skills and were quickly overwhelmed by the crowd, falling into a tough battle. The prince continued to wield his battle knife, fighting and retreating. Two Dong-ing members advanced rapidly, their long knives aimed at the prince's back. Prince. Just as Gue Wang and Huachai were anxiously unable to split up, a figure leaped out, and several Dong-ing members behind the prince fell to the ground. Prince, are you okay? The newcomer carved a bloody path to rescue the prince from encirclement. It's a run. I'm fine. Wow, it's that guy A Rin. Gue Wang and Huachai desperately fought their way towards the two. Protected by a Rin, the prince plunged his steel knife into the ground, and the cloth offered by his opponent was simply used to bandage his waist wound. You on the left, I on the right. With these simple words, Hongxing's battle god once again swung his knife and charged forward resolutely. The prince was indeed valiant, but unfortunately, as he spoke, the steel knife could not withstand the pressure. During a block against an opponent's Wolf Fang club, it shattered, leaving only the hilt in his hand. A Rin caught a glimpse of the prince's direction, and after knocking away several Dong-ing members entangled with him, quickly kicked a sharpened iron stick towards the prince. Prince, catch it. The prince tossed his broken knife at the enemy and turned to catch the iron stick, then suddenly bent down to exert force and flicked it away. The iron stick flew out like a sword. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 muffled sounds, who could have imagined that the prince's seemingly casual flick actually pierced through the bodies of 3 Dong-ing members? Most astonishingly, the iron stick that passed through the bodies was firmly grasped in the prince's hand as he charged forward. As a Rin knelt to withstand a strike from an acquaintance on the opposite side, the prince turned and knocked over the few thugs directly. The duo's perfectly synchronized fighting made the Dong-ing members gasp in amazement. I'm fine, here you go, help the other brothers. The prince was full of bravado, but just as he finished speaking, another layer of Dong-ing members surrounded him. A Rin slapped his forehead. Here they come again. After a fierce round of fighting, A Rin finally rejoined a Ku and a Zhu. Damn it, where's Jin Mao Hu? I don't know. I just saw Defei fighting Jin Mao Hu, but now he's nowhere to be found. Defei. Just as a Rin broke through the encirclement to meet up with a Ku and the others, a familiar voice called out from behind. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Is it Gugu? A Zhu turned to take a look. At this moment, Defei, who had charged into the crowd, also heard Gugu's cries for help. Gugu. He had just turned to look when Jin Mao Hu, hiding in the crowd, ambushed him with a knife, striking heavily on his back. Before Defei could react, Jin Mao Hu delivered a high whip kick, knocking off Defei's glasses. Defei was eager to save someone and had no time to fight, quickly using his elbows to push Jin Mao Hu away before turning back towards Gugu. Gugu, hold on. Big brother is coming. Defei sprinted wildly, but just as he arrived, Gugu was being knocked down the slope by a group of people. A burst of blood splattered below, and the two hearts sank. Did something happen to Gugu? Gugu, am I too late? Seeing blood splattering ahead, Defei quickened his pace and fell to the ground, lying on the hill. Just as he felt anxious, the enemies surrounding Gugu began to fall one by one. What was happening? Defei peeked out and saw that a Rin and a Ku had arrived, rescuing Gugu. Rin helped Gugu rest under a large rock, while Azu and Aku stood guard with their steel knives. A run well done. Defei let out a long sigh of relief. Rin's image immediately rose in stature. This scene was also clearly seen by Chun Yao, who was watching from a distance through binoculars. This Arun is indeed a talent who should be valued. The territory of Ma Wang Jian should indeed be entrusted to him. Haonan has not chosen the wrong person. Both Hui Go and Arun are loyal and battle-hardened individuals. Very good. Defei, let's see who can kill Jin Maohu first. Come on. Defei boldly replied, turning back to swing his knife and slay a Dongying thug trying to sneak attack. Damn it, trash. Don't you know that my Defei has eyes behind his head? In your next life, be smarter and don't follow someone like Yao Yang to be a loser. Just after saving Gugu's eye, a Run rushed up the hillside wildly swinging his battle knife at a group of Dongying disciples. Seeing many of his fellow disciples fall under a Ren's blade, one person pushed through the crowd and charged directly towards him. With a loud bang, a homemade wolf-tooth club embedded with steel nails swung towards a Ren's face. He immediately crouched to block at his palms stinging from the impact. The newcomer opened his clothing to reveal a muscular build. It was none other than Chong Sin, one of the 10 outstanding young men of Shui Ling. Third senior brother, this guy has killed many of our fellow disciples. Chi Chao Chiao, standing nearby, skillfully maneuvered to collect the heads of the Hongxing subordinates while subtly signaling towards Chong San. Fine, no. We've crossed blades before. Let's see where you run this time. Chong San attacked with his wolf-tooth club, while Chi Chao Chiao moved in with her dual blades. Being fellow disciples, they had a seamless cooperation that forced Arun to retreat continuously. Arun parried several strikes from his opponents, still hoping for the sound of a bell in his mind, but it did not come. It seemed he could only fight to the death. As Arun fought defensively, he seized an opportunity and feigned a weakness. When Chi Chao Chiao charged at him, he suddenly raised his knee and crashed it into her chest, sending her flying several meters before she managed to steady herself after colliding with several fellow disciples. Are you alright? Finally arriving, the lover In Chong Tian rushed to support Chi Chao Chiao, his face filled with worry. Seeing his lover in danger, he raised the long axe in his hand and charged towards Arun. Arun, who was in the midst of a fierce battle with Chong San, sensed movement behind him and immediately sidestepped while delivering an elbow strike that landed squarely on his opponent's head. One strike. In Chong Tian knelt down dramatically. A passing Hongxing subordinate happily seized the opportunity and swiftly ended the life of his opponent. Ha, I killed In Chong Tian. Prince, I killed In Chong Tian. Prince, you have to be my witness when we return. Prince. However, before the subordinate could revel in his victory for 3 seconds, Chi Chao Chiao stabbed him through the throat with a dagger, sending him off. This story teaches us that we must never become complacent, especially in chaotic battles. One must always remain vigilant. As a result, the subordinate was quickly replaced by Chi Chao Chiao, who rejoined the fight after a brief recovery. She merely sighed over In Chong Tian's death, seeing it as the loss of a plaything. With her mindset relatively stable, a Ren's intention to exploit her emotional fluctuations to find an opening quickly faded. Chi Chao Chiao's offensive strategy remained composed, not rushing to attack. She only moved in when her opponent blocked Chong San's wolf-tooth club. Chong San smashed down hard with his club, and Rin swiftly ducked and dodged, then delivered a side kick to the opponent's abdomen to create distance. However, Chong San was experienced in combat. Despite taking the hit to his abdomen, he continued to strike down relentlessly. Rin had no choice but to block with his blade, but in the middle he left himself open, and Chi Chao Chiao's dagger swiftly carved a long wound across his chest. Damn it, Chong San's wolf-tooth club is covered in spikes. I can't spare a hand to block, resulting in a massive opening in my defense. This won't do. After some thought, Ren changed his strategy and began to aggressively target the slightly weaker Chi Chao Chiao. Just as her dual blades trapped his long knife, he stepped forward quickly and delivered a heavy elbow strike to her neck. Following up, he turned and delivered a powerful kick to her face, sending Chi Chao Chiao flying, while Ak was perfectly positioned to engage. Ren finally had the chance to go all out against Chong San. The camera panned back to Yaoyang and Haonan, where the golden-haired tiger was seeking refuge in front of Yaoyang. Yaoyang blocked Haonan's attack with a blade and caught a glimpse of Defei not far away. Damn it, how did this golden-haired tiger bring Defei along? Golden-haired tiger, I don't need your help, here you go, and take care of Defei for me. What the hell? Am I hearing things? Golden-haired tiger thought. What the hell? I must have misheard. How did you convince me to join you back then? Now you say you don't need me. You think I want to help you? Without waiting for golden-haired tiger to respond, Yaoyang shoved him towards Defei. Damn, I'm panicking. With no way to evade, golden-haired tiger had no choice but to clash with Defei again. Defei, you bastard, you've chased me halfway up the mountain. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Damn it, let's fight. Golden-haired tiger forced himself to rally, raising his knife to strike, acting without any strategy, relying solely on sheer bravado. Chong San, caught off guard, suffered 2 flying knee strikes from Ren. Just as Ren's battle knife was about to come down hard, Lu Liang and Chi Chao Chiao broke free from their restraints and surrounded Ren once more. Sensing a chill at his back, Ren could only turn to block. After parrying Lu Liang's bone-picking knife, he punched Lu Liang's chest with his left hand, while kicking towards Qi Qiao Qiao's face, successfully pushing both back. However, his turn also gave Chang Sen a chance to catch his breath. After a brief moment to recover, he strode forward again with his wolf-tooth club. Nearby Ak saw everything clearly and wanted to rush forward to help his elder brother, but was surrounded by a group of Dong Ying's subordinates. In a desperate situation, he couldn't break free. Even his steel knife had broken, failing to create any openings. Chang Sen leaped out, using his tremendous momentum to swing his wolf-tooth club directly at Ren's face. Ren immediately lowered his center of gravity, crossing his blade to block the incoming attack, while delivering a headbutt to Lu Liang. Chang Sen took advantage of the situation, kneeing Ren in return. Seeing the opportunity, Ren buried his head and fiercely struck Chang Sen in the groin. This was a reckless and aggressive tactic, hurting himself while trying to defeat the enemy. Damn it! What the hell? Is he trying to tear down my ancestral hall? Ultimately, Chang Sen withdrew his knee. He didn't dare to exchange blows with Ren. In battle, it was all about the fierce determination to press on, especially when faced with a gang attack. Ren's fierce headbutt forced Chang Sen to retreat and also intimidated Lu Liang nearby. A man can empathize if struck by that. One could truly hear the sound of their soul shattering. Useless. After cursing, Qi Qiao Qiao crossed her dual blades and bent forward to attack. Just as Ren sidestepped, he retaliated with a fierce slash. Crack. Everyone turned toward the sound, seeing Qi Qiao Qiao's right arm, which held the blade, now empty, while her body continued its forward motion. Ren pushed his shoulder into her, forcing her body towards Lu Liang, who managed to catch his junior sister just in time. Seventh junior sister, are you alright? Qi Qiao Qiao's lips twitched a couple of times, and as warmth rushed to her throat, she coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of hot blood. Sixth senior brother, help me kill this man. She gritted her teeth against the pain, clutching her wound and curling into a tight ball. Lu Liang turned to find two Dongying underlings to support his injured junior sister off the battlefield, but Ren denied them the chance, launching a devastating flying knee that sent both crashing to the ground. Lu Liang's bloodlust surged. With a sharp shove, he thrust his junior sister aside, seized his blade, and charged headlong at Ren. Ren advanced swiftly, crouching low and raising his sword to meet the assault. Meanwhile, Chang Sen seized the opening, circling behind Ren and bringing his iron staff down in a thunderous blow. In an instant, Ren faced two adversaries at once. Brother Ren, dodge now. Retract your strike, Brother Ren. From the flank, Akka leapt in agitation, shouting urgently. Why is Brother Ren still charging forward? Why hasn't he evaded yet? At the very moment, Aku sprang in panic. At the instant, Chang Sen soared through the air, fully committed, utterly certain of success. And as Lu Liang's blade sliced sideways toward Ren's waist, Ren twisted sharply aside, just as the razor edge grazed his lower abdomen. Midair, Chang Sen had no time to withdraw his strike. Junior brother Lu, dodge. Third, Lu Liang, still lunging forward, never even managed to utter the words senior brother before his pupils dilated in frozen horror. Chang Sen's unstoppable iron staff struck Lu Liang full in the face with crushing force. A sickening crack echoed. Chang Sen could scarcely believe it. Nearly 30 years of cultivated strength had just been unleashed upon his own junior brother. Blood and brain matter sprayed across the ground. The blow was fatal, no survival possible. Lu Liang collapsed, his face unrecognizable, his legs twitching involuntarily, his arms slackening as it released the blade, eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. Thus perished Lu Liang, the gifted sixth disciple of Shui Ling's sect, senselessly slain by his own senior brother's spiked mace. Junior brother Lu. Junior brother Lu. Chang Sen dropped to his knees, cradling Lu Liang's lifeless body and shaking him frantically, but there was no reply, no breath, no pulse. Ren darted aside, pressed a hand to the wound on his chest, then licked blood from his fingertips. His gaze locked coldly upon Chang Sen. Humph. The 10 prodigies of Shui Ling. Worthless trash, killing your own sect brothers. Those words struck like a dagger to the heart. You fought dirty. Chang Sen ground his teeth until they threatened to shatter. Oh, how naive you are. What world do you think you're living in? Shall we award you a medal for virtue? Ren kept stoking the flames, deliberately unraveling his opponent's composure. You bastard, give back my 6th senior brother's life. Eyes blazing crimson, Chang Sen abandoned Lu Liang's corpse and snatched up his spiked mace, hurling himself at Ren with murderous fury. The camera cut sharply to Yao Yang. Wu Ye burst through the crowd, axe raised, intercepting Chun Haonan mid-stride. Yao Yang, step aside. I demand a fair duel with Chun Haonan. Wu Ye, have you lost your mind? Right now we fight together. We eliminate young Master Nan and half our mission is already won. Wu Ye said nothing, only extended an arm to restrain Yao Yang's advance, then shot him a hard warning glance. Though baffled, Yao Yang dared not provoke conflict at that moment. He merely scoffed coldly. Fine. Young Master Nan, you're lucky today. As Wu Ye held Chun Haonan at bay, Lei Bao Hu, Yao Yang whirled back into the fray, steel blade flashing wildly, felling numerous Hung Hing underlings in swift succession. At that moment, Jiao Wenlong, a senior Hung Hing enforcer, suddenly pivoted and shouted toward Tai Zi, "Brother Tai Zi, it's Yao Yang." Tai Zi kicked aside an enemy underling and cast a glacial stare across the battlefield. Humph, Yao Yang, what one longs to confront will inevitably appear, and what one dreads must nevertheless be met. Facing Tai Zi radiating raw, unbridled malevolence, Yao Yang, having barely escaped one peril, now stood squarely within the dragon's lair. Before the battle, Tai Zi had explicitly ordered no one was to interfere when Yao Yang appeared. Thus, Jiao Wenlong de Lao Ji and Tai Zi's two disciples formed a silent, precise perimeter, blocking any Dongying interlopers from disrupting the confrontation. Yao Yang, you wretched scum, your sins are beyond counting. Let us set aside the past. Yet recall how you hired assassins to murder me, causing my dear friend A Lan's tragic death, how you ambushed a Tu Zai with despicable treachery. Even if the Emperor of Heaven himself descended today, he could not save you. Ha ha ha. Thunder rolled across the sky as lightning split the clouds. Yao Yang, face obscured by shadow, began his frenzied combat. His manic laughter chilled the marrow. Is that truly how it stands? So even the invincible brother Tai Zi must fabricate excuses to mask his own timidity. Tai Zi, what did you say? Yao Yang, you may deceive others, but not me. Deep within, you've always measured yourself against Chen Haonan. You speak of duty of honor. Perhaps those words hold truth. But the most honest truth, the one buried deepest in your heart, you've never dared utter aloud. Tai Zi, which truth? Yao Yang, that Yao Yang must die by Tai Zi's hand alone. Year after year, Chen Haonan's fame has eclipsed yours. You congratulate him publicly, but inwardly you chafe. You debuted earlier, rose to prominence sooner. Yet now his name overshadows yours. You were never one to accept defeat. Ha ha ha, why are you silent? Did I strike true? Tai Zi. Yao Yang, ha. Yet when it comes to wit, you truly fall short of Chen Haonan. He sought me out from the very beginning. Were it not for Wu Ye, I wouldn't waste a single breath on you. Humph, after all these years in the underworld as Hung Hing's golden prodigy, how could you bear being eclipsed by that young master Nan? Tai Zi, you vermin, you still dare sow discord at a time like this. Yao Yang, heh, hear me sow discord. So what? You may deny it, but when you next face young master Nan, will your heart truly feel at ease? Amidst rumbling thunder, Tai Zi clenched his fists. His face darkened like a wrathful deity. The reason was plain. Every word Yao Yang spoke was irrefutably true. When hidden grievances and deep-seated fears are laid bare before the world, who can truly feign indifference? Tai Zi tightened his grip on the blood-smeared iron rod and strode forward, each step resonating with grim finality, provocation. I have no patience for your games. The entire world hunts you, and now you stand captured in my hands. Yao Yang, meet your end. Yao Yang settled into a firm horse stance, lowering his center of gravity, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Humph. Humiliated into rage. Are you about to lose control? I'll shove it up your mother's. Before Yao Yang could reply, Tai Zi closed the distance in a blur and drove his crimson-stained iron rod straight toward his foe. Tai Zi struck with brutal force, but his footwork had grown erratic. Yao Yang evaded each blow with fluid grace and landed a sharp kick in return. Tai Zi's composure had fractured. Yao Yang's provocation had taken root, and Yao Yang had gained the decisive advantage. Prince, what's wrong with you? Are you not the god of war of Hongxing? How can you already be down so quickly? Taking advantage of the prince's moment of confusion, Yao Yang seized the opportunity and slashed his bone knife across the prince's chest, leaving a long gash. As the prince was hit, he pushed Yao Yang away with both palms. Brother Prince, are you all right? The nine-patterned dragon and the ghost king rushed forward, but were pushed back by the prince's raised hand. No one is allowed to move, just keep an eye on the others. Yao Yang is mine. Good, that's the brother we know. Come on. Yao Yang continued to stir up trouble, distracting the opponent. The prince took a moment to recover and stepped forward again. Just as the prince stood up again, the camera immediately shifted to a Run who was locked in combat with Chong San. At this moment, an enraged Chong San was exhausted after a flurry of attacks. He instinctively began to hide among the crowd, but a Run would not give him a chance to recover. Chong San, aren't you guys from the Water Spirit 10 heroes very strong? Why are you down so quickly? Don't hide, come at me. A Rin kicked two of Dong Ying's underlings into the air and then slashed his knife across Chong San's back. In pain, Chong San stopped dodging and turned to strike down with a club, then let's go. After landing, a Rin quickly bent down and pulled his knife, slashing it again at Chong San's abdomen. Chong San froze, looking down at the wound on his abdomen. Wow, my intestines. Why are my intestines out? While he was stunned, a Rin struck him repeatedly with his knife, turning him into meat paste. The nearby Dongying underlings dared not step forward upon seeing this scene. Perhaps it was to vent anger, or perhaps to instill fear. In any case, the moment a Rin stopped and looked up, the area around him immediately cleared, allowing a Kuo and a Zhu the chance to rush toward him. Wow. A Zhu couldn't help but dry heave twice. The scene before him was simply horrifying. Aku, however, showed no reaction and simply approached to check on his brother's injuries. I'm fine, don't stop, keep searching for the golden-haired tiger and the crow. What about Yaoyong? Yaoyong is up to Brother Prince. Alright. The three hurried forward, a torrent of blades and lightning that was unstoppable. Brother Ren ahead, the golden-haired tiger and Defei are ahead. Azu sent one of the Dongying underlings who attempted to approach away with a knife and pointed his steel knife forcefully at the hill ahead. Good. Just as Arun and the others were moving towards the golden-haired tiger, suddenly a figure flew out and crashed heavily into him. Upon closer inspection, it was Chun Haonan who had lost his long knife. Arun, you hold off the crow for me. I'm going to help Defei. Chun Haonan rubbed his numb forearm, tossed the crow to Liang Borun, then picked up the long knife from the ground and rushed quickly towards the golden-haired tiger. Arun understood that Chun Haonan was unwilling to face the opponent directly. After all, the crow was no longer the same as before. But Arun didn't care about that. Crow, let me play with you. The crow glanced at Yaoyong battling the prince, and then at Akuo and Azu nearby. He pointed down the slope and made a gesture with his mouth. This gesture meant, if you have the guts, come down with me. Arun quickly ran down the slope to stand before the crow, who had already picked up his sharp axe. Liang Borun, you bastard played tricks on me before causing me to be swollen down there until now. Today I'll return it all at once. Good, just right, with no one to disturb us. Let's fight to the death. The crow initiated the attack first with his sharp axe swinging horizontally with the force of the wind. Arun with his long knife was at a disadvantage against the axe and could only evade its edge, sidestepping to smash the knife's handle against the crow's back. However, the crow reacted extremely quickly, blocking with his elbow, then turning to elbow strike Arun. After exchanging moves, both of their weapons fell to the ground. Arun knew that the opponent had great stamina, so he thought of going for a ground fight, aiming to use a lock from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu against the crow. But the crow was very alert, not giving Arun an opportunity to get close, dodging while continuously throwing straight punches. Arun stumbled, and the crow seized the chance to swing his right arm in a wide arc to strike. Arun, using the momentum, wrapped his arms around the crow's arm and pushed forward, flipping the crow over while he fell. The two quickly rolled together, and upon seeing the crow fall, Arun immediately pounced on him, raining down fists. After enduring several heavy hits from Arun, the crow performed a backflip, flipping Arun over and sitting on top of him, delivering another round of heavy punches. Flustered by the crow's onslaught, Arun raised his arm to punch the crow's chest. As the crow was sent flying, Arun quickly got up to chase and delivered another punch. With a loud bang, the crow was sent flying several meters away. Come at me again. Arun continued to pursue, not waiting for the crow to steady himself before delivering another straight punch. The crow immediately lowered his center of gravity and wrapped his arms around Arun, attempting to repeat the previous tactic of striking him from behind. But Arun, being cautious, would not give the crow such an opportunity. He quickly raised his knee and broke the crow's elbow before taking hold of the crow's head. Side headlock. Once the side headlock was in place, Arun squatted down, trying to use his body strength to constrict the crow. But the crow was, after all, a seasoned champion. His experience was rich. Just as he began to sink, he immediately pushed Arun's jaw with his palm. Arun, feeling the pressure, had no choice but to release the side headlock. However, just as Arun's side headlock was released, the crow's deadly scissor kick immediately followed. He also locked the crow's neck. Brother, go for it, don't get locked up. Azu on the slope was jumping in a panic, while several of the crow's followers were shouting, brother, exert your strength, break free. The lock was secure, as long as the crow applied a little force, Arun's neck could be at risk of being snapped. The instinct to survive drove Arun to unleash several heavy punches within just 2 seconds, all aimed at the crow's lower back. Although the crow couldn't immediately apply enough force to break free, he still held on tightly, without letting go. Damn, is he forcing me to use my trump card? Crack. Arun's right hand instinctively slid down and grabbed the crow's groin, exerting force suddenly. Damn you. No matter how strong the crow was, no matter how determined he was to suffocate Arun, he had to release his legs now. The crow covered his groin and jumped around for a while, then squatted down, gasping for breath with red eyes. Arun also seized the precious opportunity to recover. You bastard, a person like you will never step on the ring in your lifetime. The crow was filled with resentment. Damn it, what rules does a lowly mule running in the streets abide by? You think this is the boxing championship? Come again. Not waiting for the crow to stand up straight, Arun gathered all his strength and concentrated it on his right fist, charging fiercely at the opponent. The crow had no time to think and could only sidestep to evade his opponent's heavy punch. Little did he know Arun's lethal move was a subsequent side elbow. At the moment their figures crossed, Arun, having lost his balance, managed to turn around and deliver an elbow strike to his opponent. The elbow strike hit the crow squarely on the head, leaving him in a daze. After taking 2 steps back, he continuously slapped his cheeks, trying to awaken his stunned self, but Arun's follow-up attack arrived swiftly. Bang! The stylish 3 consecutive kicks landed squarely on his opponent's chest. The crow could no longer withstand the assault and fell flat on the ground. Arun quickly crouched down and followed up with an elbow strike aimed at the crow's face, who hastily rolled to the side to dodge. As soon as Arin's elbow touched the ground, it instantly changed direction, smashing into the crow's lower back just as he was sidestepping. In pain, the crow swung his fist weakly, only for Arin to seize it effortlessly. After grabbing the crow's right arm, he swiftly sat on his body and pressed down with force. With a cracking sound, the crow's anguished scream echoed through the sky. His right arm was broken, the shattered bone piercing through the skin, exposed to the rain. Blood dripped down, mingling with the falling rain. The disciples of the crow on the hillside covered their eyes, unable to believe that their elder brother had been defeated. "Get up, crow. Get up and fight again. Isn't this a life or death match? Or will you admit defeat in front of your brothers and call me brother from now on? You just need to avoid appearing wherever I am." The intense pain twisted the crow's entire face, and he struggled to half squat on the ground, spitting a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the ground. He said nothing, yet it felt as if he had said everything. The rain gradually intensified. The crow, kneeling on one knee, glanced at the short axe planted not far away. In the drizzle, both men pushed off the ground simultaneously. The crow used his last ounce of strength to charge forward, but Arun was a step ahead. With a loud bang, the short axe kicked by Arun embedded itself firmly into the crow's chest. The corners of his mouth twitched as if he had something to say. His voice was hoarse. Arun leaned in closer. Tell Chun Haonan. Help me. Kill Yao Yang. Cough, cough. Arun stepped back half a step and nodded heavily. The crow's bloodless face unexpectedly broke into a faint smile, and then the light in his eyes gradually faded as he collapsed to the ground. His life flashed rapidly in his mind. He turned to glance at his severed right arm, then struggled to rise and looked at the disciples on the hillside. With his left hand, he unwillingly scooped up a handful of soil and scattered it in the light rain, finally allowing it to drop. Elder brother. The few disciples rushed down the slope and surrounded the crow's body, crying bitterly. These few disciples were among the few friends the crow had after re-entering the world. Before the battle, the crow had instructed that if he were ever in danger, no one should come to his rescue. If he died in battle, their mission would be complete, and they need not continue fighting. The life of the crow, the mountain tiger, could be divided into two phases. In the first phase, he committed many heinous acts, crushing brother Han Bin, framing Defei, deliberately killing his own fighter to frame Big Head, and kidnapping Shishi Li to coerce Liang Zai Nen into submission. These numerous crimes were too many to list, even personally killing his own father in the boxing gym. In the second phase, after losing his memory and returning to Hong Kong as a bodyguard for Chao Si, he saved Big Head several times, later bonding with Chun Haonan and gaining the friendship of the Hongxing brothers. He transformed from the ruthless mountain tiger crow into a warm-hearted San Mao. He even defied his superior Chao Si's wishes to maintain the friendship with Chun Haonan, and Big Head willingly withdrawing from the world afterward. However, after being framed and imprisoned, and with the old woman who took him in selling her house to fund his legal defense after Yao Yang pulled him out of his cell, the kind-hearted San Mao was forced to revert to the ruthless crow. This world simply cannot accommodate good people, Nan. This was the phrase the crow repeated most often after returning to Hong Kong when speaking to his friend Chen Haonan. His heart had died, completely reduced to a killing machine under Yao Yang, numbing himself through constant combat. Perhaps death was the only escape. No one could truly leave this world of martial arts, because wherever there are people, there is the world. Arin picked up the battle knife and quickly charged up the slope with a Ku and a Zhu guarding him on either side. Yao Yang has blended into the crowd again. Now Prince and Nan are in pursuit. What about Jin Mao Hu? Jin Mao, who was ambushed by Nan, one strike took him down. Zhu shrugged. An ambush? Liang Zai and Liang Zai Nan. Ringu, let's hurry up. A Dog Gu has already rushed to the front. He has made quite an impression today. Even Big Dong took 2 hits from him. If it weren't for Dog Gu, de Tian would have been directly chopped to death. Did Hui Go save de Tian? Yes, although Big Dong intended to let de Tian go, he injured the opponent's ankle before turning to leave, but his underlings did not share that intention. What about Han Bin and Shi San Mei? Don't mention them. Bin Xiao's men were fine charging in alone, but now they have to split their attention to protect Mei Jie's female warriors, and they haven't budged from the back for a long time. Alright, then let's go after Yao Yang. After quickly assessing the battle situation, Rin charged forward again, mercilessly harvesting the heads of Dong Ying's minions. He soon spotted the fleeing Yao Yang. The cowardly Yao Yang was using his own disciples as shields while escaping. This scene was perfectly witnessed by Big Dong, who had come to rescue. Big Dong's hand holding the knife trembled slightly. Damn, could it be that the one I risked my life to protect is such garbage? The wound on the prince's abdomen became more severe due to his relentless advance, yet he pressed on, determined to slay Yao Yang. Chun Haonan and Defei were blocked by 2 of Big Dong's close aides, Shiying and Curry, and were unable to move forward in their urgency. Arin quickly cut in from the right, parrying Cao Yi's steel knife and countering with an elbow that sent him crashing to the ground. He then stepped forward to deliver a strike, narrowly avoiding sending Curry to meet the King of Hell thanks to Big Dong's quick reflexes in pulling him up. Big Dong, you want to protect so many people by yourself? Ooh, can you manage that? Dong Ying is bound to lose. Hand over that scum Yao Yang. and let's call it a day. Yes, Big Dong, you saw it, we won't discuss other matters, but just now Yao Yang used his own disciple to block a knife for him. Do you really want to save such a scum? The prince and Defei stepped forward to persuade Big Dong. But Big Dong merely gripped his knife and stood firm, showing no intention of leaving. Hell, what's wrong? Seeing my reinforcements arrive, you're like this. Big Dong, don't be fooled, these bastards are trying to deceive you. Yao Yang, shut up. Big Dong, unable to tolerate it any longer, immediately shouted at Yao Yang. Big Dong stepped forward with his knife. Whether Yao Yang is scum or not is our Dong Ying's business. Even if he is wrong, we have our house rules, and it's not up to you Hongxing to teach me how to do things. Retreat. How can we retreat? Then which family would win? Seeing Big Dong's insistence, the prince and Defei exchanged glances, and Chun Haonan slipped out, quickly stepping in front of Big Dong and launching a sudden attack. Caught off guard, Big Dong had no way to evade and could only watch helplessly as the cold light rushed towards him. As Chun Haonan's blade was about to sweep across his chest, suddenly a person rushed out and knocked Da Zhong away. It was Shi Ying. Chun Haonan's steel knife left a deep wound on Shi Ying's shoulder. This scene not only stunned everyone from Dong Ying, but even the Prince of Hongxing and Defei felt that Chun Haonan was about to confront the other party. Due to Dazhong's renowned reputation for loyalty, this battle did not involve him, and everyone was unwilling to bear the infamy of killing Da Zhong. Yet Chun Haonan charged forward. This was not over. Just as Shi Ying rushed out, another person followed, fiercely swinging a long knife towards the fallen Da Zhong. It was Liang Borun. The prince remarked, "Our Run is so ruthless." Defei added, "This kid is really not holding back. Prince, while our Run and Haonan are blocking Da Zhong, let's surround Yao Yang together." As Defei spoke, Daishianda's steel knife had already swung towards Yao Yang. It was about to slice through the opponent's forehead, but Daishianda's ankle was severely injured, causing him to fall in front of Yao Yang. "Haha, you can't kill me, you bunch of trash." Yao Yang kicked Daishianda aside and continued to run down the slope. "Don't let that guy get close to the beach." Yao Yang's direct disciples were left with fewer than 30, and after witnessing Yao Yang's previous actions, they all slowed down, while Dazhong's forces continued to support Yao Yang relentlessly. Especially Gali and the injured Shi Ying, the two were still fiercely resisting the approach of Huigo and Defei towards Yao Yang. "Da Zhong, you need to think of a way, the brothers can't hold on any longer." Despite Gali and Shi Ying's fearless resistance, they were up against Huigo and Defei. Just as Gali turned to remind Da Zhong, Defei delivered a heavy knee strike to the opponent's chest. "Kid, I remember you, weren't you guys backing Jimmo before? Come on, get up, weren't you quite tough?" Huigo and Arun had already burst through a gap to block Yao Yang. However, Chen Haonan was blocked by the enraged Da Zhong, who in his fury displayed formidable fighting spirit, enduring several fierce attacks from Chen Haonan. "Damn it, Liang Zainan, you really are despicable, resorting to sneak attacks." As Dazhong's steel knife came crashing down, he swiftly elbowed Chun Haonan in the face. As Chun Haonan took the hit, he kicked out, and the two created some distance. "If you refuse to listen, then it's your choice to protect that scum Yao Yang. Come on. Whoever blocks me will be cut down." Chun Haonan charged forward with his knife again. But why had the favorable situation down the slope suddenly fallen silent? Distracted, his right arm was struck by Dazhong's horizontal slash. "Damn it, Yao Yang, if you have any guts, let go of Shisanmai." It turns out that while Arun, Huigo, and Defei surrounded Yao Yang, the two female soldiers under Shisanmai attempted to sneak attack from behind, but were cut down by Yao Yang. Furious, Shisanmai rushed out and kicked Yao Yang in the face. However, being a female warrior, after taking a hit, Yao Yang steadied himself on a large rock and pulled out a colorful four-headed knife from his bosom. With a thunderous roar, Yao Yang's face twisted with malice as he sidestepped to grab Shisanmai, choking her tightly by the neck. "Don't move, or I'll kill this girl." After saying that, he licked the right side of Shisanmai's cheek forcefully with his tongue. Defei stepped forward, pulling the prince aside to help him rebandage his abdominal wound before stepping to the front of the crowd, brandishing his steel knife. "Yao Yang, damn it, if you have any guts, let go of Shisanmai. This is a matter between men. You think you're going to waste time waiting for help to arrive? Dream on. We could drown you with just a mouthful of saliva, Yao Yang. The king of heaven himself couldn't save you." The prince also squeezed out from the crowd and glared at Yao Yang. Bing Xiaomei Jie has been taken hostage by that son of a bitch Yao Yang. Han Bing was still entangled with Shui Ling's 10 elites at the back, and when Huigo came to inform him, he got distracted and was struck by Sihai's knife. After Huigo teamed up with Han Bing to drive back Sihai, he quickly rushed forward, and everyone surrounded Yao Yang tightly. Seeing that Yao Yang was at a disadvantage below, Da Zhong feigned a thrust and rushed down quickly with the injured Shi Ying and Gali to support, and the two sides faced off again. Noticing that everyone was still somewhat apprehensive, Arun charged out with his knife. "Da Zhong, they all have ties with you, but I don't. He'll say this once, will you let me pass? If you don't let me pass, you'll die." Without waiting for Dazhong's response, Yao Yang went berserk again. "Haha, Arun, who do you think you are? Can you fight better than the prince? Get back." After saying that, Yao Yang pressed the steel knife against Shisanmai's neck, forcing blood to seep out. Han Bing hurriedly stepped forward to grab Arun's arm. "Don't." The rain is getting heavier and both sides are in a deadlock, no one daring to move. Yaoyang kept looking back at something, but no one knew what he was waiting for. Damn it, Yaoyang, give it up. Unless you can stay submerged without resurfacing as soon as you dare to go into the water, the battle squad will turn you into a beehive. That's against the rules, you know. As long as we don't agree, no one can leave until the time's up. Although the movements of his hands had stopped, Defei's mouth could not be silenced. He buzzed in Yaoyang's ear like a fly, trying to disrupt his search for an opportunity to rescue Shisanmai. Prince Nin, look ahead. Just then a sharp-eyed little brother suddenly pointed forward with his long knife. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. A speedboat was slicing through the waves swiftly. Standing at the bow was a tall man, and although his face was unclear, his silver hair was very conspicuous in the flashes of lightning. It was Tachibana Masahito. Is it Tachibana? What is he doing here? He can't come ashore, he'll be shot down. What is Tachibana up to? Yeah, we have so many people surrounding Yaoyang that we don't need him to help. Even now, Defei still believed Tachibana Masahito was here to assist Hongxing. Ha ha ha. Yaoyang suddenly laughed maniacally again. Liangzai Nin, you'll never beat me in this lifetime. You need to be smart to survive in this world. Perhaps he was too arrogant or truly did not regard the Hongxing generals. Yaoyang actually moved the sharp knife away from his neck and patted his forehead hard to mock everyone. No way. Could it be? Is this what Yaoyang has been waiting for? Just as Yaoyang moved the sharp knife away from his neck, Shisanmai gathered all her strength to elbow him and quickly ran towards the Hongxing camp. Enraged, Yaoyang kicked her in the back, and as Shisanmai fell, he fiercely swung his weapon towards her head. No! Han Bing and the others, unable to reach her in time, could only shout helplessly, their hearts aching. As Yaoyang's steel knife was about to strike down, a figure swiftly flew out, bending down to withstand the opponent's attack, giving Han Bin and Defei the chance to pull back 13 Mei from below. Everyone focused their gaze. Wow, who is this black kid? It's the new little black from Beihan that a run recruited. Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized him. However, Yaoyang was still descending with his strike. Although Aku managed to block his blow, he was also knocked to the ground. In a fit of rage, Yaoyang thrust his knife viciously into the opponent's abdomen, causing Aku to hurriedly throw away his steel knife, which Yaoyang narrowly avoided. In desperation, Aku could only use both hands to firmly resist the opponent's downward force. Defei the prince and Hao Nin quickly rushed out to intercept Yaoyang and save Aku. Han Bin, De Tian Air, and Arin continued to surround Dedong to prevent him from supporting Yaoyang. Yaoyang turned back to glance at the small boat. Why had it stopped? Could it be that the notary had not reached an agreement? Yaoyang, who was originally elated, was now stunned. It shouldn't have happened. There shouldn't have been a hiccup. Seeing the small boat remain motionless, he had no choice but to pick up another steel knife and gather his energy to charge back in. His strategy was simple: first clash with the handsome guy, Nin, as the prince would definitely not intervene. Then he would target Defei, the weakest among the three, to create an opening. As long as he could hold on for another 2 or 3 minutes, reinforcements from the small boat would surely arrive. This was the strategy Yaoyang had devised in that moment. Sure enough, while he was clashing with the handsome guy, Nin, the prince indeed stood guard to the side and did not intervene. However, as Yaoyang continued to chop, he suddenly changed direction and turned towards the prince's side. In a hurry, the prince could only lift the iron rod in his hand to block. Yaoyang used the recoil to swing towards Defei, whom he thought was the weakest, and began to slash wildly. But Defei's weakness was only relative to the prince. At this moment, Defei was upset due to Hao Nan's ambush on the Golden Fur Tiger. He couldn't vent his anger on his friend, so Yaoyang, this scoundrel, became his target. Just as Yaoyang thought he could seriously injure Defei with a single blow, Defei had already slipped behind him. With a sound, Defei's steel knife left a long gash on Yaoyang's back. Yaoyang, struck in the back, felt pain and kicked Defei away for several meters with a fierce kick. Just as Yaoyang's foot was retracted, Hao Nan emerged with his knife again. For Yaoyang, Hao Nan was the most difficult to deal with among the three. Unlike the prince, whose loyalty was written all over his face, and Defei, who was loud and boisterous. Mainly, Hao Nan fought steadily and was completely unaffected by verbal provocation. In this back and forth, he displayed the demeanor of a great general. Just as Yaoyang was pondering, Hao Nan's horizontal slash nearly took off his head. Thankfully, Yaoyang reacted quickly and barely dodged this blow. However, Hao Nan changed his tactics mid-fight, launching a continuous series of attacks, and the subsequent vertical slash cut Yaoyang, leaving him severely wounded. Seeing Yaoyang stumble towards him, the prince shouted, "Let me handle it. I curse your mother." Without waiting for the prince's iron rod to strike, Yaoyang slammed his head heavily into the prince's face. After landing the hit, Yaoyang swiftly pulled his steel knife horizontally, while the prince, arriving late, threw a straight punch with his left hand. Fortunately, the prince's punch landed on Yaoyang first, while the knife wound in his waist followed. Otherwise, Yaoyang's decisive strike could have split the prince in half. Meanwhile, Hao Nan was about to step forward, but Yaoyang had already fallen back. Before Hao Nan could act, Yaoyang delivered an elbow strike to his right ear. This blow left Hao Nan's head buzzing. To be honest, all three had their own thoughts, and Defei and Hao Nan were considering letting the prince deal with Yaoyang, so they were always somewhat restrained, giving Yao Yang opportunities to dodge and counterattack. If they had been resolute from the beginning to chop Yao Yang down, even if it meant exchanging injuries, Yao Yang would have been the first to fall. After all, Yao Yang couldn't take down 3 opponents with a single strike. However, the Prince Defei and Hao Nan could take down 1 person with 3 strikes. Just as Hao Nan was knocked back by Yao Yang, Defei came charging in again, saying, "Yao Yang, you scoundrel, die." Defei swung several more strikes, but his most lethal blow was blocked by Yao Yang raising his arm. While blocking Defei's deadly strike, Yao Yang countered with a blow of his own. Even though Defei quickly dodged, he still bore a terrifying gash across his chest. Damn it, Yao Yang. With lingering fear, Defei quickly sidestepped to recover while the Prince and Hao Nan rushed in. "Prince, go eat shit." Yao Yang kicked up a steel pipe by his side to block the Prince's attack, while he swung his steel knife towards Hao Nan. After successfully blocking the attacks from both, Yao Yang turned and ran. He had only one thought: the closer he got to the coastline, the better. This was because he had previously set up a strategy with Tachibana Masanori, and it was his only chance to escape this hell on earth. As soon as Tachibana negotiated with the notary, he could leave this infernal realm. Yao Yang wanted to run, but there were certainly those who would not allow it. Zhang Zhou, a disciple of the prince who had been standing guard, rushed out to block Yao Yang's path, buying time for his older brother. But Yao Yang was just a picture. With a snap, this unfortunate lad had his neck twisted by Yao Yang. Yao Yang ran ahead, while the 3 heroes from Hongxing chased behind. During this time, many disciples from Dongying attempted to obstruct him, but how could these ordinary lackeys stop the 3 killing gods of Hongxing? The powerful and uninjured Si-Hai symbolically raised a baseball bat and faced Defei, only to be knocked back several meters with a howl. Pak! The disciple Zaba watched closely from the side and spat on the ground, but he merely spat as he made eye contact with Hao Nan. He actively sidestepped to let the other pass. These 2 were not Dedong. They had come to this venue primarily to maintain face for senior brother Chong San. Now that Chong San had died, witnessing Yao Yang use his disciple as a shield had changed the mindset of Shui Ling's disciples. They hoped Dedong would agree to Hongxing's request, handing over Yao Yang. No matter how great the words, spoken body language does not lie. If someone wanted to evade, there would always be someone who would act. Indeed, Dedong had fought his way out of the encirclement formed by Liangbo Ren and Han Bin, yet he still had to consider the overall situation. If Yao Yang fell, the morale of Dongying would plummet. Just as Defei's steel knife was about to stab Yao Yang in the back, Dedong intercepted him. "Dedong, don't stop me." Defei furrowed his brows again. "Don't make me kill you." Dedong turned around and glanced at the disheveled Yao Yang, extending his hand forward and saying loudly, "Defei, I understand your reasoning, but don't push me." "Dedong, considering you just went easy on air, please step aside. I must deal with that scoundrel Yao Yang today, but I am not the crown prince and my patience is limited." To be honest, even though it hasn't been 3 hours, the factions on Hongxing's side do not want to bear the infamous name of killing the righteous Dedong. So at this moment, even though they had surrounded Yao Yang, they were hesitant. Dedong was resolute, but the brothers below began to murmur. Having survived the ordeal, they started to contemplate. Those who should have made a name for themselves had done so, and those who hadn't were already down. What was the point of fighting? Among the 10 greats of the water spirits, the 5 leaders Zaba and Si-Hai stood even farther back than themselves. Can you expect them to risk their lives? And there was a woman clutching her severed arm, howling. Can you expect these people to withstand the onslaught of Hongxing's prince and Defei? Right, and that Arun who killed Chong San, he is now at the very front. Who will stop him? That guy next to him, Haizi, had his belly stabbed by Yao Yang, his intestines almost spilling out, yet he was desperately chasing after his comrades to slash around. Is this something a human can do? Everyone's thoughts were written on their faces as they turned their gazes towards the righteous Dedong. Both sides tacitly halted their hands, waiting for Dedong's final decision. "Dedong, don't be stubborn." Yao Yang, that scoundrel, not only ambushed Tatu's girl, but also messed up the Chinese community in Japan. What kind of person would record the affairs of his old horse onto a disc to sell around? Dedong, don't be foolish. If you protect him now, he might even proclaim you a fool once he leaves the island. The words of Liang Zinan hit the mark. Dedong still reached out to block, but beside him, Shi Ying and Curry had already moved in to grab his clothes. After a moment of thought, Dedong shook his head. Chun Haonan Yao Yang cannot represent the entire Dongying. Whether to hand over Yao Yang must wait until we reach a conclusion. Damn, then there's nothing to talk about. Defei turned back and raised a hand to his side, and everyone raised their weapons and started shouting. At that moment, the sound of a speedboat engine roared from a distance again. Yao Yang turned around, clutching his face and laughing wildly, his shoulders shaking. "You garbage want to kill me, Yao Yang? Dream on. Haonan, come here." The prince immediately called Haonan to his side. "I know everyone doesn't want someone like Dedong to die for Yao Yang, but we cannot spare Dedong. Today there is no chance to kill Yao Yang. Dedong is now our greatest obstacle to killing Yao Yang. Here's the plan: you take care of Dedong, while I will take the opportunity to deal with Yao Yang." Huh. Haonan's eyes widened. The prince's suggestion was extremely self-serving. Haonan understood that killing Dedong would certainly provoke criticism from the entire Jianghu, while the prince killing Yao Yang would definitely be a great achievement. Just as Hao Nan was nodding heavily, Liang Baran, who had been observing the two Loki, suddenly stepped forward, his battle knife horizontal, and taking a big step to Dong, saying this means there's nothing to talk about. Both sides perceived Liang Baran's words to mean that battle would continue, but who knew that the steel knife in Liang Baran's hand would actually thrust directly towards the Dong's chest. At such a close distance, there was truly no way to evade. But just at that critical moment, Liang Baran suddenly changed direction and stabbed towards Yao Yang. Now the Dong had no chance to protect Yao Yang. Sihai and Zaba beside him tacitly took 2 steps back, and as the cold light approached, Yao Yang's expression froze. With a loud bang, a figure quickly flashed out from behind. The stout rope tied behind Rihua Zhengren flew from the air, pulling Yao Yang back, and the large wrench in his hand smashed forward. Rihua. Ha! The survivor Yao Yang laughed even louder. With Rihua's intervention, he felt secure, no one could kill him. Almost simultaneously, the prince also charged out with an iron rod, again rushing towards Yao Yang. With a loud rumble, a thunderclap exploded beside him. Ha ha, even heaven can't kill me. What can you garbage from Hongxing do? Yao Yang raised his arm to block the prince's attack, while striking back, forcing the prince to retreat. Could it be that heaven is truly helping Yao Yang? The people of Hongxing were also stunned by this thunderclap. Rihua, hurry up. Rihua's feet were not touching the ground. He could only rely on the large rock and low bushes to traverse, then kicked off the chest of the foremost Defei, using the rebounding force to swing back towards Yao Yang. Huh. Yao Yang's expression became even more complacent. He seemed to have already envisioned a grand celebration after leaving the island. Just as he locked eyes with Rihua Zhengren, something unexpected happened. Rihua's large hand did not grab Yao Yang. The Dong has been taken away by Rihua Zhengren. Someone shouted, followed by a cheer. Rihua Zhengren's surprising intervention didn't take Yao Yang. But clearly from Yao Yang's expression, he was aware of all this. He was obviously expecting it to happen. Equally astonished was the Dong, who was still in midair, not having come to his senses. Rihua Zhengren, what are you doing? Let me go? I still want to fight. The victor has not yet been decided. Life is only one. If you stay, it will only lead to death. With just 2 simple sentences, as the rope quickly pulled, the two flew out of the island. Rihua Zhengren has left. Yao Yang couldn't believe his eyes. This damn guy just left like that. The plan was not supposed to go this way. Shouldn't Rihua Zhengren have taken himself away? Damn it, just when he saw a glimmer of hope for survival, it was snuffed out in a mere 3 seconds. A massive sense of loss surged, and the roller coaster-like emotions made it hard for Yao Yang to control himself. He kept rummaging through his pockets, trying to dig out some Forzai to boost his confidence and strength, but after searching for a long time, he found nothing. Hongxing's group had long surrounded him. This time, whether it was Sihai Curry or Shering, none of them had intervened. They had already understood the intentions of Kowloon and the notary. Yao Yang couldn't be saved. Compared to his older brother Liang Baran and the recently recruited Xiaohei Azu, who had not gained any recognition throughout this battle, immediately stepped forward, clearing his throat. Yao Yang, to clarify your death, you think you're smart for finding Rihua Zhengren and having a way out. Himfar brother Ren has already anticipated everything. Just a day before you left, we entered Rihua Zhengren's office. Your plan is indeed good and clever. It's impressive that you could think of using centrifugal force to rescue people without docking or swimming to shut the notary's mouth. But one point you were mistaken. What point? Yao Yang's spirit seemed to have been largely drained as he stepped forward with red eyes. That is, you can withdraw the bounty on Rihua, but can Kowloon not? Since you must rescue someone, why must that person be you? Azu's words cut through Yao Yang's nerves like a knife, piece by piece. In truth, Tachibana Masahito hadn't made a final decision before coming to the island, but after meeting Kowloon and the notary, he changed his mind. Kowloon had always opposed the Dong's participation, and after discussing with Chun Yao from Hongxing and Terming, he agreed to the request to go to the island to rescue people. Both sides believed that as long as the leading Yao Yang died, this conflict would come to an end, reducing unnecessary casualties. The major premise given by the second notary Terming was 1. The small boat cannot land. 2. Tachibana Masahito cannot swim to the island. Ha ha! Yao Yang laughed maniacally again, not expecting Tachibana to change his mind at the last moment. He was unwilling. He was discontented. But what could he do? With the Dong here, it would at most be a mutual destruction. If the Dong left, how could he command the already dissatisfied Curry and Shering? Now he truly felt like a lonely outcast. Arin, well done, you've made a contribution again. The prince slapped Liang Boren's shoulder forcefully, praising him in front of everyone before Haonan could. Arin, you're hiding deep enough. Why didn't you tell us about such a big thing? Defei came forward and shook his head. Prince, please. Liang Boren pointed forcefully in Yao Yang's direction. Everyone tacitly stepped back, leaving the space for the protagonists of this battle, the prince and Yao Yang. Ha ha ha, if you want to kill me, come on. Yao Yang gripped his steel knife and charged out first. The prince blocked his attack with an iron rod, then turned and elbowed him, sending him flying, followed by a powerful punch to his face. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and everyone knew that Yao Yang was not going to survive. Yao Yang, half kneeling on the ground with blood streaming from his mouth and nose, did not fall. As he slowly raised his head, his sunken cheeks were indeed terrifying, yet it seemed he felt no pain as he lifted his knife once more. Boom! A thunderous sound crashed down. Yaoyang stood frozen in place. Lightning struck behind him. The surroundings, once dull and gray, instantly brightened. Many people instinctively took a step back, but the prince stepped forward and forcefully cut off Yaoyang's head, raising it high. Can we end it now? The prince held Yaoyang's head high, turning in a circle to face the generals of Dongying before placing it at the feet of Si Hai and Shiying. Thud, thud, thud. Due to the slope, Yaoyang's head rolled several times on the ground. Upon closer inspection, his unblinking face bore an expression of anger, as if he had left the mortal world unwillingly. Both sides halted in unison, waiting for the notary's boat to land. With Yaoyang's death, the Battle of Huashizu finally came to an end. However, the problems left for both sides were not something that could be easily resolved. Just the sheer number of corpses on the ground posed a significant issue. Taking them off the island would definitely raise suspicions, especially given the large quantity. Disposing of them in the sea was also not feasible due to the many floating corpses. Thus, they could only douse them in gasoline and resolve it on the spot. The prince turned to the utterly exhausted Hao Nan and pressed down on his shoulder, saying, Nan, after this battle, Dongying won't recover for a while. Hao Nan thought to himself, Prince, a lot of our brothers have also fallen. How can you be so indifferent? Just as the two locked eyes in an awkward moment, Hao Nan's disciple Huashan approached, saying, Brother Nan, some brothers over there want to take their older brother's body off the island. What do you think? Damn it, are you all brainless? Yaoyang has already ordered that all bodies be cremated on the spot and take them off the island. What if those cops are waiting on the other side? No brains. Hao Nan could only vent his anger on his junior. Hurry up, hurry up. Similarly, many juniors from Dongying wanted to take the bodies back, but Si Hai and Curry were very adamant and had people hastily douse them in gasoline. Damn it, with so many stab wounds, who would believe they rolled down the slope? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Rough words, but valid reasoning. Both sides ignited the flames simultaneously and Huashizu was instantly illuminated. Meanwhile, not far away on the notary's boat, Terming and We're both announced the victor Hongxing. Gu Woluan said, Congratulations, Chunyao, you Hongxing side truly stole the spotlight. Chunyao replied, What spotlight? So many people died, no side has anything to be happy about. I'm just curious, how could you support this matter back then? Did all the upper echelons of Dongying die? Was there no one to stop Yaoyang's recklessness? Gu Woluan glanced back, but did not respond. Yes, why indeed? Dongying's agreement with Yaoyang was indeed to clear the bloodshed. But now that the bloodshed was cleared, why was there not a shred of joy? Because no matter how one looked at it, this counted as betraying the company. The scapegoat could not be the old top camel, so naturally he, the second-in-command, was the best choice. After everyone returned to the port, they washed up, changed into clean clothes, and collapsed into bed to enjoy this hard-earned moment of relaxation. Arin also immediately found two new mainland girls to help him unwind. While Arin was unwinding, the battle losses from both sides were announced. First, let's take a look at Hongxing's side. 68 dead, 163 seriously injured. On Dongying's side, there were 83 dead and 191 seriously injured. Such a casualty count indeed exceeded the expectations of the two major upper echelons. Amidst their sighs and laments, the hefty relocation fees became a topic for discussion. But the relocation fee was ultimately an internal company matter that could be deliberated over time. The most pressing concern now was how to explain the numerous charred corpses on the island if the cops discovered them. Surely they couldn't say they were strangled by fishing nets, could they? Once the upper echelons learned of this, what actions would they take? Many gang heads were waiting to see the show. They would rather everyone who went to the island died so they could reap the benefits. It would be best if the camel could also wield dual knives on the island and have a showdown with Jiang Tianxing. That was the most genuine thought of those big brothers. Now the urgent matter was to guard against the cops' investigation and evidence collection. Thus, the upper echelons of Hongxing and Dongying could only strictly order all members who went to the island to stay home and minimize outings for the time being. This also led to the night market situation in Hong Kong being calm for several days, but the prince's crew still appeared in groups in the bustling areas. These disciples were ordered by the prince to boast about his valor on Huashizu and the glorious feat of slicing down Yaoyang. The prince himself was already incredibly strong, and with the Ghost King and Huochai's rampant embellishment, it didn't take long for nearly all the underworld peers to believe that the prince single-handedly took on the three tigers of the Dongying society. While the Ghost King and Matchstick were shouting everywhere, to Fei Hao Nan and to Tian Air from Hongxing, as well as Hui Go and Yi Jian, felt that something was off with the prince. But who would dare to truly intervene in the prince's affairs? Even someone as strong as Hao Nan felt helpless. Moreover, Hao Nan had more important matters to attend to. He rushed to the airport early in the morning. Why was Hao Nan in such a hurry to go to the airport? Could it be that he received word and was planning to flee? Of course not. He had arranged for Lao Yao to contact the best private hospital in the United States, personally funding De Tu Zai's second surgery. Although De Tu Zai had his spleen removed and part of his intestines cut out in the previous surgery, he had recently begun to vomit incessantly, even while following medical advice and taking his medication on time. Additionally, he developed numerous rashes and started experiencing swelling in his calves. Haonan felt that he needed to find a better hospital and the best specialists in this field for a thorough examination to see what needed to be seen and what needed to be cut. Detuzai was still so young, he couldn't be expected to carry a drainage bag for his entire life. Brother Nan, since there's still time, why don't you come with us? Lao Yao still wanted to try and persuade him before leaving. He didn't want Brother Nan and the prince to get caught up in an argument. No, just take care of the two matters and call me later. After waving goodbye to the two, Haonan quickly left the hall. With so many deaths on both sides, no one cared about the reasons behind the fighting. Everyone was only concerned with how many people they had killed, how many the prince had killed, and who had defeated the three vicious tigers of Dongying, especially since the prince seemed to be acting strangely and somewhat deranged lately, making a show of it. After sending off to Tuzai Chun, Haonan drove to the territory of Huigou and Arin, briefly stopping to advise them to keep a low profile before suggesting they go to Jordan District to talk to Yijian. Since disembarking from the island, Yijian had been somewhat depressed. Out of the 18 people he brought, 7 did not make it off the island, and the remaining 11 were all injured, leaving him deeply disappointed. He didn't turn on his phone and hid in his room with the curtains drawn, refusing to see anyone. In stark contrast to Haonan and his group's attempts to calm people's minds and keep a low profile were the prince's followers Ghost King and Matchstick. These two were spreading tales of the prince's exploits in Huashizu, and with supporters came detractors, leading to frequent conflicts. Among them, Bao Pai from the Hongxing branch was the most notorious troublemaker. Bao Pai somehow found a few unconventional Yinbian musclemen, and these guys took advantage of the recent lull between Dongying and Hongxing to stir up trouble. Bao Pai even incited Et and Wei to clash with Matchstick and other followers of the prince in Simsha Sui, leading to several minor conflicts. What? You mean Rhino's injuries are completely healed, and he's been running around with Et? Arun, leaning back in his chair and chatting with a newly recruited younger brother, sat up lazily upon hearing about Rhino from a zoo. It seems like they haven't been beaten enough. Let it be known that Rhino's underground operation is stealing from customers. It's a black market. All right. Recently the atmosphere has been tense and no trouble is allowed, but we can stir the pot privately. Arun mischievously shot a playful glance at a few younger brothers. 2 days later, Chun Yao called Haonan and the prince to his office. Mr. Jiang has already called to confirm. He will cover half of the relocation expenses. I brought you both here today to discuss the remaining half. Mr. Jiang's intention is for the rest to be shared among the other leaders who participated in the fight. Before Chun Yao could finish, Haonan forcefully pressed his cigarette into the ashtray before him, saying, Brother Yao, there's no need for such trouble. The remaining half will be covered by the prince and me. The prince glanced at Chun Yao and then at Haonan across the table, clearing his throat. This matter was caused by me, so I'll take the remaining half myself. The prince was indeed generous. However, when Chun Yao pushed the itemized bill across the table, the prince's head nearly exploded. 19 million. When Haonan saw the figure, he wanted to persuade the prince again, but the prince merely waved his hand, pulled away from the chair, and said nonchalantly, It's just 19 million. They'll go back and talk to my accountant about when to hand the money over to the company. Could such a large sum really be handed over at any time? Watching the prince's retreating figure, Haonan could distinctly sense the unfriendly tone. Brother Yao, can the prince really come up with such a large sum in such a short time? Chun Yao took a couple of strong drags on his cigarette, saying nothing yet conveying everything. The prince truly couldn't produce it. After discussing with his accountant Ming, he confirmed this point. Brother Prince, we originally had some spare cash, but with all the recent events and given the current state of the real estate market, the rent isn't coming in, and some have even turned into negative assets. The shorty made money by spending as he earned, and there were hardly any who could truly save money. On the prince's side, someone had also done the math. He was in Simsha Sui, one of the two major profitable areas. Monthly income was around 7,000, but expenses reached an astonishing 675,000, leaving only a paltry surplus of 25,000. Indeed, money flowed like water. A big brother going out always had a large crowd following him, making it impossible not to spend. Sometimes situations arose where they relied on future earnings, making it truly difficult to save money. Even the boxing gym operated by the prince was in a deficit, relying entirely on the rental income from dozens of taxi licenses held by his girlfriend, Zhuang Yiling, to keep afloat. Although the prince was extravagantly generous at this moment, he truly found it difficult to cook without rice. Similarly, Dongying was also facing a substantial relocation cost issue. Luo Tua was seated at the dining table with Kowloon staring blankly at the itemized bill before them. Kowloon, did we miscalculate? Is it really this much? 17 million. Luo Tua began to regret boasting in front of Yao Yang that he would take on half of the relocation expenses. Now that Yao Yang was dead, Luo Tua clearly wasn't keen on paying. However, the forward-thinking Kowloon immediately extended his hand and spoke earnestly. Old Ding, if we want to revitalize Dongying, this money truly cannot be less. Why not? Luo Tua rolled his eyes. Didn't you say most of them were tumors? Then why bother? Faced with Luo Tua's nonchalant demeanor, Kowloon nearly laughed in anger. While that's true, the money isn't meant for the deceased, it's for the living. After all, in the eyes of the younger brothers, going to Huashizu is about burning oneself for the gang and working hard for the company. If old Ding wants to save this relocation fee, then no one will be willing to work for us in the future. Oh, is that so? Luo Tua's small eyes twirled a few times before he gently set down his coffee. Which is more important, money or the gang? The camel's head spun rapidly, and after a while he patted the edge of the table and said, then let's go with your idea. Unable to argue against Gu Hualun, the camel could only force a smile and agree. Gu Hualun was already cursing internally. Damn, I just got the water spirit inheritance, and even if that turns into a debt of $170 million, it's nothing, just a drop in the bucket. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. Just as Gu Hualun thumped his chest, stating that as long as Lao Ding provided the relocation fee, he would have confidence to rejuvenate Dongying, in no time the prince suddenly stood up, slamming the table upon realizing that the property under his name had turned negative. Damn it, is it so hard to make money now? Tell those brothers outside that starting tomorrow, all expenses in my territory will double, and find an excuse to withdraw a quarter in advance. Ming Yin's mouth dropped open. Isn't this just exhausting the resources? Prince, isn't this too much? You'll offend all those bosses at once. Damn, what's wrong with that? They're all making a fortune, and I'm the only one with no money, right? At it. It's not. Prince, even if we double it, those funds come in slowly. There's no way to gather such a large amount at once. How about we ask Nan Gu and Bin Xiao for help? Smash. The prince picked up the ashtray on the table and threw it at Ming Yin, shouting, Are you out of your mind? What kind of nonsense idea is that? Asked the handsome Nan for help. When I was out there, he hadn't even grown his first hair. If I can't handle this, how can I depend on him? I don't believe handsome Nan is richer than me, the prince. After dropping that line, the prince stormed out. Ming Yin watched the prince's departing figure, feeling quite distressed. Didn't he mention 2 names earlier? Why is the prince fixated on handsome Nan and getting angry? Bin Xiao has money. Bin Xiao is now an international big shot. Many people privately speculate that he is now earning as much as Mr. Jiang. Isn't it the same to ask him for help? Ming Yin thought hard and could only come up with one point. Handsome Nan's rapid rise as a boss in Copperpot Bay has overshadowed the prince in recent years. The frustrated prince, after leaving the office, called Ghost King and Matchstick to meet at a nightclub. However, the usually punctual duo showed up an hour late, which made the prince even more displeased. Damn, do you two need an appointment to meet with the big guy? What's going on giving birth? Facing the prince's wrath, the two could only timidly say, Prince, it's really not like that. We just finished talking to the guys below. Isn't calming their hearts the priority? You taught us that. Calm. The prince frowned. Yes, Prince, recently some of the younger brothers below are getting a bit impatient. Mainly there are rumors that this relocation fee is split between you and Lao Ding. Naturally, they don't worry about Lao Ding's half, but your share has many speculations outside. Is that so? Just as the prince was sulking with his arms crossed, his phone rang. Hello, is this the prince? I'm Aji's girlfriend from the venue before. Oh, it's you. What's up? Prince, you should come see. Aji is throwing another tantrum, smashing things at home and refusing to eat. He just smokes every day, and I really can't hold on anymore. A crying voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I'm on my way now. The prince quickly drove with Ghost King and Matchstick to Aji's home. Aji isn't really a character. Previously, he was responsible for intercepting Dong Ying's minions with the prince's other 2 disciples, Jiao Wenlong and Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao had his neck broken by Yao Yang, while he had his leg broken by Crow. If a short mule has its leg broken, his entire career in the underworld would come to an end, so after returning from Firestone Island, he became extremely negative. He could usually still banter with his brothers, but now would he only be able to help others park cars. The prince patiently sat at the edge of the bed, comforting Aji's emotions, recounting his own glorious past. In short, only by enduring all hardships and facing all storms can one reveal the true essence of a man. Here, take care of yourself. I will rely on your protection when I go out in the future. Although I can fight, there are many treacherous people outside, and you need to protect me well. The prince pressed his hand firmly on Aji's shoulder, his expression very sincere. Really, Prince, in this condition of mine? Is that really okay? Won't I embarrass you? Embarrass? Are you kidding? Do you still have your fists? Do you still have your ambition? Let those guys outside see that there are no weak soldiers under me, the prince. What's wrong? Are you afraid if I break their leg? If you're scared, it's fine. I can set you up with a fruit stall or a fish stall, and you can live a plain life with Shaoli. Okay, I'll listen to the prince. I'll eat and quickly recover to protect the prince. After calming Aji's emotions, the prince took out a wad of money to leave for his girlfriend. As the prince left Aji's house, he suddenly had an idea and then began to visit the injured brothers one by one in Firestone Island with Matchstick and Ghost King. After all, the prince couldn't call Chun Yao to say he couldn't come up with the relocation fee while visiting his brothers, right? On the other hand, Hao Nan, after hearing the rumors outside, thought about helping the prince share the burden. However, the strategist old demon shook his head. Nengu, don't say we temporarily can't come up with that much cash. Even if we could, according to the prince's character, he would definitely feel you're deliberately embarrassing him in public. Being a good person isn't easy. Nangu, your recent popularity is on the rise. You absolutely can't take the lead on this. How about if we don't put our family forward, but contact other decision-makers together? The prince can't afford to offend everyone, right? It's hard to say. The prince is currently unwilling to let anyone intervene in his affairs. He takes face too seriously, which would only backfire. While Hao Nan and Old Demon were sitting together discussing strategies, the prince also thought of his own method. Someone saw him appear in a casino in Macau. The so-called gamble, a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. But the most crucial part of the latter half wasn't said. That is, the bicycle might not even have a remaining wheel. Indeed, after the already financially strapped prince took a couple of laps in Macau, he ended up with nearly 2 million in external debts. Prince, stop playing. We've already owed 7 million in high-interest loans. Matchstick's face had turned pale. Originally, I had a few 100,000, but now I owe nearly 2 million, and the hole has only grown larger. The last glimmer of hope for the crown prince was extinguished. Call the Ghost King and find out what's going on in Hong Kong. I've asked everyone, brother crown prince, and there's nothing. The other groups have been avoiding us lately, but only the Bao Pai faction continues to clash with us, and many bosses have reported that they want to switch sides. Damn it, these ungrateful bastards, they make a bit of money and forget how they were bullied by the Dongying Society and Chong Lu San Lian. They will soon find themselves in tears. After leaving the casino, the crown prince smoked 2 cigarettes by the roadside, lightly patting his cheeks as the sea breeze brushed against his face. Is there really no way to break this deadlock? What troubled the crown prince even more was that the next 2 days saw the police discovering multiple charred bodies on Firestone Island, prompting Niu Xiong to mobilize the O-team. Over 100 thugs were captured, including De Fei and Chun Haonan, who were also invited in for tea. As the instigator of this incident, the crown prince could not escape blame. The next day's newspapers were filled with reports about Firestone Island. By dusk, Jiang Tianyang was chatting with Shin Xianku when Bao Pai rushed in. Brother Tianyang, we just got some new intel. Chun Haonan and De Fei have been released, but the crown prince is still behind bars. Jiang Tianyang paused for a moment. Why? Haha, I heard 2 little pups from Hongxing jumped out to become whistleblowers against him. This time the crown prince can't escape. Jiang Tianyang did not respond, but gently stroked his chin, giving his thigh a couple of firm pats. Seeing the strategic expression on Jiang Tianyang's face, Shin Xianku and Bao Pai knew he must have a good plan. Bao Pai, the crown prince's predicament has your contribution too. Go call them all back. We'll celebrate at my villa tonight. Oh, okay. After Bao Pai walked away, Shin Xianku pressed Jiang Tianyang's arm. Brother Tianyang, have you thought of a way to deal with Hongxing? Just wait and see the show tonight. Oh, okay. In fact, Jiang Tianyang always believed that his power was as strong as Jiang Tiansheng's, both belonging to the Hongxing force. In such a chaotic situation on Firestone Island, it's best to remain hidden and wait for the right opportunity, and he continuously advised his subordinates to keep a low profile. After all, when Jiang Tiansheng's men were all in hiding, the police would definitely target his own men, so remaining low-key was the best option to avoid being caught with any incriminating evidence. However, Bao Pai believed that if you are afraid of this, and that what's the point of being in the game? Bao Pai shouted, if we don't take advantage of Jiang Tiansheng's losses to seize a fortune, are we really going to wait until they recover before openly declaring war? Bao Pai even incited the recovered Rhino and E.T. to cause trouble everywhere, hinting at a desire to expand. Authority was challenged, and Jiang Tianyang knew that doing nothing would not resolve the issue. However, Che Zai was busy collecting debts in America, and with his cane in hand, this gathering was his best and only opportunity to assert his power. As everyone chatted and laughed, Jiang Tianyang limped in with his cane. Brother Tianyang, we have snatched a few bars from the crown prince this time. Brother Tianyang's Waduns, Yi Jian has been seriously injured lately. Should we continue leading the charge? Yes, Brother Tianyang, it seems 13 May has returned to Thailand. Should we stomp on Bo Lan Street again? Bao Pai, with one hand on his waist and a cigar in the other, had the crowd surrounding him constantly cheering. Jiang Tianyang did not respond, walking slowly while his gaze continued to scan the so-called capable subordinates around him. He needed to quickly assess which of these individuals were genuinely against him and which were in a state of indecision. Shin Xianku was naturally trustworthy. Their bond had been tested through thick and thin. Regardless of what happened, this second-in-command would stand by his side. To be frank, half of the territory of the current branch was conquered by him. After briefly glancing at Shin Xianku, he shifted his gaze to Peng He and Nai Bai. Their evasive expressions told him a lot. The 2 bodyguards he had hired at a high salary had indeed been getting too close to Bao Pai lately. Next, his focus shifted to Sister Lien, the company's finance officer, who had a romantic involvement with him. At this moment, she still looked at him with admiration. When a woman still gazes at you with such an expression, you can focus on your work without worrying about being backstabbed. Standing beside Sister Lien was the ever-bobbing Wei, known for his long-term use of drugs, which earned him that nickname. This stuff indeed damages one's nerves. Such people are generally drowsy and devoid of loyalty, making them the hardest to control in any group. Ironically, this Wei had the most brothers under him, as his distribution channels were plentiful, allowing for quick gains, naturally attracting many followers. Jiang Tianyang mused to himself, damn it, with Rhino and ET's simple-mindedness providing courage and Weiss' blind agreement, it's no wonder Bao Pai dares to lead a rebellion. And with Sister Lian's ambiguous attitude and Peng He and Nai, by still hesitating, if I act now, Aka might be able to block the charge from Rhino and ED, but how can I face the combined assault of Peng He, Nai Bai Wei, and Bao Pai with only one leg? To be honest, if Bao Pai and the others had a resolute attitude, they would have had a good chance of taking action, while Jiang Tianyang's expression was grim. However, their hesitation also gave Jiang Tianyang a hint. As long as he quickly took down one of them, he could dissolve their rather fragile alliance. Soon Jiang Tianyang had an idea. He approached Wei and tapped his knee with his cane. Wei, everyone is giving their opinions, why don't you say a few words? The confused Wei shrugged, I don't know him, just going with the flow. Oh really? Afraid to speak openly, so you dare to talk behind my back. When Wei sensed the shift in Jiang Tianyang's tone, he immediately spread his hands. Sneaky. What could I possibly say sneaky to you? Moreover, you solemnly promised me that you would help me identify which one of them intends to rebel, with the only condition being that once it's accomplished, the second seat would be handed over to you. Clearly, Jiang Tianyang is plotting to set Ning Tuwei up. Everyone present could see that this was the most absurd nonsense, yet they hesitated, unwilling to act, merely using Ning Tuwei to test Jiang Tianyang's remaining strength. Fearful of being falsely accused, Ning Tuwei immediately flew into a rage, swinging his fist toward Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang simply nonchalantly extended his cane to hook Ning Tuwei's right leg, then suddenly lifted his left foot, delivering a powerful kick that shattered Ning Tuwei's knee. You bastard, with such little strength you dare to act tough. It's useless to eat firecrackers, you idiot. This scene truly shocked everyone present. Wasn't Jiang Tianyang's left foot still not healed? Didn't they say it was a bone fracture? After Ning Tuwei fell, he struggled to get back up and continue attacking, but in his dazed state, he could only become a victim. Jiang Tianyang first blocked Ning Tuwei's attack with a punch, then landed a heavy fist to his abdomen, rendering him immobile. Then with a swift pull of his cane, Ning Tuwei toppled to the ground. Jiang Tianyang offered him no chance, raising the cane high. Seeing the metal tip of the cane, Ning Tuwei remembered to plead for mercy. Tianyang Gu, please give me a chance. I'm not. But Jiang Tianyang would not give him the chance to speak. In an instant, with a splash of blood, Ning Tuwei fell silent. Peng He bite. Upon hearing Jiang Tianyang's voice, the two of them couldn't help but tremble, exchanging a glance, unsure of what to do. Find a place to bury this rebellious brat. Huh. It turned out they weren't going to turn on each other. Only then did they gently wipe the sweat from their foreheads. Understood, Tianyang Gu. Jiang Tianyang glanced at everyone before heading toward the villa. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly paused, turning his back and saying, everyone listen, I can wipe today's events clean as chalk. I understand that in such a sensitive moment you all have your ups and downs. This is human nature. Right now, I just hope you understand that if something happens in the future that stirs your hearts, it's best to weigh what kind of material you are first. This was clearly directed at Bao Pai, as without his connections the others would not dare to act recklessly. 10 minutes later, in Jiang Tianyang's office, the divine guest placed the coffee in front of him, sitting upright with a puzzled expression. Tianyang Gu, since your foot is healed, why are you still using a cane? Is it to find out who the instigator is, eh? At this point, there was no one else in the office, and Jiang Tianyang finally let down his guard, gently sighing, Aku, it's not healed, I'm just holding on. Damn it, I just kicked that scum, and it's still painfully throbbing. Bones don't heal that quickly, but takes 100 days to recover from such injuries. Aku, you must remember, never show weakness in front of others, especially in front of petty men like Bao Pai. Jiang Tianyang was different from his brother. His world was built on his fists. Thus, he had to display a sufficiently tough side, for once his fists failed, the wealth and prestige accumulated through them would also be questioned and challenged. This is an unchanging truth. Wait a minute, Tianyang, since you know that Bao Pai instigated the whole matter, why didn't you just take him out earlier? Anyone else could be dealt with, but not Bao Pai, for he has always been my confidant. If I rashly eliminate him, outsiders would say that even Bao Pai betrayed Jiang Tianyang, which would certainly be unacceptable. Oh, I see. But if we keep him, won't it be raising a tiger to trouble us? Bao Pai has recently taken in quite a few younger brothers, and not only has he been seizing territory from Hongxing, but he's also mixed with those from Chang'e, recently collaborating on several venues with Sanlian Blue Whale. There's no need to worry about that. In the short term, it won't happen. Bao Pai is very clever. He currently lacks the strength to rebel, and he will assess this himself. Right now, the most important thing is to avoid the police's search, and once Chazy finishes his matters in America, we will be fine. Oh, by the way, Aku, these days I need you to keep an eye on Ning Tuwei's younger brothers. Don't let their hearts drift apart. I will. Tianyang Gu. Good, now let's discuss another matter. These days, when you have time, go to Tsim Sha Sui and secretly find a few of the disgruntled young princes to stir things up. Spend what needs to be spent, don't be stingy with money. Tsim Sha Sui. Young prince. Tianyang Gu, are you trying to poach the young prince? That's not easy. The young prince values loyalty above all. Previously, even Bao Pai couldn't move Li Hua Zhengrun. Valuing loyalty is a good thing, Aku. If the young prince is also a fickle character, why would we want him? The divine guest was utterly confused, not realizing this was Chae's intention. Previously, when Chae spoke with Jiang Tianyang over the phone, he understood the current situation and proposed an idea to his brother. As long as they helped the young prince resolve his current troubles, they could plant a seed in his heart. The young prince would weigh the pros and cons himself. It's not that easy, Tianyang-gu. After all, he is the young prince. The divine guest still held no illusions about such matters, and deep down, he also looked down on those who were fickle. He simply did not believe that the young prince who was so loyal would truly betray Jiang Tianyang and Hongxing. Although they belonged to different camps, he still admired the young prince in this regard. Two flowers bloomed, each representing its own branch. While Jiang Tianyang was contemplating how to poach the young prince, Chen Haonan was also devising a way to rescue him. At this time, Grey Dog and Arun were in his office. Grey Dog spread his hands. Brother Nan, it's very simple. Just eliminate those two rebellious brats, and it's all over. How to do it, Dog Go? Those two are being watched by OS people, and they can't even go to the bathroom without someone guarding them. There's simply no way to approach them. Arun immediately negated this plan. Arun is right. Right now, not to mention taking out those two, even a mere touch would cause huge trouble. Not only would we fail to rescue the young prince, but we would also attract trouble for ourselves. It's still not determined. Even if those two say something in court, we still have people to follow up. I brought you here to hope that during this time, you can often visit Sim Sha Sui to prevent anyone from stirring up trouble while the young prince is in custody. Brother Nan, I can do that. Grey Dog patted his chest and immediately agreed. Nangu, the prince has an aloof personality. Won't it be inappropriate to do this? Should I invite the matchmaker and the Ghost King for a chat first? Arun was perceptive and immediately voiced his concerns, but Haonan waved his hand. These are minor issues. The prince is currently in custody. His territory is the most important. We need to keep an eye on his home, so let the paparazzi handle it. At the same time, the Ghost King and the matchmaker gathered the prince's disciples for a briefing. The content of the briefing was quite simple, focusing on two main themes. First, during the time the prince is in custody, everyone must stay alert and not let any rival factions take advantage of the situation. Second, keep your mouth shut and avoid causing unnecessary trouble for the prince. We can't manage those two rebellious kids right now. The police will definitely have more activities later. When they come looking for us, we must stick together, understood? The matchmaker stood on a shipping container vigorously waving his arms, and the crowd responded enthusiastically. Just then a discordant voice emerged. When will the settlement fee promised by the prince be given? Recently there are rumors on the street that the prince has run out of money. Now that he's in custody, will he really be stingy? Yes, we are not worried about Mr. Jiang Share, but aside from bringing us 2 bags of fruit, the prince hasn't left any cash behind. It's not that we are ungrateful to the prince, it's that the prince is ungrateful to us. A young man with yellow hair and another with a green hat immediately began to stir up dissent, and many nearby nodded in agreement. The brothers who had just been waving their arms with the matchmaker began to murmur again. It's not their fault. They were out here risking their lives for money after all. Every day starts with property fees, food expenses, and with elderly and children at home, the whole family crammed together. If they can't even fill their stomachs, who would still speak of loyalty? Who would still risk their lives for you? Even short guys are human and need to live. Moreover, these guys are not heartless. It's just that the settlement fee is a real issue. Money is indeed not omnipotent, but without money one cannot do anything at all. As the old saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. But why did the young man with yellow hair and the one with the green hat choose to sow discord at such an encouraging moment? How could they have timed it so perfectly? The reason is simple. They have truly been bought off by the celestial being. This celestial being will do anything assigned by Jiang Tianyang, no matter how trivial, even if it is the behavior of sowing discord that he despises most. The celestial being despises those who lack loyalty the most, but he also wants to see how the honorable prince will choose in this matter. The prince won't act like that treacherous scoundrel, will he? Having talked so much about the prince, let's take a look at what Arun is busy with over in Chaiwan every day. Arun spends his days either visiting the injured AK in the hospital or chatting with his brothers, boasting and signing up for contests, living quite comfortably. Under Chun Yao's repeated emphasis on keeping a low profile, he could only carve out a new path and focus on building his own business. In addition to the original nightclub, he has opened 2 underground boxing clubs, serving as the house to attract bets from all directions. With his cash ability and unique insight, he dominates the boxing matches. Representatives from Hixing, He Snake Charmer Zhongxing's Hoa Ying, and Sanlian's Blue Whale continuously sent their representatives to battle him, yet regardless of the outcome, he always seemed to be the unyielding side. Some matches that appeared to have a clear disparity in strength saw Arun inexplicably lose. This also caused the betting odds to drop significantly. When no one holds any hopes, he manages to turn the tide, which is a tricky rhythm to grasp. He even had Pan Jiaolong and Mei Mei team up with AK to bring out a group of female fighters to attract everyone's attention. Muay Thai, Cambodian boxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Kyokushin karate, and more were all part of their training regimen. Ryu Takamasa even dedicated specific time each week to teach everyone Kyokushin karate. Arin even invited the half-hearted matchmaker to be the Muay Thai coach, which greatly pleased him. Matchmaker, you are a favored person beside the prince, and who else could be more professional than you in Muay Thai? Hearing this, the matchmaker was overjoyed and willingly threw nearly 3-0 into betting on Arin's fighters that night. Regardless of winning or losing, just the turnover and cuts made Arin earn a fortune. Under Arin's marketing, various factions focused their attention on the underground boxing matches he organized, at least in Chaiwon, where no gang disputes were visible. If conflicts arise, high-priced fighters can be invited to the stage to resolve them, and if all else fails, like the leader of Sanlian society, he could also take the stage himself. Blue Whale continuously won several boxing matches on Arin's side, and in high spirits, he finally loosened his grip during negotiations that had been tightly held. Arin, you are quite talented. Don't think I can't see through it. Those matches I bought were intentionally let me win by you. Alright, the goods we discussed before are settled here. Now you can go talk to my adopted son Jordan. You want to be the second Hanbin, huh? Blue Whale meaningfully pushed the wine glass in front of him. Ah, brother Blue Whale, you are a seasoned figure in the underworld. We are just here to have a good time today. Furthermore, your insight has always been exceptional. There's no question of letting anyone win or lose. Also, I decisively followed your lead in betting. I've made my own profit too. Our operation is large enough. As long as someone dares to bet, I dare to take it. In the future, I hope to rely on Brother Blue Whale to help me make a fortune. Brother Blue Whale, recently several college students have come into my shop, all fresh and lively. After you finish drinking, feel free to check them out. Really? True college students. Hey, you see, Brother Blue Whale, you haven't come to us much lately. The private room we have now is not something an ordinary Finnish bath can compare to. We emphasize the atmosphere. Only when the right moment comes can we let the brothers enjoy themselves, right? Ha ha ha. Blue Whale laughed heartily, patting Arin's shoulder as he stood up. Let's go check it out. Tonight, I'll just try your so-called wind. What was it called? The breeze from the port of Nice on the French Riviera. When Arin led Blue Whale to the private room, the latter's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as the Blue Whale was lost in a tender embrace, the gray dog was wandering around Sim Sha Sui with his gang. Due to the terrible situation of the prince being detained, some minor characters who were previously too timid to make a move began to stir. However, those who thought they could sneak in and make a name for themselves during the prince's absence never expected the gray dog would appear at the prince's venue. The prince rushed forward and indiscriminately knocked down 8 or 9 thugs. Your Highness, be gentle. This is our own territory. It won't be worth it if you break the coffee table or the glass. If it weren't for the manager rushing out, the leading thug might have truly been killed by the gray dog. Upon hearing this, the gray dog immediately chuckled and turned to grab the leading thug, loudly proclaiming, "You bastard, don't think just because the prince isn't here, you can act recklessly. Even if the prince is absent, we still have the Hongxing backing us up. Next time, be more alert, get lost." At that moment, the spirited gray dog had no idea what kind of response his act of loyalty would elicit from the prince. A few days later, it was time for the police to monitor the prince. If those 2 key witnesses were allowed to step into the courtroom, the prince would likely end up with a smoking sewing machine, unable to finish the endless diodes each day. However, just as a group of officers was preparing to take the 2 into the courtroom, 2 motorcycle riders wearing helmets appeared. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of gunshots, the 2 rebellious youths were still found by the killers and eliminated despite the officers' strict precautions. However, one of the killers was also injured by the officers, and just as everyone prepared to rush forward to control the situation, the other survivor unexpectedly turned back and shot his companion in the head. Then with a stomp on the gas, he sped away. The police, having no other choice, had to release the prince. However, during this time, he needed to be on call at all times to cooperate with the investigation. Fortunately, it was a close call, and he had escaped the catastrophe. Originally, this should have been a happy occasion, but the prince's expression was very grim. Once he got into the Ghost King's car, he spoke directly. "Go deal with the gray dog." Huh, deal with the gray dog? Your Highness, if you want to find the gray dog, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Just a phone call will do. He has helped us a lot recently. Sitting in the back seat, Matchstick leaned forward, but the prince silenced him with a single glare. Are you quite familiar with him? The prince's tone had turned icy, and Matchstick shook his head repeatedly. Half an hour later, the Ghost King found the gray dog. When the gray dog learned it was the prince looking for him, he was extremely excited. I didn't expect the prince to think of me as soon as he came out. Your Highness, you're out. That's truly wonderful. The gray dog hurried forward with his subordinate Kuan. Wonderful. Your mother. Suddenly, the prince struck violently, landing a punch. The naive gray dog thought the prince was thanking him for his recent help, but instead, he was met with the prince's fist. Why are you hitting me, Your Highness? The unprepared gray dog's nose received a heavy punch from the prince, leaving him feeling wronged as he wiped the blood from his nose. Why did you bring people to my venue while I was inside? I was afraid someone would mess with your place, so. Bam. Another punch. It's not your business if someone messes with my place, damn it, you piece of trash. Although the prince's punches hurt, the gray dog could endure. However, when the prince called him trash, the gray dog felt a sense of being belittled, as if his dignity had been severely insulted. Matchstick, what's going on? Hurry and persuade the prince. Confused, the subordinate Kowloon rushed to Matchstick, tugging at his arm. Not to mention Grey Dog's brothers, even Matchstick himself was dumbfounded. Persuade? How to persuade? Is it because the prince's punches aren't hard enough? Although the prince's offensive was relentless, the Grey Dog only focused on defense, never thinking of striking back. He even wanted to explain, but the prince's punches kept coming without giving him a chance to speak. With a mindset of defense must eventually fail, the Grey Dog naturally couldn't withstand the prince's continuous assaults and soon found himself knocked to the ground. The prince stepped forward, but this time he did not strike. After unleashing a flurry of attacks, the prince's anger had calmed down considerably. After a deep glance at the Grey Dog, he turned and left. However, the Grey Dog, half kneeling on the ground, felt indignant in his heart. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it. I kindly helped you keep an eye on your place, and you come out without inviting me for drinks or a sauna, which would be alright, but not even a word of thanks, and you hit me in front of so many people. Do you really think I, the Grey Dog, am easy to bully? The more the Grey Dog thought about it, the angrier he became. The feeling of being belittled surged up again. Is this how you repay me for helping you, your highness? Not striking back doesn't mean I've acknowledged my mistake. I don't strike back simply because I have always respected you, your highness. Huh. The prince suddenly turned around. Strike back? Do you still think you can fight me? The prince had completely turned to face the Grey Dog, and the Grey Dog, now standing, clenched his fist and retorted, if I were to fight back, you wouldn't walk away so easily. Damn it. The prince immediately took off his jacket, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. It's over, it's over. The prince is really angry. What was the Grey Dog thinking, provoking him? Not only was Ghost King Matchstick worried, but even the Grey Dog's younger brothers doubted whether their big dog could contend with the prince, murmuring amongst themselves. This time the Grey Dog did not retreat in the face of the prince's heavy fist. He raised his arms to block the attack and kicked the prince in the stomach. You little shorty, do you really think you can compete with me? Your highness, you forced me. The Grey Dog's temper flared, and he began to throw punches back. After a flurry of blows, the younger brothers by the roadside were stunned. So the Grey Dog is actually quite formidable, not at all at a disadvantage against the prince. Not just not at a disadvantage, he even kicked the prince just now. Naturally, Kowloon stood up for his big brother, huffing that the prince was too bullying, not even offering a word of thanks before attacking. And the enraged prince unconsciously increased the intensity of his attacks, but the Grey Dog did not retreat at all, blocking every blow. Although the Crown Prince struck fiercely, he did not gain a significant advantage, while the Grey Dog became increasingly adept at fighting. However, after taking a hit, the Grey Dog quickly seized the Crown Prince's thigh after blocking his knee strike and forcefully overturned him in midair. Before the Crown Prince could land, the Grey Dog raised his elbows and fiercely smashed into the Crown Prince's abdomen. With a loud thud, the fallen Crown Prince lost considerable face. Yet in the moment he fell, he still managed to kick out and send the Grey Dog, who was trying to attack again, flying away. Just when the two stabilized themselves to continue the fight, a voice from afar shouted to stop. What are you two doing up ahead? The arrival of two police officers ended this absurd brawl. Watching the departing Crown Prince, the Grey Dog grew increasingly frustrated and could only run to Hao Nan to seek solace and advice. Hao Nan took him to Aren's establishment, finding a tatami room for him to relax in before patiently guiding him. Oh no, it should be a second round of guidance. Someone had already helped South Brother guide the Grey Dog earlier. From the way the Grey Dog was grinning, it was clear he was quite satisfied with this service. Aren's shop was thriving more than ever, surely raking in a good amount of money. He secretly decided that next time he must bring slave Kowloon and the others to learn some management experience and replicate it. After letting the Grey Dog relax, Hao Nan dialed the Crown Prince's number and they agreed to meet at a restaurant. On the way, the Grey Dog could clearly feel South Brother's grip on the steering wheel was tight, with his brows furrowed even tighter. What he didn't know was that South Brother was worrying about him. Hao Nan was concerned that the Grey Dog had inadvertently offended the Crown Prince. Upon arriving at the meeting place, Hao Nan found the Crown Prince already seated there sipping tea. Crown Prince brother. In response to Hao Nan's greeting, the Crown Prince at least raised a hand, but when faced with the Grey Dog's timid greeting, he completely ignored him. Crown Prince, the Grey Dog has already told me that this was my fault. I sent him to do it. Please be magnanimous. Hao Nan draped his coat over the back of the chair, poured himself a cup of tea, lit a cigarette for the Crown Prince, and then sat down. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince responded with a cold tone. Oh, so you were the one who sent him to do it. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so angry. Moreover, even if I, the Crown Prince, were not here, Yu Chun, Hao Nan would definitely be able to handle any trouble that arises. Hao Nan let out a gentle sigh, helplessly smiling while holding his cup of tea. Oh dear, did I really make a mistake earlier? Was it wrong to help the Crown Prince with the Firestone situation? Having helped him deal with the Firestone matter so thoroughly, even yielding Yao Yang for him to kill, why was the Crown Prince still so indifferent? Was it because he didn't receive the Black Crow and the Golden Fur Tiger? Didn't manage to fulfill his reputation? At least that is how Hao Nan perceived it. Just as Hao Nan was pondering how to resolve the awkwardness, the leader of the Hongxing gang, Jiang Tianxing, returned to Hong Kong with a close-range earthquake. The reason for Jiang Tiansheng's sudden return at this sensitive moment was unknown, but what was certain was that his actions would indeed push the proud crown prince into another abyss. The scene shifted back to the tea restaurant where an awkward Haonan could only say to the gray dog, "Dogsy, aren't you going to stand up and apologize to the crown prince?" Not knowing where he went wrong, the gray dog could only rise and softly say, "Crown Prince brother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." The crown prince remained silent, merely accepting the tea and drinking it all in one go. Noticing that the crown prince was preoccupied, Haonan quickly pulled out the car keys, saying, "Dogsy, go wait for me in the car." "Oh, okay." The gray dog was more than happy to leave this uncomfortable place, but just as he turned around, the crown prince suddenly called out to him. Phil, let it go this time, but if there's a next time, even if the king of heaven comes, I want give face." Oh, got it, crown prince brother." Although this was directed at the gray dog, it was actually a slap to Haonan's face. Haonan could only smoke heavily to ease the awkwardness. Could such a conversation continue? Could the crown prince still have a calm discussion with him? Discussion? What discussion? As soon as the gray dog stepped out the door, the crown prince lowered his voice and asked, "Did you know about those two gunmen in advance?" "I asked Yao Gu about this, and it really wasn't his intention." At this moment, the crown prince was suspicious that it was Chun Yao who had someone do this, but looking at Haonan's earnest face, he didn't seem to be lying, making him even more perplexed. The crown prince simply didn't believe that besides Chun Yao and Ling Zi, and who else could have such capability in Hongxing. What were these two trying to pull this time? If this matter wasn't resolved, the settlement fee would be even more impossible to discuss. Just as Haonan was about to mention the settlement fee, the crown prince interrupted him. "Did Chun Yao send you here?" "Damn it, I just got out of jail. I'm not a god. Must you rush me so much?" "Ah, crown prince, that's not what I meant. What I mean is..." Haonan stammered in response to the sudden questioning. "If that's not what you meant, then what did you mean?" "I was just asking casually." Haonan quickly drank tea to cover his embarrassment. "A mere 10 million, and I can't handle it." Realizing that there was truly no way to communicate with the crown prince, Haonan quickly found an excuse to leave the tea restaurant. Back in the car, Haonan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling completely relaxed. After chatting casually with the gray dog for a bit, he felt a sense of ease. These years had been quite exhausting for him. None of the bosses or high-ranking leaders except for Defei made him feel at ease. Over these years, no matter whom he faced, Haonan always seemed cautious, even with his friends. For example, when he was with the company's second-in-command Chun Yao, he always had to appear compliant and disciplined. And when with the tea on air, he had to consider the other's face, always maintaining an appearance of relentless determination, full of energy and equally combative. When with the one-eyed Shanji, he had to pay attention to his tone, always accommodating. Even when with his advisor Lao Yao, he had to take on an elder brother's demeanor, pretending to be calm and collected in any situation. Yet with the crown prince, he always felt as though he was sitting on needles, utterly uncomfortable. Only with this gray dog did he feel the most relaxed, as if he were with an old friend he had known for many years, completely unguarded. Every time Haonan was with the paparazzi, he felt a sense of freedom to speak his mind. "Paparazzi brother Nan will take you to the beach to enjoy the breeze." "Sure, brother Nan." Haonan led the gray dog to the beach and continued to enlighten him. "Next time you encounter a situation like this, remember to fight back. Remember, others won't respect you just because you are respectful. They will only recognize your status and strength. Your advantage lies in your own fists. Even when facing me, you don't need to try to please me. Got it, paparazzi." Haonan forcefully threw away the beer can in his hand, patted the paparazzi's head twice, and then like a child went down to stomp on the can, kicking it around contentedly. "Paparazzi, come down and play with me." "Huh?" The gray dog widened his eyes. His big brother had such a side to him. As the leader of Causeway Bay, how could he still be so childish to kick a can? Perhaps it was because he was in a good mood, or maybe he sensed the other's confusion. Haonan kicked the can in front of the paparazzi and put his hands on his hips. "When we were young, we lived over in the housing estate. We often got bullied by the gang, led by Liang Kuan, while trying to play football. Later, every time I went to the pitch with the Tian Air and Shanji, we would carry a Coke bottle with us." "Brother, and does carrying a Coke bottle really help?" The gray dog blinked, jumped down a step, and kicked the can back. Haonan caught it and kicked it back. "Not really, sometimes we still got beaten up. But what does it matter? Even if we can't beat Liang Kuan, we can always scratch his car secretly afterward, ha." The gray dog was stunned. It turned out his big brother was also this clever in the past. "Brother Nan, I'm coming. You'd better catch it." The gray dog gathered all his strength and kicked hard. Slap. Huh. Where did the can go? Wow, it turned out that the paparazzi kicked so hard that the can got stuck on his foot. Ha ha ha. Paparazzi, that's not how you use your strength. Use the side. That night, when the gray dog kicked the ball, was the happiest night Haonan had laughed in 6 years since he became the leader of Causeway Bay. The next day, the prince got up early and sent away Ghost King and Matchstick, heading alone to see his junior sister and girlfriend Zhuang Yaoan. He originally thought that she still had quite a few taxi licenses to sell, which could solve part of his housing expenses. However, when he actually saw her, he thought again that these were all things his junior sister had worked hard to save. His junior sister had once been mocked for making money by participating in women's boxing, and now how could he face asking her for help? As a grown man, how could he have the face to ask her to sell them? The prince sat in the boxing gym for half a day, scratching his head and unable to come up with a single coherent sentence. Oh dear, he was reaching the end of his rope. The prince still couldn't let go of his so-called pride. Zhuang Yalan, however, had already noticed that the prince was preoccupied, but since he wouldn't speak, she as a woman didn't want to say too much. She knew too well what kind of temperament her man had. He loved to show off and was often stubborn like a child, acting recklessly. After chatting aimlessly with her for half an hour, the prince turned and left. Another day passed, and he drove to Han Bin's residence. Han Bin, an international figure in the underworld, had been thriving in the oil and arms business in recent years. Therefore, the prince's strategist Ming Yin advised that as long as they could find Han Bin, they could certainly resolve their current difficulties. The key was that Han Bin was tight-lipped and wouldn't have any worries. While waiting in the living room, the prince glanced at the exquisite decorations on the cabinet and felt in his heart that this guy had really made a lot of money in recent years. He secretly rejoiced. It seemed he could really solve his problem. Prince, it's been a while since you last came to visit me. Han Bin greeted him enthusiastically while holding 2 empty glasses. Haha, mainly because you've been busy. You haven't always been in Hong Kong. Is that so? Then let's have a couple more drinks. Bin Xiao, it seems you've made quite a bit recently. The prince pointed to the valuable items on the cabinet in front of him. Oh, this is nothing. How could you, prince, look down on these small trinkets? Han Bin offered him a cigar. The prince pressed down hard on his knee with his right hand, making small talk with him. Just as he was mustering the courage to broach the subject, Han Bin, who was glancing at his watch, stood up. Ah, time's up, prince. Let's talk as we walk. The prince walk. Where to? Han Bin, mister. Jiang is back for his birthday. He invited us to his party. You didn't know, did you? The prince was struck as if by lightning. Mister, Jiang is back. He didn't notify me about such a big event. Doesn't he consider me, the prince, as one of his own? Although the prince thought this, he still had to deal with Han Bin. Haha, how could I not know? I have some matters to discuss with Matchstick. You go ahead, I'll be there shortly. Go. The prince couldn't even remember how he walked out of Han Bin's door. He forcefully broke his cigar in half and threw it on the ground. Damn it. He didn't invite me for his birthday. How could he have the face to go? He hadn't even had the chance to mention his housing expenses, and now there was this additional headache. The prince's mood was colder than the weather in December. Today, Jiang Tiansheng's mansion was bustling with activity. All the major leaders came bearing gifts to celebrate, and Jiang Tiansheng greeted each of them with a smile. This time, Jiang Tiansheng returned to Hong Kong not only to celebrate his birthday, but also to thank the various leaders for their efforts on Firestone Island. Of course, the most lively event was the initiation ceremony of Liang Baran, the Grey Dog, and Yi Jian. However, in terms of territory, Jiang Tiansheng clearly had his own ideas. Besides Yi Jian's position as the leader of Kowloon City, the adjustment between the Grey Dog and De Fei was a small surprise. Many had previously thought that the Grey Dog would undoubtedly be initiated in Western District, yet he was assigned to De Fei's profitable area in North Point. Meanwhile, De Fei left the North Point he had painstakingly managed and was transferred to Hong Kong Island, becoming the leader of Hong Kong Island. Liang Baran did not take the position in Chai Wan. Instead, he handed Chai Wan over to Shan Ji, who had lost an eye. Liang Baran became the new king of Western District, taking full control of all territories left behind by the unscrupulous. In contrast, the previously rumored targets for a crackdown, the prince and De Tian heir in Kowloon, remained at peace. Cheers. Let's toast to our prince. In his lifetime, our prince has excelled in strength, yet in the end, he is defeated by money. Just because he couldn't raise the family settlement fee, everyone looks down on me. Damn it, not even informed about the birthday banquet of the old boss. Just when the prince was feeling utterly dejected and drinking alone, Han Bin arrived at Jiang Tiansheng's residence with gifts. Unaware of the situation, Han Bin looked around in confusion. Hey, where's the prince? He said he would arrive shortly, didn't he? Hearing Han Bin's words, Jiang Tiansheng's expression instantly darkened. I didn't invite him. What is he coming for? Jiang Tiansheng's words immediately stirred up a commotion, and the crowd of tough guys present stared wide-eyed. The birthday celebration for the boss didn't even invite the prince. What on earth is going on? Of course, even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to ask publicly. The tray in Grey Dog's hand nearly dropped to the ground. He quickly swallowed and stood next to Brother Nin, winking at him, but the latter was just as puzzled and indicated he was unaware. What puzzled everyone even more was Jiang Tiansheng's statement during the toast. I hope that one day, if the person who continues to control Hongxing is not me, Hongxing can still dominate as it does today. Huh, what does this mean? Is Jiang Tiansheng planning to retire? Even Chun Yao beside him was taken aback. He knew a bit about Jiang's intention to retire, but wouldn't saying it so early caused the tough guys below to have internal conflicts over it. Just as Grey Dog found a Ren with confusion, a Ren whispered in his ear, don't worry, this is called a balanced strategy, mutually restraining each other. What elbow? Grey Dog's eyes reflected pure stupidity. Come on, dog brother, have some salmon, it's very fresh. This was not the end. Jiang Tiansheng also found Chun Yao and instructed him to tell the bosses below before the event ended that if the prince couldn't produce the family settlement fee by the end of the month, Jiang Tiansheng would take full responsibility for the matter and the prince should not interfere. Chun Yao's mouth dropped open. Mr. Jiang, you already embarrassed the prince by not inviting him today. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to notify them like this? What's inappropriate? Jiang Tiansheng turned his chair slightly. The bosses outside are already discussing this matter. If what we said in the office gets out verbatim, the prince will definitely have thoughts about it. Jade must be carved to become a gem. I hope the prince doesn't do anything foolish. His temperament truly needs tempering. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals. It must first torment their hearts, labor their muscles and bones, and starve their bodies. If the prince can't even pass this test, then he is unqualified for my position. Is that so? Chun Yao fell silent. Jiang Tiansheng shook his head wearily, sinking into contemplation. After all, in terms of strength and reputation, which of the bosses in Hongxing could compare to the prince? Hao Nan is obedient, but he can't win the crowd over as the brothers still speak ill of him. As for Chun Yao, it would be a natural progression for him to rise, but his character. He still can't match the prince's domineering aura. If he could just slightly alter the prince's reckless consequence-ignoring character, he would be the best candidate for the next leader of Hongxing. Two flowers bloom, each displaying its own branch. Just as the bosses of Hongxing were still puzzled about why Mr. Jiang didn't invite the prince, a tall figure approached the prince who was drinking alone. Why the long face? The prince forcefully pushed away the cup in front of him. Get lost, it's none of your damn business. Don't bother me. I didn't provoke you, I just feel it's unfair. My old brother Jiang Tiansheng's birthday, and you, the war god of Hongxing, aren't invited. What kind of nonsense is this? Also, it's you. The prince lifted his eyelids to glance at him and managed a powerless smile. Look, my dear prince, you're quite the celebrity in Hongxing, the strongest fighter. How did you end up drinking alone? Mind if I sit down for a couple of drinks? The prince, faced with the other person's smiling face, had no choice but to shrug. Jiang Tianyang immediately sat down and drank heartily. Jiang Tianyang's personality is typical of a gang leader, and he got along well with the prince. The two of them kept drinking, not knowing how much they had consumed. During their conversation, they chatted from the 70s all the way to the 90s, filled with laughter and a sense of regret for not meeting sooner. By the time the prince woke up the next day, it was almost noon. He looked around and found himself in a fancy hotel with two beautiful girls lying beside him. Oh no, wrong, there were three. At the foot of the bed lay a tall-nosed foreign girl. The prince rubbed his throbbing forehead and quickly dressed after gently nudging the others to make space. When he inquired at the front desk, he found that someone had already settled the bill. Following the direction pointed by the front desk girl, he saw Jiang Tianyang dining with Shun Xianku in the lobby. The prince immediately walked over, gently moved a chair, and sat down. He wasn't a fool. With the drinking and the beautiful women, the others' intentions were written all over their face. I never beat around the bush. I already know what you're thinking, but I must tell you, Mr. Jiang has shown me kindness, and I will not betray him. Jiang Tianyang lightly pushed up his glasses. Prince, let's just be friends, no need to be so formal. Moreover, what you said is correct, but do you know what my big brother thinks? All right, Prince, you just woke up, you might not know yet. Aku, come tell him what happened outside. What? The prince's eyes widened. Prince Jiang Tiansheng made it clear last night that if you can't come up with the settlement fee by the end of the month, he will take full responsibility for it, and you won't need to intervene. He said this in front of all the tough guys. Even the cleaning lady heard it. Did Mr. Jiang really say that? The prince's face instantly darkened. Yes, now the whole world knows except for you, Prince. Shin Xianku took a big gulp of his drink. Jiang Tianyang observed all the changes in the prince's expression and gently patted his hand. I heard that your part is 9.5 million, which isn't that much. Do you really need to push the prince to this point? I can't stand it. The prince replied, if you need money, just let me know anytime. I have no problem with that. However, he did not respond directly to Jiang Tianyang's enticements, instead claiming he had other matters to attend to. After the prince departed, Shin Xianku expressed his concerns, saying, Tianyang, it's going to be difficult to pull the prince over to our side. When he was speaking just now, it was clear his heart was still with Jiang Tiansheng. Jiang Tianyang gently picked up a piece of fruit and put it in his mouth, smiling slightly as he said, Aku, you may be unbeatable in a fight, but you should learn to read people better from Chetzi. The prince's heart is already wavering. Shin Xianku shook his head in disbelief, saying, what do you mean? He clearly rejected us and said he needed to think about it. That's all a lie. Jiang Tianyang did not directly answer Shin Xianku's question, but posed another one. Aku, let's consider this from another perspective. If Jiang Tiansheng came to you, what would you do? Come on, do I even need to say? I'd ignore him just like the prince did before. Shin Xianku shrugged. What would you then feel that there are still so many people in this world who appreciate me? I am just not leaving to save face for my old company. Shouldn't that old company be grateful for my performance, at least give me a fair evaluation? Damn it, while the outside world is digging a pit for me, you're ignoring me. If you were the prince, what would you do? Shin Xianku shook his head vigorously, saying, I wouldn't side with the other party. I would call Tianyang out to share my thoughts. If he continues to ignore me, I teach you a lesson and then retreat from the world. In the future, if you need me again, I won't show up. As Shin Xianke spoke, more passionately, his fists clenched involuntarily. This sight made Jiang Tianyang laugh, and he quickly held his friend's arm, saying, If, and I mean if, just relax, relax. What I mean is when the prince has such thoughts, we have already planted a time bomb in his heart. If one day the pressure from above becomes too much for him, he will think of the person who appreciated him before. Is that so? Shin Xianke still looked unconvinced. I bet you that from the parking lot to his home, the prince has been thinking about what we just said. His heart is unsettled. He values his face above all else. Now my old brother has publicly embarrassed him, which is worse than killing him. On the way back, the prince indeed kept thinking about what Jiang Tianyang had said. However, as he pondered, he suddenly realized something was off. He immediately pulled the handbrake and stopped by the roadside, hurriedly rummaging through his pocket for a small receipt. Wait, didn't I get drunk at my own place yesterday? Why does Jiang Tianyang say he picked up the tab for me? The prince looked at the receipt 3 times, confirming and reconfirming, yet he still couldn't understand. Peace bar? This is indeed my place. What on earth is happening? With confusion, the prince quickly drove to the parking lot of Guizhou building, rushing back to the office on the 2nd floor. He was shocked to find out that things were worse than he thought. Not only Peace Bar, but also the small bus station Kaikwan Bar, Dafu Finish Bath, and Tian Tian Miss U Club, among others. There were 7 or 8 places that hadn't reported their earnings to him this month. The prince stormed into Mingjian's office filled with rage. However, Mingyin, who was responsible for finances, merely extinguished his cigarette and calmly said, You still need to ask Huachai and Gui Wang about this, prince. The prince immediately called Huachai and Gui Wang. What's going on, prince? Is there something urgent? Huachai, clearly unaware of the severity of the situation, casually lit a cigarette and offered it. What's going on with our Peace Bar and Dafu Finish Bath? How long do you plan to keep this from me? Seeing the prince's grim expression, the two finally stopped smiling. Prince, those places are no longer ours. Yes, prince, they were taken before we landed on Huashizu. During that time, we saw how troubled you were over Huashizu, so we didn't talk to you about it. Upon hearing their explanation, the prince kicked the chair in front of him, breaking it in anger, and shouted, Damn it, why don't you blow the whistle and get those places back for me? You guys don't need to eat, or what? Huachai quickly shrank back, pushing Gui Wang forward to take the hit. Is that so? Can't handle it. Who are they that my brothers are so scared? Gui Wang stepped forward and said, Prince, it's a guy named Chetzi from Jiang Tianyang's side. Chetzi? I haven't even heard of him. At this moment, the prince had never heard of the name Chetzi, and even if he had, how could the mighty god of war of Hongxing be afraid of a mere Chetzi? Of course, being afraid and being able to handle the situation are 2 different matters. Now, due to issues surrounding relocation fees, the morale of the prince's brothers had plummeted. If they were to engage in a large-scale conflict now, the outcome would truly be uncertain. Most importantly, when the prince learned from Huachai that the owners of those venues had voluntarily given them up, he abandoned the thought of engaging in a large-scale conflict. Because if the prince were to flip out against the opposing side now, it would truly become a joke in the underworld. The prince felt extremely constrained, thinking, Damn it, when have I ever encountered such a difficult situation since my debut? Seeing his brother so angry, Huachai immediately stepped forward to share some good news to cheer him up. However, this fool didn't consider, is it really good news that Jiang Tianxing is willing to cover the relocation fees for the prince? Doesn't that mean telling the whole world that the prince is broke? Just as Huachai finished this sentence, the prince slammed his fist through the sandbag in front of him. But relying solely on anger wouldn't solve the problem. After driving the two away, the prince sat in the office for 10 minutes, smoking before immediately dialing the phone in front of him. On the other end of the line, Jiang Tianyang's voice came through. I curse your mother, Jiang Tianyang. The prince, who initially had a good impression of him, opened with a greeting to his mother. In fact, after talking with Haonan, and considering Jiang Tianyang's later actions, the prince had already figured out most of the situation regarding the 2 hired guns. Jiang Tianyang, are you playing with me? You're hiring guns to solve my problems, while simultaneously trying to take my venues. Is that so? I did hire those 2 guns, Jiang Tianyang admitted openly about hiring the guns. But I truly had no idea about the venue being taken. It might have been my underlings or Kizis doing. How about this? Give me some time to clarify the situation, and let them call you directly to explain. The person may be in the harbor, but the driver is not here. He'll inquire about the situation first. It's highly likely that the driver is responsible. He'll have his subordinate apologize to you. You don't need to beat around the bush. We're all in the same business. If you don't give me a response in half an hour, don't bother looking for me. Without waiting for a reply, the crown prince immediately hung up the phone. Did he really need to deal with these matters? Of course not, he just wanted to vent his frustration. Just 10 minutes later, Jiang Tianyang received a call from Mike, the driver's subordinate, apologizing. After agreeing on a meeting place, the crown prince had Mingyin notify Ghost King and Fire Stick to gather their brothers. Today, he must have a proper outlet for his anger. Isn't that a bad idea, brother prince? The police are monitoring us closely. It would be hard to backtrack if we stir up trouble now. Mingyin immediately voiced his concerns, but the crown prince slammed his fist on the desk, exclaiming, "Damn it, this can't be done, that can't be done. Then tell me, what can I do now as the crown prince?" Seeing that persuasion was futile, Mingyin had no choice but to make the call. Unbeknownst to him, whether it was to irritate the prince or not, Mike chose the Peace Bar as the meeting place. At the entrance of the designated location, the prince's underling Wazy was guarding the bar with more than a dozen followers, while Ghost King and Fire Stick accompanied the prince inside. From the crown prince's cold expression, it was clear he was prepared for a hard fight. However, upon entering the bar, he found that only 2 people had shown up on the other side. The crown prince frowned slightly. Before he could think further, a man in a red shirt immediately stood up, saying, "Brother Prince, you're here. Please take a seat. My subordinate Mike was asked by the driver to greet you. This is Ashung beside me. Please have a seat. Where are your people? Where are they hiding?" The crown prince still held a tense expression as he accepted the drink being offered. "Oh, Brother Prince, you're joking. This time the driver specifically sent us to apologize, and we wouldn't dare bring anyone along to disturb you." Mike's humble demeanor and cheerful smile put the crown prince in a difficult position. There's an old saying, one should not strike a smiling face. With the other side both apologizing and pouring drinks, their low posture left the enraged crown prince without an excuse to unleash his anger. The crown prince did not expect this negotiation to go so smoothly. Without losing a single soldier, he managed to reclaim all 7 or 8 venues from the other side, even covering the losses of the previous quarter. This was indeed done with dignity, giving the crown prince ample face. His anger had already subsided significantly. If he were to lose his temper now, it would be unreasonable. Just as he was about to step out the door, the crown prince turned back to say, "Tell that driver that today's matter is settled. If he feels uncomfortable returning to the harbor, he can come find me at my gym anytime. I'm always ready." Mike immediately replied with glee, "Oh, Brother Prince, how could that be? Everyone knows you can fight. You are the warrior of Hongxing. How about this? Let's not wait any longer. Ashung here is a Muay Thai expert and has always admired your reputation. Would he be able to spar with you a bit?" Ashung's eyes widened. "Wow, you're putting all the pressure on me. Now that it's time to fight, you want to push me out there? You think you're an expert? Your whole family is filled with experts." Just as Ashung cursed inwardly, the crown prince had already taken off his coat and stepped forward. "Damn it, I can't back out now." Ashung could only grit his teeth and step forward regardless of both sides' intentions. This unfortunate Ashung was sure to become the punching bag. After a flurry of punches, the crown prince's elbow strike sent the opponent flying. Damn it, and they dare to call themselves experts after just 2 moves. "Do you want to join in? You two can take me on together." The crown prince pointed at Mike. Mike repeatedly waved his hand, saying, "Brother Prince, you're just joking. I'm not up to that level. Let's skip it." "All right." The crown prince, satisfied, put his clothes back on and turned to leave. Watching the incredibly domineering figure of the crown prince depart, Mike, drenched in cold sweat, glanced at the gasping Ashung and shook his head repeatedly. Once the driver returns, what method could he possibly use to persuade such a character to change allegiance? As the crown prince led Fire Stick and Ghost King out, Wazy, who was stationed outside, quickly approached, asking Fire Stick, "How did it go?" "It's fine. Tell the brothers to disperse." Just as the crown prince was about to get into the car, he suddenly heard someone call his name from behind. Everyone turned to look, and a person was standing under the streetlight, smoking a cigar. "Brother Prince, it's Brother Nan," Ghost King exclaimed, stretching out his hand. "All right, you all go back first." The crown prince dismissed the others and stepped forward. "Brother Prince, I was specifically waiting here for you." Looking at Hao Nan's sincere smile, the crown prince gently tapped his shoulder. The two strolled leisurely, and to bridge the gap with the crown prince, Hao Nan kept sharing stories, making him laugh heartily. He recounted tales of how he almost blew up the kitchen while making soup, or how an old monster's daughter beat up 2 little boys from the next class in kindergarten, and even how an elderly man selling newspapers got taken away by the police for failing to negotiate a price. The two eventually entered a restaurant. Clearly having opened up, the crown prince, after just sitting down, asked Hao Nan earnestly, "Ah Nan, did I really make a mistake this time regarding Firestone Island?" Hao Nan gently picked up a slice of sashimi and put it in his mouth. "In this business, loyalty is undoubtedly important. However, the cost is too great. This time Mr. Jiang is clearly out to get you. What are your plans moving forward?" The crown prince shook his head, his voice low. "So does that mean that having money is never wrong? Brother Prince, we have so many things to consider at our position. Have you thought about the brothers who fought alongside you on the island? They also have families and they have friends. If one day their families or friends come looking for revenge, what shall we do then? So did I still do wrong?" "No." Hao Nan picked up another piece of fish and placed it on the crown prince's plate. "If you're going to do it thoroughly. Don't give the other side a chance for revenge. Do it thoroughly." The crown prince opened his mouth. "Your current issue is the settlement fee. No matter what, even if those 2 rebellious kids were incited, their concerns were not unfounded. Let me help you, Brother Prince. Without money, there is no loyalty truly." Whether the crown prince accepted Hao Nan's goodwill remains unknown, but Che Baoshan has now appeared at McCarran International Airport in Las Vegas, officially embarking on his journey back home. It is evident from his call with Mike before takeoff that he seems to have found the Crown Prince's Achilles heel, possessing considerable confidence in both verbal and physical confrontations. Mike, why does Che Zai keep asking us to accommodate that Crown Prince? We've already returned those territories, yet the bosses keep approaching us unilaterally. A Sheng beside him still did not understand such behavior. Isn't it all about fighting for territory in this underworld? What logic is there in giving away the fat meat one has just obtained? Moreover, they still have to pay for it. Those of them in the lower ranks naturally do not comprehend the good intentions of their boss above. They are only interested in one thing, which is the colorful cash. Recently, that Bao Pai has been leading people around clearly intending to rob us of our credit. He must have heard about Che Zai's return to the country, which is why he is in such a hurry. Pa, what is Bao Pai? How can he be compared with our Che Zai? A Sheng, I think you must be high on drugs. Don't let me hear such words again. Oh, good. In a luxurious private room, Che Zai's right-hand man Mike was relaxing with a Sheng and a few others. Several alluring women were posing seductively on the central stage, while Mike gently rested his hands on his head, waiting for a girl dressed in a cat costume to crawl over from the other side of the sofa. The next afternoon at 4:30, Che Zai stepped out in a light-colored suit at the International Airport of Hong Kong Island. There were no attendants, no followers, and he hadn't even called Mike in advance to pick him up. This is Che Zai's usual low-profile approach. After hailing a taxi, he called Jiang Tianyang to inform him, and then he arrived at his stronghold in Jordan District, the Baoshan Club. Upon receiving the call, Mike quickly rushed over, informing him of everything that had happened with the Crown Prince recently, and also mentioned Bao Pi's recent anomalies. Don't get into conflicts with Bao Pai. Brother Tianyang's trust in him must have its reasons. Two flowers blooming, each showing its own branch. While Hao Nan was anxiously scratching his head over the Crown Prince's settlement fee, the Crown Prince and Jiang Tianyang had already arranged to meet. The Crown Prince, who had heard so much from the younger brothers about how great Che Zai was, came fully prepared this time. The meeting spot was a lounge in Tsim Sha Tsui. Although located in Tsim Sha Tsui, it was a completely neutral lounge, neither belonging to Hong Hing nor any faction, but rather under the territory of the Triad leader Lan Jing's adopted sons Wadan. When the Crown Prince burst through the door with a group of younger brothers, he saw only a young man in a floral shirt with braids sitting next to Jiang Tianyang. Here, Gui Wang, gather your brothers and sit separately. Huachai, come over with me. After a brief instruction, the Crown Prince walked toward Jiang Tianyang. Crown Prince, you finally made it, Jiang Tianyang greeted with a smile, waving his hand. Crown Prince brother. Che Zai also got up to greet him and actively pulled out a chair for him. Good. You must be Che Zai, right? Even though you're not in Hong Kong, your name is still well known. My brothers have been singing your praises, saying you once knocked our Ren flying with a single punch. The Crown Prince assumed an arrogant posture, intending to establish his authority. But Che Zai merely nodded lightly, maintaining a smile. Crown Prince brother, you flatter me. In terms of fighting, who in Hong Kong could withstand a punch from you, Crown Prince? The Crown Prince continued to chat with a mix of unfriendly dialogue and a dismissive attitude, while Che Zai remained consistently polite. Even when the Crown Prince swung a punch toward him, his expression did not change at all. He remained unusually calm until Jiang Tianyang pushed the Crown Prince's arm away. As Jiang Tianyang pushed the Crown Prince's arm, Che Zai leisurely said, Crown Prince brother, if your punch truly hit me, you would lose the hearts of the people in Hong Kong. Everyone would say you Crown Prince are petty and only bully the weak. Yes, Crown Prince, everyone has given your brother enough face. Let's just take this as giving me a favor this time, Jiang Tianyang chimed in. The Crown Prince, being from the underworld, could naturally hear the implication in Jiang Tianyang's words. He realized that if he continued to act recklessly, the other party might not be so accommodating. Reflecting on it, the other party had indeed given him face. Apologies were made, red envelopes were sealed, and if he continued to press the issue, it would be hard to justify. Kid, with your boss backing you, let this go for now. The Crown Prince immediately sat down and dropped a harsh remark. Che Zai, don't you thank Crown Prince brother? Jiang Tianyang immediately signaled to him. Then I thank Crown Prince brother for being magnanimous. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, I won't interrupt the conversation between Crown Prince brother and brother Tianyang anymore. Che Zai stood up, grabbed his coat, and headed for the door. Was Che Zai always going to bow and scrape like this? Was he intimidated by the Crown Prince's power? If it weren't for Che Baoshan causing a scene in the lounge, a group of people would have stood up. Even the Crown Prince would have thought the other party was intimidated by his men. The Crown Prince thought to himself, it seems this Che Zai has some skills. After seeing that only his side remained in the lounge, he took a gentle sip of beer, clearly understanding that Che Baoshan was demonstrating his strength. He didn't actually fear him, he was just being considerate of his face, which was why he had not exploded earlier. People, especially those in the underworld, can easily lose their temper. But those who can truly hold back their tempers are rare. It seems this Che Baoshan is quite interesting. Next came the drinking session between the Crown Prince and Jiang Tianyang. The two brothers were enjoying their drinks so much that Huachai naturally found an excuse to sit at Gui Wang's table. Just as the Crown Prince was half drunk, he suddenly raised his glass and jokingly asked Jiang Tianyang a question. Your brother is clearly trying to poach me. If I really switch sides, how can I compare with your capable assistant Che Zai? He and his group wouldn't even dare to move against you, brother. How can you compare? Jiang Tianyang downed his drink and burst into laughter. Since we're so happy you'll call a coup over, and we three can drink to our heart's content. Great. While the prince and the celestial being were clinking glasses, Liang Baran received a call from Azu while patrolling the new venue in Shihuan. Brother Rendam and our people have clashed with the blue-eyed ones again. What should we do? 2 of them are already in the hospital. What was the reason? There was a minor issue during the handover concerning the front and back licenses. Those venues were newly renovated by us and Mr. Zhang had previously agreed with Shanji to share the front and back licenses for joint operations for the first half of the year. Once we recoup our renovation costs, we would hand it over to the other party, but the blue-eyed ones have been noticeably uncooperative lately, and Fa Zai and Achong have both been beaten. Azu was extremely agitated on the other end of the line. Damn it, we are running these underground boxing matches together with Blue Whale, and this guy wants to stick his nose in. This isn't Hong Xing's territory. Is his foot too long? Should we just chop a bit off for him? So it's the blue-eyed ones, huh? I got it. He'll arrange to meet a Yi and talk it over. Ren hung up the phone nonchalantly. The blue-eyed individual is the top warrior under the Serpent Gangs, a Yi known for his extreme personality and domineering style, having conflicts with numerous organizations on Hong Kong Island. Not only is he robbing the nightclub's business, but he also attempts to interfere with the underground boxing matches and gambling stalls, deliberately creating friction with Liang Baran to completely drive out the latter's influence from Chaiwan. At 9:30 that evening, Liang Baran appeared at a bar in Chaiwan with only Azu by his side. A Yi dressed in a blue skirt sat cross-legged in the middle with the blue-eyed standing behind her, while several younger brothers were scattered around the tables glaring at Ren. As they stepped through the door, Azu lowered his voice and muttered, "Damn it, I should have brought more people to back us up." Brother Ren has arrived. Look at you, it's different now that you've become the boss. Your demeanor has changed, and you walk more like Nanga now. A Yi gently pressed her cigarette into the ashtray in front of her and exchanged a glance with the blue-eyed, who immediately stepped forward to pour her a cup of tea. I came today to give face to the Serpent Gang and Brother Shanji, but you mustn't forget that Brother Shanji is also the decision-maker in Chaiwan. Since we're from the same school, we should clarify things instead of resorting to violence, right? I just learned about the blue-eyed incident. He said he genuinely thought it was the Sanlian people. I apologize for that. A Yi lightly tapped the table with her slim cigarette holder. He'll make sure the medical expenses for those 2 younger brothers will be covered by the blue-eyed. Oh, so you're saying that if I injure your people, just covering their medical expenses will suffice? Ren's expression darkened, and the atmosphere immediately cooled down. Sister, A Yi has said to compensate. What do you want now, eh? The blue-eyed suddenly retorted. We need to clarify everything in one go, no splitting of front and back licenses. Either we each manage half, or you pay in full cash. You won't lose either way. Seeing the blue-eyed jump in, Azu immediately shouted at him. When the big brothers discuss matters, the younger brothers naturally can't interrupt, but younger brothers can interrupt other younger brothers. An hour later, Ren stepped out of the bar's door and forcefully extinguished his cigarette. Brother Ren, are we just going to let this go? Azu was clearly still unsatisfied with the conditions offered by the other party. Let it go. You don't have to do the killing yourself. When you're out in the world, you need to think more. The blue-eyed guy is quite arrogant, huh? Let him release a statement in my name and go let the dog fight the dog. After listening to the elder brother's instructions, Azu immediately gave a thumbs up. Brother Ren, that's a good idea. He'll get them to do the dog fighting right away. 3 days later, someone delivered a drunken chicken to the private room where the blue-eyed was hiding, and coincidentally, that drunken chicken was photographed in an intimate moment with the blue-eyed. Oh, by the way, that drunken chicken is Iya, the lover of Bao Pai, who is rumored to be quite capable. Coincidentally, the blue-eyed went to Bao Pai's venue that night, and the police discovered a large number of $4 bills and counterfeit money in that bar, leading to Bao Pai being brought in, only managing to get out after considerable effort. After an investigation, those charming photos naturally appeared on Bao Pai's desk. Damn it, eating my food, drinking my drinks, and then finding my relatives for me, huh? Bring this kid to me. That thing should be fed to the dogs. It's not easy, Brother Bao Pai. This guy is from the island and mingles in Chaiwan. Oh, I see. It's the one under Shan Jis banner, right? Didn't they say it's a woman in charge? Yeah, he's the right-hand man of that woman called the Blue-Eyed. I'll be damned. Who dares touch my Bao Pai's toys? I don't care if it's the Serpent Gang or Hongxing, whoever offends me will die. Get me some people to deal with this kid. Bao Pai forcefully smashed the ashtray against the wall, and his younger brothers immediately turned to leave. Come back. Forget about gathering people, just call a few big hitters to take out the opponent. We need the best shooters. Oh, okay. After giving instructions to his subordinates, Bao Pai returned to the apartment where Aya was staying. At that moment, Aya had just returned from getting her hair done with a friend. Upon seeing Bao Pai's angry face, she smiled and approached him. Oh dear, why the long face? Did someone upset you again? Bao Pai said nothing, but pulled out a stack of photos from a nearby folder and forcefully threw them on the coffee table. Aya panicked, immediately kneeling on the ground and pleading, Husband, I was wrong. I was coerced. I owe them too much money. They said playing with them would count as interest. I swear it was just that once, really just that once. Bao Pai sat there with a fierce expression saying nothing. He reached out and threw an electric baton forcefully on the ground, then tossed a coil of copper wire onto the floor. Without saying a word to he dialed the phone of his advisor Wei Zhang. Give me a few things: strong glue, disposable gloves, nylon rope, a bone cutter, and go to the fresh market to get a few big loaches. Deliver them to my apartment on Chang'an Street in half an hour. You know the floor. Wei Zhang, well aware of Bao Pai's nature though confused, did not question him. He did not delegate the task to his subordinates, but personally went to the grocery store to gather the required items and rushed to deliver them. During this time, Bao Pai also had him bring up a Rottweiler. No one knows what happened in the next 4.5 hours, but when Wei Zhang was eating with the younger brothers, he ran to the bathroom to vomit 6 times in just 40 minutes. What's wrong with Wei Zhang? I don't know, it's all normal food. On that day when Lan Yin stepped out, a group of gunmen suddenly rushed out. Drunk and caught off guard, Lan Yin was shot twice in the left arm. Fortunately, elite members of the Changya group were nearby to fend them off, otherwise he would have been done for. On the way to the hospital, Lan Yan's 2 followers finally revealed the truth. Brother Lan Yin, we received a note before we left saying that someone was planning to ambush you. However, you were dead drunk at the time, and we were afraid of alarming them, so we didn't tell you. But we were just pretending to be relaxed outside. Having just finished bandaging, Lan Yin was already mostly sober. First, get that bullet out. We must find out who did this. Damn it, I've had enough of this. How dare they set up an ambush for me in Chaiwan? Could it be someone from Aren's side? No way, that guy isn't that foolish. Right after we finished talking, Brother Lan Yin got ambushed. Wouldn't that make it obvious it was him? Hard to say. Damn it, they send gunmen here while notifying from the other side. Whether it's a person or a ghost, they let him handle it all alone. Don't move. You're only bandaged now, and the bullet hasn't been extracted. If you keep moving, it could burst open. The staff nearby didn't care about his protests and forcibly made Lan Yin lie down. 2 days later, Lan Yan's followers accurately traced the leads to subordinate of Bao Pai who had close ties with the gunmen and followed the breadcrumbs to a derelict building where the gunmen were hiding. Fuming with rage, Lan Yin checked out of the hospital early to personally lead a team and wipe out several of Bao Pai's Venus. Bao Pai didn't even attempt to meet with intermediaries, he directly confronted the opposition. The gunmen and their women were simply a cover, the reason no longer mattered. The venues that Lan Yin controlled were the most lucrative each night, which was the direct cause of the conflict between Bao Pai and the opposition. Upon receiving the news, Ren quickly posted a check-in. Bao Pai and Lan Yin, dogs bite dogs. Lovers bay and a yi colliding with the bell tower. While Lan Yin and Bao Pai were at each other's throats for several days, the Crown Prince, holding several taxi licenses sold by Zhuang Yalan and cash from Anan's dealings with the new Peacock and stock market, rushed to report the results, only to be lightly informed by Chun Yao that the deadline had passed and Mr. Zhang had privately distributed the living expenses to those decision-makers. XXXX. The Crown Prince was furious and slammed the phone down. Damn it, is Mr. Zhang deliberately stepping on my toes. Anan, come with me to see Mr. Zhang. I want to ask him directly what this means. Crown Prince, calm down for a moment. Things are already like this with Mr. Zhang. Let's discuss if there's any way to remedy the situation. Calm down, my ass. Damn it, I've been stepped in mud and now have to kneel. You clearly lack guts, I'll go myself. Crown Prince, I've tolerated you for a long time. Why are you always so impulsive? This is my office. Why are you acting like this? Seeing the Crown Prince about to slam the door, Hao Nen immediately stood up and shouted to stop him. Oh, what are you talking about? The Crown Prince turned back, his eyes already filled with murder. Crown Prince, I want to tell you that being impulsive won't solve any problems. Do you think you're still a child? We are all adults now. We must use our heads and think clearly about the consequences. I know these words may not be pleasant to hear, but I still need to say them because you are my brother. Fine, since we are brothers, let's do it my way. Are you with me or not? Damn it, isn't that just watching you die, eh? Hao Nen slammed his fist on the desk. Then you are no longer my brother. The Crown Prince shrugged off his coat and strode out. Watching the Crown Prince's resolute figure, Hao Nen was so angry that he trembled, his hands and feet cold. Hao Nen felt that his brother was about to go to a place that was truly out of reach. Was there really no chance to turn back? Leaving Hao Nen's office, the Crown Prince didn't actually go to confront Jiang Tianxian. Instead, he returned to his room and locked himself inside, randomly smashing things. Listening to the sounds of crashing from inside, Ming Yin, who had been sitting at the door smoking, felt very uncomfortable. As the most trusted person of the Crown Prince, serving as both accountant and advisor, he found himself unable to offer any constructive advice when his brother needed help the most. This felt worse than being killed. Suddenly, the smelly Ghost King and the matchstick rushed over without even having time to take off their boxing gloves, grabbing Ming Yin and asking in a hushed voice, "Brother Ming Yin, what happened to the Crown Prince?" What else could it be? He was embarrassed publicly by the leader again. Ming Yin shook his head helplessly. What do you mean? What do you mean again? Wasn't the Crown Prince supposed to have gathered the funds? I personally accompanied Sister Yalan to find buyers for the licenses. Didn't we gather the money? Matchstick looked astonished. He truly couldn't understand how something so straightforward could change at the last moment. Chen Yao said the deadline has passed, and it doesn't count anymore. Damn, isn't this clearly playing us? So our low-priced taxi licenses have gone cheap for outsiders. And Anan stocks were sold below market price, isn't that a loss? Buying them back now would definitely not be at the same price. What kind of situation is this? Is the boss really that foolish? The younger brothers naturally didn't understand the boss' good intentions. They didn't comprehend the need for patience and refinement. They could only grasp the tangible rewards and punishments. All right, you two, stop lingering here. The Crown Prince is in a bad mood. You need to manage the people below. No mischief is allowed until the Crown Prince makes a decision. What decision? The Ghost King had originally wanted to ask more, but he was quickly pulled away by Matchstick at Ming Yin's glance. After standing at the door and smoking 2 cigarettes, Ming Yin forcefully crushed the cigarette, but he had already thought of an idea and was determined. Even if it might stain the Crown Prince's reputation, it was worth it. Was he still afraid of a stain now? Moreover, it could be remedied in the future. Ming Yin stood up and forcefully pushed open the Crown Prince's door. Inside the room, the furniture, coffee table, and even the trophies that the Crown Prince once took pride in were all smashed to pieces. The Crown Prince sat slumped over at his desk, lost in thought. The Crown Prince was still angry about Jiang Tiansheng's actions and felt humiliated by Hao Nan's words. He now felt not only the melancholy of a fine bird choosing a tree to perch upon, but also the worry of selling friends for personal gain. Was there really no way forward for him? Was it all just because of money? After fighting for half a lifetime and upholding brotherhood for just as long, he was ultimately ridiculed because of money, and the humiliation of having his dignity trampled upon surged within him. A myriad of emotions surged through the prince's heart, leaving him unable to pause or calm his thoughts. As the perception gate opened, he turned and glanced back, asking, "What are you doing here?" Ming Yin adjusted his glasses and softly replied, "Your Highness, you don't need to be caught between a rock and a hard place. Since the old man has made it clear that he wants to embarrass you, this isn't the first or second time. Why are we still hanging ourselves on the same tree? The money has been raised, and we've done our utmost already." He continued, "Since you're unhappy on Jiang Tiansheng's side, why not seek another path? Look at how much it cost when Hongxing poached Hanbin back in the day. Now isn't Hanbin doing just fine?" He added, "And Jiang Tianyang appreciates you so much. Why not seek a different route? Can you not speak up after being slapped in the face? It's not as simple as you say. Do you want me to go against Fei Hao Nan and the others?" The prince lowered his head, deeply moved by Ming Yin's words. He had considered it, but was deterred by too many concerns. Did he really want to turn against his longtime brothers? This can be solved easily. As long as we set 3 rules with Jiang Tiansheng during the transition that we won't have direct conflicts with Hongxing within a year, it should be manageable. I believe the brothers won't mind. As for the rest, we can only leave it to time. Ming Yin spoke sincerely, and the prince remained silent for a long moment. Can time really wash away everything? Will the Fei Hao Nan Hanbin 13th sister and the Tian heir, these former friends, be able to face it calmly? Ultimately, perhaps one day, they would truly become his enemies. The prince pondered all night, but found no answers. When the first rays of morning light shone down, he suddenly felt that all of this no longer mattered. He had made a decision. If there was no place for him here, then he would go elsewhere. Since he had already made up his mind, the next step was to get those around him to support this decision. The first person he needed to inform and work on was naturally his woman Zhuang Yalan. Upon hearing the news, Zhuang Yalan's first reaction was, "You want to switch to a new gang? Doesn't that mean more fighting and killing?" She continued, "When you go to a new place, you definitely have to take the lead and achieve results for the new boss. I don't want you to live like you did before." Women naturally view problems from a different perspective than men. The prince's entanglements of loyalty and friendship held no importance to her. Her immediate concern was that her man was once again in danger and would have to live on the edge of a knife. Given the prince's current standing in Hongxing, even if he did have to fight, there was no need for him to lead the charge himself. There were plenty of underlings eager to step forward. "How about I find some time to ask Shishili? Mr. Zhang values Anan so much, or I can surely get some information from Shishili. As long as he is willing to advocate for you, it will certainly be fine. No need, the prince will go wherever he wants, and no one can stop him. I don't need that pretty boy Nan's help." Upon mentioning pretty boy Nan, the prince's temper flared again, and he pushed Zhuang Yalan away. "Why not? What if Mr. Zhang doesn't let you go?" Zhuang Yalan still hoped he wouldn't switch gangs, thinking that maybe pleading with someone might bring about a change. But the prince had already made up his mind to switch, saying, "I promise you, once I move to Jiang Tianyang's side, I will gradually withdraw from the underworld." "Really?" Zhuang Yalan's tears turned to smiles. 3 years, at most 3 years. "Once I help the new gang establish some territory, I will exit the underworld and no longer have to live the life of fighting and killing. I believe Jiang Tianyang won't disagree." "Then you mustn't lie to me." Zhuang Yalan playfully poked his chest twice before her worries resurfaced. "If you're going to fade out of the underworld, why switch gangs?" Sometimes it was truly hard to understand men. On this side, the prince easily persuaded Zhuang Yalan, and the next thing he needed to clarify was the stance of his subordinates. After gathering everyone, the prince delivered an impassioned speech. He first recounted his contributions to Hongxing over the years, then expressed his grievances about being neglected by Jiang Tianxing, and finally raised his arm to rally them. But not everyone shared the prince's perspective. Wei Zai lowered his head and said, "All this time I've done whatever your highness asked without any objections, but this time I truly don't want to." As soon as Wei Zai finished speaking, Huachai immediately interrupted, "What the hell, Wei Zai, what are you saying? Don't forget who paid for your mom's hospital bills when she was sick." Wei Zai simply kept his head down and remained silent while the prince called out to Huachai. "All right, everyone has their own aspirations, let's not force it. We agreed to discuss this, not to compel anyone. Wei Zai, if you don't want to switch with me, that's fine. We can still be friends when we meet in the future. Thank you for understanding, your highness, thank you." About 20% of the group shared Wei Zai's sentiment. The rest, although surprised by the prince's decision, resolutely decided to follow him to the new gang. Wherever the prince goes, we go. Yeah, what Hongxing, what branch, it's just a different name. As long as the prince is here, it's fine. We can just fight for the throne again. I've been following the prince since I was 17, I'm already 26 now. If you want me to wear a suit to sell buildings, I wouldn't know how. Wherever the prince goes, I go. The group of underlings vigorously waved their arms while casting disdainful glances at Wei Zai and the others. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianxing, who was unaware of the prince's switch, was in his office, discussing some nonsense about a jade that isn't carved won't become a gem with Di Jun and Chun Yao intending to teach the prince a lesson. However, he never anticipated that the prince would completely miss that lesson, as the very next day news spread through the underworld of Hong Kong and Kowloon that the war god prince had docked at Jiang Tanyang's port, and all 120 of his direct subordinates had switched to the Hongxing branch. As soon as this news broke, the underworld erupted. What everyone was more concerned about was what kind of conditions the prince received to switch sides. First, the prince received a check for 10 million. After receiving the check, he immediately returned the housing fee to Jiang Tianxing. Soon after switching to the branch, he ascended to a high position within Jiang Tanyang's group. This high position was specifically devised by Che Baoshan. As soon as the prince arrived, he became one of the 4 protectors of the branch, known as the Silver Protector. The 4 protectors were Gold Protector Shin Xian Ku, Silver Protector Prince, Copper Protector Che Baoshan, Iron Protector Bao Pai. Regarding this ranking, Jiang Tianyang once asked Che Baoshan if it was being a bit too low-key. Che Baoshan replied, "But Gu has been with Tianyang for the longest time, his strength is formidable, and he holds the title of Second Route Marshal. Even someone as strong as the prince has no excuse to question this decision. His position at the top is undoubtedly uncontroversial. The prince is the war god of Hongxing, one of the flagships. His transfer will undoubtedly shock those who have been hesitant, so the prince must be ranked second. As for me, I originally wanted to be 4th, but considering the poor combatability of Baopi, I was afraid people would say I was too hypocritical, so I settled for 3rd. Jiang Tianyang raised his glass to his nose and sniffed. "It seems to be this way. Tianyang, after all, the first bird gets shot. We are out here primarily seeking wealth. As long as we can make them wary, there's no need to go for the kill. If we go too far, it will invite resentment. I certainly don't want to be shot in the back while walking down the street." "Ha, you must be referring to that Baopi guy?" Baopi has indeed been quite active. He previously shot down the head horse of Liang Zainan, and now he has caused such a commotion in Chaiwan. I've heard that many of the brothers have been invited to drink tea. Damn it, bail is a huge expense, truly worrying." When it came to Baopi, Jiang Tianyang shook his head helplessly. Let him bounce around for a few days. Tianyang, dealing with someone like Baopi is the simplest thing, you don't need to worry about it. Alright, I had been telling Aku that once Che Zai returns I could rest easy. Look, it really is like this. Come on, let's have another drink. Hey, wait a minute. By your logic, am I the one being pushed to the forefront, the one getting shot at? Che Baoshan's eyes widened immediately. Tianyang, you are joking. There are some matters I have no control over. I've been too high profile before. I can't continue like this. Being low-key has its benefits. Besides, no matter what, I'm always on your side supporting you. Is that so? I was just thinking, is there anyone in this world who can beat you? Jiang Tianyang shook the glass in his hand. Che Baoshan laughed heartily. There are indeed many who can beat me. However, they haven't been born yet. After saying this, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. To be honest, Jiang Tianyang's admiration for Che Baoshan was entirely sincere. Take the recent uproar over the Prince of Hongxing's transfer as an example. This matter was entirely managed by Che Baoshan. Even though he was not in Hong Kong, he was still highly efficient. Moreover, not only did the prince successfully transfer, but a significant portion of his territory also shifted to Jiang Tianyang's side. As a result, the power of the Hongxing branch in Yao Ma Ti expanded exponentially, becoming a legend in this underworld. After all, Yao Ma Ti is dripping with wealth. How many organizations that shout and kill daily ended up with no benefits? Yet, Jiang Tianyang managed to take down the hardest nut to crack without any destruction. As enthusiastic as Jiang Tianyang is, his brother Jiang Tianxing is equally furious at this moment. Has the prince really transferred to the branch? Jiang Tianyang and Chun Yao were smoking by the pool. Yes, Mr. Jiang, along with most of his subordinates, have transferred over. Damn it, it's really like trying to raise mud against a wall. Mr. Jiang, what should we do now? With the prince's transfer, our business and reputation have been significantly affected. What to do? Do you want me to give you ideas? Figure out a way to take care of him within a day. After throwing down this harsh statement, Jiang Tianyang left the pool, leaving Chun Yao with a blank expression. Could Jiang Tianxing really not think of a solution? Of course not. Chun Yao is very clever, some matters aren't suitable for the boss to handle, so he had to step up. Ultimately, the prince's transfer was caused by the boss' excessive pressure. This burden now falls solely on him. Now that the boss has instructed him to find a solution, it clearly indicates there's still something to fight for. Because if they really wanted to eliminate the prince, they could just hire a few international hitmen. Chun Yao sat at the table pondering for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. I got it. Half an hour later in Jiang Tianxing's office. Jiang Tianxing, what? You want the earthquake to find the prince? Did I hear wrong? What can he do? Hey mister. Jiang, you can't say that. Earthquake Tommy is quite capable. If this matter were given to Haonan or to Fei, it would surely backfire. Earthquake has no ties with the prince. He can remain objective and won't get emotionally involved during negotiations. The prince is so stubborn, even I can hold him off. How will he be useful when he goes? So we need to give him a treasure, letting him directly reveal to the prince that Mr. Jiang wants to support him as the leader. The prince values feelings, there might still be a chance. Earthquake is very smart, he can definitely do it. Jiang Tianxing, humph. What does it even mean to become the leader of Hongxing? Just saying it doesn't make it happen. Should I go grab a loudspeaker and shout it under the red light? Although Jiang Tianxing was somewhat displeased, he truly couldn't find a better and more tactful way. Now there's a problem. Earthquake is still in New York helping me negotiate business. The earliest he can return is the day after tomorrow. Oh, Mr. Jiang, good food doesn't come too late. It doesn't matter if it's a couple of days and nothing will go wrong. As Chun Yao and Jiang Tianxing racked their brains in the office on how to compensate, the prince was equally uncomfortable on his side of the branch. Che Zai is a nice guy, but he and the deities are rarely seen. If the prince had to face someone like Baopi, who is a chameleon, or E.T., who has a little brain atrophy, he would truly feel like he swallowed a fly. Thus the prince spent every day drinking at the bar with Mingyin, trying to avoid thinking about the previous events. Although the prince was unwilling to clash with the old society's members, others did not share that sentiment. Some eager Hongxing members rushed into the prince's territory. Whenever this happened, the prince tried his best to avoid confrontation, letting Huochai and Gui Wang handle it. After several back-and-forth encounters, some oblivious guys started to think the prince was being cowardly and even began to surround him, not knowing the consequences. Despite the prince's unwillingness to confront them, he turned to walk away. However, an ignorant fool shouted at his back, "Prince, you traitor dog of the branch, what's wrong? Are you scared?" Scared? The prince's veins popped, and he turned to snatch the steel pipe from a little brother's hands and charged out. The night in Bolin Street had not yet faded, and Liang Boren had just stepped out from his territory when his pager went off wildly, the shrill ringing piercing through the morning silence. Furrowing his brow, he pressed the answer button, and a panicked shout from a younger brother came through the line, his voice trembling. "Brother Ren, it's bad. A major incident has occurred. Our warehouse in Tunmun has been raided. They were armed with AKs and struck ruthlessly. Over a dozen of our brothers on guard are either dead or injured." Liang Boren's expression darkened instantly, his fingertips turning slightly pale. The warehouse in Tunmun contained a batch of contraband he had recently shipped in from Nanyang worth millions, which he planned to use to establish a channel through the Macau River. It was a crucial step for him to break away from the bottom tier of Bolin Street and venture into the gray industry. He suppressed the rage boiling within him, his voice as cold as ice. "What are you panicking for? Clarify who did it. How many people were involved? Did they leave any traces?" "I don't know. They were masked, moved extremely quickly, and opened fire without a word." The younger brother's voice quivered with a hint of crying. The brothers couldn't react in time. The goods were taken away, and all that was left at the scene was a badge with a rhinoceros emblem, as if it belonged to the Rhino brothers from the Western District. Rhino brothers. Liang Boren's eyes suddenly turned sinister. He had no enmity with the Rhino brothers, the only connection being that a few days ago when the prince transferred his allegiance to him, he inadvertently offended the Rhino brothers backing the second marshal of the East Star, Shin Xianku. It seemed this was Shun Xianku's deliberate provocation, using the Rhino brothers to send a warning and conveniently swallow his goods. At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind, detected a notable conflict in the Jianghu warehouse heist, a great calamity, successful observation. Reward mixed martial arts 5, a weapon combat for 1 million cash, unlock intelligence details of the collaboration between Shun Xianku and the Rhino brothers. A cold arc formed at the corner of Liang Boren's mouth. The observation system indeed did not disappoint him. Even though the goods were gone, this reward could compensate for most of the losses, and more importantly, he had obtained leverage against Shun Xianku. He spoke coldly into the phone. "Notify everyone, assemble all brothers, send the injured to the best hospital, and double the funeral expenses. Additionally, find out the location of the Rhino brothers. I want them to know that touching my belongings comes with a price." After hanging up, Liang Boren looked up towards the street of Bolin, where in the faint morning light, he could vaguely see the figures of gang members weaving through. He knew this was just the beginning. Since Shen Xianku dared to strike, there would surely be follow-up actions, and he Liang Boren had never been a soft persimmon to be squeezed. The road of Jianghu is long. Fighting and killing have never been the goal, but anyone who dares to obstruct his path to wealth, even if it is the king of heaven, he would not hesitate to confront. When Liang Boring returned to the base on Poland Street, dozens of his subordinates were already lined up, each with a fierce expression, holding machetes and steel pipes, waiting for his command to rush to the West Ring and take revenge on the Rhino brothers. De Fei, holding a cigarette, stood at the front of the line. Upon seeing Liang Boring enter, he immediately approached him. "Aron, we have identified the Rhino brothers' hideout right at the Zhomi Bar in the West Ring. They have been celebrating their success there since last night, surrounded by over 20 skilled fighters." Liang Boring nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembled subordinates. His voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. "Brothers, our warehouse in Tunmun was robbed last night, and several of our brothers were either injured or killed. We cannot let this slide. The Rhino brothers dared to touch our belongings, and even if the gods conspire behind our backs today, we will go to the West Ring and flatten the Zhomi Bar, letting the entire Hong Kong underworld know that Liang Boring of Poland Street is not to be trifled with. Flatten the Zhomi Bar. Avenge our grievances." The subordinates shouted in unison, their voices deafening, echoing in the narrow alley, and causing passers-by to hastily avoid them, their faces filled with fear. Just as Liang Boring was preparing to lead the group out, Prince hurriedly rushed over, his face showing signs of anxiety. "Aron, wait. We cannot act impulsively." He grabbed Liang Boring's arm, lowering his voice. "The gods have support from the upper echelons of Dongxing, and the Rhino brothers are notorious fugitives. If we go directly with our men, now even if we win, we will pay a heavy price and provoke Dongxing. It's not worth it." Liang Boring chuckled coldly, shaking off Prince's hand. "Not worth it. My brothers are dead, my goods are gone, and if we back down now, it will only make people think we are easy to bully, inviting more trouble in the future." He paused and added, "Don't worry, I have a plan. We won't force a confrontation. This time not only will we take revenge, but we will also retrieve our goods and teach the gods a lesson." As he spoke, the system notification sounded again, detected that the protagonist is about to participate in a major gang conflict. Scene anticipation successfully heated up. Reward prediction 6, stamina 3, unlock skill stealth basic. Liang Boring felt a surge of joy in his heart. The stealth skill would come in handy. He patted Prince on the shoulder. "Trust me, after today, no one in the West Ring will dare to look down on us." After saying this, he waved his hand and led his subordinates towards the West Ring with great momentum. Prince watched Liang Boring's retreating figure, sighing helplessly. He knew Liang Boring's temperament, but once he made a decision, it would be difficult to change. He grit his teeth, gathered his subordinates, and followed. "Damn it, let's go all out. Aron's matters are my matters." Inside the Zhomi Bar in the West Ring, the Rhino brothers were embracing women, drinking, and boasting about their achievements from the previous night. They didn't take Liang Boring seriously at all. To them, Liang Boring was merely a small-time thug from Poland Street, and even if his goods were stolen, he could only consider himself unfortunate. Little did they know a catastrophic disaster was silently approaching them. The door of the Loyal Bar was kicked open, and the harsh sound of the impact shattered the noise inside. Liang Boring entered with his subordinates, the cold gleam of the machetes in their hands reflecting the light as his icy gaze swept over everyone in the bar. The Rhino brothers' expressions changed, and they stood up abruptly, grabbing a wine bottle from the table and glaring at Liang Boring. "Liang Boring, how dare you bring people to my territory? Are you tired of living?" Liang Boring said nothing, his gaze landing on the several subordinates beside the Rhino brothers who were holding his lost contraband, some even playing with the illegal items inside. His eyes grew increasingly sinister, and his voice turned bone-chilling. "Hand over the goods. Those who harm my brothers will sever an arm. I can spare you from death." "Ha ha ha, spare us from death." The Rhino brothers laughed wildly, their faces full of disdain. "Liang Boring, do you even take a look at yourself? With just you, do you think you can negotiate with me? I'll tell you, the goods have already been sold to the immortals, and your brother is dead by my hands. If you have the guts, come and take my life." As soon as he finished speaking, the Rhino brothers waved his hand, and over 20 subordinates rushed forward, swinging their machetes and steel pipes towards Liang Boring and his men. Liang Boring's eyes narrowed, and he sidestepped to evade an incoming strike, while drawing out a short knife from his waist, swiftly stabbing it into the assailant's lower abdomen with a clean, decisive movement. Detected the protagonist participating in a gang fight, successful onlooker. Reward mixed martial arts 4, strength 3, unlocked skill quick blade technique intermediate. With the system rewards in hand, Liang Boring's agility increased, and the quick blade technique unfolded with flashes of blades as each strike precisely targeted the vital points of his opponents. In just a few minutes, several subordinates fell beneath his blade, wailing incessantly. De Fei and the prince were not to be outdone. De Fei swung his machete, rampaging through the fray, leaving no one able to block his path. The prince, utilizing his exquisite combat skills, entangled with the opponent's experts, each strike lethal. Seeing his subordinates fall one after another, the Rhino brothers turned pale, not expecting Liang Boren to be so formidable, nor that the prince would personally step in to assist him. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a handgun from his waist, aiming it at Liang Boren, shouting, "Liang Boren, don't come any closer. If you do, we'll shoot." Liang Boren paused, his eyes showing no fear, instead forming a mocking smile. "Shoot. Do you think you'll get the chance?" As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his stealth technique, his figure flashing as he rushed to the Rhino brothers' side. Before the trigger could be pulled, he snatched the gun from his hand and pressed it against his temple. You dare to kill me. I belong to the Immortals. If you kill me, they won't let you off." The Rhino brothers trembled in fear, his voice trembling. Liang Boren's gaze was icy, with not a hint of warmth in his tone. "Immortals. Even if they come, they can't save you today. You harmed my brother and stole my goods. Of this debt must be settled." He paused, a fierce arc forming at the corner of his mouth. "Aren't you quite strong? Aren't you quite arrogant? Then tonight I'll kill you and let everyone know the consequences of offending me." With that, Liang Boren twisted his wrist, and with a loud bang the gun went off, and the Rhino brothers fell to the ground breathless. The other subordinates in the bar were terrified, throwing down their weapons and kneeling to beg for mercy. Liang Boren glanced at them coldly and said, "Scram. Tell the Immortals the next one is him." After eliminating the Rhino brothers, Liang Boren ordered his men to inventory the remaining stock in the bar. Though most had already been sold to Shen Xianku, a small portion was recovered, barely enough to offset some of the losses. He dispatched the injured underlings to the hospital and assigned others to sanitize the bar's premises, thoroughly erasing all traces to avoid drawing police attention. At that moment, Defei rushed over, his face grim. "Brother Ren, bad news. Shen Xianku has arrived with reinforcements right outside the bar. They're here for revenge." Liang Boren's gaze hardened. He strode to the entrance, and indeed Shen Xianku stood there with dozens of henchmen blocking the doorway. Their faces burned with fury, our weapons gleamed in their hands, and their collective aura radiated menace. Clad in a black suit, Shen Xianku wore no expression, only icy murderous intent in his eyes as he fixed his glare on Liang Boren. "Liang Boren, you dared slay my men and seize my goods. Today you will pay blood for blood." "Blood for blood," Liang Boren sneered. "Shen Xianku, it was your men who first stole from my stock and wounded my brothers. I killed him, not out of vengeance, but as justice demands. If you value your life, leave now. Otherwise I won't hesitate to leave you here too." "Arrogant fool," Shen Xianku roared and raised his hand. "Attack." Cut Liang Boren into pieces and raised the Zhongyi bar to the ground. At Shen Xianku's command, his men surged forward, clashing violently with Liang Boren's crew. The streets of Shihuan instantly transformed into a battlefield, the clang of cleavers, shrieks of agony, and guttural roars entwined in thick, acrid air. Bystanders fled in panic, even passing patrol cars halted at a distance, unwilling to intervene. Such gang warfare fell beyond routine jurisdiction, especially when pitting Dongxing's second road marshal against an ascendant force like Liang Boren. Wielding a short blade, Liang Boren charged into the fray. His swift sword technique reached its zenith. Blades flickered like shadows, each strike felling an opponent with lethal precision. Seeing this, Shen Xianku entered the combat himself. His martial prowess was formidable. Every fist and kick struck with ruthless lethality, aimed unerringly at Liang Boren's vital points. System alert: protagonist engaged in direct confrontation with Dongxing's second road marshal Shen Xianku. Gossip successfully harvested. Reward granted: combat skill 6, agility 4, cash 2 million, intelligence unlocked, internal power struggle dynamics within Dongxing. With the system's reward absorbed, Liang Boren's capabilities surged. He evaded Shen Xianku's assault and countered with a lightning slash toward his arm. Shen Xianku failed to dodge in time. The blade bit deep into his forearm. Crimson blood gushed forth, twisting his features in sharp pain. "Liang Boren, I will kill you." Roaring, Shen Xianku lunged again, eyes wild with frenzy. Liang Boren merely smiled coldly, calm, unhurried. He knew the wound had crippled his opponent's strength. Victory was now inevitable. Tai Zi and Defei arrived to reinforce him. Tai Zi engaged Shen Xianku's deputy, while Defei led his men in systematically neutralizing the remaining henchmen. After over half an hour of brutal combat, Shen Xianku's forces lay decimated. Only a handful remained standing. Shen Xianku himself collapsed to his knees, battered, bleeding, stripped of all arrogance. Liang Boren approached him, pressing the tip of his short blade against Shen Xianku's throat. His voice cut like frost. "Shen Xianku, do you still demand blood for blood?" Shen Xianku knelt on the ground, battered and bloodied. Crimson rivulets still seeped from the gashes on his arms, and his face was etched with utter disgrace. Gone was the commanding aura of the second road marshal of Dongxing. He stared at the short blade pressed against his throat, eyes wide with raw terror. Any trace of murderous intent long vanished. "Liang Boren, I was wrong. I should never have ordered the Rhino brothers to hijack your cargo, nor harmed your men. Spare my life, I beg you." Shen Xianku pleaded desperately, his voice trembling uncontrollably. To survive, he had surrendered every shred of dignity. Tears and snot streamed down his face in wretched unison. I will fully compensate your losses. I'll return everything stolen and pay you an additional sum. Please spare me. I swear I'll never dare cross you again. Liang Bo-run gazed upon Shen Xianku's pitiful broken form and curled a faint scornful smile at the corner of his lips. He knew such underworld overlords all too well. Their tearful pleas were but masks. Beneath them festered cold calculations of vengeance. Indeed, in the next breath, Liang Bo-run caught the flash of ruthless resolve in Shen Xianku's eyes and saw his hand inch stealthily toward the dagger hidden at his waist, poised to strike when least expected. A system notification flickered silently in his mind, detected classic underworld deception. Feigned surrender followed by covert ambush. Spectator success confirmed. Reward Foresight 5, acting skill 3. Skill unlocked advanced perception of facial cues. Liang Bo-run's inner laugh was icy and sharp. Before Shen Xianku could draw the blade, he tightened his grip, driving the knife deeper against the man's throat, his voice glacial. Shen Xianku, stop pretending. You're laughing inside. So why do your tears fall so convincingly? Do you truly believe I wouldn't see through your ambush? Shen Xianku's face drained of all color, his hand froze midair, eyes wide with stunned disbelief. He hadn't imagined Liang Bo-run's perception could be so razor-keen, piercing his facade in an instant. He knew then that any chance of counterattack had vanished. Utterly defeated, he collapsed onto the ground and begged anew. Liang Bo-run, I truly erred. I swear I'll never defy you again. Spare me, and I shall follow your lead without question. Defei spat beside them. Humph. A despicable worm like you dares claim loyalty to Brother Ren. Don't waste words. Kill him now, and end this threat forever. Taizi nodded gravely. Brother Ren Shen Xianku is ruthless and treacherous. If we release him today, he'll surely plot revenge tomorrow. Better to eliminate him now, once and for all. Liang Bo-run shook his head, a subtle calculating light flickering in his eyes. Killing him would be too merciful. Power struggles within Dongxing ran deep and vicious. As Second Road Marshal Shen Xianku held numerous classified secrets. Keeping him alive, not dead, served far greater purpose. He paused, then fixed Shen Xianku with a frigid gaze. I'll spare your life, but only if you accept 2 conditions. Shen Xianku's eyes flared with sudden hope. He bowed his head rapidly. I accept. Anything. I accept all. First, return every item stolen from my shipment, and compensate me 5 million yuan for my losses. Liang Bo-run spoke calmly, yet his tone carried absolute, unassailable authority. Second, henceforth, whenever I inquire about Dongxing's affairs, you will answer truthfully. No omissions, no deceptions. Should I ever discover you've lied to me, your death will be far more agonizing than that of the Rhino brothers. I accept. I accept everything. Shen Xianku nodded frantically, terrified Liang Bo-run might rescind his offer. I'll deliver the goods and money tomorrow. And from now on I'll tell you everything Dongxing knows, without concealment or delay. Liang Bo-run gave a curt, satisfied nod and sheathed his blade. Leave. Remember these words, and break them, and I'll show you no mercy. Shen Xianku fled as though granted divine reprieve, crawling, stumbling, dragging his remaining men behind him. At the threshold, he cast one final glance back, a look thick with venom swiftly buried deep beneath layers of feigned submission. Defei watched the retreating figure, puzzled. Brother Ren, you truly let him go. He'll surely seek revenge. Liang Bo-run smiled faintly. Don't worry. I know precisely what I'm doing. He's been thoroughly broken. For now, he won't dare provoke us again. Moreover, keeping him alive grants us access to Dongxing's innermost intelligence, a strategic advantage invaluable to our future ascent. Having resolved the troubles with the Immortal and the Rhino brothers, Liang Bo-run gained fame after the battle in Xihuan. The entire Hong Kong underworld knew of him, recognizing that a formidable character had emerged from Boland Street, one who not only dared to confront Dongxing's second Marshal Hedon, but also managed to retreat unscathed, even compelling the Immortal to bow in submission. In no time, many small gangs rushed to pledge their allegiance, seeking to affiliate themselves with Liang Bo-run's growing power. Even some factions from Hongxing and Heliansheng began to regard him with newfound respect. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Bo-run expanded his influence, integrating several small gangs from Boland Street and Xihuan. His followers multiplied and his territory grew larger. He no longer confined himself to the gray industries of Boland Street, but ventured into real estate, entertainment, and other sectors, gradually stepping towards the realm of a business magnate. Just as he had always believed, the underworld was not merely about violence, but also about making money, and making money. However, a towering tree attracts the wind. Liang Bo-run's rapid rise provoked discontent among other factions, particularly Dongxing and Heliansheng. Dongxing harbored deep hatred towards Liang Bo-run over the Immortal incident, yet due to Liang's burgeoning power, they hesitated to act recklessly. Heliansheng, on the other hand, feared that Liang's influence would continue to expand, threatening their own position, and sought to suppress him. Not long after, Heliansheng's leader Jiang Tianyang sent an invitation to Liang Bo-run requesting him to attend a banquet at Heliansheng's headquarters. Ostensibly meant to ease tensions, it was in fact an attempt to gauge Liang's capabilities. Should Liang fail to recognize the situation, they would take the opportunity to eliminate him. His subordinates urged Liang Boren not to go, fearing it was a trap. Liang, however, shook his head, his gaze resolute. I must attend. Hellion Sheng is one of the largest factions in Hong Kong. If we remain enemies with them, it will be difficult to establish ourselves here in the future. Moreover, I want to see what tricks Jiang Tianyang is up to. On the day of the banquet, Liang Boren brought only Taizi and Dafei with him, dressed in a black suit, exuding an imposing aura, showing no signs of fear. At the headquarters of Hellion Sheng, the room was filled with high-ranking members. Jiang Tianyang, seated at the head, his gaze deep and expressionless as he observed Liang Boren. Liang Boren, indeed a hero among youths. At such a young age you wield considerable power. Impressive. Jiang Tianyang spoke, first his tone flat, revealing no hints of emotion. Liang Boren smiled slightly, bowing slightly. Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. Am merely a small figure scraping by in the underworld, far from your stature. Jiang Tianyang nodded, then shifted his tone to a more serious one. Liang Boren, I know you are quite capable and ambitious. However, the underworld in Hong Kong has its own rules. Your rapid expansion has disrupted the balance, causing discontent among many. I invited you here today to discuss delineating territories and establishing a new order in the underworld. Liang Boren understood immediately. Jiang Tianyang aimed to restrict his growth. He smiled. Mr. Jiang, feel free to speak plainly. As long as my interests are not harmed, I am open to negotiation. Good, straightforward. Jiang Tianyang nodded. I can acknowledge your control over Boland Street and Shihuan, but you must cease further territorial expansion, cannot recruit members from other factions, and must pay an annual protection fee to Hellion Sheng. If you agree, we can coexist peacefully. If not, do not blame me for being ungracious. Liang Boren's expression darkened immediately. Jiang Tianyang's demands were without a doubt an attempt to confine him to Boland Street, and Shihuan, cutting off his path to expansion while placing him under Hellion Sheng's control. With a cold laugh, he replied, Mr. Jiang, this is not a negotiation, it is a threat. My influence was built step by step, and it is impossible for me to give up expansion and pay a protection fee. Jiang Tianyang's gaze turned icy. So you are refusing? I refuse. Liang Boren stated firmly. If Mr. Jiang intends to take action, I will accompany you to the end. However, I have a proposal. Let us sign a life-and-death contract for an unknown duel. If I lose, I willingly give up all my territory and submit to Hellion Sheng. If I win, Hellion Sheng must cease all interference in my affairs and acknowledge my position in the Hong Kong underworld. The room erupted in shock. No one expected Liang Boren to be so audacious as to propose an unknown duel to Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang paused, then with a cold smile, said, very well. I accept your challenge. I want to see just how capable you are to dare to sign a life-and-death contract with me. The news of Liang Boren signing a life-and-death contract with Jiang Tianyang quickly spread throughout the Hong Kong underworld, causing a tremendous uproar. Everyone was abuzz with speculation. Some claimed Liang Boren was overestimating his capabilities by daring to challenge the leader of Lianxing, Jiang Tianyang, and would undoubtedly meet his demise, while others argued that Liang Boren's remarkable skills might just allow him to create a miracle, defeating Jiang Tianyang and becoming a new legend in the Hong Kong underworld. The duel was scheduled for 3 days later at the venue of the Hongmen Conference. The Hongmen Conference is the largest event in the Hong Kong underworld, held annually, bringing together all the bigwigs of Hong Kong's various factions, as well as representatives from the overseas Hongmen, creating a grand spectacle. Jiang Tianyang chose this venue for the duel to leverage the influence of the Hongmen Conference to thoroughly suppress Liang Boren and showcase the authority of Lianxing. The day before the duel, Liang Boren received an invitation from the Hongmen headquarters requesting him to attend the Hongmen Conference as a special guest. Liang Boren understood that this was a recognition from the Hongmen and an excellent opportunity for him to meet more influential figures in the underworld and expand his influence. On the day of the Hongmen Conference, Liang Boren, accompanied by Taizi and Dafei, arrived at the venue punctually. The scene was packed, gathering all the big shots from Hong Kong's various factions, including the leader of Dongxing Law, the Jiang Tianyang of Hongxing, and the bigwigs of Zhang, among others, with representatives from overseas Hongmen, all exuding a powerful aura and possessing deep gazes. As soon as Liang Boren stepped into the venue, he attracted everyone's attention. Although he was still young, he had gained fame from the battle in Shihuan, and by daring to sign a life-and-death contract with Jiang Tianyang, had already become a focal point in the Hong Kong underworld. Many bigwigs approached him to greet him, hoping to win him over. Even Loa, the leader of Dongxing, offered Liang Boren a friendly smile. He had long disdained Jiang Tianyang's arrogance and wished to use Liang Boren's hand to suppress Lianxing. Detected at the Hongmen Conference, where bigwigs gathered in a famous scene, successfully enjoying the gossip. Reward connections 10, Aura 5, unlocked skill negotiation skills advanced, gained clues about overseas Hongmen connections. With the system rewards in hand, Liang Boren's aura grew even stronger. As he conversed with others, he remained calm and composed, eloquently engaging, without the slightest hint of stage fright, gaining recognition from many bigwigs. He took the opportunity to converse with representatives from overseas Hongmen, and with his outstanding negotiation skills, secured their support, promising future collaboration to open up overseas channels. Before long, Jiang Tianyang also arrived at the venue dressed in a red suit, exuding a powerful aura, followed by a group of senior members from He Lianxing, receiving respectful greetings wherever he went. Seeing Liang Boren chatting happily with various bigwigs, his expression instantly darkened, his eyes filled with jealousy and murderous intent. The Hongmen Conference officially began as an elder stood up to host the event, first summarizing the state of the Hong Kong underworld over the past year, then announcing the key highlight of this conference: the duel between Liang Boren and Jiang Tianyang. The venue instantly fell silent, all eyes focused on Liang Boren and Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang stepped onto the stage, first his cold gaze fixed on Liang Boren. Liang Boren, come up to the stage today. I will let you know what the rules of the underworld are and what the authority of He Lianxing entails. Liang Boren smiled and calmly ascended the stage, his gaze steady as he looked at Jiang Tianyang. Mr. Jiang, don't speak too confidently. Who will ultimately prevail is still uncertain. The bigwigs below began to discuss among themselves. Some favored Jiang Tianyang, while others supported Liang Boren. Taizi and Dafei sat nervously in the audience, their palms sweating, worried that Liang Boren might not be a match for Jiang Tianyang. Meanwhile, Luotawa from Dongxing, Jiang Tianxing from Hongxing, and others watched the stage with calm expressions, waiting for the duel to begin, all eager to reap the benefits from this confrontation. The Hongmen elder raised his hand and announced loudly, the duel begins. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are in the heavens, and there can be no regrets. As his voice fell, Jiang Tianyang immediately charged forward, his skills formidable, with punches and kicks that were lethal, clearly aiming to end the duel quickly and eliminate Liang Boren. Liang Boren remained calm and unhurried in response, relying on his exquisite combat skills and the attributes granted by the system rewards, engaging in a fierce struggle, with Jiang Tianyang neither side gaining the upper hand. The duel between Liang Boren and Jiang Tianyang was intensely fierce, with fists and feet colliding on the stage and blades glinting. The onlookers below were captivated, engaging in spirited discussions. Jiang Tianyang's skills were indeed well-deserved. Decades of experience in the martial world had honed his formidable prowess. Every punch and kick he delivered was imbued with immense power, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. Yet Liang Boren refused to be outdone. Utilizing the skills of mixed martial arts and quick blade technique awarded by the system, along with his extraordinary stamina and agility, he adeptly countered Jiang Tianyang's attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. Every strike he made was precise and ruthless. Each punch landed perfectly, continuously targeting Jiang Tianyang's vulnerabilities, causing Jiang Tianyang to grow increasingly fatigued, with numerous wounds appearing on his body. Detecting that the protagonist was battling the leader of He Lianxing, Jiang Tianyang, the system announced success in watching. Rewards: mixed martial arts 8, strength 5, skill unlocked, indestructible, beginner, cash 5 million. With the system rewards in hand, Liang Boren's combat power soared once more. The indestructible skill activated, rendering Jiang Tianyang's punches and kicks almost ineffective against him. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Boren delivered a powerful punch that struck hard against Jiang Tianyang's chest. Jiang Tianyang let out a muffled groan, staggering backward a few steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Tianyang looked at Liang Boren, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He never expected Liang Boren to be this formidable, realizing that he was no match for him. Gritting his teeth, he charged at Liang Boren once more, attempting a last-ditch effort. Liang Boren sneered, sidestepping to avoid the attack, and then executed a sweeping kick that knocked Jiang Tianyang to the ground. He then pointed a dagger at his throat, his tone icy. Jiang Tianyang, you have lost. The scene instantly fell silent, as everyone struggled to believe their eyes. The leader of He Lianxing, Jiang Tianyang, had lost to the young Liang Boren. After a long while, cheers erupted from the audience. Many prominent figures applauded, expressing their admiration for Liang Boren. Jiang Tianyang collapsed on the ground, despair etched across his face. He knew he had lost, not just the duel, but also the honor of He Lianxing. From now on, their standing in the Hong Kong underworld would plummet. At that moment, several high-ranking members of He Lianxing rushed onto the stage, attempting to rescue Jiang Tianyang, while glaring at Liang Boren. Liang Boren, how dare you harm our leader? We will fight you. Liang Boren's gaze sharpened as he coldly replied, what? You wish to backtrack? We have already signed a life-and-death agreement. Jiang Tianyang lost and must honor the terms. If you dare to intervene, you will be openly violating the rules of the martial world, so don't blame me for being merciless. The prominent figures below also voiced their disapproval, criticizing the He Lianxing leadership for their breach of protocol. Luo Tua from Dongxing stood up, his tone icy. Jiang Tianyang, you must accept the outcome. This is the way of the martial world. If He Lianxing dares to backtrack, it will be at odds with the entire Hong Kong underworld. Jiang Tianxing from Hongxing nodded in agreement. Exactly. Rules are rules and should not be taken lightly. The faces of the He Lianxing leadership turned pale. They knew that if they truly acted against Liang Boren, not only would they fail to rescue Jiang Tianyang, but they would also offend the entire Hong Kong underworld, leading to He Lianxing's downfall. They could only halt their steps, looking at Liang Boren with unwilling expressions. Liang Baran looked at the prominent figures below, raised his voice, and spoke firmly. Ladies and gentlemen, today, I, Liang Baran, have defeated Jiang Tianyang, not to dominate the martial world, but to prove that my influence is built step by step, and no one can casually suppress it. I hereby promise that I will not actively provoke any organizations, but if anyone dares to challenge me, I, Liang Baran, will fight to the end. Cheers erupted from the audience, supporting Liang Baran's words. His statements not only upheld the dignity of the prominent figures, but also showcased his confidence and ambition. He sheathed his dagger and looked at Jiang Tianyang coldly, stating, Jiang Tianyang, remember our agreement. He Liansheng must not interfere in my affairs, otherwise I will personally flatten your headquarters. Jiang Tianyang lay helplessly on the ground, weakly nodding. He knew he no longer had the right to refute. An elder from Hongmen stood up and loudly declared, in this duel Liang Baran is the victor. From this day forth, Liang Baran's status in the Hong Kong underworld is officially recognized by Hongmen and all organizations. No one shall provoke him lightly. Cheers erupted once more, and Liang Baran stood on the stage, gazing into the distance, his eyes filled with determination. He knew this was just a new starting point in his journey through the martial world, and he would continue to expand his influence, opening overseas channels, transforming from a mere street thug into a business magnate straddling both the legal and illegal realms, ensuring everyone knew the name Liang Baran.